Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 501 Catching a Big Fish. The meat of a 4th-tier fish demon was truly rare, and Zhou Chun's generosity was ultimately not wasted. However, while eating the fish, many golden core cultivators had no heart to savor the rare delicacy, feeling that each thin slice of meat weighed a ton. Those who could truly enjoy this delicacy were only Lin Hongao, the Su family patriarch, Wei Yuang, Su Yunyang, Zhu Wuiye, and other golden core cultivators with very good relations with the Zhou family. As for the Purple Mansion and Foundation establishment cultivators present, upon hearing that the fish meat and fish bone soup on the golden core cultivators' tables were made from 4th-tier demon beasts, they felt only envy. Many craned their necks to carefully examine the slices of meat, and some even licked their lips, seemingly wanting to taste what the meat of a 4th-tier fish demon was like. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately had an idea and ordered several more plates of fish slices to be brought over, giving each of the Purple Mansion stage cultivators a slice to taste. As for the Foundation establishment stage cultivators, there was no need for this. Firstly, there were too many people, and secondly, the meat of the 4th-tier demonic beast, the 5-colored dragonfish, was too nourishing. If they ate it, those with lower cultivation levels could easily make a fool of themselves, even suffering nosebleeds. It was precisely this unintentional action by Zhou Chun that caused the dragonfish feast to quickly spread throughout the entire Jing kingdom and even neighboring countries after the Golden Core ceremony, attracting countless cultivators who longed to attend and regretted not being present. Those fortunate enough to taste a slice of the 5-colored dragonfish meat made it their biggest topic of conversation, talking about it to everyone they met for a long time, and showing off whenever someone discussed the dragonfish feast. Through these people's vivid descriptions and embellished accounts, the 4th-tier fish meat at Zhou Chun's Golden Core ceremony was imbued with all sorts of magical qualities. Some exaggerators, or those eager to flatter, even swore that eating that piece of 4th-tier fish meat cured their long-standing ailments. In short, Zhou Chun not only achieved his goal of bringing the 5-colored dragonfish meat to the Golden Core ceremony, but he exceeded it. At that time, after enjoying a highly nourishing feast, the Foundation establishment and Purple Mansion stage cultivators could only sit and meditate to refine the spiritual energy contained in the food. Meanwhile, the Golden Core stage cultivators were able to refine their spiritual energy while chatting and laughing about various anecdotes from the cultivation world and exchanging experiences and insights on cultivation. As evening approached, Zhou Chun took out the newly prepared spiritual tea and brewed a small pot for each of the Golden Core stage cultivators. This tea was acquired during one of my travels. It currently has no name, so today I invite you all to enjoy it and discuss the Dao, thus giving it its proper name, Zhou Chun said, raising a cup of scalding hot tea to the Golden Core cultivators. Fellow Daoists, please, fellow Daoist Zhou, please, the Golden Core cultivators, filled with curiosity, returned Zhou Chun's greeting, then followed his example, drinking the tea and tea leaves together. The scalding hot tea was nothing to Golden Core cultivators. At the Golden Core stage, they could easily swallow not only scalding tea but also boiling oil. As the tea entered their stomachs, a cool sensation rushed to their heads, and the Golden Core cultivators quickly realized the tea's wonderful effect. Excellent tea. Truly excellent tea. It even has a slight effect on enhancing the spiritual sense of us Golden Core cultivators. The first to speak up was none other than Li Jingxuan from the Li family of pills. While nodding and praising the effects of the spiritual tea, he also looked intently at Zhou Chun and said, "This kind of spiritual tea is truly rare. I wonder if fellow Daoist Zhou has any extra spiritual tea that you would like to sell." Hearing this, the other Golden Core cultivators also came to their senses and hurriedly followed suit, asking to buy this kind of spiritual tea. The benefits of strong spiritual sense are well known to every cultivator. Especially after reaching the Golden Core stage, most pills and spiritual items that enhance spiritual sense have little effect on them. Spiritual items that can enhance the spiritual sense of Golden Core cultivators are all rare and precious, and are not easily found. Now, The spiritual tea that Zhou Chun has brought out can actually enhance the spiritual sense of golden core cultivators. How could such a treasure not tempt the other golden core cultivators? Zhou Chun had anticipated this question, and immediately shook his head and chuckled. Fellow Taoist Li is too kind. Such spiritual tea is extremely rare. I am already fortunate to have obtained even a few ounces. It's not enough for myself and my family and friends, so how could I possibly have any left over to sell? He then added, half-jokingly, if it weren't for the presence of all of you today, I truly wouldn't have been willing to offer the spiritual tea to my guests. Hearing this, the other golden core cultivators sighed and lamented the pity. However, no one doubted Zhou Chun's sincerity. After all, as golden core cultivators, they all knew very well that this kind of spiritual tea, which was beneficial even to golden core cultivators, was extremely rare, and mostly produced from single tea trees. Therefore, with 2 golden core cultivators and many purple mansion cultivators in the Zhou family, even if Zhou Chun could monopolize that tea tree, he certainly couldn't produce much spiritual tea. Just as Zhou Chun said, such spiritual tea would only be shared on an important occasion like the golden core ceremony. Zhou Chun first offered the flesh of a 4th-tier fish demon, and now he offered spiritual tea capable of enhancing the spiritual consciousness of golden core cultivators. This treatment made all the golden core cultivators present feel that their trip was worthwhile. Regardless of the deeper meaning behind Zhou Chun's offerings, these items alone undoubtedly brought him and the Zhou family considerable prestige. No other golden core cultivator could offer such spiritual items to others at their own golden core ceremony. As the saying goes, he who eats another's food is bound to him, and the golden core cultivators showered Zhou Chun and the Zhou family with praise. During the conversation, everyone followed Zhou Chun's suggestion and named the spiritual tea. Ultimately, the name Azure Wave Cleansing Heart Tea, chosen by the Su family patriarch, received the highest score and was unanimously approved by all the cultivators. After the tea tasting and discussion, many of the golden core cultivators took their leave, with only a few close to Zhou Chun remaining at the ceremony. On the second day of the ceremony, Zhou Chun, the newly promoted golden core cultivator, began explaining the path of cultivation to the congratulatory cultivators, using simple language to address common problems encountered by lower and middle-level cultivators in their daily practice. While he, with his golden core cultivation, couldn't claim his explanations were absolute truths or absolutely correct, he could certainly help those facing similar questions resolve their doubts. It was as if he, a dignified golden core cultivator, was instructing these lower and middle-level cultivators. Such an opportunity was undoubtedly rare. Therefore, those who had come to Huanglong Peak to participate in the ceremony listened attentively, none missing the chance. To demonstrate his magnanimity, Zhou Chun also allowed some cultivators to ask questions about their cultivation, providing answers as well. Because there were also golden core cultivators present, such as Lin Hongyu and the Su family patriarch, Zhou Chun could ask them questions via telepathy even if he couldn't answer them. In this way, no matter what questions the cultivators asked, Zhou Chun could usually provide surprisingly good answers. During this time, various spirit wines and delicacies were served up by Zhou family cultivators every so often, many of them different. This treatment made those cultivators participating in such a celebration for the first time so happy they didn't want to leave. After all, even cultivators from golden core families or major sects, unless they were the sons or daughters of a golden core cultivator, couldn't possibly receive guidance from a golden core cultivator every day, eat expensive spirit food, and drink high-quality spirit wine. Who wouldn't be overwhelmed by such good fortune? But the good times obviously wouldn't last forever. After only 3 days, Zhou Chun stopped lecturing and answering questions. Then, one by one, the Zhou family disciples entered the arena and began to compete and demonstrate their skills. This was to showcase the strength of the Zhou family's younger generation of cultivators, letting the outside world know that the Zhou family wasn't just supported by Zhou Chun and Lin Hongyu, 2 golden core cultivators, there were also many outstanding individuals among their descendants. Such a well-ordered lineage, with talents emerging from both the past and present, truly demonstrated the profound heritage of a golden core family. Currently, the newly born cultivators of the Zhou family have reached the ZHI generation, with the oldest ZHI generation cultivators already in their early 20s. However, most ZHI generation cultivators are still under 10 years old. Therefore, the cultivators participating in the competition are mostly from the Yuan and Si generations. Zhang, Xin, Si, and Yuan are the 4 generations from Zhou Chun downwards. Among them, the Xin generation, except for a very few youngest key refining cultivators still alive, has all passed away if they haven't reached the foundation establishment stage. Therefore, the main force among the Zhou family's key refining cultivators now consists of the Xi and Yuan generations. Zhou Chun still has some impression of the Xi generation cultivators and can name some of the more outstanding ones. By the time they reached the Yuan generation, aside from a few juniors like Zhou Yuanitan and Zhou Yuanlian, who possessed superior spiritual root aptitude, he was largely unfamiliar with them. This was because when they began working for the family, he had already traveled far away to the great Zhou kingdom to pursue alchemy, and was not with the family at all. Later, when he returned, war broke out, and he himself had to focus on secluded cultivation, leaving him little time to interact with his juniors. Now, taking advantage of the Golden Core ceremony, Zhou Chun was giving these younger generations a chance to observe them more closely. Undoubtedly, those chosen by Zhou Zenai and others to showcase their abilities at the Golden Core ceremony were elites among their peers. After observing them, Zhou Chun discovered a few promising talents who might be worth cultivating. They either impressed him with their methods during the combat competitions, or possessed exceptional spiritual root attributes. Of course, Zhou Chun wouldn't arbitrarily decide who to cultivate based solely on 1 or 2 combat competitions. In his eyes, superior combat skills were less beneficial to the family than exceptional talent in certain cultivation techniques. The Zhou family didn't lack skilled fighters, rather, it was technical talent that was harder to find. Most were mediocre or average, with few truly exceptional individuals. Zhou Chun had an idea: organize several skill-based competitions to discover hidden talents. If the Zhou family couldn't find such talent, he would have to look outside the family. With the Zhou family's return to the ranks of Golden Core cultivators, and now a powerful family with 2 Golden Core cultivators, its attractiveness to talent would significantly increase. There was no need to worry about outsiders using the Zhou family's resources to cultivate and then defect. Therefore, whether through marriage alliances or by supporting and cultivating cultivators, they could begin to absorb truly talented individuals from independent cultivators and smaller families to serve the Zhou family. Time passed slowly, and 4 days of the Golden Core ceremony had quickly gone by. On the 5th day, the Zhou family displayed some of their family's special spiritual items at the ceremony, open to purchase by those interested. These items were rare finds in the Zhou family's market shops, and the prices were slightly discounted, naturally attracting many cultivators to snap them up. This was a way of giving back to the cultivators who had traveled great distances to the Zhou family to offer gifts and congratulations. On the afternoon of the 5th day, after the transactions concluded, Zhou Chun suddenly stood up, cupped his hands towards the numerous cultivators below, and said, "Thank you all for your congratulations and support. This Golden Core ceremony is now concluded. I wish you all a bright future and a smooth path in your cultivation. May we meet again someday." He directly announced the end of the Golden Core ceremony. Hearing this, although many cultivators were reluctant to leave so soon, they knew that once a Golden Core cultivator had spoken, there was no possibility of reversal. Therefore, after offering their blessings once more, everyone began to leave. Wei Yuang, Su Yanyang, Zhu Wuye, and other Golden Core cultivators also rose to bid farewell to Zhou Chun. Wei Yuang, with a smile, clasped his hands in a fist and bowed to Zhou Chun, saying, "Thank you for your hospitality these past few days, fellow Taoist Zhou. I will take my leave now. If fellow Taoist Zhou has time in the future, you are welcome to visit my cave. I will be waiting for your arrival at any time." Certainly, fellow Taoist Wei, please take care," Zhou Chun replied with a smile, personally seeing him off to the mountain gate. He then personally saw Su Yanyang, Zhu Wuye, and the others off to the mountain gate as well. Finally, only the Su family patriarch, a Golden Core cultivator who had come to offer congratulations, remained, showing no sign of leaving. Seeing this, Zhou Chun guessed that the Su family patriarch probably had something to say. So he took the initiative and said with a smile, "Ancestor, it's rare for you to visit the Zhou family. If you're not in a hurry, why not stay a few more days? I'd also like to ask you some questions about things to be careful about after forming your core." Sure enough, with him offering such a convenient excuse, the Su family patriarch immediately nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Zheng Chun, you've just successfully formed your core, so there are indeed some things you need to pay attention to. Then I'll stay a couple more days. Seeing this, Zhou Chun entrusted the aftermath to Zhou Daoyi and took the Su family patriarch and Su Yuzhen to his own cave dwelling. This was the first time the Su family patriarch had come to Zhou Chun's cave dwelling in Tuyun Ridge. As soon as he entered the valley where his cave dwelling was located, the Su family patriarch saw the very conspicuous purple mulberry tree. His eyes gleamed as he stared intently at the purple mulberry tree for a moment, then suddenly clapped his hands in praise. What a fine purple mulberry tree! This tree looks quite extraordinary, seemingly unlike ordinary third-tier spiritual wood. Could there be some hidden secret? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately praised, "Ancestor, you have excellent eyesight. This tree was cultivated from a section of tree root that I obtained from the great Zhou kingdom years ago. It is said that the root was a remnant of a fifth-tier spiritual wood, the 10,000-year-old purple mulberry tree. If he had not yet successfully formed his core, the true origin of this purple mulberry tree might have caused some trouble if it were revealed. However, now that the Zhou family possessed 2 golden core cultivators, there was no need to hide anything." Hearing his answer, the Su family patriarch nodded with a look of realization. So it's a spiritual wood regenerated from a remnant of a 5th-tier spiritual wood. No wonder I found this tree's aura to be far beyond that of ordinary 3rd-tier spiritual wood. He then praised Zhou Chun's luck and didn't mention the matter again. After Zhou Chun entered the cave and sat down, the Su family patriarch, while drinking the Zhou family's specialty honey tea offered by Zhou Chun, explained some important matters that newly promoted core formation cultivators should pay attention to. In fact, given the Zhou family's resources, it wasn't that there weren't predecessors who had left behind relevant texts. However, the Zhou family had experienced a break in its cultivation of core formation cultivators. An experience from hundreds of years ago might not be applicable now. As for Lin Hongyu, although she had formed her core formation nearly 100 years earlier than Zhou Chun, she hadn't received any guidance from senior cultivators after achieving core formation, and had spent most of her time in seclusion cultivating. Therefore, her knowledge in this area wasn't as comprehensive as the Su family patriarchs. Thus, Zhou Chun still gained a lot from the Su family patriarch's teachings. After explaining the important matters for core formation cultivators, the Su family patriarch, seeing Zhou Chun repeatedly thanking him, first dismissed Su Yuzhen. Then, he explained to Zhou Chun why he had stayed. "Zheng Chun, you are a smart man. You should have figured it out long ago. There is another reason why I am staying here. So I won't keep you in suspense any longer. To tell you the truth, I am staying here today because of the matter of Yuzhen's core formation. I would like to ask you for a favor." The Su family patriarch said this, looking directly at Zhou Chun, waiting for his reply. Seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly replied, "Ancestor, please speak freely." Reassured by this answer, the Su family patriarch felt more confident and said softly, "This matter isn't too difficult for you. I have a dual cultivation technique that can help someone form their core, but one of them must be a golden core cultivator and willing to sacrifice a portion of their own vital energy for the other." He then hurriedly added, "Of course, don't worry, this sacrificed vital energy isn't irreparable. As long as you're willing to use this technique to help Yuzhen form her core, my Su family will definitely provide you with spiritual items to replenish your vital energy and help you recover. I guarantee you'll be fully recovered within 10 years. This request coincided with what Zhou Chun had initially intended to say but hadn't. Of course, Zhou Chun at that time only wanted to transfer a portion of his vital energy to slightly increase Su Yuzhen's chances of forming her core. The actual loss and effect were certainly not as great as the Su family patriarch's dual cultivation technique. Therefore, upon hearing the words of the Su family patriarch, Zhou Chun immediately replied without hesitation, "Since this concerns the crucial matter of Yuzhen's core formation, and it's not something that can't be remedied, this junior naturally has an inescapable responsibility." Hearing his resolute words, the Su family patriarch's expression shifted slightly, a complex mix of emotions welling up within him. He stared at Zhou Chun blankly for a moment before excitedly praising him repeatedly. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Zhou Chun, you truly are a person of great loyalty and righteousness. Yuzhen didn't misjudge you, it was I who misjudged you." After speaking, he personally apologized for his coercive behavior towards Zhou Chun, bowing deeply to him. "No, no, ancestor, you absolutely mustn't do this." Zhou Chun hurriedly helped the Su family patriarch up, then looked at him solemnly and said, "The past is the past, and I have long forgotten what happened back then. There's no need for us to bring it up again. Ancestor, you are still a respected elder. His meaning was clear. The rights and wrongs of the past need not be discussed anymore. Let's just let it go. Hearing this, the Zhou family patriarch's expression changed, and then he sighed deeply. Zhou Chun, I am truly ashamed that you think this way. In terms of magnanimity, I am no match for you. This open admission that he was less magnanimous than a junior showed how unsettled he was. Zhou Chun, upon hearing this, also felt somewhat ashamed. While he had indeed become less vengeful about the past, he was not completely indifferent either. The main reason he was willing to let it go was that he knew holding on to the matter would not benefit either family. Furthermore, he might need the Zhou family patriarch's help to deal with the traitor Yu Jinghe in the future. Being magnanimous now and forgiving would make it easier to succeed when he asked for favors later. In short, this time, both sides had their own calculations, leading to a genuine reconciliation. Next, the Zhou family patriarch passed on the dual cultivation secret technique to Zhou Chun, instructing him to study and research it carefully. He also mentioned the approximate time it would take for Su Yuzhen to form her core. According to him, Su Yuzhen should attempt to condense a virtual core in seclusion in about 2 years. Once Su Yuzhen had nearly completed this step, Zhou Chun could use the dual cultivation secret technique to infuse her with his own vital energy, allowing her to use the power of this vital energy and other spiritual objects to complete the transition from virtual to real core. All told, Zhou Chun should have 6 or 7 years to prepare, which would be more than enough. Having achieved his purpose in staying, the Zhou family patriarch did not linger and departed from Tuyun Ridge with Zhou Chun and his wife seeing him off. After the Zhou family patriarch left, all the guests at Tuyun Ridge had dispersed, and the Zhou family temporarily closed their mountain gates to receive no more guests, beginning to tidy up the interior. Zhou Chun was also preparing to inventory the gifts received at the Golden Core ceremony. Unexpectedly, just as he had the gift list and gifts delivered and was about to take inventory, he suddenly sensed an incomparably powerful aura appear outside his cave. Boom! Before Zhou Chun could release his divine sense to investigate, the protective barriers outside his cave were blasted open by a powerful force. Then, a powerful divine sense that made his scalp tingle locked onto him. A late-stage golden core cultivator. Zhou Chun instantly sensed the terrifying strength of the newcomer. At this moment, he had no time to think about how the other party had infiltrated the Zhou family. Knowing how powerful a cultivator of this level was, he immediately spat out the Moon-Toad Pearl, spiritual treasure, casting the Taeyin protective immortal robe protective spell on himself. Just as he finished doing this, an incomparably sharp black blade of light pierced through the many doors and restrictions within his cave, striking him directly. Boom! A deafening roar rang out, and Zhou Chun's figure was blasted away by the black blade of light, crashing into the wall and creating a large crater. The silver-white immortal robe on his body dimmed instantly, becoming much more ethereal. Clearly, although this attack hadn't truly injured him, it had already consumed a significant amount of the Taeyin protective immortal robe's power. A surprise exclamation suddenly entered Zhou Chun's mind, uttered by the attacker. This person seemed surprised that this long-planned attack hadn't even managed to injure this junior who had just successfully formed his core. But his second attack followed without hesitation. A black ball of light suddenly flew to Zhou Chun's side and then exploded, transforming into a black sea of lightning that engulfed him. Under the bombardment of the black lightning, Zhou Chun's silver-white immortal robes trembled violently and visibly dissipated. Just as the silver-white immortal robes were about to give way, a blazing flame suddenly burst forth from in front of Zhou Chun, dispersing much of the lightning. He seized the opportunity to quickly escape the sea of lightning. After escaping the sea of lightning, Zhou Chun's first action was not to search for the enemy, but to quickly pat his storage pouch at his waist and take out a large, earthen yellow flag. That was the main formation flag of the 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon formation, which he had kept safe as long as he remained within the Tuyunling Mountain Gate after his successful core formation. At this critical moment of life and death, Zhou Chun didn't have time to perform hand seals or spells. He directly spat out a mouthful of his golden core's vital energy onto the array flag, forcibly activating it to draw upon the power of the Grand Array. A dense yellow glow erupted from the array flag, completely protecting Zhou Chun. Fortunately, he was inside the Grand Array, allowing him to easily mobilize its power. Just as the yellow glow shielded him, the previous black blade of light slashed at him again. This time, he clearly saw the object's true form, a black short halberd magic weapon. This weapon landed within the yellow glow, its powerful force instantly tearing and shredding most of the glow, almost breaking through the protective barrier. But since it failed to break through the barrier in one go, it gave Zhou Chun another chance. Zhou Chun swiftly performed hand seals, using the accompanying incantations to control the array flag, drawing even more array power to descend upon him. The dense yellow glow completely engulfed him. Who dares to act so presumptuously in the Zhou family? Finally, Lin Honggai reacted and roared as she joined the battle. She also possessed a sub-array flag of the Nine Palaces Yellow Dragon formation, capable of manipulating its power. While forming a protective barrier around herself, she unleashed her natal magic weapon, the Flame Dragon Ring, towards the enemy attacking Zhou Chun. HMPH, I haven't even gone to seek trouble with you, you traitor, yet you've come rushing to your death. A cold snort rang out, and Lin Honggai's Flame Dragon Ring magic weapon was blasted away by a jet black water dragon. But more shocking, and even terrifying than the magic weapon being easily blasted away, was the word spoken earlier. She looked at the speaker and saw a round-faced old man in a black dragon pattern robe, vaguely familiar. It's you. Black Dragon Hall Master D Long. Lin Honggai finally remembered the round-faced old man's identity and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Black Dragon Hall Master D Long, a late-stage golden core cultivator and a master of formations. In the current dragon transformation sect, D Long is arguably the person with the highest cultivation and status below the nascent soul stage. Who would have thought that someone of his status would conceal his cultivation and identity to infiltrate Tu Yun Ridge to assassinate Zhou Chun? But upon closer reflection, his status as a master of formations doesn't seem so surprising. The Zhou family's Nine Palaces Yellow Dragon formation is a forbidden formation. If someone else were to assassinate Zhou Chun, even if they succeeded by chance, they might not be able to break out of the formation in time. They might even end up dying alongside Zhou Chun. But D Long is different. With his status as a master of formations and his late-stage golden core cultivation, whether the assassination succeeds or not, leaving Tu Yun Ridge wouldn't be too difficult. What merit do I, Zhou, possess to track the assassination attempt of a senior like Hall Master D? Hall Master, you overestimate me. Zhou Chun's cold voice suddenly rang out from within Tu Yun Ridge, surprisingly devoid of anger, displaying remarkable composure. HMPH, Junior, you know perfectly well what taboo things you've done. Now that I've made my move, I have no reason to leave empty-handed. Prepare to die, D Long uttered a low shout, immediately forming hand seals to unleash the signature secret technique of the Dragon Transformation Sect, the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique, transforming into a Black Dragon Man. He was a true high-ranking member of the Dragon Transformation Sect, and the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique had already reached the 4th level of mastery. Although he still appeared as a Dragon Man, the power boost he actually received far surpassed that of Lin Honggai and Zhou Chun. It should be noted that although Lin Honggai also knew the 4th level of the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique, because she lacked the spiritual blood of a 4th-tier Crimson Fire Flood Dragon Trader cultivation after successfully forming her core, the effect of her 4th level of the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique was only slightly stronger than the 3rd level. Zhou Chun was in a similar situation, perhaps even worse. After all, she had at least been able to use the blood of a 4th-tier Crimson Fire Flood Dragon Trader cultivation, while Zhou Chun had only ever been able to use the blood of a 3rd-tier Thunder Flood Dragon. But just as Zhou Chun and Lin Honggai were feeling heavy-hearted, sensing that things were unlikely to end well, a mocking voice suddenly broke through the silence. I thought this trip would be another wasted one, but you fools from the Dragon Transformation Sect actually dared to venture deep into Jing Kingdom to retaliate against the Zhou family. 8,000 words added, making up for yesterday's word count. Chapter 502 Aftermath. The sudden, mocking voice caused an instant shift in the expressions of both sides fighting within Tu Yun Ridge. D Long, the previously confident Black Dragon Hall Master of the Hulong Sect, instantly turned pale with fear, his eyes filled with terror. Zhou Chun and Lin Honggai, who had been terrified, were overjoyed, like drowning people grasping at a straw. Although the mocking voice was unfamiliar to them, the information revealed in the words made it clear that the speaker was a senior nascent soul cultivator from Jing Kingdom. That meant he was definitely an ally. Therefore, Zhou Chun immediately manipulated the formation, creating an opening. This opening, seemingly for the nascent soul cultivators outside to enter, also allowed D Long to escape. Zhou Chun didn't want a nascent soul cultivator to fight within Tuyun Ridge. The aftershocks of such an attack would cause immense damage to the Zhou family's mountain gate. Although Di Long understood Zhou Chun's intention in releasing the Grand Formation at this moment, he had no choice but to obediently abandon his attack and head straight for the gap. Although he was a master of formations, before coming to assassinate Zhou Chun, he was confident he could break through the Nine Palaces Yellow Dragon Grand Formation and escape. However, that was based on the premise of no nascent soul cultivator interfering. Now, knowing that a nascent soul cultivator had arrived outside, if he dared to linger in Tuyun Ridge, he would be trapped like a turtle in a jar. However, just as he rushed out of the gap, a golden mirror light pierced through the air and shone upon him. Under the illumination of that golden mirror light, all the layers of protection he had set up were instantly shattered, and he let out a miserable scream. But relying on the powerful defensive capabilities brought by the 4th level of the Dragon Transformation secret technique, Di Long actually withstood the attack from a nascent soul cultivator and quickly transformed into a black streak of light, flying away into the distance. "Can you escape?" a faint voice echoed through the sky, and another beam of golden light shone towards the fleeing Di Long. Di Long in the air knew this was a desperate moment. So he quickly raised his hand, and a black dragon scale the size of a water vat met the golden light, instantly transforming into a ball of black divine light that clashed with the light, resulting in mutual destruction. This was clearly a life-saving technique given to him by a nascent soul cultivator from the Dragon Transformation Sect, ensuring he wouldn't be completely helpless against a nascent soul cultivator. Unfortunately, this one-time use technique could only protect him temporarily. A figure flashed in the sky, and a golden figure suddenly transformed into a golden beam of light, chasing after Di Long with incredible speed. During the pursuit, golden beams of light continued to sweep towards Di Long. Even though Di Long could block 2 or 3 beams with various methods, he couldn't hold out indefinitely. However, Zhou Chun didn't see Di Long's final fate. A late-stage golden core cultivator fleeing for his life was incredibly fast. 100 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Zhou Chun only learned afterward that Di Long ultimately couldn't escape the grasp of true person, Xinjing, and died in the pursuit of this nascent soul cultivator. Later, when Zhou Chun personally visited True Person Bai with the Moonwheel Sect, he learned that the Jing Kingdom had long anticipated that the Dragon Transformation Sect wouldn't stand idly by while Lin Hongyu and Zhou Chun continued their antics, and had therefore secretly arranged for people to lie in wait near the Zhou family's mountain gate. The Dragon Transformation Sect had probably anticipated this before, which was why they hadn't sent anyone to attack the Zhou family. But this time, with Zhou Chun holding the Golden Core ceremony so high profile, the Dragon Transformation Sect clearly couldn't stand it anymore and specially sent Di Long, the Black Dragon Hall Master, to infiltrate Tuyun Ridge in disguise to assassinate him. However, Di Long obviously hadn't expected that even though he deliberately waited until after the Golden Core ceremony to act and chose to assassinate from within, he would still fail. At the same time, he hadn't expected that the person Jingo had secretly sent to ambush him wasn't the late-stage Golden Core cultivator he'd anticipated, but rather the nascent soul cultivator, True Person Xinjing. A dignified nascent soul cultivator, patiently waiting outside Tuyun Ridge, secretly protecting a newly promoted Golden Core cultivator from a Golden Core family. Di Long couldn't understand why True Person Xinjing was doing this, even until his death. He naturally didn't know the torment in True Person Xinjing's heart. Ever since his nascent soul was captured by True Person King Xiao, he had been forced to accept the Forbidden God technique, having a third of his primordial spirit essence invested into the Forbidden God token. As a result, not only would he never have a chance to break through to the mid-stage nascent soul again, but his life was also in the hands of others, and he had lost his freedom. Now, on the surface, he was a high-ranking nascent soul cultivator, but in reality, he was nothing more than a high-level henchman controlled by the Moonwheel Sect and the Flame Sun Sect, daring not to disobey the orders given to him by the two sects' nascent soul cultivators. After seeing Di Long and Xinjing's Henren disappear quickly into the distance, Zhou Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He then hurriedly repaired the gaping hole in the formation while simultaneously using his divine sense to scan the entire mountain gate, lest any members of the Hulong sect remain lurking inside. Regardless of how Di Long had disguised himself and infiltrated, it showed that the Zhou family's security system needed improvement. Zhou Chun wouldn't blame the clansman who had let Di Long in, but he absolutely could not tolerate such a recurrence. After all, Allowing a powerful enemy to infiltrate the mountain gate was a disgrace for any power. Fortunately, Dilong's only purpose was to assassinate Zhou Chun and Lin Hongyu. Otherwise, with his late-stage golden core cultivation, if he had wreaked havoc within Tu Iron Ridge, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After thoroughly checking twice and confirming that there were no more lurking enemies, Zhou Chun withdrew his protective gear. However, he still strictly ordered all clansmen not to wander around and to remain in their designated places until the order was lifted. Zhangjin, are you alright? Were you injured just now? Zhou Ming had already arrived at Zhou Chun's side. But seeing that Zhou Chun hadn't lowered his guard and sensing Zhou Chun's undisguised immense divine sense searching within the mountain gate, he had suppressed his worry and remained silent. Now, seeing Zhou Chun lower his guard, he looked at Zhou Chun with a worried expression and asked. Zhou Chun's face was slightly pale, as if he had suffered a significant loss of vital energy. Hearing Zhou Ming's concerned voice, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly and say, "This junior is fine, just a slight loss of vital energy, that's good. Now you are the pillar of my Zhou family, you must protect yourself," Zhou Ming said, then frowned and suddenly asked, "Was that Senior Shinjing Zhenren just now?" Judging from his methods, it should be Senior Shinjing Zhenren. Zhou Chun nodded, confirming this. In fact, he had met Senior Shinjing Zhenren before. However, the Heavenly Mirror True Man he had met at the Heavenly Mirror Dharma Assembly was his original body. The current Heavenly Mirror True Man was clearly a possessed cultivator, and his appearance and voice were different from the original. However, for cultivators, appearance and voice are easy to change, but supernatural abilities are difficult to fake. That powerful golden mirror light, apart from the Heavenly Mirror True Man, no other nascent soul stage cultivator in Jing Kingdom could master such a technique. Then Zhou Ming said softly, "If it really is Senior Heavenly Mirror True Man, then he can be considered our Zhou family savior this time. Zheng Chun, you might be able to prepare a generous gift to thank him later." Hearing this, Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but glance at Zhou Ming. In a flash, he understood his meaning. He immediately nodded with a knowing look and said, "You are right, I will go to Heavenly Mirror Manor in a couple of days." He knew that Zhou Ming wanted him to take this opportunity to see if he could establish a relationship with a nascent soul stage true man, Heavenly Mirror True Man. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is worse than a distant relative. Even though the Zhou family is currently under the protection of the Moon Wheel Sect, their family's mountain gate is still closer to the Heavenly Mirror Manor. If a similar situation were to occur again, the Moonwheel Sect would be too far away to provide timely assistance. The Heavenly Mirror Manor, on the other hand, is practically next door and could come to their aid at any time. Therefore, establishing a relationship with a Heavenly Mirror Immortal would undoubtedly be of great benefit to the Zhou family. However, Zhou Chun had a vague feeling that things weren't so simple, and that the Heavenly Mirror Immortal might not be as reliable as Zhou Ming thought. But this was just his feeling, without any evidence. In the following time, seeing that the Heavenly Mirror Immortal, who had chased after Dilong, hadn't returned, Zhou Chun went out to clean up the battlefield. Earlier, Dilong had been hit by the Heavenly Mirror Immortal's attack outside Tu Yun Ridge, and one of his dragon scale shield magic treasures had been directly destroyed by the golden mirror light and fallen to the ground. Zhou Chun picked it up and found that the shield magic treasure had been shattered into several large pieces, and repairing it was impossible. He still carefully kept these items, intending to send them to Shinjing Manor later. After all, they were Shinjing Zhenren's spoils of war. Perhaps the other party didn't care about these small trinkets, but the Zhou family couldn't keep them for themselves. Not long after, Zhou Chun received a message via flying sword from Wen Qingyan, a golden core cultivator from Shinjing Manor, informing him that Dilong had been killed by Shinjing Zhenren. Upon learning of Dilong's death, both Zhou Chun and Lin Hongyu breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Chun then lifted the ban on the clan's cultivators, allowing them to return to normal life. He himself meditated and recuperated in his cave for 3 days before taking a 1,000-year-old precious herb to Shinjing Manor to pay his respects to Shinjing Zhenren and express his gratitude in person. Unexpectedly, Shinjing Zhenren had no intention of receiving him. After accepting the gift, he simply sent a message saying "I know," and that was it. Clearly, he didn't want any further interaction with him. Seeing this, Zhou Chun could no longer persist in his efforts to appease the cold shoulder. He immediately took his leave and went to the Moonwheel Sect to visit Master Baiyu, reporting the attack he had suffered within the family's mountain gate. It was from Master Bayu that he learned the Moonwheel sect had been secretly staking out the area, and he also received reassurance and assurances from the Master, who assured him that he no longer needed to worry about retaliation from the Dragon Transformation sect. With this assurance, Zhou Chun was completely at ease, and after expressing his gratitude profusely, he returned to his family. Upon returning, Zhou Chun summoned the Zhou family's senior members to discuss ways to improve the security measures at the mountain gate. Currently, the security checks at the Zhou family's mountain gate mainly relied on the cultivator's own divine sense, relevant documents and tokens, and some demonic beasts with keen senses of smell. However, since it was impossible to station Purple Mansion stage cultivators at the gate, divine sense detection was basically ineffective against Golden Core stage cultivators, and documents and tokens could be easily misused. The demonic beast sense of smell is primarily effective against acquaintances. If thousands of strangers suddenly flood in, like at a Golden Core ceremony, they won't be able to detect anything. Therefore, after some discussion, Zhou Chun decided to improve the family's security measures in two ways. First, they would set up an array that could detect the cultivation level of those entering and leaving. While this array wasn't very effective against those deliberately concealing their cultivation, it could sometimes be surprisingly useful. Second, they would focus on finding a demonic insect called the spirit sucker. This spirit sucker is a very peculiar insect. It loves to absorb spiritual energy, and the higher the quality of the spiritual energy, the stronger its reaction. If they could find and tame this spirit sucker, having every outsider and Zhou family cultivator entering and leaving the mountain gate send a burst of magical energy for it to absorb and detect, they could completely prevent high-level cultivators from disguising themselves as low-level cultivators to infiltrate the mountain gate. After all, cultivation level can be concealed through secret techniques, but the quality of magical energy is difficult to change. However, spirit absorbers are extremely rare. And whether or not the Zhou family can find them, and when they will find them, depends on their luck. After finalizing the two security methods, Zhou Chun stopped worrying about the matter. Setting up the array to detect the cultivation level of cultivators entering and exiting could be easily done by asking the array masters of the Yu family or by seeking help from the Moonwheel sect. Zhou Chun didn't need to worry about it personally. With the Zhou family officially regaining its status as a Golden Core clan, he no longer needed to handle many things personally. A handwritten letter as a token was enough for many cultivators to show respect. Having delegated the task to others, Zhou Chun first returned to his cave dwelling to repair it. Dilong's attack had caused immense damage to his cave dwelling, not only breaking all the array formations and restrictions, but also collapsing and shattering many of the stone chambers. At this point, Zhou Chun could only summon the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone to restore and repair the cave dwelling. This kind of work was a piece of cake for Shi Tao. He easily moved all the loose rocks and silt in the cave according to Zhou Chun's requirements and restored all the gaps to their original state. However, the array formations and restrictions inside the cave still needed to be rearranged by Zhou Chun. But this matter was not in a hurry, and Zhou Chun did not rush to do it. After a period of intimacy with his Taoist partner Su Yuzhen, he continued with the things he had not finished earlier and began to take stock of the gains from this Golden Core ceremony. This Golden Core ceremony had received a total of 137 gifts, including 38,000-year-old spiritual herbs, 6 kinds of magic weapon materials, 6 third-tier magic artifacts, 6 demon beast eggs, and various other spiritual herbs, pills, and spiritual materials. Among the 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, 2 of them happened to be essential materials for refining the ancient dust pill, which was an unexpected gain. Among the magic weapon materials, the 1,000-year-old mysterious iron, and the golden essence given by the Su family patriarch could be used to refine natal magic weapons. The remaining 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, magical treasures, and spiritual materials, as well as various pills, were of little use to Zhou Chun. At most, they would give him more leverage when exchanging for other needed spiritual items in the future. The same applied to the third-tier magical artifacts and demon beast eggs. Zhou Chun planned to put the demon beast eggs into the family treasury for his clansmen to exchange. As for the third-tier magical artifacts, he would keep them for now, and give them as rewards when a Zhou family cultivator successfully opened up their purple mansion. However, there was one exception among the third-tier magical artifacts, the third-tier high-grade flying magical artifact, the Thunderfire Flying Chariot, given to him by the weapon refining master Zhu Huai. This object resembled a bronze chariot, with a low carriage body and open sides. Inside the carriage was a crimson round umbrella, with wheels on both sides and two long shafts at the front. Although it was a flying magical artifact, its flight speed was actually not fast. To fully utilize its flight speed, it needed a thunder attribute or fire attribute demon beast to pull the chariot. If a third-tier lightning attribute demonic beast were to pull the chariot, the thunder fire flying chariot would resonate and amplify with the beast, significantly increasing its flight speed. Clearly, this thunder fire flying chariot was a magical artifact specially tailor-made for Zhou Chun by Zhou. Moreover, he was extremely thoughtful. Even if Zhou Chun didn't use it, it could be given to Zhou Ming, who possessed the fire god Jackal, preventing it from gathering dust in a storage bag like other third-tier magical artifacts gifted by cultivators. Zhou is quite ingenious. He's a very clever person. Zhou Chun couldn't help but admire Zhou's ingenuity after examining the thunder fire flying chariot. Perhaps due to lack of talent and resources, he hadn't yet broken through to the Grandmaster level of weapon crafting. However, his weapon crafting skills and some ingenious designs were indeed quite unique, befitting his status as a master weapon crafter. In short, Zhou Chun was very satisfied with the thunder fire flying chariot, and planned to use it to appear at important occasions in the future, showcasing his distinguished status. The cultivation world is also very realistic. Blindly hiding one's abilities is not advisable, as it easily leads to being overlooked. If Zhou Chun were a rogue cultivator, this might have been feasible. However, he was not a rogue cultivator, but a pillar of a golden core family. Therefore, on certain occasions, he was destined not to downplay his existence like some rogue cultivators, refusing to compete for a fame or fortune. After playing with the thunderfire flying chariot for a while, Zhou Chun put away the various gifts and pondered the situation of the Golden Core ceremony. Overall, the Golden Core ceremony was naturally very successful. Both the number of invited Golden Core cultivators and the number of uninvited cultivators were significantly higher than at typical Golden Core ceremonies. However, it was not without its flaws. The biggest flaw, of course, was that the Qinglian Temple, which nominally ruled Lingzhou and Lanzhou, did not send anyone to attend. The Qinglian Temple didn't even send a token congratulations this time. It seems that Abbot Yang harbors deep resentment towards my Zhou family. Zhou Chun's eyes flickered, and his mood became somewhat heavy. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Even without an ascent soul cultivator, the Qinglian Temple's strength is far beyond what the Zhou family can challenge. Currently, because of Qingchen Taoist's seclusion to form his nascent soul, the Qinglian Temple has chosen to close its mountain for self-preservation, allowing the Zhou family to remain unscathed. Once the Qinglian Temple's seclusion ends, they will likely try every means to suppress the Zhou family. A Golden Core cultivator typically takes 20 or 30 years to form their nascent soul. It's been less than 10 years since Qingchen Taoist completed his seclusion, leaving my Zhou family with about 10 or 20 years. 10 or 20 years isn't a long time, but it's enough to accomplish a lot. Zhou Chun pondered silently, quickly forming some ideas and decisions. In the following months, the Dragonfish Banquet at Zhou Chun's Golden Core ceremony, and the subsequent attack on the Zhou family by late-stage Golden Core cultivators from the Dragon Transformation Sect, became hot topics of discussion among cultivators in Jing Kingdom and even neighboring countries. Zhou Chun's survival, even unharmed, under the attack of late-stage Golden Core cultivators, astonished many Golden Core cultivators, making them completely believe that he had killed a fourth-tier fish demon so soon after achieving Golden Core formation. Therefore, when discussing Zhou Chun, few dared to treat him as a newly formed Golden Core cultivator anymore. They all treated him as a seasoned early-stage Golden Core cultivator. After the Golden Core ceremony, the Zhou family's status as a Golden Core aristocratic family was fully recognized and consolidated, and the Zhou family cultivators standing in the Jing Kingdom's cultivation world rose accordingly. From then on, even when traveling to other states in Jing Kingdom, they could command respect from many small and medium-sized forces. The Zhou family's various businesses also became increasingly prosperous. At the same time, the Zhou family's higher-ranking members also reaped considerable benefits. After confirming that the threat from the Dragon Transformation Sect had been eliminated, Zhou Ming drank a jar of purifying essence water given to him by Zhou Chun to purify the poison and turbidity in his body. Then, he took the Holy Spirit Blood Pill and other core formation spiritual items into his cave to cultivate in seclusion for core formation. Zhou Daoyi also received some pills from Zhou Chun and began to work hard to break through to the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Previously, Zhou Chun had used the demon slaying token to exchange for 3 core formation spiritual items, all of which were prepared for Zhou Daoyi. As long as Zhou Daoyi broke through to the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm, he would have a chance to attempt core formation. Moreover, more than 10 years had passed, and Zhou Chun had also received the first, mysterious heart purple returning pill he had exchanged. This pill was directly given to Zhou Xinlin, who also couldn't wait to go into seclusion after receiving the pill. Zhou Chun himself was not idle either. He first selected most of the unknown lotus seeds he had obtained from the secret island and planted them in a pond on Tuyun Ridge. He gave the rest to his Taoist partner, Su Yazin, to take back to the Su family to plant. Then, under the pretext of recuperating from his injuries in seclusion, he secretly left Tuyun Ridge with a golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone and headed for the desolate spirit desert. Now that he had successfully formed his core, it was time to collect the Earth Mother Profound Gold from the deep abyss canyon in the desolate spirit desert. Chapter 503: A Triumphant Return. The Desolate Spirit Desert. Upon re-entering the desolate spirit desert with his golden core cultivation, Zhou Chun's discomfort only intensified. The spiritual energy here was far too thin. The higher a cultivator's cultivation level, the more uncomfortable they would feel. This was because the higher a cultivator's cultivation, the greater their dependence on the spiritual energy environment. Shallow waters cannot nurture dragons. This was the principle at play. Fortunately, Zhou Chun didn't need to stay here permanently. After determining his direction, he flew directly towards the abyssal canyon containing the Earth Mother Profound Gold, or with his current cultivation level, he arrived at the outside of the abyssal canyon in less than half a day. Stone, it's up to you. Do a good job and find all the Earth Mother Profound Gold, or underground. When the ancient dust pill is refined, I'll let you be the first to taste it. Above the canyon, Zhou Chun released the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone and immediately gave it a pep talk, urging it to work hard at mining. Although these spirit pets obeyed his commands perfectly, sometimes appropriate rewards and promises could boost their enthusiasm for work. A prime example was the wood sprite. Currently, the wood sprite was dormant and evolving within the purple mulberry tree in Zhou Chun's cave. When it awoke, it would undoubtedly be a high-grade third-tier demon beast. When it first followed Zhou Chun, it was only a high-grade second-tier demon beast. In just 100 years, its cultivation had risen 3 levels, and its loyalty to Zhou Chun was now almost equal to that of a spirit pet like the golden-winged tiger, which had been raised from a young age. Even if Zhou Chun were to set it free now, it might not be willing. Sure enough, Stone, having received Zhou Chun's promise, was instantly filled with energy. Having already advanced to a mid-grade third-tier demon beast, its strength had increased further, and it immediately went underground to search for Earth Mother Profound Gold, or after half a day, Stone had brought Zhou Chun over a dozen pieces of Earth Mother Profound Gold, or of various sizes. After bringing up all the Earth Mother Profound Gold, or he could manage within his strength, Stone used Earth. Earth is a type of magic that allows one to escape, to take Zhou Chun to the treasure-filled places that were inaccessible to him. Compared to Zhou Chun's current golden core stage cultivation, his strength as a mid-grade third-tier demon beast was indeed much weaker. Those dangerous places he couldn't enter, Zhou Chun easily entered after using the Moon-Toad Pearl to cast the Taeyin Protective Immortal Robe and brought out the Earth Mother Profound Gold, or in addition to the Earth Mother Profound Gold, or Zhou Chun also discovered some extremely high-quality refined gold ore, which he also mined and took away. It should be known that the magical treasure material, gold essence, is refined from refined gold. If Zhou Chun's natal magical treasure, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, is successfully refined, he can refine a large amount of gold essence to enhance its power. Therefore, he would never have too much gold essence, a magical treasure material. Realistically speaking, Lin Hongyu has no hope of reaching the nascent soul stage in the future. However, she is a fire attribute cultivator, and her refined alchemical fire is best suited for refining magical materials like gold and iron essence. Once Zhou Chun collects enough refined gold ore, he can ask her to help him refine gold essence during her spare time. Even if Zhou Ming successfully forms his core in the future, he can do the same. After spending nearly 7 days in the desolate spirit desert, Zhou Chun finally collected all the Earth Mother Profound Gold, and high-quality refined gold ore he could find from the Golden Armor Mountain-bearing Turtlestone, and then return to Tuyun Ridge satisfied. The amount of Earth Mother Profound Gold ore collected this time was extremely large. The amount of Earth Mother Profound Gold obtained after smelting was more than enough for Zhou Chun to refine his natal magical treasure, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, and there would even be a considerable amount left over. He could then use this to exchange for top-tier spiritual gold such as Gen Gold and Xian'ai Profound Gold to enhance the power of his natal magical treasure. However, refining Earth Mother Profound Gold requires a golden core stage cultivation level, and it also involves some aspects of weapon crafting. Therefore, Zhou Chun began to dedicate some time to practicing weapon crafting. He also needed to improve his weapon crafting skills to at least the level required to craft second-tier magic weapons when he crafted his natal magic weapon, making this a dual-purpose skill. Practicing weapon crafting with a golden core stage cultivation level, coupled with readily available materials, allowed Zhou Chun to progress very rapidly. In just 2 years, he was already able to craft mid-grade second-tier magic weapons. At this point, refining Earth Mother Profound Gold was no longer difficult for him, and he immediately began refining this top-tier spiritual gold. Meanwhile, after more than 2 years of seclusion, Zhou Xinlin also successfully opened his Purple Mansion, breaking through to the Purple Mansion stage. Father and son both reaching the Purple Mansion stage was a remarkable story in the Zhou family and Jing Kingdom, attracting the envy of many clansmen. Zhou Chun, naturally, wouldn't be stingy with this relatively close junior. After Zhou Xinlin emerged from seclusion, he summoned him and bestowed upon him the Mysterious Gang Pearl, a high-grade third-tier defensive magic artifact he had used before. Furthermore, after Zhou Xinlin's cultivation broke through to the Purple Mansion stage, his alchemy skills also improved accordingly, reaching the level of the former Zhou family's Grand Elder, Zhou Mingxian. This could be considered compensation for the loss caused by Zhou Xingin's failure to open his Purple Mansion, Yunzhao, Thousand Snake Ridge. Thousand Snake Ridge is located on the border of Yunzhao, formerly the boundary between the wilderness and the Jing Kingdom. After the Jing Kingdom's victory in its southern campaign against the Dragon Transformation Sect, expanding its territory by 1,000 miles, this area was finally incorporated into the Jing Kingdom. However, because Thousand Snake Ridge is teeming with venomous snakes, and the area below the ridge is riddled with snake dens, few families or forces dare to establish branch strongholds here. Therefore, it has become an adventure ground for some rogue cultivators. After all, snake demons are treasures from head to toe, whether it's snake scales, snake eyes, snake gall, snake blood, or snake eggs, they are all very marketable items. Such a gathering place of demonic beasts naturally attracted the presence of Zhou family cultivators. On this day, Zhou Xinyan and Zhou Xinjun, both foundation establishment cultivators from the Zhou family, personally led a team of 20 to 30 people into Thousand Serpent Ridge. They had come for a snake nest, where 2 second-tier fire scale pythons and a large patch of fire serpent grass had been discovered. Zhou Xinyan had contracted 2 demonic beasts. One was the mid-level demonic beast Blue Feather Fire Kite, a gift from his family, and the other was Crimson Flame Dragon Python. The Blue Feather Fire Kite, having hatched when he was in the key refining stage and possessing a good foundation, had already been cultivated into a mid-tier second-tier demonic beast. However, the Crimson Flame Dragon Python was a spirit pet hatched after he successfully established his foundation establishment, and being a low-level demonic beast, it remained at the high-tier first-tier level. Given Zhou Xinyan's potential and cultivation, he couldn't tolerate his Crimson Flame Dragon Python remaining at the first tier, and had been planning to help it break through and advance for years. The 2 second-tier fire scale pythons discovered this time were the breakthrough opportunity he had identified for his spirit pets. Once a fire scale python reaches the second tier, a trace of fire dragon bloodline awakens within it. If its gallbladder could be mixed with a 300-year-old dragon transformation grass and fed to the Crimson Flame Dragon Python, there was a 60–70% chance it would evolve and break through to the second tier. However, these 2 second-tier fire-scale pythons were formidable, and being the kings of a fire-scale python clan, Zhou Xinyan, though only one step away from the late foundation establishment stage, wasn't confident he could defeat them alone. Therefore, after some deliberation, he reported his needs to his family, requesting their assistance. After consulting with Zhou Chun, Zhou Chun arranged this 1,000-snake ridge training operation, assigning Zhou Chun to lead a group of young Zhou family cultivators to assist Zhou Chun in eradicating the snake den. Most of the 1,000 serpents are highly venomous. Although we are well prepared and have our niece Xiaolian to help with the antidote, you must not be careless and lest you fall into their traps. Remember, when you go out to train alone in the future, no one will be there to help you with your antidotes. Upon entering the 1,000 serpents, Zhou Chun solemnly instructed his entourage. This mission was primarily to help him, so he absolutely could not allow anyone to get hurt. Otherwise, aside from his conscience, he would have to pay for the compensation himself. Although he possessed a superior spiritual root and received considerable preferential treatment within the family, unlike Zhou Zhengyang and others who had the support of blood relatives, he would have to rely entirely on his own efforts after successfully establishing his foundation. At least regarding the spiritual objects that aided in opening his purple mansion, the family could no longer provide them for free like the foundation establishment pill. He would have to exchange them for his own merits. Fortunately, these Zhou family cultivators were all educated in academies from a young age, and their obedience was excellent. Zhou Chun's cultivation level and status also kept them in check, so they were all very obedient and no one dared to act recklessly. Thus, on the way to the fire-scale python's nest, Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun would specifically seek out some first-tier demonic snakes for these younger generation cultivators to practice on, letting them get used to the life-or-death struggle with demonic snakes. However, after observing for a while, Zhou Chun frowned and couldn't help but transmit his voice to Zhou Chun, saying, "Although our family is famous for its beast-taming techniques, how can these juniors hone their fighting spirit by simply using contracted demonic beasts to fight these demonic snakes? Shouldn't we let them face demonic beasts directly?" He had personally participated in the previous war against the invasion of demonic cultivators, and had personally killed many demonic cultivators on the battlefield, including 3 Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivators, so he was considered a person with rich combat experience. So when he saw the younger generation of the Zhou family only daring to hide behind their contracted demonic beasts and fight the demonic snakes, while he himself was just a bystander, he couldn't stand it anymore. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun also realized the problem. After some thought, he nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Brother Yan, what you said makes sense. With the 2 of us looking after them, I don't think there will be any problems." Having reached an agreement, they followed Zhou Chun's suggestion, letting the younger generation keep their contracted demonic beasts by their side while they faced the demonic snakes directly. As a result, these younger generation members, who had previously been able to easily defeat demonic snakes of the same level, were suddenly overwhelmed by the snakes, and most of them had to be rescued by the 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Several even accidentally contracted snake venom and had to take antidote pills, suffering greatly. But there was one who performed exceptionally well. That person was the poison cultivator Zhou Yuanlian. It must be said that the 10,000 Poisons true scripture is truly powerful. Zhou Yuanlian's spiritual root aptitude barely reached the threshold of a mid-grade spiritual root. But after switching to this technique, only a little over 10 years have passed, and her cultivation has already reached the 9th level of the key refining stage, making her a late-stage key refining cultivator. At this rate, although she wasted 10 years of cultivation before, establishing her foundation before the age of 40 should not be a problem. As Zhou Chun's test subject, Zhou Chun will definitely provide her with the foundation establishment pills needed for her foundation establishment. And with her current late-stage key refining cultivation and poison technique, the venom of those demonic snakes will not only be unable to harm her in the slightest, but will also be directly refined by her to enhance the power of her poison technique. With a quick hand seal, a bluish-gray water arrow shot towards a first-grade high-quality demonic snake. This water arrow, which looks like a water arrow technique, is actually a much more powerful poison arrow technique. As soon as the arrow hit the demonic snake, it immediately turned into poisonous water, corroding its scales and skin, and the toxins instantly entered its body. Within moments, the already highly venomous serpent died instantly from Zhou Yuanlian's mixed poison. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but transmit his voice to Zhou Chun, saying, "No wonder the clan leader values Xiaolian so much. The power of the 10,000 Poisons true scripture is indeed bizarre and formidable. Once she successfully establishes her foundation, even with our superior cultivation levels, we might not be her match." His words were tinged with envy. But Zhou Chun calmly replied, "She deserves it. Think of the suffering she endured during her cultivation. Who among us could bear that? He too had cultivated the top-tier technique GMU Zhuangguang, and knew that such powerful techniques always came with equal reward and sacrifice. For him, breaking through to the mid-foundation establishment stage nearly resulted in a key deviation in death. Because of that experience, he wasn't in a rush to break through to the late foundation establishment stage. He wanted to hone his mana first, preparing some auxiliary spiritual items to reduce the probability of key deviation before attempting the breakthrough. In terms of danger, the 10,000 poisons true scripture is far more dangerous than the GMU profound technique he cultivates. There's a reason why true poison cultivation lineages are so rare in the cultivation world. Although Zhou Chun doesn't cultivate top-tier techniques, he understands this principle and knows the general process of Zhou Yuanlian's cultivation of the 10,000 poisons true scripture. Therefore, upon hearing Zhou Zhenyan's words, he no longer feels envious and accepts reality with equanimity. Thus, their group travels at varying paces, traversing the 1,000 serpents for several days before finally arriving near the lair of the fire-scale pythons. After several days of training, the younger generation of the Zhou family have undergone a significant transformation. This is one of the advantages of being a family cultivator. From a young age, they receive systematic education and training, avoiding detours. After achieving success in their cultivation, they can be taken on adventures by their family elders, learning how to conduct themselves in society and mastering combat techniques. In contrast, those independent cultivators, regardless of whether they have a master to guide them, certainly do not receive the same treatment as those from family-based cultivators. The fire-scale python's lair is not located deep underground like many other snake lairs, but rather in a rocky valley. This valley is overgrown with weeds and riddled with jagged rocks. Where the rocks meet, many crevices and caves form, providing hiding places for the snakes. The fire-scale python usually hides in the valley during the day, only venturing out at night to hunt. Zhou Zhenyan had already devised a plan to deal with the fire-scale python. He first released his spirit pet, the blue feather fire kite, to act as a predator, circling above the rocky valley, looking for an opportunity to prey on the fire-scale pythons within, thus forcing the 2 second-tier fire-scale pythons out. The blue feather fire kite, with its bluish-black feathers, circled and danced above the rocky valley. After a short while, it let out a fierce roar and swooped down, instantly flying into the rocks and seizing a 3 zang long, approximately 10 meters, long, fiery red python. The python's head was gripped by the blue feather fire kite, its body pierced and held captive by sharp eagle talons. The snake writhed and struggled, trying to break free. But the blue feather fire kite held its body firmly, its talons even gripping the python's spine, rendering its struggles futile. A short while later, the blue feather fire kite landed before Zhou Zhenyan, carrying the fire-scaled python. Upon seeing this, Zhou Zhenyan immediately severed the snake's head with his sword, extracting the gallbladder and feeding it to the python. Having consumed the gallbladder, containing the essence of the fire-scaled python, the blue feather fire kite let out a satisfied hiss, then flapped its wings and took flight again, circling above the chaotic stone valley. As the saying goes, once is enough, twice is not enough. The earlier capture of one fire-scaled python could be attributed to the 2 second-tier fire-scaled pythons not noticing it and being ambushed. But its return so quickly clearly showed it disregarded the entire fire-scaled python swarm. This infuriated the 2 newly intelligent second-tier fire-scaled pythons. So, when the blue feather fire kite swooped down again, the 2 pythons burst from their hiding place, spitting fireballs at it. What a blue feather fire kite! Facing the pincer attack of the 2 pythons, it swiftly performed a U-shaped descent, dodging the 2 fireballs in the blink of an eye. Boom! Boom! The 2 fireballs exploded in midair, turning into fiery red fireworks. The blue feather fire kite flapped its wings, sending a dozen blue-white fire arrows hurtling towards one of the smaller second-tier fire-scaled pythons. Seeing this, the python hurriedly gathered its power, unleashing a fiery red aura that formed a protective shield. However, as the blue-white fire arrows struck it, they exploded, the powerful force instantly tearing through the protective aura, leaving numerous charred scars on its body. Although it was also a fire attribute demon beast, it was clearly unable to resist the blue feather fire kite's natal demonic fire, which was a minor realm higher in cultivation. This injury thoroughly enraged it and the other fire-scaled python. The 2 pythons immediately soared into the air, like 2 fire dragons, directly attacking the blue feather fire kite. On the other side, seeing that the two fire-scaled pythons had been lured out of their hiding places by the blue feather fire kite, Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun immediately used their escape light to rush towards the battlefield. Zhou Chun had higher cultivation, stronger strength, and faster speed, transforming into a streak of cyan green escape light and flying onto the battlefield first. He raised his hand and patted the storage bag at his waist, and a cyan black sword light shot towards one of the fire-scaled pythons. At the same time, a small cyan flag quickly appeared in his hand, and with a wave of his hand, he released a series of cyan green wooden knives that slashed towards the other fire-scaled python. Upon seeing its master arrive, the blue feather fire kite no longer held back, immediately unleashing a pale blue flame that transformed into a fireball, hurtling towards the giant fire-scaled python. This combined attack from master and servant proved remarkably effective. The two second-tier fire-scaled pythons were severely injured by the combined assault, each letting out a painful howl. However, demonic beasts possess remarkable resilience. Despite their injuries, the two pythons did not immediately lose their fighting ability. They opened their mouths again, unleashing a torrent of fiery red poisonous mist towards Zhou Chun and the blue feather fire kite, causing the two pythons to plummet towards the ground, attempting to retreat into their snake nest. But Zhou Chun had anticipated this move and wasn't about to let them succeed. He let out a low shout, and a green light surged from his body, forming a green shield that protected him, allowing him to withstand the attack of the fiery red poisonous mist. At the same time, he waved his hand and launched a purplish-black rope magic weapon, which instantly bound a large fire-scaled python. Zhou Chun, who had been a step behind, also arrived at the battlefield. Seeing the fire-scaled python trying to escape, he directly waved his hand and unleashed a short, earth-yellow staff magic weapon, striking the smaller fire-scaled python and sending it flying. After their escape failed, the two second-tier fire-scaled pythons immediately hissed and called for help from their kin. Soon, the figures of fire-scaled pythons appeared on the ground below, and then fireballs spewed from their mouths, bombarding Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun. From the sky, one could see that there were at least 100 fiery red pythons slithering around in the chaotic stone valley. However, the attacks of the first-tier fire-scaled pythons were of no consequence to the two Foundation establishment cultivators. They easily dodged the fireballs while focusing their attacks on the two second-tier fire-scaled pythons. After about a quarter of an hour, the blue feather fire kite swooped down and pecked the large fire-scaled python in its vital spot. Zhou Chun then seized the opportunity to pierce the python's neck with his sword, and the master and servant teamed up to achieve the first victory. With the fall of this stronger fire-scaled python, the remaining second-tier fire-scaled python was quickly beheaded as well. After killing the two second-tier fire-scaled pythons, Zhou Chun and the other younger members of the Zhou family allowed Zhou Yuanlian and the others to enter the battlefield, using the remaining first-tier fire-scaled pythons as whetstones to hone their skills. With two Foundation establishment elders watching over them, the younger members of the Zhou family were all in high spirits, driving their spirit pets towards their targets. For them, this was a rare opportunity to gain valuable experience in life or death combat with minimal danger, while also acquiring materials from the monsters they had slain. Therefore, their wise course of action was to take advantage of the supervision of their elders during this training mission, slaying as many monsters as possible to earn merit points and spirit coins, thus building a stronger foundation for future solo training ventures. Chapter 504, Starfall Gold. In Lingzhou, in a desolate mountain wilderness, a place usually avoided even by key refining stage cultivators, was now bustling with cultivators searching for something. Search carefully. That demon has been severely injured by the commander. He must still be hiding in these mountains. In the sky, Su Fu, his face grave, loudly ordered his men to search the mountains below. It had been over 10 years since he was transferred back to Lingzhou's demon extermination team. In those 10 years, he had accumulated merits, and with the Zhou family's backing, he had finally become the deputy commander of the demon extermination team. Several days ago, the Lingzhou demon extermination team discovered a clue. A demon was hiding in a rogue cultivator's stronghold, secretly harming cultivators to cultivate demonic arts. Subsequently, the commander of the Lingzhou demon extermination team led Su Fu and others to the stronghold, engaging in a fierce battle with the demon and his henchmen. After a fierce chase, the demon used a secret technique that resulted in mutual destruction, fighting the demon-slaying team leader to a standstill before forcibly breaking through and escaping into the mountains. the demon-slaying team leader, severely injured and with demonic energy surging into his body, could only return to a nearby stronghold to meditate and heal. He then entrusted the task of hunting down the demon to Sufu. For Sufu, this was both a challenge and an opportunity. Through years of hard work and struggle, he had accumulated over 70,000 battle merits. If he could lead the team to capture the demon, he would have a high chance of accumulating enough to exchange for a spiritual artifact to aid in opening his purple mansion. With his superior spiritual root aptitude and the powerful will honed through countless battles, with the aid of a spiritual artifact, his success rate in opening his purple mansion would definitely be 50–60%. Therefore, he was more eager than anyone else to search for the demon. Perhaps due to his severe injuries, the demon's hiding place was found not long afterward. 2 key refining stage cultivators who approached were instantly seized and drained of their blood by the demon. "Here! The demon is here!" a terrified voice rang out from a mountain top. Hearing the cry, Sufu, in the sky, immediately led 7 or 8 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators to the scene. Led by Sufu, these Foundation Establishment cultivators formed a battle formation and clashed with the demon. Because the demon was already severely injured, its strength reduced to less than 1/10, it was powerless against a battle formation formed by Sufu and the other Foundation Establishment cultivators. After a fierce and arduous battle, Sufu and his group, at the cost of 2 early Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, successfully killed the Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivator. For a Foundation Establishment cultivator to kill a Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivator, even a severely injured one, made Sufu's feat quite famous. Because of his Zhou family background, his superiors didn't dare to overstate his achievements and reported them fairly. After calculations, Sufu finally accumulated enough merit to exchange for a spiritual artifact that aids in opening the Purple Mansion. As for the spirit coins needed to exchange for the artifact, he had already accumulated enough over the years of fighting. Therefore, as soon as he reached the required merit, he immediately applied for the exchange. According to the rules of the Heavenly Spirit Alliance, key refining cultivators have priority in exchanging Foundation Establishment pills and Foundation Establishment spiritual artifacts, while Foundation Establishment cultivators have priority in exchanging spiritual artifacts that aid in opening the Purple Mansion. So, although the Zhou family still had 2 mysterious heart purple return pills waiting in line, Sufu only waited a few months to obtain a spiritual artifact that aids in opening the Purple Mansion. After receiving the artifact, he immediately took leave and went into seclusion at his base. As an honorary elder of the Zhou family, the news of Sufu obtaining a spiritual artifact that aids in opening the Purple Mansion and going into seclusion quickly reached Zhou Chun's ears. At that time, Zhou Chun was still busy refining the Earth Mother Profound Gold. Upon hearing this news, his eyes narrowed slightly. After instructing someone to retrieve Sufu's intelligence from recent years and reviewing it, he muttered to himself, "This boy's opportunities are quite considerable. It seems I must immediately recall him to the family after he emerges from seclusion." Sufu had been involved in the Zhou family's development of the wilderness land from the very beginning and knew many of the Zhou family's secrets. Zhou Chun would absolutely not allow such a person to leave the Zhou family and become independent. As the Zhou family's power grew, the interests of the wilderness land became even more important to them. Once the wilderness land's layout was exposed, the impact on the Zhou family would be much greater than before. Therefore, these outsiders who knew the secrets of the wilderness land must be closely controlled. Since successfully forming his core, Zhou Chun had begun to comprehend and cultivate the soul control technique. Now, after several years of cultivation, he had already made some progress. Given another 2 or 3 years of cultivation, he should be able to successfully use this secret technique. Compared to the previous method of using the Dragon Transformation secret technique for location tracking and threats, the soul control technique is undoubtedly far superior in its ability to control people. This technique is similar to the Dragon Soul Seed secret art used by the Dragon Transformation cult for its members at the Guardian level and above. It can plant a soul seed within the soul of a golden core cultivator. If, within a certain time frame, a golden core cultivator doesn't help stabilize the soul seed, it will automatically explode, causing the victim's soul to perish or be severely damaged. Naturally, the practitioner of the soul control technique can also actively detonate the soul seed, eliminating those who dare to betray them from thousands of miles away. However, the weakness of the soul control technique is that the practitioner must be a major realm higher than the victim, otherwise, the soul seed will be completely ineffective and easily erased. Furthermore, if a cultivator with a much stronger spiritual sense than the practitioner intervenes, the soul seed can also be erased with the victim's active cooperation. From this perspective, the dragon soul seed is undoubtedly far more sophisticated and powerful than the soul control technique, unfortunately. Although the Zhou family possesses the cultivation method for the dragon soul seed technique, it can only be used after cultivating the 4th level of the dragon transformation secret technique. Only when the recipient cultivates the dragon transformation secret technique to the 3rd level can the dragon soul seed be successfully planted. Furthermore, Zhou Chun did not cultivate this method with the Azure Dragon bloodline. After reaching the required technical level, refining the Earth Mother Profound Gold was essentially a laborious, assembly line process. Every day, Zhou Chun had to use his own golden core true fire to smelt the ore, peeling away impurities bit by bit, until only the Earth Mother Profound Gold remained. At his pace, it would take approximately 2 years to smelt all the collected Earth Mother Profound Gold, or this explains why it took Lin Hongyu several years to refine her natal magic weapon, 9 Peaks Ridge, Baozi Peak. After successfully obtaining the gallbladder of a 2nd-tier fire-scale python, Zhou Zinayan returned to his clan to complete his mission and immediately traveled to 9 Peaks Ridge. He then had his spirit pet, the Crimson Flame Dragon Python, consume 2 gallbladders and a 300-year-old dragon transformation grass to begin its evolution. His choice of 9 Peaks Ridge was also driven by psychological factors. Many cultivators in the Zhou family now believe that 9 Peaks Ridge was a blessed land for the family, where breakthroughs in cultivation or the evolution of spirit pets were more likely to succeed than elsewhere. Zhou Zinayan was one of them, and therefore he specifically chose Baozi Peak, where the clan leader Zhou Chun had once resided, for his spirit pet's evolution. The location he chose was even not far from Zhou Chun's former courtyard. Whether it was truly a matter of fate or destiny, after only 3 months on Baozi Peak, Zhou Zinayan's spirit pet, the Crimson Flame Dragon Python, successfully evolved to the 2nd tier, becoming a mid-level demon beast. The Crimson Flame Dragon Python, having evolved to the 2nd tier, not only grew crimson scales resembling dragon scales on its body, but also developed a bulge on its head similar to that of the Silver Lightning Python, clearly indicating the development of dragon horns. At this point, it could perhaps be called the Blazing Flame Dragon Python. Zhou Zinayan was overjoyed at successfully raising his spirit pet, the Crimson Flame Dragon Python, into the Blazing Flame Dragon Python. He had always idolized and looked up to his clan leader, Zhou Chun, aspiring to become a powerful figure like him. Therefore, even with the intermediate-level demon beast, the Blue Feather Fire Kite, he still contracted and nurtured another Crimson Flame Dragon Python, dreaming of one day raising it into a dragon as well. Now that the Crimson Flame Dragon Python had evolved into the Blazing Flame Dragon Python, taking a significant step on the path to becoming a dragon, his joy was beyond words. To celebrate this, he specially hosted a banquet, inviting many fellow cultivators to his residence to celebrate and show them the majestic appearance of the evolved Blazing Flame Dragon Python. Zhou Chun, while casually scanning the area within Tuyun Ridge with his divine sense, happened to witness the celebration at Zhou Zinayan's residence. He secretly observed Zhou Zinayan's magical energy and the newly evolved Flaming Dragon Python, and couldn't help but nod slightly, saying, Zinayan is quite good. If he can successfully open his purple mansion, he could be considered for cultivation as a golden core seed, with superior spiritual root aptitude and cultivating top-tier techniques. Even in a major sect, such a cultivator would be a worthy candidate for golden core. Of course, major sects are not lacking in geniuses, but truly becoming a golden core seed and receiving sect resources depends on personal background and performance. However, in cultivation families like the Zhou family, geniuses of this caliber are rare. Once they appear, unless they are morally corrupt and beyond redemption, they are generally more easily cultivated as golden core seeds by the family. This is one of the important reasons why some talented members of cultivation families are willing to stay within their families. In short, the world is not lacking in geniuses. Take the Zhou family as an example. Currently, there are 2 cultivators with superior grade spiritual root aptitude among their own clan, Zhou Zinayan and Zhou Yuanwen. More such cultivators are sure to emerge in the future. Furthermore, there are 2 cultivators from other clans, Zhang Liang and Su Fu, who also possess superior grade spiritual root aptitude. This doesn't even include Lin Hongyu and Su Yaozhen, 2 other cultivators with superior grade spiritual root aptitude. Therefore, anyone who believes that possessing superior grade spiritual root aptitude guarantees a major sect's full support is simply wishful thinking. Zhou Chun doesn't care what other cultivators think. His own experience has shown that resources are far more important than aptitude. With sufficient resources, even a cultivator with mid-grade spiritual root aptitude like himself can successfully form his core on the first try. Without sufficient resources, examples of superior grade spiritual root cultivators failing to form their core are commonplace. Therefore, as the controller of resources, he would never easily allocate resources to a clansman simply because of their outstanding spiritual root aptitude. Unless, of course, they possess the legendary supreme grade spiritual root aptitude. Time passed slowly. While Zhou Chun focused on refining the Earth Mother Profound Gold, the Zhou family, as per his request, held several skill competitions. Because of the generous prizes and the fact that everyone could participate, many Zhou family cultivators signed up. Although these competitions consumed considerable family resources, they did indeed uncover several talented clansmen. The most talented among them was a young man of the ZHI generation, named Zhou Chun. He possessed exceptional talent in talisman making. Despite only being at the 3rd level of key refining, he had already created over 10 kinds of low-grade first-tier talismans after 3 years of learning the art, with a success rate exceeding 30%. Upon learning of this, Zhou Chun immediately assigned a second-tier talisman maker within the clan to mentor him and provided him with preferential treatment in terms of medicinal resources. Currently, the best talisman maker in the Zhou family is Zhou Daoi, who can create low-grade 3rd-tier talismans. However, according to him, this is essentially the upper limit of his talisman-making skills, unless he successfully forms his core. It's impossible for him to create any higher-level talismans. Zhou Chun's current age and cultivation level demonstrate a significantly stronger talent in talisman-making than Zhou Daoi's. If he successfully opens his purple mansion in the future, he has a high chance of becoming a 3rd-tier high-grade talisman maker. Cultivating a talisman maker of such a level would greatly enhance the family's foundation. Besides Zhou Chun, another person's performance in the skills competition caught Zhou Chun's attention, Zhang Lang, a relative of the Zhou family. This cultivator with high-grade spiritual roots, who had become Zhou Chun's wife and then married into the Zhou family, also possessed considerable talent in array formations. During his years of living with his array master partner, Zhou Zindi, he discovered his talent in this area and, under the Zhou family's relatively complete array formation inheritance and training, had already surpassed his partner Zhou Zindi in array formation mastery. In this Zhou family skills competition, he served as the chief examiner for array formations. With his current array formation mastery, he was almost on par with Zhou Chongxun, the second elder of the Zhou family. It is said that he is currently studying the 5 directions Miro array diagram that the Yu family presented at Zhou Chun's Golden Core ceremony. If he can truly comprehend this array diagram and set up the 5 directions Miro array, then his array skills will have completely caught up with Zhou Chongxun. If this person can really set up the 5 directions Miro array, it might be worth supporting him to open his purple mansion. That way, he might become the first array master of my Zhou family. Moreover, this can also serve as a valuable investment. Zhou Chun secretly made a note in his little notebook. The names written in this notebook were all talents he felt the family could observe and cultivate. After nearly 2 years, Zhou Chun finally smelted all the Earth Mother Profound Gold. As soon as this important matter was completed, Zhou Chun went to the Su family in Jiangzhou. His Taoist partner, Su Yazan, has also begun to condense the void core in seclusion, and the progress is quite good. It is estimated that she will succeed within 1 or 2 years. After understanding the situation, Zhou Chun didn't disturb his Taoist partner any longer and left directly. He then headed straight for the Great Zhou Kingdom. Several years had passed, and Luo Qingdi should have recovered from her research on improving the pill formula. Zhou Chun wanted to ask her to use her connections to gather the necessary spiritual herbs to refine a batch of ancient dust pills. In addition, he had his family collect auxiliary materials for several batches of foundation establishment pills over the years, and it was time to ask Luo Qingdi to refine them as well. He also needed to collect the Tai Profound Gold Key from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to prevent Manager Sun from diverting his pre-ordered goods to others. At the same time, he needed to see if he could meet with a puppeteer he had mentioned to Luo Qingdi last time. He also wanted to inquire about Yu Jingho's whereabouts and see what the old man was up to recently. After his cultivation reached the golden core stage, traveling between the Great Zhou Kingdom and the Jing Kingdom was very convenient. Zhou Chun no longer needed to carefully consider and arrange each trip as before. Zhou Chun hadn't expected that when he entered Xian'an Immortal City and went to find Luo Qingni, he would be disappointed to find her gone. He only learned from the shop where Luo Qingni had a shop that she had booked that she had been invited by a sect in a country outside the Great Zhou dynasty to refine pills for them for 3 years, and she had already been there for 2 years. That's strange. Given Luo Qingni's personality, asking her to refine pills is fine, but getting her to come and work as a full-time alchemist is almost impossible. Could it be? Zhou Chun suddenly realized something, shook his head, and stopped thinking about it. If it was truly as he suspected, a nascent soul cultivator personally inviting her, then Luo Qingni would indeed find it difficult to refuse. In the cultivation world, strength is paramount. For a nascent soul cultivator to invite a golden core cultivator to do something, unless it's too demanding, the golden core cultivator would find it difficult to refuse, and dare not refuse. Since Luo Qingni couldn't return for the time being, the matter of asking her to refine pills would have to be postponed. Zhou Chun immediately went to Xianbei Pavilion to collect the pre-ordered, Tai Profound Gold Key. Sun Yuanjing of Xianbei Pavilion was indeed acting according to the contract, and Zhou Chun easily obtained the Tai Profound Gold Key he had collected over the years. If things continued to go smoothly, gathering enough gold key within about 20 years wouldn't be difficult. After the gold key transaction was completed, Sun Yuanjing suddenly looked at Zhou Chun and said, "By the way, have you collected all the magical treasures and spiritual materials that fellow Taoist Zhang mentioned last time? I know who has one of these materials, and that person intends to use it to exchange for other treasures. If fellow Taoist Zhang is willing, I'm willing to act as a go-between for you two and facilitate a transaction." "Oh, what kind of spiritual material is fellow Taoist Sun referring to?" Zhou Chun's eyes lit up, and he immediately became interested. "It's a piece of starfall gold, weighing over 700 jin. That should be more than enough for fellow Taoist Zhang's needs." Sun Yuanjing smiled slightly and gave the answer. "It's actually starfall gold." Zhou Chun's gaze sharpened, and a look of surprise immediately appeared in his eyes. The list of magical artifact materials he had given Sun Yuanjing was for the complete, myriad transformations golden cauldron. But in fact, when refining the myriad transformations golden cauldron, only a few materials are needed at the beginning. The same applies to many golden core cultivators' natal magical artifacts. Initially, only the core refining materials need to be gathered to begin refining. For example, the core refining materials for the myriad transformations golden cauldron are Earth Mother Profound Gold, Millennium Profound Iron, and Heavenly Profound Gold Sand. As long as these materials are gathered, the basic version of the myriad transformations golden cauldron can be refined. Later, if materials such as gold essence, gem gold, and Venus stone are obtained, they can still be added and smelted into the magical artifact to enhance its power and growth speed. However, adding materials to the magical artifact halfway through requires a period of special nurturing with secret methods, which will waste some cultivation time. If Zhou Chun could gather all the necessary materials to refine the myriad transformations golden cauldron, its power would be significantly greater than the basic version, and it would save him a lot of trouble later on. Therefore, if possible, he wanted to collect as many materials as possible to refine the myriad transformations golden cauldron, saving him the trouble of slowly melting and nurturing it later. The starfall gold that Sun Yuanjing mentioned was one of the more difficult materials to find for the myriad transformations golden cauldron. Now that he had news of this, how could Zhou Chun not be happy? He immediately clasped his hands in a fist salute to Sun Yuanjing and said, "Manager Sun, you're too kind. I'll leave this matter to you." Of course. Sun Yuanjing smiled slightly and readily agreed. He was willing to act as a go-between not because he was happy to help others, but because doing such a favor could expand his network and allow him to bestow kindness upon others. Today, he acted as a go-between for Zhou Chun. Regardless of whether the deal went through or not, Zhou Chun and the cultivator who possessed the starfall gold would both owe him a favor. In the future, whether selling or buying spiritual items, they would definitely think of him first. That's how business would come in. Golden core cultivators have a wide range of activities. While their Xianbei Pavilion might be very competitive in Xian'an Immortal City and the Great Zhou Kingdom, it might not be so in other places. If they could develop golden core cultivators from other regions into regular customers through these favors, it would greatly help Sun Yuanjing improve his own status within the Xianbei Pavilion. Thus, through Sun Yuanjing's matchmaking, Zhou Chun quickly met the cultivator who possessed the Starfall Gold. Undoubtedly, the other party was also a golden core cultivator, and a mid-stage golden core cultivator at that. Furthermore, this person didn't need magic weapons or spiritual materials, he only wanted to exchange the Starfall Gold for 2 relatively rare 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Fellow Taoist, he requires a 1,000-year-old precious herb. I only have 1 golden ring Solomon's seal that meets your requirements. This herb is over 3,600 years old and extremely precious. If you're willing to exchange, I can also add a 2,000-year-old life-giving grass inside the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. After examining the Starfall Gold offered by the other party, Zhou Chun gave his most sincere offer. He couldn't possibly exchange 2,000-year-old precious herbs for a piece of Starfall Gold, because while Starfall Gold was also difficult to find, it wasn't as rare and essential as Earth Mother Profound Gold. Even if he couldn't obtain it now, he would have plenty of time to collect it slowly in the future. And he himself would need the 1,000-year-old precious herb later. Undoubtedly, Zhou Chun's offer was right on the other party's bottom line. The other party guessed that he needed Starfall Gold to refine his natal magic weapon, and he knew the other party wanted the 1,000-year-old precious herb to refine elixirs to break through to the late golden core stage. Neither side could gain the upper hand based on the other's needs. After some back and forth, Zhou Chun added 2 ordinary 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs as collateral, and still managed to get the Starfall Gold. This Starfall Gold, despite weighing over 700 jin, was actually only the size of a goose egg, and looked rather unremarkable, being mostly black. After finalizing the deal, Zhou Chun thanked Sun Yuanjing and then went to Xianxi Tower to inquire about Yu Jinghu. Chapter 505, the Zhou family's first high-grade third-tier demonic beast. Xianxi Immortal City. When Zhou Chun left Xianxi Tower, his expression was slightly gloomy. After entrusting Xianxi Tower with investigating Yu Jinghu's situation last time, he paid them extra to keep an eye on follow-up news. Now, he learned that Yu Jinghu hadn't left the Yuling Sect's mountain gate since his last trip to Zuanqing Market. Although Xianxi Tower wouldn't admit it, Zhou Chun realized that Yu Jinghu might have discovered someone was investigating him, which was why he had suddenly become cautious. "I've alerted them," Zhou Chun sighed inwardly, his mood instantly souring. The reason he hadn't investigated personally was precisely to avoid alerting them. He hadn't expected Xianxi Tower to be so careless, directly alerting their target. The only saving grace now was that Yu Jinghu probably didn't know who was investigating him and was unlikely to suspect the Zhou family. However, if he continued to monitor news from Jing Kingdom, Zhou Chun's successful core formation wouldn't be kept secret from him, and he would definitely be more vigilant. This was the reason for Zhou Chun's current bad mood. But now that it has happened, regret is useless. Zhou Chun could only return to his family with his gains. After returning, Zhou Chun devoted all his energy to cultivating the soul control technique and other secret arts. He couldn't meditate and cultivate now, so he could only diligently practice various secret arts. Another year passed, and the sleeping wood spirit finally awoke, successfully breaking through to the upper third rank. Moreover, after breaking through to the upper third rank, the wood spirit power it absorbed in the secret island had not yet been fully digested and could still be slowly digested to improve its cultivation. Zhou Chun estimated that, if things went smoothly, it should be able to break through to the 4th rank in another 20 or 30 years. Speaking of which, it is now the first upper third rank demon beast in the Zhou family. Zhou Ming's fire god Jackal, although it broke through to the middle third rank more than 100 years ago, has still not broken through to the upper third rank. Zhou Daoi's Azure Dragon is also still at the middle third rank demon beast level, unable to break through to the upper third rank. The reason these demonic beasts' cultivation progressed so slowly was purely because they lacked elixirs and spiritual items to consume, and unlike human cultivators who could cultivate techniques, they could only rely on their own bloodline aptitude to slowly absorb spiritual energy for growth. Fortunately, the lifespan of third-tier demonic beasts was generally 700 or 800 years, and powerful races like dragons could live for 1,000 years, giving them ample time to slowly endure. After breaking through to the upper rank of the third tier, the wood spirit's various supernatural abilities were further enhanced, so Zhou Chun had it cast the sweet rejuvenation supernatural ability on the foundation building fruit tree, once more, allowing the Zhou family to harvest another 42 foundation-building fruits. Based on the Zhou family's experience over the years, on average, 4 foundation-building fruits could cultivate a foundation establishment cultivator. If they also prepared elixirs like pulse protection pills, the success rate would be even higher. In the absence of the ability to produce foundation establishment pills themselves, this spiritual fruit was enough to ensure that the family would produce a foundation establishment cultivator every few years. While harvesting the foundation-building fruits, Zhou Chun couldn't help but recall the origin of this tree. In truth, he had high hopes for the thunder lizards and thunder lizard beasts on Thunder Lizard Island, as they were a rare and valuable group of demonic beasts. If he could kill the 2 third-tier thunder lizards and obtain their demonic cores for Thunder Flood Dragon to consume, it would surely help Thunder Flood Dragon break through to the upper 3rd tier. The Thunder Lizard Beast eggs would also provide the Zhou family with a unique and powerful main battle pet in the future. However, Thunder Lizard Island was deep within Dragon Abyss Swamp, and a golden core cultivator entering Dragon Abyss Swamp would easily attract the attention of the Flood Dragon clan. If he exposed himself there, even a 5th-tier Flood Dragon might attack him. Therefore, even though Zhou Chun had successfully formed his golden core, he still dared not risk going there. That's how people are. The higher they climb, the more they cherish their lives. Given the Zhou family's situation back then, the foundation-building fruit tree was extremely important to the family. Therefore, although Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming knew that venturing deep into Thunder Lizard Island to seize the foundation-building fruit tree was extremely dangerous, they had no choice but to risk it. However, neither the demon cores of the 2 third-tier lightning dragon lizards nor the lightning lizard eggs on the island were things that Zhou family absolutely needed. It was understandable that Zhou Chun didn't want to risk it himself. The best solution would be to send cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage to take the risk. Success would be good, but failure would only result in the loss of a few Purple Mansion cultivators. But every Purple Mansion cultivator in the Zhou family was hard-won, and they were Zhou Chun's close friends and family. He couldn't bring himself to send them to risk their lives for 2 lightning dragon lizard demon cores. Therefore, after considering the situation on Lightning Lizard Island, he suppressed the dangerous idea and didn't dwell on it further. 3 months after Mu Mei's awakening, news arrived from the market that Su Fu had successfully opened his Purple Mansion and emerged from seclusion. Upon learning this, Zhou Chun immediately sent someone to summon him. Su Fu seemed to have anticipated Zhou Chun's summons. Without any hesitation, he immediately followed the messenger to Tuyun Ridge. Upon seeing Zhou Chun inside the cave, he immediately bowed and paid his respects, saying, "Your subordinate, Su Fu, greets the clan leader, no need for formalities. I heard you successfully opened your Purple Mansion, and I am quite pleased with myself. You won't blame me for not personally going to the market to congratulate you, will you?" Zhou Chun waved his hand and said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Su Fu hurriedly replied respectfully, "Your subordinate wouldn't dare. Clan leader, you are a golden core cultivator, it is only I who should pay my respects to you. How could I trouble you to come in person? Come, sit down first. Let's have a good chat today." Zhou Chun changed the subject and suddenly beckoned to Su Fu, and a stool flew to his side. But Su Fu didn't dare to actually sit down, only saying in a low voice, "Your subordinate wouldn't dare. I'll just stand, you sit down just because I told you to. Do you think I'm afraid I'll eat you?" Zhou Chun glanced at him unhappily and said. Su Fu dared not refuse any longer and hurriedly replied, "Your subordinate obeys, thank you for the seat, clan chief." Only then did he dare to sit down halfway. Looking at Su Fu, who was sitting with a slight bow, Zhou Chun quickly said, "Speaking of which, Su Fu, you have been with the Zhou family for over 100 years, haven't you?" Hearing this question, Su Fu hurriedly replied respectfully, replying to the clan chief, "It is like this, your subordinate has been with the Zhou family for almost 170 years, yes, 170 years, that's not short. Speaking of which, you are an elder of the Zhou family. I still remember you were only a teenager back then." Zhou Chun nodded slightly and spoke of the past with some emotion. Su Fu, being a clever and quick-witted man, immediately flattered Zhou Chun upon hearing this, saying, "Clan chief, you are absolutely right. At that time, I was only a teenager, and the turbid evil energy was deeply ingrained within me. If it weren't for your rescue, clan chief, I wouldn't have even been able to pass the foundation establishment stage, let alone open the Purple Mansion realm. I would probably be nothing but bones and a grave by now. He then looked at Zhou Chun with gratitude, saying, Clan Chief, I will always be deeply grateful for your life-saving grace, and I will never forget it. Hearing these words, Zhou Chun's expression twitched slightly, his eyes twitching uncomfortably. Zhou Chun couldn't remember how many times he had uttered such expressions of loyalty. Today was the first time he had heard someone say this to him, and it sounded somewhat awkward. Especially since his intention in summoning Su Fu today could be described as somewhat malicious. However, he was ultimately a golden core cultivator, and that slight awkwardness and some guilt were quickly overshadowed by a greater sense of responsibility. For his own safety and for the sake of the entire Zhou family, there were things he had to do. To gamble one's conscience with the lives of himself and his entire clan was an extremely irresponsible act. He calmly looked at Su Fu and said, Back then, when I saved you, it was because I couldn't bear to see your excellent aptitude go to waste, and I wanted you to grow up and do something for the Zhou family. Now it seems that my act of kindness back then was truly the right thing to do. You did not disappoint my expectations back then, and indeed you have stood out from many of your peers and come to where you are today. After these words, Su Fu was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long silence, he replied respectfully, I owe my current position entirely to the cultivation of the clan leader and the family. I can never atone for the clan leader's kindness. Zhou Chun, however, did not respond to his words. Instead, he changed the subject, saying, If I remember correctly, Su Fu, you cultivate the Zunfeng technique, right? This technique is balanced and peaceful. Although its speed of mana advancement is not as fast as techniques like the Ningguang technique, the mana cultivated is still quite solid. Moreover, as a simplified version of the top-tier technique Zunfeng True Scripture, if you can successfully form your core using this method in the future, you will have the opportunity to switch to cultivating the Zunfeng True Scripture, which is also a top-tier technique. He then looked at Su Fu with a deep gaze and asked, Now that you have successfully opened your purple mansion, have you thought about forming your core in the future? This question was undeniably sharp. Su Fu was stunned upon hearing this. He glanced at Zhou Chun with a questioning look, then quickly lowered his gaze and said cautiously, I didn't dare to think that far ahead. I'm already quite satisfied with successfully opening my purple mansion. The matter of core formation is too uncertain, and I dare not be too ambitious. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately shook his head and said, You don't need to be so reserved. Since we cultivators have embarked on the path of cultivation, who doesn't want to successfully form their core or their nascent soul? He then smiled faintly and said, Wanting to open a purple mansion after foundation establishment, wanting to form a core after opening a purple mansion, and wanting to form a nascent soul after forming a core are all natural human desires. There's nothing wrong with saying it. Su Fu's expression shifted upon hearing this, but after some hesitation, he remained silent. Seeing his silence, Zhou Chun stopped beating around the bush and looked directly at him, saying, Su Fu, you are well aware of the Zhou family's situation. After hundreds of years of decline, we have finally managed to revive and rise again under my leadership. I, along with all the elders and clansmen of the Zhou family, will absolutely not allow anyone to disrupt this hard-won prosperity, and the interests of the wilderness land are a crucial part of maintaining the Zhou family's current prosperity, and absolutely cannot be lost in the slightest. Zhou Chun said, gazing intently at Su Fu, Do you understand what I mean? How could Su Fu not understand? He understood Zhou Chun's meaning perfectly. He immediately stood up, bowed deeply to Zhou Chun, and said, This subordinate understands. This subordinate has already sworn an oath never to reveal any information about the wilderness land to anyone, and this subordinate has kept his mouth shut all these years. This subordinate naturally believes that. Zhou Chun nodded, looking deeply convinced. Before Su Fu could even breathe a sigh of relief, he heard him say in a deep voice, However, this concerns the fate of all cultivators in the clan. If we rely solely on your personal oath, both I and the other elders of the clan will have concerns and dare not give others a handle to use against us. Upon hearing this, Su Fu's expression changed drastically. He looked up and met his gaze for a moment before taking a deep breath and saying, Then what should I do to reassure the clan leader and the other elders? This was exactly what Zhou Chun had been waiting for. He immediately looked at him with a serious expression and said, After I successfully formed my core, I cultivated a secret technique that could plant a soul seed in a person's sea of consciousness. If I don't help stabilize the soul seed for a period of time, or if I use a ritual to detonate it, the soul seed will explode, obliterating the host's soul. Then, As if afraid he might misunderstand, he quickly added reassuringly, "But don't worry, the soul seed itself is harmless before it explodes. It won't affect your cultivation. Nor will it be detonated by any external force, unless someone tries to forcibly destroy it." Despite his reassurance, Su Fu's expression remained extremely grim. This was understandable. According to Zhou Chun, accepting a soul seed meant placing one's life and death in someone else's hands, something any cultivator would find difficult to accept. Especially since Su Fu had just successfully opened his purple mansion, a time of great pride and confidence. But no matter how unwilling he was, he knew that since Zhou Chun had brought this up, he had already made up his mind. Therefore, he dared not utter a direct refusal. He could only grit his teeth and look up at Zhou Chun, asking, "May I ask, clan chief, once the soul seed is planted, how long will it take before I need your help to stabilize it? If I fail to find you in time, I'll surely die." Zhou Chun replied confidently, "Don't worry. With my current spiritual strength, the soul seed will remain planted for at least 50 years without any problems. You only need to seek my help to stabilize it every 20 or 30 years. Furthermore, even if I am traveling abroad and unable to return due to other matters, you can ask Elder Lin to temporarily dissolve the soul seed. I will leave the method of dissolving it to her." He had clearly considered all aspects. Therefore, Su Fu had nothing more to say and could only nod helplessly, saying, "In that case, I have no choice but to obey." His words were full of reluctance. Zhou Chun naturally ignored his minor emotional outburst. He immediately had Su Fu sit cross-legged in front of him, opening his mind to cooperate with his spell. In less than half a day, Zhou Chun had planted the soul seed into Su Fu's danshan. Once the soul seed was planted, Su Fu was truly one of his own. Therefore, Zhou Chun quickly began to offer him rewards. He looked directly at Su Fu and said, "Su Fu, now that you have successfully opened your purple mansion, you can begin cultivating the third level of the dragon transformation secret technique. I will now impart this technique to you, and the necessary dragon spirit blood will be prepared for you immediately. Furthermore, since you have just opened your purple mansion, you probably don't have a suitable magic weapon. This, Raging Wind Banner, although only a mid-grade third-tier magic weapon, is excellent because its attributes perfectly match yours, so I'm giving it to you for self-defense. Also, if you wish to cultivate other secret techniques, you can take a look at the third floor of the library. There are some good secret techniques there that suit your own cultivation attributes," Zhou Chun said, taking out the secret technique jade slips and magic weapons and handing them to Su Fu, clearly having prepared in advance. Although Su Fu knew this, it didn't stop him from being happy to receive the secret techniques and magic weapons. He had already emptied his pockets to exchange for spiritual items to aid in opening his purple mansion. Without the Gale Banner, magic artifact bestowed by Zhou Chun, he would have needed to work for at least another 10 years to purchase a low-grade third-tier magic artifact, let alone a mid-grade third-tier one. Moreover, the third level of the dragon transformation secret technique was indeed the fastest way to increase his strength. Your subordinate thanks the clan leader for the treasure. Your kindness is immeasurable. He accepted the secret technique jade slip and magic artifact, bowing deeply with gratitude. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, acknowledging his thanks. Then, looking at him, he asked, "What are your plans for the future? Will you continue to stay in the demon extermination team as deputy commander, or return to serve the family?" Upon hearing this, Su Fu immediately replied without hesitation, "I will obey the arrangements of the clan leader and the family. Wherever the clan leader sends me, I will go." This answer clearly pleased Zhou Chun, who immediately smiled and said, "Then come back to serve the family. The demon extermination team is a retirement place now, not conducive to the struggles of young people like you." Such bold words came so naturally from his mouth. Su Fu seemed to have no objection and quickly replied respectfully, "Your subordinate obeys." Seeing that he had agreed, Zhou Chun quickly dismissed him. According to Zhou Chun's plan, it would be better for Su Fu to develop in the wilderness. Firstly, he was very familiar with the area, and secondly, it would minimize the risk of him leaking information. Moreover, the Zhou family would further increase its development efforts in the wilderness, requiring more skilled individuals. Time flew by, and half a year passed quickly. On this day, a burst of joyful laughter suddenly rang out in Zhou Chun's cultivation room. After years of arduous cultivation, Zhou Chun finally mastered the third level of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method. He had already mastered the second level when he was in the late Purple Mansion stage, but the third level required Golden Core cultivation, Hence the delay. Upon successfully cultivating the third level, a golden soul lotus directly emerged within his purple mansion sea of consciousness, enveloping a golden core within it. This golden soul lotus was formed from his divine soul power, possessing extremely strong defensive effects against any attack targeting his divine soul. Under the protection of this golden soul lotus, whether it be divine sense attacks or soul capturing techniques, unless the caster's cultivation level was significantly higher than his, it would be difficult to directly harm his divine soul, giving it an air of invulnerability to all magic. Moreover, at the same time as mastering the third level of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method, Zhou Chun was also nearing completion of the second level of his god-slaying great art. When he unleashes two god-slaying swords at once, even a golden core cultivator will suffer a great loss if caught off guard. In high spirits, Zhou Chun went outside his cave and brewed a pot of royal jelly tea under the purple mulberry tree. He had already consumed most of the azure wave cleansing tea he had obtained, which had increased his spiritual sense by about 3 or 4%. Drinking more would have little effect. He planned to give the remaining spiritual tea to Luo Qingni as a reward when he sought her help in alchemy, as a way of reciprocating the favor. However, just as Zhou Chun finished drinking half a pot of royal jelly tea, a communication talisman suddenly flew into his hand. The sender was Zhou Zhenai, who was handling family affairs on his behalf. Oh, so the heavenly spirit secret realm is about to open again. Zhou Chun's gaze sharpened slightly. He was intrigued by the message from Zhou Zhenai. If one were to recount Zhou Chun's life experiences, it would be easy to see that his meteoric rise began after returning from the heavenly spirit secret realm. Back in the heavenly spirit secret realm, he single-handedly slaughtered his way through the land, acquiring numerous valuable spiritual items, including the ancestor of the current Zhou family's group of fragrant musk deer. Now, nearly 200 years later, the heavenly spirit secret realm has reopened, and Zhou Chun is naturally eager to participate. Although with his current cultivation level, there's probably nothing useful to him there anymore, he hasn't forgotten the exotic fruit, the soul heart fruit, and the special demonic beast, the green-faced ghost ape. If he could bring out a few soul heart fruits, Zhou Chun could exchange them for some rare materials in the Great Zhou Kingdom, and perhaps even have someone refine the kind of pill that helps one open their purple mansion. It's strange, though. The family has collected quite a few treasures over the years, but it seems we only have the one heavenly spirit token that I obtained back then. Zhou Chun frowned, feeling a bit troubled. He wasn't particularly familiar with the current strength of the key refining stage cultivators in the Zhou family, and wondered if anyone possessed the same strength he had back then. Without his overwhelming strength, obtaining the soul heart fruit from the green-faced ghost ape's protection wouldn't be easy. However, he quickly seemed to remember something and lightly slapped his forehead, saying, I almost forgot about her. With her current level of poison mastery, unless we prepare antidotes specifically for her beforehand, even Foundation establishment cultivators and second-tier demonic beasts could be defeated by her. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506: A Tale of Joy and Sorrow. At Zhou Chun's command, the Zhou family immediately dispatched Foundation establishment cultivator Zhou Zhenai to take Zhou Yuanlian and the heavenly spirit token to the ruins of the heavenly spirit gate in Lingzhou. Zhou Chun had previously wreaked havoc in the heavenly spirit secret realm, obtaining some maps and meticulously recording his experiences. This time, Zhou Yuanlian's entry was much smoother than his initial, completely clueless experience. Moreover, Zhou Chun had given her many talismans before she entered, assuring her not to worry about the turbid evil energy entering her body. He assured her that if she encountered danger, she could boldly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine and restore her mana. Upon her return, he would naturally use spiritual objects to help her dispel the evil energy. With these things and promises, and given that she was now at the 10th level of the key refining stage, if she still couldn't bring back the soul heart fruit, then Zhou Chun would have to consider whether to continue investing heavily in her cultivation. After Zhou Yuanlian arrived at the Xianling Gate ruins riding on a blue feathered fire kite with Zhou Zhenai, she found a place to rest, just like Zhou Daowei had done with Zhou Chun years before. However, unlike Zhou Daowei and Zhou Chun, who were ignored back then, Many Foundation establishment cultivators who had brought their juniors to the Shineling Gate actively struck up conversations with Zhou Chun after recognizing them as members of the beast-taming Zhou family. Some even subtly hinted that the juniors from both families should hold back when meeting each other. Zhou Chun, of course, didn't take these hints to heart. The rules of the secret realm encouraged competition and slaughter. Killing an opponent meant obtaining all their treasures without fear of repercussions. In this situation, holding back was a joke. But he didn't outwardly reject their advances, only offering ambiguous answers with a smile. After waiting for several days, the entrance vortex to the Shineling secret realm automatically opened, sending Zhou Yuanlian and the others inside. Perhaps influenced by her cultivation technique, Zhou Yuanlian, who used to prefer white, blue, and pale yellow clothing, now mostly wears black and dark green. Furthermore, because her protective robes require extremely high corrosion resistance, she now rarely changes her clothes. Wearing a dark green bodysuit, she entered the Heavenly Spirit secret realm and found herself in a forest. This was the final multi-person trial area. The previous challenges weren't particularly difficult for her, and she could easily overcome them using talismans. Before she could even get a good look at her surroundings, a strange noise suddenly came from the bushes, followed by a flat-headed, spotted venomous snake leaping out and lunging for her face. Unfortunately, the snake had chosen the wrong target. Zhou Yuanlian simply reached out and easily grabbed the snake's body. The snake, now captured, immediately turned and bit a wrist. What puzzled and terrified the venomous snake was that although its vicious bite had clearly struck its target and injected its venom, the prey seemed completely oblivious to the pain. Its grip on the snake's body remained firm, without even a tremor. Zhou Yuanlian let out a soft moan, her face showing no sign of pain, but rather a hint of pleasure. She grasped the snake's head with her other hand, squeezing it slightly, as if trying to extract all the venom from the snake and inject it into herself. This venomous snake, having lived its entire life, probably never imagined that one day it would die from exhaustion of its venom. Thud, with a soft sound, the snake's corpse, now devoid of venom, was casually tossed into the grass by Zhou Yuanlian, like trash. She simply licked her bleeding wrist a few times, allowing the wound to heal quickly, then walked away with a pleased expression. Not long after, in a rotting swamp, Zhou Yuanlian slew a blackish-green poisonous lizard that inhabited the area with a poison sword. Her first action was to retrieve the lizard's venom sac, carefully storing it in her storage bag. She then gathered and stored some poisonous herbs guarded by the lizard. Cultivating the 10,000 poisons true scripture was no easy feat. Besides enduring inhuman torture and the constant danger of poisoning, it required collecting numerous poisonous substances to prepare the cultivation potion. Currently, with the Zhou family's support, Zhou Yuanlian's cultivation was progressing smoothly. However, based on her understanding over the years, once she successfully established her foundation, aside from the precious poisonous herbs and spiritual items Zhou Chun had left her, the Zhou family would find it difficult to provide her with a sufficient quantity of such items. She would then need to travel extensively, collecting the venom of various poisonous beasts, as well as various poisonous minerals and herbs. This trip to the Heavenly Spirit secret realm was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for her. Many of the poisonous herbs and creatures growing here are rare varieties found elsewhere. Taking as many as possible to store will greatly benefit her future cultivation. Soon after, Zhou Yuanlian killed a cultivator entering the secret realm in a mountain stream, obtaining all his belongings. By this time, she knew her location within the secret realm and was approaching the location of the Soul Heart Fruit tree. However, when she arrived near the Soul Heart Fruit tree, she discovered that someone had already arrived first, and the sounds of fierce combat could be heard. Upon discovering this, her expression changed drastically. The Soul Heart Fruit must not be lost. Anyone who stands in my way must die. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, and Zhou Yuanlian's killing intent surged. She had once been a kind mortal girl, but subsequent tragic experiences had ruthlessly trampled and crushed her kindness. Her more than 10 years of cultivation had given her a profound understanding of the cruelty of the cultivation world. Coupled with the effects of cultivating the 10,000 poisons true scripture, she had unknowingly become someone who disregarded life. Now, all she wants is to become stronger, to possess immense power, and then hunt down those who cultivate demonic arts, eliminating all demonic cultivators. Anyone who stands in her way of revenge is her enemy. In the valley where the green-faced ghost apes dwell, a middle-aged couple, seemingly husband and wife, are fiercely battling over a dozen green-faced ghost apes. Several of their corpses lie on the ground. Judging from their relaxed demeanor, they clearly don't take the dozen or so green-faced ghost apes seriously. They are determined to obtain the soul heart fruit on the tree. Shuangmani, help me fend off these beasts' close-range attacks. I'll prepare that move. Suddenly, the man in the couple shouted, seemingly having made a decision. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately responded loudly, "Alright, Shangje, go ahead and cast your spell." With that, she patted her storage pouch at her waist, and a shield-like magical artifact, seemingly forged from ice, appeared, swirling around the man. A blue-faced demon ape attempted to attack the man at close range, but was quickly repelled by the ice shield. Its claws, which had attacked the shield, were now covered in frost, and it shivered and howled in pain. The man, protected by his Taoist partner, held a fiery red pearl enchanted incantations, casting a powerful spell. Neither the man and his wife nor the blue-faced demon apes noticed the sudden stench of rotting animal flesh filling the valley. Perhaps they hadn't noticed, but such a smell was common near the lair of these demonic beasts and unlikely to attract attention. As the man made hand seals and chanted, a fiery red light emanated from the pearl in his hand, gathering in the sky to form a fire cloud. After a dozen breaths, he suddenly shouted and pointed at the blue-faced demon apes. Instantly, fireballs rained down from the fire cloud, bombarding the demon apes like cannonballs. Boom! 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 A series of explosions resounded, and flames raged throughout the valley. However, the fireballs deliberately avoided the location of the soul heart fruit tree. The horde of blue-faced ghost apes suffered heavy casualties under this attack. 5 were killed instantly, and most of the survivors were wounded. The man, however, seemed to be in bad shape as well. After casting his spell, he swayed, almost unable to stand. Clearly, the powerful spell had drained his mana, leaving him unable to fight further. Fortunately, with his Taoist partner's protection, he didn't need to worry about the blue-faced ghost apes taking advantage of the situation to retaliate. Strange, while this fire cloud secret technique has drained a lot of my mana in the past, it never left me this weak, the man muttered to himself, reaching for his storage pouch at his waist and taking out a rejuvenation pill to restore his mana. While the man was refining elixirs to recover his magical power, his Taoist partner took advantage of the situation, plucking several ripe spiritual fruits from the soul heart fruit tree and then rushing towards the valley exit with him. However, the heavily wounded green-faced ghost ape horde wouldn't give up so easily, launching a fierce attack on the two, determined to capture them. After a period of intense fighting, the man suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. "Brother Shuang," the woman's expression changed drastically as she rushed forward to protect the man. But at that moment, several green-faced ghost apes simultaneously unleashed their soul-cry divine power, instantly freezing her in shock. One of the green-faced ghost apes seized the opportunity, swiftly sweeping past the man on the ground and severing his head. Once the woman regained her senses, she saw the bloody scene and her eyes turned bloodshot. She screamed hysterically, "You damned beasts! I'll kill you all! Die!" She then frantically used her magical artifacts to attack the blue-faced ghost apes. But soon after, she suddenly felt dizzy and short of breath. I've been poisoned. Shangje was poisoned to death. The woman tried to suppress her discomfort with her magical power, her eyes filled with hatred as she scanned her surroundings, trying to find the poisoner. At this moment, the blue-faced ghost apes also showed symptoms of poisoning and stopped attacking the woman. Seeing this, the woman angrily shouted at the surrounding mountains and forests, "Who poisoned people? Come out now. If you don't come out, I'll destroy your storage bag, and none of us will get away with this." She reached for her storage bag at her waist. Clearly, she knew that the person who had secretly poisoned her wouldn't let her destroy such a treasure as the soul heart fruit. However, she seemed to have underestimated the potency of the poison and overestimated her own abilities. Just as her hand touched the storage bag, she suddenly felt a darkness before her eyes and collapsed to the ground. What a fool. If you hadn't screamed, you might not have been poisoned so quickly, but you insisted on screaming. In the valley, Zhou Yuanlian slowly emerged from the forest where she had been hiding, carrying an incense burner. The poison was released through the burning incense burner, which was also a poison cultivating artifact. As soon as she appeared, she raised her hand and waved, sending a black poison needle towards the woman's forehead. Only after seeing the black poison needle pierce her forehead did Zhou Yuanlian feel relieved enough to walk forward and take her storage bag. Then she turned to look at the blue-faced ghost apes. As demonic beasts, the green-faced ghost apes were much more resistant to poison, but most of them were already injured. After inhaling a large amount of poisonous smoke, they were staggering and no longer posed a threat to Zhou Yuanlian. The clan leader asked me to take a few green-faced ghost apes back to breed, but I only brought 4 spirit beast pouches. Which ones should I take? After pondering for a while at the green-faced ghost apes that looked like lambs to the slaughter, Zhou Yuanlian made a decision. She selected 4 apes that looked full of life from the green-faced ghost apes still alive in the valley, drugged them, and put them into her storage pouch. The apes were 3 females and 1 male. These were powerful drugs that she had concocted using her poison skills, enough to keep the green-faced ghost apes unconscious for half a month. She didn't kill the remaining green-faced ghost apes, but instead treated their external injuries. The soul heart fruit tree couldn't be transplanted, and it needed the care of the green-faced ghost apes. Therefore, destroying the green-faced ghost ape horde would be short-sighted. Having settled everything, Zhou Yuanlian quickly left Ghost Ape Valley. In the following days, Zhou Yuanlian, relying on her unpredictable and difficult-to-defend poison techniques, moved through the secret realm with ease, collecting 7 heavenly spirit tokens with little effort, reaping many rewards. However, she wasn't overly greedy, not actively hunting the trial participants, but spending most of her time wandering throughout the secret realm, collecting spiritual resources. When it was time to leave, she successfully gained entry to the tower with her 7 heavenly spirit tokens. During the subsequent treasure hunting process, she maximized her poison techniques, and with the help of several magical artifacts, broke through the protective barrier in just over 10 breaths, obtaining a jade box. Zhou Yuanlian's luck seemed to be better than Zhou Chun's. Inside the jade box she received was a jade slip containing a rare poison recipe. If concocted, it could even incapacitate a cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage. After leaving the secret realm, Zhou Yuanlian didn't elaborate on her gains, only requesting Zhou Zinayan to take her back to the clan as soon as possible. Zhou Zinayan, seeing this, didn't ask further and directly released a blue feather fire kite to take her back to Earth Cloud Ridge. Clan leader, you are wise. This junior has successfully completed my mission and brought back the soul heart fruit and the green-faced ghost ape. Inside Zhou Chun's cave, Zhou Yuanlian, returning from the Heavenly Spirit Secret Realm trial, respectfully presented her spoils to Zhou Chun. Because of her cultivation of poison techniques, she was somewhat of an anomaly within the Zhou family. Many Zhou family cultivators dared not associate with her, which led to her lack of respect for many Zhou family elders. However, before Zhou Chun, she dared not show any disrespect. Firstly, Zhou Chun had given her her current power. Secondly, she naturally revered the power Zhou Chun possessed. Only 2 soul heart fruits, Zhou Chun frowned as he looked at the spiritual fruit Zhou Yuanlian offered. When he harvested the soul heart fruits years ago, 2 were still unripe on the tree, so he hadn't picked them. He hadn't expected that after so many years, he would only have obtained these 2. Hearing his words, Zhou Yuanlian hurriedly explained, there are 4 more soul heart fruits on the tree that haven't ripened, so I followed your instructions and didn't touch them. No need to panic, I don't mean to blame you, Zhou Chun said gently, then dismissed her. He then carefully put away the 2 soul heart fruits and handed the 4 green-faced ghost apes to Zhou Zinayi, instructing him to arrange for them to be taken to a secluded place for raising. Green-faced ghost apes could only inhabit Yinsha lands, and the Zhou family's mountain gate could not possibly raise such beasts. However, given the Zhou family's current power, it's perfectly normal for them to occupy several special locations to establish separate courtyards for raising demonic beasts with specific environmental requirements. After Zhou Yuanlian withdrew, she went to see Zhou Zinayi and donated most of the spiritual herbs she had obtained in the Heavenly Spirit Secret Realm to the family in exchange for family merit. To cultivate her poison arts, she needed to collect various poisons, but relying solely on herself was obviously too slow. Therefore, she used most of the merit she had earned over the years to collect poisons through family-issued tasks. This was the difference between her and ordinary cultivators. Relatively speaking, she didn't need to take any pills to enhance her magical power. Instead, she could absorb the power of poisons through medicinal baths to accelerate her cultivation. Therefore, her money was spent on collecting poisons. Time flew by, and another year passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Su Yazan, who had entered seclusion later than Zhou Mingde, had reached the crucial stage of forming her core. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Chun immediately went to the Su family in Jiangshao. Using the dual cultivation technique passed down by the Su family patriarch, he transferred a portion of his vital energy to Su Yazhen, allowing her to transform this pure golden core energy into nourishing power through the methods of the Su Nuzhuangguang. After transferring his vital energy, Zhou Chun dared not disturb Su Yazhen any longer and hurriedly left the secret chamber to take pills to recover his energy. However, the loss of vital energy this time was quite significant. Despite taking the pills provided by the Su family patriarch, Zhou Chun still felt weak. Therefore, he could only return to his cave in Tuyanling for deep meditation to recover his lost energy. More than a year later, the Su family sent good news. Su Yazhen had successfully formed her golden core. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had had great confidence in Su Yazhen from the beginning, he couldn't be completely at ease until the final result. Now that the result was in, he could finally relax completely. Su Yazhen's successful core formation not only elevated the Su family of Jiang's house prestige to a new level, but also gave them 2 golden core cultivators to oversee the family. For the Zhou family, it was equally joyous. After all, she was Zhou Chun's lawfully wedded cultivation partner, practically a member of the Zhou family. Now that she and Zhou Chun had both achieved golden core formation, it would undoubtedly become a celebrated story in Jing Kingdom. It was fortunate that Zhou Mingde was still in seclusion forming his own core, otherwise, he would certainly be excitedly discussing gifts and congratulations with Zhou Chun. However, Su Yazhen was not Zhou Chun. She didn't possess rare spiritual items like the 5-element spiritual fruit to quickly stabilize her cultivation. After successfully forming her core, she would need to continue her seclusion for several more years before emerging to receive guests. Therefore, upon receiving the news, Zhou Chun didn't immediately rush to the Su family to see her, but instead sent a letter to offer his congratulations. At this moment, Zhou Chun's thoughts were entirely focused on Zhou Mingde. Counting on his fingers, Zhou Mingde had been in seclusion for 7 or 8 years, focusing on forming his core. Due to the nature of his cultivation method, it took him much longer to condense his virtual core than cultivators like Zhou Chun who practiced top-tier techniques, and he ultimately couldn't match their limits. However, 7 or 8 years should be enough for him to complete this step. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, the results would be revealed in the next year or two. At this crucial moment, Zhou Chun dared not leave his family. His original plan to travel to the Great Zhou Kingdom to find Luo Qingyi to refine pills and collect the Taiyi Zuanjin key had to be postponed. However, before Zhou Chun could even see the results of Zhou Mingde's core formation, he first witnessed the death of the last family generation cultivator in the Zhou family. I'm still a little unwilling. If only I could wait until the Supreme Elder's core formation result came out, and see him successfully form his core before I left. Inside his cave, facing Zhou Chun who had come to see him off on his final journey, Zhou Jiapeng, who was in his final moments, spoke his regret with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. Hearing his words, Zhou Chun also felt sorry for him from the bottom of his heart. But since things had come to this, all he could do was comfort him, saying, "Uncle Peng, don't worry. The Supreme Elder will definitely succeed in forming his core." Then he looked at him and asked, "Uncle Peng, is there anything else you'd like to say before you die?" Zhou Jiapeng hesitated for a moment before saying in a low voice, "I've already entrusted everything to the younger generation. If there's anything else I'm worried about, it's that golden winged iron-feathered eagle. It's been with me my whole life, accompanying me on over 200 years of battles. I've long considered it family. I hope it can die a natural death and be buried beside me." According to the Zhou family tradition, before a Zhou family cultivator passes away, they release their contracted spirit pet. If the spirit pet doesn't want to go into the wild, it can be entrusted to a descendant or the family for adoption. Zhou Jiapeng had already broken his contract with a golden winged iron-feathered eagle, but eagles are extremely loyal, and the golden winged iron-feathered eagle was unwilling to leave, wanting to continue protecting its offspring. However, that golden winged iron-feathered eagle is now a second-tier high-grade demonic beast, a considerable fighting force. Yet, none of Zhou Jiapeng's descendants have reached the foundation establishment stage. Without a foundation establishment cultivator, even if the golden winged iron-feathered eagle were willing to protect his descendants, they would likely struggle to command the beast, ultimately requiring family intervention. And the Zhou family doesn't keep idle demons. Therefore, upon hearing Zhou Jiapeng's words, Zhou Chun understood his concerns. He immediately looked at him solemnly and promised, "If that's the case, Uncle Peng, you can rest assured. I assure you, Unless faced with a crisis of annihilation, I will absolutely not allow your golden-winged iron-feathered eagle to go out and fight powerful enemies, allowing it to peacefully spend the rest of its life in the Zhou family. Upon receiving this promise, Zhou Jiapeng was immediately excited, repeatedly praising, "Excellent! Excellent! In that case, I can truly die without regrets." With that, he peacefully passed away with a smile on his face. With Zhou Jiapeng's passing, the Jia generation of the Zhou family completely disappeared, and later generations can only see their names in the family genealogy and ancestral tablets, requesting monthly votes. Chapter 507 Zhou Ming reaches core formation. Zhou Jiapeng's passing marked the end of another generation for the Zhou family. Given his contributions to the family during his lifetime, Zhou Chun, the patriarch with a golden core cultivation level, personally presided over the reading of his eulogy and ordered all clan members to observe 3 days of mourning. As for Zhou Jiapeng's descendants, Zhou Chun did not offer them any special treatment. As the patriarch, he had to treat everyone fairly, otherwise, with the current number of foundation establishment cultivators in the Zhou family, how could he possibly care for them all in the future? Moreover, Zhou Jiapeng, as a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator who had participated in numerous wars, had accumulated wealth comparable to that of an average purple mansion stage cultivator. His wealth was enough for his descendants to achieve foundation establishment multiple times. If even this couldn't produce a single foundation establishment cultivator, it would demonstrate that his descendants were not capable of great things, and Zhou Chun saw no need to waste the family's resources on them. The only thing Zhou Chun could do for Zhou Jiapeng was to have the family support his golden-winged iron-feathered eagle, allowing it to live a peaceful retirement within the Zhou family. Of course, given the bird's lifespan, it wasn't yet time for true retirement. Its next task was to leave behind as many excellent bloodlines as possible, giving birth to more outstanding demonic bird spirit pets for the Zhou family. Coincidentally, the golden-feathered eagle that Zhou Chun had the golden-winged tiger train was a female eagle. If these two types of avian demonic beasts could successfully breed, they might add another mid-level demonic beast species to the Zhou family. Coincidentally, just half a year after Zhou Jiapeng's death, the golden-feathered eagle, after years of training by the golden-winged tiger, finally yielded and was willing to sign another contract with a human cultivator. Zhou Chun then had Zhou's Hengyong take it in as a spirit pet and mount. Speaking of which, Zhou's Hengyong was somewhat unlucky. His original spirit pet, the red-tailed monkey, had already died because it couldn't break through to the second tier and its lifespan had run out. Later, he contracted a crimson flame Vajra monkey and a crimson-eyed dragon vulture. However, both of these spirit pets perished in the war. This greatly affected him, and he simply stopped contracting spirit pets altogether. But as a purple mansion stage cultivator of the Zhou family, if he couldn't even produce a second-tier demonic beast to save face, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Therefore, Zhou Chun directly gave him the golden-feathered eagle, a second-tier high-grade demonic beast, to contract, as a way to save face for him. Time passed day by day. One day, many cultivators in Earth Cloud Ridge suddenly discovered that the spiritual energy they had gathered through their cultivation techniques was suddenly flowing uncontrollably to another location, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't gather it back. This situation immediately caused many to change their expressions, hurriedly stopping their cultivation and leaving their cultivation rooms to check the situation, trying to find the cause of the spiritual energy dissipation. Then, a majestic and powerful voice rang in the ears of all the cultivators in Earth Cloud Ridge. Our clan's supreme elder Zhou Ming is currently forming his core. All cultivators must immediately cease absorbing spiritual energy and leave Huanglong Peak. It was the clan leader's voice. Many Zhou family cultivators recognized the voice and quickly and consciously left the vicinity of Huanglong Peak. Some rogue cultivators who had come to cultivate at Tuian Ridge also quickly reached the edge of the mountain gate exit under the arrangement of the Zhou family cultivators. In the past, these people might have been allowed to leave the family's mountain gate directly to avoid any accidents. But now that Tuian Ridge had 2 golden core stage cultivators in charge, this was no longer a concern. Leaving them to observe the core formation phenomenon would actually earn the Zhou family a good reputation. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and a large amount of spiritual energy surged towards Zhou Ming's secluded cultivation place. Tisk tisk tisk, the Zhou family is truly remarkable. First, the patriarch Zhou's Hengchen returned from forming his core, and now the elderly Grand Elder has triggered a celestial omen of forming his core. This is truly a blessing from heaven and earth, isn't that right? I heard that the cultivator from the Su family in Jiangzhou, who formed his core a few years ago, was the Zhou family patriarch's cultivation partner. If you count them, that makes 3 people who have formed their cores. Before, everyone said that the Zhou family patriarch was a person with great fortune, and I thought they were just flattering themselves. Now it seems that it might really be true. If this Zhou family grand elder successfully forms his core, then wouldn't the Zhou family have 3 golden core cultivators? Is there any other family in our Jing kingdom that has 3 golden core cultivators, even inside the Zhou family's mountain gate, with many Zhou family cultivators nearby? It couldn't stop the gossipy hearts of the rogue cultivators discussing Zhou Ming's core formation. At this moment, all the Zhou family cultivators' attention was focused on Huanglong Peak. Even those who overheard some disrespectful remarks about the family had no time to pursue them. Everyone knew that triggering the core formation omen was only half the battle. Only when the omen dissipated on its own and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth returned to calm could the core formation be considered complete. This stage was essentially a do-or-die situation. Failure meant certain death, with no third option. Therefore, even Zhou Chun was somewhat apprehensive. The Holy Spirit Blood Pill could restore the vitality of the elderly Turt's Peak, but this was only recorded in the pill formula. Zhou Chun couldn't guarantee its true miraculous power. If the effect wasn't as good as described in the formula, then this stage would be extremely dangerous for Zhou Ming. Fortunately, Zhou Chun's fears didn't materialize. After a considerable period, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and the abnormal agitation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually subsided. All of this indicated that Zhou Ming had successfully overcome the hurdle and successfully formed his core. However, Zhou Chun knew that with Zhou Ming's cultivation method, even if he successfully formed his core, the time needed to solidify his foundation would be much longer than for someone like Su Yazhen. He couldn't expect Zhou Ming to emerge from seclusion and meet people anytime soon. Therefore, once the outcome was confirmed, he quickly issued another order. Huanglong Peak is temporarily designated as a forbidden area for the family. Summoning is prohibited, and family members are strictly forbidden from entering. All cave dwellings rented out in Tuyun Ridge are suspended. This order was naturally to allow Zhou Ming to cultivate quietly and consolidate his cultivation. After issuing this order, Zhou Chun quickly visited Lin Hongyu. The reason for this visit was simple, to ask Lin Hongyu to leave Tuyun Ridge under the guise of traveling and go to the Jade Mountain in the wilderness to cultivate. Tuyun Ridge was such a small place that it couldn't possibly accommodate 3 golden core cultivators. Even 2 golden core cultivators would feel crowded. It was only because Zhou Chun hadn't switched cultivation methods and rarely meditated and cultivated that he allowed Zhou Ming to form his core here. Lin Hongyu understood perfectly, but she had no intention of going to Kiu Mountain to cultivate. Instead, she wanted to travel for a while. Since successfully forming her core, aside from a short trip to gather materials for refining her natal magic weapon, she had spent the rest of her time in the wilderness, overseeing the Zhou family, and fighting on the front lines. As a cultivator who had been in the core stage for over 100 years, she had never truly had a proper trip. Now that the situation was stable, and the Zhou family had produced 2 golden core cultivators, Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming, she no longer needed to constantly guard the mountain gate and protect the Zhou family. Naturally, she wanted to travel. Not only her, but even Zhou Daoai, who had broken through to the Lake Purple Mansion stage, had this idea. Zhou Chun wasn't unreasonable. Upon learning of this, he immediately agreed to the couple's trip. However, he made an agreement with Lin Hongyu that the trip should ideally not exceed 10 years. This was because by then, King Shen Daoist's nascent soul formation results at King Lian Temple should be appearing, and the situation in Jing Kingdom might change as a result, requiring Lin Hongyu's return to face the challenges together. Lin Hongyu and Zhou Daoai readily agreed. After making some arrangements, the couple rode away from Tuyun Ridge on their Azure Dragon, watched by Zhou Chun. Having seen them off, Zhou Chun returned to his cave to recuperate. In the following period, congratulatory letters poured into the Zhou family like snowflakes. Just as a certain rogue cultivator had said that day, 3 golden core cultivators from one family, this was unprecedented in Jing Kingdom. Most mid-level sects, like the former 3 Absolutes sect, only had a few golden core cultivators. More importantly, upon closer examination, it was discovered that the 3 golden core cultivators of the Zhou family had all successfully formed their cores within a span of just over 100 years. Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming's success in forming their cores was less than 20 years apart. This was truly astonishing. Even a major sect like the Moonwheel sect rarely saw two golden core cultivators appear within 20 years in its history. To produce one golden core cultivator every 50 years would be truly remarkable. This inevitably led many cultivators to wonder if the Zhou family had obtained some heaven-defying spiritual treasure that could greatly increase the success rate of core formation. Such rumors were deliberately spread, whether to test the waters or simply to incite hatred against the Zhou family, it's unclear. However, these rumor mongers are likely to be disappointed. The higher-ups of major powers like the Moonwheel sect know that Zhou Chun obtained numerous core formation spiritual treasures during the previous war. Therefore, while they were surprised and impressed by the Zhou family's successive emergence of two golden core cultivators, they didn't truly believe the Zhou family had obtained some heaven-defying spiritual treasure that could help others achieve core formation. Even if such a treasure existed in the cultivation world, it's highly unlikely that Zhou Chun, before achieving core formation, would have possessed it. Of course, this is all predicated on the Zhou family not having any more successful core formation attempts in the near future. Otherwise, even a powerful figure like true Immortal Beist would likely suspect that the Zhou family had obtained a spiritual treasure like the five-element spiritual fruit tree. In fact, upon learning that Zhou Ming had successfully formed his golden core at the advanced age of over 450, Master Beist had already sent someone to inquire about the details. Zhou Chun, knowing this would pique curiosity, generously offered the formula for the Holy Spirit Blood Pill to Master Beist, explaining why Zhou Ming could achieve golden core at such an advanced age and simultaneously demonstrating his loyalty. Whether the Moonwheel sect could find the Holy Spirit Blood Leech and refine the Holy Spirit Blood Pill to cultivate golden core cultivators was none of his concern. After all, the Zhou family and the Moonwheel sect weren't competitors. The Moonwheel sect having a few more golden core cultivators wouldn't affect the Zhou family much. Zhou Chun even hoped the Moonwheel sect could successfully refine this elixir. If so, those golden core cultivators who achieve golden core through the Holy Spirit Blood Pill would undoubtedly have a much stronger affinity for the Zhou family who offered the formula. In short, given the Zhou family's current strength, as long as they don't attract the suspicion and distrust of major sects like the Moonwheel sect, a few rumors simply won't affect them in the slightest. Zhou Chun therefore didn't bother with those rumors, only instructing Zhou Zinayu to begin preparations for the second golden core ceremony, which could be held after Zhou Ming emerged from seclusion. Holding two golden core ceremonies in quick succession was actually quite difficult for the invited families and cultivators, as they would inevitably have to offer another substantial gift. However, the golden core ceremony couldn't be cancelled. Therefore, Zhou Chun planned to discuss with Zhou Ming after his seclusion that the families and cultivators attending the golden core ceremony wouldn't need to bring lavish gifts anymore. A small gift would suffice to maintain the atmosphere and prestige. He believed that with Zhou Ming's magnanimity, he wouldn't object to his suggestion. For the other cultivators in the Zhou family, Zhou Ming's successful golden core formation would be even more inspiring and boost their confidence. After all, Zhou Chun and Lin Hongyu both achieved core formation outside the Zhou family, and none of them witnessed it firsthand, thus lacking a sense of participation. Furthermore, Zhou Chun's personal experience was truly legendary, impossible to imitate or replicate. Many Zhou family members, while idolizing him and filled with admiration and respect, dared not dream of becoming the next him. Zhou Ming, however, was different. He achieved core formation within the Zhou family's mountain gate, and the signs of his success were witnessed by many Zhou family cultivators. This sense of participation was incredibly strong, leaving a profound impression. Moreover, Zhou Ming was never a genius. He only successfully opened his purple mansion at over 200 years old, and his cultivation method wasn't top tier. He was essentially a model of an ordinary cultivator, just with better luck. Yet, he achieved core formation at the advanced age of over 450. This was extremely inspiring for the vast majority of Zhou family cultivators, as many of them were no less capable than Zhou Ming, and some were even significantly better. In this situation, if Zhou Ming could successfully form his core, why couldn't they? This thought, once it arose, lingered in the minds of many Zhou family cultivators, planting a seed of ambition in their hearts. Driven by this seed of ambition, many of them worked even harder in their cultivation, striving to earn cultivation resources for themselves. An atmosphere of intense competition gradually emerged within the Zhou family. When Zhou Chun learned of this situation, he felt very gratified. As someone who had been through it all, he knew how positive this atmosphere of intense competition could be for the family. In fact, the thing a large family fears most is when its members become complacent and lose their drive. A family that lacks ambition, no matter how glorious it was in the past, will inevitably be eliminated over time. Therefore, to keep the ambition of these family members going, Zhou Chun specially established a breakthrough award. Depending on their spiritual root aptitude and the cultivation method they practiced, those who could break through to a certain realm before a certain age would receive a considerable amount of merit as a reward from the family. This idea originated from the scholarship system of his previous life, modified to better suit this world. They all served similar purposes, helping cultivators from disadvantaged backgrounds, but with enough effort, to go further. But just then, Zhou Chun reported some bad news to him. The Zhou family's finances were strained again. Currently, markets in surrounding countries are shrinking, and consumption has decreased significantly. Business is generally poor in all of our Zhou family's shops, and income is far less than before. However, the number of cultivators in the family continues to grow rapidly, and the expenditure on merit points distributed to clansmen is increasing year by year, widening the gap between income and expenditure. Furthermore, the family's previous purchase of strategic materials emptied most of its stock of spiritual items, and the golden core ceremony also consumed a large amount of spiritual coins. Now, the remaining spiritual coins in the account are less than 200,000. If we cannot find a way to increase the family's income, at most in 5 years, the family's accounts will show a loss. Inside Zhou Chun's cave, Zhou Chun arrived with ledgers, reporting the family's financial situation to Zhou Chun with a serious expression. He was currently acting as steward in place of Zhou Chun, and wouldn't usually come to report on anything less than crucial. This was because Zhou Chun would personally visit the Zhongping Hall every few days to oversee and handle clan affairs. However, financial matters were of paramount importance, and after discovering a tight budget during the latest round of accounting, Zhou Chun dared not delay and immediately came to see Zhou Chun with the compiled account books and documents. Upon hearing his explanation, Zhou Chun calmly said, "Don't rush, let me see the account books first." He then waved his hand, opening all the account books, his powerful divine sense simultaneously scanning multiple books. The Zhou family's account books were meticulously detailed, recording every expenditure, ensuring that every entry matched up during audits. Zhou Chun frequently conducted spot checks to ensure no one dared to embezzle family assets directly. As for any profit-making activities using personal authority, Zhou Chun knew it was impossible to completely eliminate them. As long as they weren't too outrageous or conspicuous, he could simply ignore them. After reviewing all the account books, Zhou Chun closed his eyes and processed the numerous figures he had just seen in his mind. With the powerful mental calculation abilities of a golden core cultivator, he quickly checked each account. The result was, of course, perfect. If he could make mistakes in this area, Zhou Chun would be completely unqualified to manage the family in his place. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Chun, saying, "I've checked, and the family accounts currently hold over 270,000 jin of water essence jade, or over 60,000 jin of crimson blood jade ore, over 70,000 jin of ink pattern jade ore, over 120,000 jin of flawless white jade ore, over 160,000 jin of black corundum ore, over 50,000 jin of amethyst jade ore, and over 570,000 jin of mysterious iron ore." If these ores were sold at pre-war market prices, approximately how many spirit coins would they be worth? The ores Zhou Chun referred to were all obtained by the Zhou family through mining in the wilderness over the years. Unaffected by the war, even during the fiercest battles between the Yuanmo Legion and the Xianling Legion, the Zhou family's mines in the wilderness continued to operate. However, due to the war, the mined ore could no longer be sold and had to be stored in warehouses. While the Zhou family could process and consume some of the ore, this consumption was negligible compared to the enormous quantity mined. Thus, over several decades, they accumulated their current stockpile. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, Zhou Chun quickly began to mentally estimate the value of the ore he had mentioned. After this estimation, he softly replied, "I've estimated that, based on pre-war market prices and considering price fluctuations caused by large-scale trade, these ores are worth approximately 280,000 spirit coins." "Then let's say 280,000 spirit coins." Zhou Chun nodded, then said, "I'll buy all the ores at this price, but they will remain temporarily stored in the family treasury." Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Chun in surprise, not expecting him to say that. What? Do you think it's inappropriate? Zhou Chun glanced at him and asked calmly. No. I wouldn't dare. Clan Chief, your noble character is truly admirable. Zhou Zinai shook his head repeatedly, then looked at Zhou Chun with reverence, expressing his respect. He knew perfectly well that Zhou Chun was intentionally providing financial support to the family, helping them overcome their difficulties. This act of personally subsidizing the family fully demonstrated the depth of Zhou Chun's affection for them. Only someone who deeply loved their family could do such a thing. Zhou Chun waved his hand and said, I'm personally subsidizing the family finances, but that can only provide temporary relief. To truly resolve the family's financial crisis, we need to address the root cause. Later, inform all cultivators above the foundation establishment stage within the family to return home when they have time. Let's brainstorm and discuss how to make money. Also, some of the family's rules may be outdated and should be revised to adapt to the family's current changes. At this point, Zhou Chun shook his head slightly and said, never mind, let's tell those people what we need to discuss first, giving them time to think it over. As for the timing of the discussion, let's decide after the Supreme Elder emerges from seclusion. Yes, Junior obeys, Zhou Zinai respectfully replied and withdrew. Time passed quickly, and 3 years had passed since Su Yuzhen successfully formed her golden core. After 3 years of secluded cultivation, she had stabilized her cultivation level and voluntarily emerged from seclusion. With her emergence, the Su family's golden core ceremony for her was soon held. Chapter 508 The Zhou family's strongest beast-taming inheritance. Jiangzhou, Su family mountain gate. Today is the day of Su Yuzhen's golden core ceremony, the newly promoted golden core cultivator of the Su family. Invitations were sent to various forces and individuals 2 years ago. Therefore, the sounds of greetings and congratulations have been constant since early morning. Unlike the Zhou family, the Su family is a direct descendant of the Moonwheel Sect. The female cultivator from the family, Su Yunyielding, is now a golden core elder of the Moonwheel Sect, and the family has friends and relatives throughout the Jing Kingdom. Therefore, in terms of the number of guests, Su Yuzhen's golden core ceremony this time has more attendees than Zhou Chun's. Basically, more than 70% of the cultivation families under the Moonwheel Sect sent people to offer gifts and congratulations. The moon-worshipping true person of the Moonwheel Sect also dispatched a mid-golden core cultivator with gifts. Even the Kinglian Temple sent a purple mansion cultivator to offer gifts. The Zhou family of Lingzhou presents congratulatory gifts, a magical treasure and spiritual material, the water essence jade mother, weighing 93.7 jin, a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, the water jade lingzi, and a rare aquatic treasure, the 7-colored pearl, to congratulate fellow Taoist Su on achieving the golden core and living to ripe old age. Around noon, a loud announcement rang out, attracting the attention of all the guests. A flash of golden light appeared in the sky, and a young man in brocade robes arrived at the main venue of the celebration, taking a seat in the front row. This man was none other than Zhou Chun. However, according to custom, Su Yuzhen was not yet ready to appear and greet guests, so he could not come to entertain him. He chatted with the Su family patriarch and Su Yunyielding and other familiar cultivators. Su Yunyielding looked at him with satisfaction and said, Zhengjin, you're quite thoughtful. This, water essence jade mother, is perfect for Yuzhen to use to refine her natal magic treasure. She was originally looking for this. Auntie, I'm glad you're satisfied. Zhou Chun smiled slightly, inwardly relieved. Previously, during his golden core ceremony, the Su family patriarch had gifted him such a large piece of golden essence, and he had been worried about how to reciprocate. Fortunately, while inventorying the treasures in the family treasury, he discovered this water essence jade mother, mined by the scaled frog alien race. When the water essence jade vein was discovered, Zhou Chun had also obtained a water essence jade mother, but unfortunately, it was later used to exchange for yellow dragonstone. This piece that the Zhou family obtained this time surpassed that one in both quality and size, making it perfect for Su Yuzhen to refine her natal magic weapon. What do you mean I'm satisfied? It sounds like I've mistreated you. Su Yunyielding glared at Zhou Chun reproachfully, then shook her head and said, alright, as long as you treat Yuzhen well, I really have no complaints. Zhou Chun could only smile awkwardly and remain silent. Subsequently, one after another, golden core cultivators or golden core forces appeared, presenting generous gifts to express their congratulations. At noon, Su Yuzhen, dressed in her finest attire, finally made her appearance. Her entrance, while not quite as grand as Zhou Chun's dragon-riding entrance, was still unforgettable for everyone present. Suddenly, a long white ribbon flew through the sky, followed by a white-clad fairy, surrounded by 8 female cultivators, who rode it across the heavens. The ribbon didn't fly particularly fast, but wherever it passed, colorful petals fell from the sky, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Soon after, the white-clad fairy landed on the main stage of the ceremony. She descended gracefully, like a celestial maiden descending to earth, and then bowed slightly to the assembled golden core cultivators, speaking softly, "I am Su Yuzhen, greetings to all fellow Daoists. Welcome to the Su family for my golden core celebration." The cultivators, of course, returned the greeting immediately. The subsequent golden core ceremony was simply a repeat of Zhou Chun's previous ceremony, only this time the protagonist was Su Yuzhen. After several days of excitement, the guests all departed, and Zhou Chun and Su Yuzhen, the Taoist couple, could finally return to their cave dwelling to share their innermost feelings. After exchanging insights on their golden core formation experiences, Su Yuzhen suddenly looked at Zhou Chun with eyes full of affection and said, "My husband, you've worked so hard for my golden core formation. Now, let me repay you." "Oh, my lady, what do you mean by repaying me?" Zhou Chun was about to ask further when he saw Su Yuzhen proactively remove her clothes. Seeing this, he immediately understood the meaning of repaying you. Su Yuzhen's cultivation technique, the Su Nu Zhuanguang, was a unique dual cultivation method, allowing her to improve her cultivation through dual cultivation with a man. Therefore, since finding Zhou Chun, her perfectly compatible dual cultivation partner, her cultivation path had been smooth sailing, without encountering any obstacles. However, the Su Nu Zhuanguang is not an evil technique that uses yin-yang energy to replenish yang. Rather, it is a legitimate and profound esoteric cultivation method. During dual cultivation, not only does the practitioner greatly benefit, but their cultivation partner also benefits. After reaching the golden core stage, the practitioner will periodically condense a primordial yin qi, similar to Virgin's primordial yin. This primordial yin qi has little effect on the practitioner, but it greatly benefits their cultivation partner, enhancing cultivation and providing healing and replenishment. Therefore, after reaching the golden core stage, the practitioner of the Su Nu Zhuanguang will have a reciprocal effect on their cultivation partner, making them even more inseparable. Su Yuzhen had just successfully formed her golden core, and the primordial yin qi within her was at its most effective. After a period of dual cultivation with her, Zhou Chun received benefits no less than those from their first dual cultivation session, when the primordial yang and primordial yin energies merged. His original vital energy, which had not yet fully recovered, was not only completely restored after this dual cultivation, but his magical power even slightly improved. This discovery greatly surprised him, and he hurriedly asked Su Yuzhen for details. After learning the details, he was both surprised and delighted, filled with emotion. If there was one thing that bothered Zhou Chun the most about becoming Su Yuzhen's Taoist partner before, it was that he had actually become the furnace for her cultivation. Although he hadn't actually lost anything as the furnace. That was the fact. For him, who was quite proud and confident at the time, this was a disgrace. But now everything was reversed. Su Yuzhen had become the furnace to help him cultivate a human-shaped elixir that could heal injuries and improve his cultivation. This plain-made and profound art is probably a maid-raising technique created by some high-level male cultivator, Zhou Chun thought to himself, somewhat amused and exasperated. But then, as if remembering something, he looked at Su Yuzhen with worry and asked, "Since the Su Nu Zhuanguang is so profound, shouldn't there be some tribulations after reaching the golden core stage?" He was recalling Su Yuzhen's past experience with the tribulation of love and felt things wouldn't be so simple. Sure enough, after hearing his words, Su Yuzhen was silent for a moment, then nodded gently and said, "My husband is right. There will indeed be tribulations after reaching the golden core stage of the Su Nu Zhuanguang." She then whispered about the tribulations. Unlike the previous tribulation of love, the Su Nu Zhuanguang would bring a tribulation of desire after reaching the golden core stage. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and lust is one of them. Once the tribulation of desire of the Su Nu Zhuanguang arrives, the cultivator will be consumed by lust. The danger of this tribulation of desire lies in the fact that it cannot be overcome by abstinence, it must be guided and released through dual cultivation. However, if desire is indulged, the cultivator will die from exhaustion of vital energy. Furthermore, During dual cultivation, the desire tribulation will also affect the cultivation partner. If they cannot control their desires, they too risk exhausting their vital energy. To safely overcome the desire tribulation, the cultivator must release their desires in an orderly manner with the help of their cultivation partner, gradually reducing the power of the desire tribulation until the lustful fire within their body is completely extinguished. This demonstrates the importance of a good cultivation partner for practitioners of the Su Nu Zhuangguang. Without finding a good cultivation partner, even the most talented cultivator will find it difficult to overcome the desire tribulation. The desire tribulation is different from the love tribulation. Generally speaking, the desire tribulation won't erupt within 100 years after the core formation. The higher one's cultivation level, the easier it is for this tribulation to erupt, Su Yuzhen said, then looked at Zhou Chun apologetically and said, "When my desire tribulation arrives, I will have to trouble my husband to help me overcome it. Please forgive me." Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied with a serious expression, "My wife is too kind. As cultivation partners, we should help each other overcome difficulties during our cultivation. This is my duty." He wasn't just putting on an act, he truly felt this way. From any perspective, he had no reason not to help Su Yuzhen when her desire tribulation erupted. As his cultivation partner and now a golden core cultivator, Su Yuzhen could naturally sense his sincerity. Hearing his heartfelt words, she was immediately moved and couldn't help but push him down onto the bed, offering him a sweet kiss. Zhou Chun, with his resolute will, did not indulge too much in the pleasures of love. Besides, Zhou Mingde was still in seclusion, and Lin Honggai was traveling. He couldn't afford to leave Tu Yunling for an extended period. Therefore, after staying at the Su family for half a month, he resolutely bid farewell to his beloved and returned to his clan to oversee things. Su Yuzhen was also busy refining her natal magic weapon and had no time to accompany him at the Zhou family. Less than 2 months after returning to his clan, Zhou Chun had cultivated his god-slaying technique to the 2nd level, condensing 2 god-slaying swords. At this point, both of his main secret techniques had finally reached the golden core level. Zhou Chun could now devote more energy to improving his other secret techniques. Among the secret techniques he cultivated, many could still be effective at the golden core stage. The dragon transformation secret technique, however, lacked the assistance of 4th-tier thunder dragon spirit blood and could be disregarded. The golden slash and concentric golden lock were both divine abilities that could still be cultivated and used at the golden core stage. Comparatively, the golden slash was more useful. Because most golden core cultivators possess natal magic treasures for protection and have exceptionally sharp reflexes, the heart-to-heart golden lock is much more difficult to hit. Furthermore, the higher the level of cultivation of the golden slash, the greater its attack power and speed become, making it difficult even for golden core cultivators to dodge. In addition, Zhou Chun also plans to cultivate the Zhou family's highest level beast-taming secret technique, the Beast Spirit Fusion Technique. The Beast Spirit Fusion Technique is the only beast-taming secret technique inherited from the Zhou family's ancestors that requires a golden core cultivation level to cultivate. Moreover, this technique is incomplete and fragmented. Even so, this beast-taming secret technique is extremely useful. After successfully cultivating this technique, one can temporarily fuse with their spirit pet, gaining the pet's unique supernatural abilities. For example, by fusing with a Thunder Flood Dragon Bai Bai, Zhou Chun can master Bai Bai's lightning escape ability and all its lightning attribute supernatural abilities. By fusing with a golden armored mountain carrying turtle Shi Tao, he can master Shi Tao's earth elemental supernatural abilities and earth escape ability. By fusing with a golden winged tiger, one can master its special abilities. By fusing with a wood spirit, one can master its wood-based and wood escape abilities. In short, if Zhou Chun successfully cultivates this beast spirit fusion technique, his luxurious team of spirit pets will allow him to unleash its full power. Conversely, even after Zhou Mingde successfully formed his core and mastered this technique, he could only gain some of the fire god Jackal's abilities through fusion, offering little improvement in combat strength. However, the Zhou family's beast spirit fusion technique is only an incomplete version, lacking a formula to resolve fusion repulsion. Without this special remedy, a cultivator must achieve an extremely high degree of spiritual compatibility with their spirit pet to successfully perform the beast spirit fusion technique. Furthermore, without the remedy, the fusion time is highly uncertain and easily broken due to fluctuations in their spiritual connection. Finally, and most importantly, Fusion places an immense burden on both the cultivator and the spirit beast. If the fusion lasts too long, both will suffer severe damage upon dissolving. According to the experience summarized by the Zhou family's senior cultivators, to perform the beast-spirit fusion technique, the cultivation levels of the cultivator and the spirit beast cannot exceed one major realm. That is, the cultivator must be at least a golden core stage cultivator, and the spirit beast must be at least a low-grade third-tier demon beast. If a golden core stage cultivator is paired with a second-tier demon beast, the second-tier demon beast's body simply cannot withstand the immense burden of fusion. Having made this decision, Zhou Chun retrieved the cultivation method for the beast-spirit fusion technique and devoted himself to its study. Few cultivators in the Zhou family have successfully cultivated the beast-spirit fusion technique, and their accumulated experience is extremely limited. The cultivation notes left by their predecessors are filled with helplessness, lamenting the difficulty of cultivating this secret technique. They also invariably urge future generations to diligently search for the missing formula. According to their understanding, with the aid of secret medicine, cultivating this supernatural power would be much easier. However, after cultivating the beast-spirit fusion technique, Zhou Chun successfully completed his first fusion with a thunder flood dragon in just half a year. In the valley, a human-faced thunder flood dragon soared through the air, occasionally using lightning escape techniques to disappear into various parts of the valley. The magical power emanating from the human-faced thunder flood dragon was a staggering fourth tier. Looking at the human face appearing on the dragon's forehead, it was none other than Zhou Chun. This was the mystery of the beast-spirit fusion technique. It could temporarily merge the cultivator's physical body with that of a demon beast, making the cultivator's physical body no longer a weakness. Simultaneously, it allowed the cultivator's cultivation and magical power to be transferred to the demon beast, raising the third-tier demon beast's magical power to the fourth tier. Furthermore, after the fusion, Zhou Chun could still wield magical treasures in battle, and many of his supernatural powers and secret techniques remained intact. The only difference between the current human-faced Thunder Dragon and the fourth-tier Thunder Dragon is that its supernatural abilities are still at the level of a third-tier demon beast. It hasn't awakened any stronger fourth-tier Thunder-based magical abilities. However, with a Thunder Escape technique, using Golden Core Stage Mana to activate this escape technique is enough to greatly increase Zhou Chun's escape speed by several times compared to before. The only drawback of this transformation is that due to poor coordination during the first transformation, the fusion state was abruptly ended due to significant fluctuations in their minds. After the fusion state ended, Zhou Chun was relatively fine, experiencing only some physical discomfort. However, the Thunder Dragon Bye-Bye, a mid-grade third-tier demon beast, suffered from chaotic internal energy and significant damage to its vital energy, requiring several months of rest to recover before re-entering the fusion state. Seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly instructed it to rest and then attempted to fuse with several other spirit pets. However, whether it was the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone that had followed him the earliest, or the golden winged tiger and the wood spirit Mu Sang, all of them failed to fuse with him. Zhou Chun could sense that it wasn't that these spirit pets resisted merging with him, but rather that his secret techniques weren't yet fully mastered, preventing him from truly merging with them. The reason he was able to merge with the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye so quickly was likely due to his cultivation of the Dragon Transformation secret technique, which allowed him to refine a large amount of the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye's dragon spirit blood. Realizing this, Zhou Chun didn't rush to merge with other spirit pets, instead focusing on further cultivating various secret techniques. Time flew by, and 4 years had passed since Zhou Ming successfully formed his golden core. On this day, after 4 years of secluded cultivation, Zhou Ming finally stabilized his cultivation and emerged from seclusion. Ho-ha-ho-ha. Born for 460 years, half a life of wealth and half a life of poverty, today I finally achieve the golden core fruit. I laugh with joy. Within Tuyun Ridge, Zhou Ming's joyful laughter echoed throughout the entire mountain gate. Anyone who heard that laughter knew how happy he was. This joy was no less than when he saw Zhou Chun return after successfully forming his golden core. When Zhou Chun returned after achieving the golden core stage, he truly solidified the Zhou family's status as a golden core clan, fulfilling Zhou Ming's wish when rebuilding the family, leaving him with no regrets in this life. Now, with his own successful golden core formation, his life is complete. Currently, the Zhou family's power is thriving. Apart from the fact that its territory and spiritual lands are not as large as before, in terms of strength and potential, It is the strongest Zhou family has ever been. And he himself has achieved something he never dared to dream of before, successfully forming his golden core. For Zhou Ming, if this isn't a complete life, what is? Congratulations to the Supreme Elder on achieving the golden core. May the Supreme Elder enjoy boundless blessings and longevity, and may his immortal path be everlasting. Zhou Chun's figure suddenly appeared in the sky, smiling broadly as he congratulated Zhou Ming, who had just emerged from seclusion. Upon hearing his words, the other Zhou family cultivators in the mountain gates also came to their senses. They immediately bowed respectfully towards the sky above Huanglong Peak and shouted in unison, "Congratulations to the Supreme Elder on achieving the golden core. May the Supreme Elder enjoy boundless blessings and longevity, and may his immortal path be everlasting." The shouts shook the heavens and the earth, reverberating throughout the entire mountain gate. After this lively gathering, Zhou Ming invited Zhou Chun to his cave dwelling for a talk. As soon as the two sat down in the cave dwelling, Zhou Ming looked at Zhou Chun with a face full of emotion and sighed, "Zheng Chun, I really have to thank you properly. You not only fulfilled my lifelong wish, but also allowed me to accomplish something I never dared to dream of. If I were not your elder, I would have prostrated myself before you today to thank you for your life-saving grace." In the end, his true feelings were revealed, his eyes filled with gratitude. Only he knew how much Zhou Chun's help had enabled him to successfully form his core. The other core formation artifacts were relatively insignificant, but the Holy Spirit Blood Pill was undoubtedly the greatest contributor. Without this pill, even with the most incredible luck, Zhou Ming would never have succeeded in forming his core. Thanks to this pill, coupled with the extended lifespan after successfully forming his core, Zhou Ming now looked decades younger. His once white hair had fallen out and was now regrowth. He looked like a middle-aged man in his prime, his physical condition better than ever before. Facing Zhou Ming's grateful gaze, Zhou Chun replied with his usual humility, "Elder, you flatter me. You have toiled for the family your entire life, working tirelessly without complaint. In your old age, you deserve the respect and care of your juniors. I was merely fulfilling my duty as a junior member of the family within my capabilities." He then looked sincerely at Zhou Ming and said, "Your successful formation of your core demonstrates that your path to enlightenment is not limited to this. You are a person blessed with good fortune." What I did was simply icing on the cake. Hearing this, Zhou Ming chuckled. Jin laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, you're quite the smooth talker. I almost believed you." Then he shook his head and chuckled, "We're all family, no need for formalities. Zheng Chun, I'll remember all the things you've done for me, and I'll repay you slowly in the future." After saying that, he seemed to remember something and suddenly asked, "By the way, where are fellow Taoist Lin and Dao Yi? Where did they go?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately explained that Lin Hongyu and Zhou Dao Yi had gone on a long journey, and also mentioned the arrangements for Zhou Ming's golden core ceremony and the convening of the family meeting. After listening to his explanation, Zhou Ming nodded repeatedly, saying, "Fellow Taoist Lin has indeed contributed greatly to the family over the years. Since she wishes to travel far and wide, the family has no reason to stop her, and regarding the congratulatory gift for the golden core ceremony, Zheng Chun, your consideration is very thorough. With the current momentum of our Zhou family, there is indeed no need to use this to amass wealth or do anything that would damage our reputation. As for the family assembly, I think it's excellent. Indeed, some rules need to be revised." At this point, Zhou Ming immediately began discussing with Zhou Chun how to revise some family rules. Now that Lin Hongyu and Zhou Dao Yi were not present, and Zhou Dao Kun had never been particularly concerned with family affairs, once the two of them had discussed such important matters, they could basically proceed with a plan. Chapter 509 Foundation Establishment Cultivators. The day after Zhou Ming emerged from seclusion, the invitations to the Golden Core ceremony, which had been prepared in advance, were dated and sent to various forces and individuals. Because preparations had been underway for several years, the Golden Core ceremony was scheduled for 3 months after his emergence. A month after his emergence, most of the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Zhou family gathered on Tuyun Ridge to attend the family assembly. At this time, the Zhou family alone had as many as 26 Foundation establishment cultivators. The oldest Foundation establishment cultivator was Zhou Xingyin, who was over 230 years old and could pass away at any time, therefore he did not participate in today's family assembly. The youngest Foundation establishment cultivator was named Zhou Simu, 27 years old this year. At only 27 years old, A cultivator of the C generation, and not a cultivator with superior spiritual roots, Zhou Chun was naturally a standard second-generation immortal. His father was Zhou Zinti, the Zhou family's best weapon-refining cultivator, who had already reached the late Foundation establishment stage and had previously exchanged personal battle merits for a Foundation establishment pill on the battlefield. He did not disappoint his father's expectations, successfully establishing his foundation on his first attempt, becoming the youngest Foundation establishment cultivator in the Zhou family. At his age, with the support of his parents, as long as he doesn't perish prematurely, he will definitely have at least one chance to break through to the Purple Mansion stage. This is not an isolated case, there will be more in the future. Zhou Chun himself doesn't have any aversion to this. Because wherever there are people, such things are inevitable. What he can do is try his best to provide good cultivation conditions for other ordinary clansmen, so that they don't fall too far behind others in the initial stages. Whether these ordinary clansmen can rise to the top later depends on their own luck. Anyway, in the cultivation world, as long as one passes the spiritual root test, a true genius cannot be buried. At this moment, Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming, seated at the head of the table, surveyed the Purple Mansion and Foundation establishment cultivators of the Zhou family gathered below, their feelings quite complex and filled with emotion. To this day, the Zhou family has 3 golden core cultivators, Zhou Chun, Zhou Ming, and Lin Hongyu. There are 6 cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage, Zhou Daoyi, Zhou Daoquan, Lin Weiner, Zhou Zhenggang, Zhou Xinlin, and Su Fu. There are as many as 26 Foundation establishment cultivators, Zhou Xingyan, Zhou Zhenking, Zhou Xindi, Zhou Xinti, Zhou Xinayan, Zhou Xinai, Zhou Xinheng, Zhou Xintong, Zhou Xinjin, Zhou Xizhen, Zhou Xiaoyu, Zhou Samio, Zhou Sijin, Zhou Sihan, Zhou Xinfu, Zhou Siming, Zhou Sipu, Zhou Yuanitan, Zhou Yuanquan, Zhou Yuanbin, Zhou Yuanlian, Zhou Yuangsha, Zhou Yuanbing, Zhou Yuanshen, Zhou Yuanlian, and Zhou Simu. In addition, there are 4 Foundation establishment cultivators controlled and driven by the Zhou family, Zhang Liang, Liu Heng, Li Qi, and Lin Rongshen. Zhang Liang and Lin Rongsheng both became in-laws of the Zhou family after achieving Foundation establishment. Li Qi, like Su Fu and Liu Heng, successfully achieved Foundation establishment by earning merit as a Zhou family assassin in the wilderness and obtaining the Foundation establishment fruit. 16 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Zhou family were present today, the remaining 10 were unable to attend for various reasons. After carefully observing the group of Zhou family elites seated below, Zhou Chun, the patriarch, finally spoke. The reasons for gathering everyone here today have already been communicated to you beforehand, so I will not elaborate further. Now, I declare the family assembly officially open. With that, Zhou Chun glanced at Zhou Xinai and slowly said, Xinai, please report on the current situation of the family. Yes, Junior obeys, Zhou Xinai respectfully replied, then stood up and began reporting on the Zhou family's current personnel and resources, holding the documents in his hands. The Zhou family currently owns 3 publicly known blessed lands, Tuian Ridge, Jiufang Ridge, and Zhuai Island, with Zhuai Island serving as a family enclave. The family currently has 576 members who are members of the main clan and 148 members who are relatives of the family. Among them, 26 are Foundation establishment cultivators from the main clan and 2 are Foundation establishment cultivators from relatives of the family. The family currently has 21 registered second-tier demonic beasts. The family currently raises 13 rare demonic beast species, horned winged serpent, cloud-stepping dragon steed, crimson flame vajra monkey, crimson flame dragon python, wind shadow dragon snake, unicorn dragon lizard, crimson-eyed dragon vulture, dragon claw giant lizard, dragon scale horse, green-faced ghost ape, iron feather eagle, fragrant spirit musk deer, and 5-colored pheasant. Currently, the family raises 8 kinds of red demonic insects, Zuanjia golden feather, flying fire scorpion, blue moon butterfly, corpse moth, jade spirit bee, golden winged juan bee, azure cloud centipede, and silver silkworm. The family currently cultivates 238 acres of medicinal fields, including 1,586 spiritual herbs over 200 years old and 1,758 spiritual herbs over 100 years old. The family currently cultivates 11 kinds of rare spiritual trees, including Foundation establishment fruit tree, purple mulberry wood, snow jade pear, purple cloud apricot, vermilion date, an azure condensation tea tree. In addition, the family can now produce its own second-tier magic talismans, foundation establishment cultivator pills, second-tier mid-grade magic artifacts, and high-level formations. Zhou Chun's report was very detailed, and Zhou Chun and the others listened attentively. The Zhou family of today is no longer the Zhou family of the past. When the Zhou family first arrived at Nine Peaks Ridge, they were practically penniless. Most cultivators who had been with the family for a few years knew exactly what their situation was like. But now, the Zhou family not only had numerous members but also vast assets, possessing countless spiritual treasures. Even Zhou Chun, a cultivator who had long served as acting clan leader, couldn't possibly remember all the statistics without consulting the records. Moreover, many records were updated annually, making it difficult for him to match older data with the latest information. These figures alone demonstrated just how well the Zhou family had developed over the years. Zhou Chun vividly remembered that when he first arrived at Nine Peaks Ridge, the family didn't even possess a single rare spiritual beast. The then clan leader, Zhou gave him a rock turtle egg, which made him beam with joy. At that time, the family's medicinal herb fields hadn't even been developed yet, and after returning to the family, he personally participated in their cultivation and planting. However, after nearly 200 years of development, the Zhou family now possesses as many as 13 rare demonic beast species. While it's impossible to say that every member of the clan can own one of these rare beasts, ensuring that the outstanding members have at least one is not a problem. It's important to understand that being called a species signifies that the beasts have achieved the ability to reproduce and thrive within the Zhou family. In fact, the Zhou family also has many other rare demonic beasts that cannot form species. Furthermore, regarding the spiritual herbs, the seeds sown by Zhou Chun and his generation have already matured into century-old herbs that haven't been harvested. If left undisturbed, these herbs will grow into herbs over 500 years old in another 200 or 300 years. At that time, they will become an extremely valuable asset to the Zhou family. The cultivators present all understood that the data Zhou Chun reported today was actually incomplete and did not represent the entirety of the Zhou family's situation. Data on the mines in the wilderness, the blessed lands of the spiritual mountains, and the servant cultivators the Zhou family cultivated there were not publicly disclosed. These are the hidden strengths of the Zhou family, known only to its true high-ranking members. At this moment, the many Zhou family cultivators who had listened to Zhou Chun's report were deeply moved. Those like Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun, who had personally witnessed the entire process from nothing to something, felt a surge of pride and satisfaction. The Zhou family's current foundation was built from scratch, bit by bit, soaked in their sweat and blood. They were like parents raising children, watching their children grow up and become successful individuals. This sense of accomplishment and pride was far more satisfying than acquiring a powerful magic weapon or a precious spiritual object. Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun couldn't help but smile, genuinely happy for the Zhou family's achievements. Even the younger generation of foundation establishment cultivators, though not having fully experienced the family's creation, had witnessed and participated in its great revival, sharing a similar sense of participation. Now, discovering the Zhou family's immense wealth and flourishing foundation, they too were filled with excitement and pride, their hearts overflowing with a sense of honor. They were proud to be cultivators of the Zhou family. Although cultivators are often considered selfish, humans are ultimately emotional beings. Often, for the sake of certain emotions, even those nascent soul-stage cultivators who have lived for thousands of years will risk their lives to protect something. Take, for example, the fallen King Xiao Zhenren, who, to protect the lineage of the Kinglian Temple, chose to self-destruct his nascent soul to destroy the special teleportation channel, even though he could have lived many more years. Similarly, in the Zhou family, when cultivators are genuinely proud of their surname and bloodline, then when the family faces danger and needs them, the vast majority of them are willing to fight to the death to protect their inner pride. Just like the Zhang family, the cultivation family once destroyed by the Zhou family, when facing the crisis of annihilation, there were also loyal family members who dared to fight bravely against powerful enemies. Therefore, when Zhou Chun saw the gleam in the eyes and the expressions on the faces of the younger generation, he couldn't help but nod repeatedly, feeling even more satisfied and pleased. The hearts of the people are truly won over. He sighed inwardly, his expression gradually calming down as he spoke in a composed tone. After Xinyi's report, I believe everyone has a general idea of the family's current situation, It's no exaggeration to say that my Zhou family can now firmly hold its position as a golden core family based solely on this foundation, and all of this has been accumulated through generations of hard work and struggle, a precious treasure that can be passed down to future generations. At this point, Zhou Chun paused slightly, then continued, however, you should also know that if we sit idly by and squander our wealth, even mountains of gold and silver will eventually be consumed. If we become complacent with our past achievements, lose our ambition, and are satisfied with the status quo, then our current wealth and prosperity will be like fleeting clouds, dissipating in no time. Hearing his words, the Zhou family cultivators sitting below were all startled and quickly calmed down. Zhou Chun continued, the family's current wealth is indeed quite substantial, but as you all know, the number of cultivators in the family has also increased many times over, and there has been a significant increase in the number of mid to high-level cultivators compared to before. Supporting so many family cultivators and providing them with excellent training requires a considerable amount of money and resources, especially as you all know, prices throughout the entire Xianling realm are abnormal right now, and many of the family's businesses have been affected, resulting in a sharp decline in income. Now, the family's annual expenditures exceed its income, leading to a situation where income cannot cover expenses. At this point, Zhou Chun's tone became much heavier. The smiles on the faces of everyone in the hall vanished. Feelings can't fill an empty stomach. This is a simple and easy to understand truth. The youngest Zhou family cultivator present today is at least 27 years old. No one doesn't understand this. If they now boast about the Zhou family's prosperity, but then can't even provide welfare and provisions for their clansmen, how can they expect people to genuinely love and be loyal to the family? No matter how loudly slogans are shouted, nothing beats actually giving out money. So when everyone learned that the Zhou family's finances were already running a deficit, they realized the seriousness of the problem. Zhou Chun looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, I have already informed everyone beforehand, asking you to think about how to generate income for the family. I wonder if any of you have any good ideas. If you have any ideas, please speak frankly. Whether they are feasible or not, they can provide me and others with some reference. After hearing his words, the scene fell into a brief silence. Then Zhou Xinlin spoke up. This junior believes that the family currently has a large number of members, but the spiritual lands it occupies are relatively few. If possible, we should open up new spiritual lands to distribute to family members, and at the same time, we can generate income by renting out the cultivation grounds and planting spiritual herbs in the new spiritual lands. Upon hearing this, many Zhou family cultivators couldn't help but nod in agreement, clearly quite agreeing with this statement. Zhou Xinai quickly shook his head and said, opening up new spiritual lands is certainly a good thing, but it's impossible for these new spiritual lands to provide income for the family and alleviate the immediate crisis. He then explained, currently, Jing Kingdom and even the surrounding countries have lost a large number of cultivators due to the war. The reason why each family's stronghold is not that there are no people coming to cultivate, but that there are no available spaces. Hearing his explanation, Zhou Xinlin fell silent, which was considered an admission of his statement. But with Zhou Xinlin taking the lead, the others had nothing to worry about. So Zhou Xinayan, one of the foundation establishment cultivators, quickly spoke up. Then how about increasing the delivery fees of Zhoutong Xiangsha Trading Company? The current delivery fees are so low. I think raising the price by 1/5 or even 1/3 should be feasible. We can even try to expand the delivery business to other countries. He seemed to have done relevant research, and his tone was quite firm and confident. Zhou Xinai nodded slightly and said, this method is not unfeasible. Many things are going up in price, and express delivery is a business our family monopolizes. Even if some people are unhappy about a reasonable price increase, it shouldn't cause much of a stir. He had actually considered this method before and even submitted it to Zhou Chun for approval. However, Zhou Chun hadn't rushed to decide, telling him to wait until after the family meeting. He understood Zhou Chun's intention, to involve more high-ranking family members in brainstorming and prevent a one-man show within the family. Although he didn't understand the significance of Zhou Chun's actions, as a junior and subordinate, he simply observed. Therefore, instead of trying to claim credit, he offered some support for Zhou Xinai's suggestion. Sure enough, seeing that Zhou Xinai agreed, most others nodded in approval. This brought a smile to Zhou Xinai's face, filling him with a sense of satisfaction at being recognized. This also spurred other Zhou family cultivators to express their opinions. Regardless of whether their suggestions were accepted, they all offered their own ideas and perspectives. This was exactly the effect Zhou Chun wanted. He wasn't trying to hold a democratic forum or voting session, he simply wanted to give these elite clansmen, who usually focused solely on cultivation, more exposure to family management affairs, allowing them a sense of participation. Zhou Ming and the others might not understand the importance of this participation, but Zhou Chun knew how crucial it was. When clansmen participated in formulating family rules and making decisions on major family matters, even just participating, it would solidify their loyalty to the family. Furthermore, the people responsible for managing family affairs in the future would have to be selected from among these individuals. Involving them in major family decisions now would allow their abilities to be better assessed. Such a win-win situation, why not? At this point, through collective brainstorming and with Zhou Chun and Zhou Zinai appropriately offering some good solutions, they came up with quite a few ways to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. After discussing this for a while, Zhou Chun waved his hand and said, "All right, let's stop discussing how to increase revenue and reduce expenses for the family. Next, let's talk about revising the family rules." Many of the current family rules were established out of necessity when the family was weak and needed to protect itself. They are no longer suitable for the family's current development and only severely restrict the lives and cultivation of family members, causing resentment. Therefore, revising the family rules is an urgent matter, and the sooner it is done, the better. Upon hearing this, the Zhou family cultivators in the hall immediately became serious. In the Zhou family, family rules are the law. Therefore, revising the family rules is like revising the law, and everyone understands its importance. Faced with such a crucial matter, no amount of caution is excessive. Just as everyone was holding their breath, preparing to hear Zhou Chun's explanation of how the clan rules should be revised, he suddenly changed the subject, saying, "Before discussing the revision of the clan rules, I have also discussed with the Supreme Elder the matter of re-ranking the clan's cultivators within the clan. We have tentatively finalized a plan, please consider whether you agree." Upon hearing this, many of the Foundation establishment cultivators suddenly changed color, seemingly realizing something. However, cultivators like Zhou Daoquan and Zhou Shenggang, who were at the Purple Mansion stage, remained calm and composed. Zhou Chun, on the other hand, seemed oblivious to the changes in the expressions of those below him. He continued, speaking as if to himself, "Previously, the only cultivator in the family with the highest cultivation level was the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming. That's why the rule was established that cultivators in the Purple Mansion stage were Supreme Elders, and those in the Foundation establishment stage were Family Elders. But now the family has 3 Golden Core stage cultivators, 6 Purple Mansion stage cultivators, and as many as 20 or 30 Foundation establishment stage cultivators. The old rules are clearly no longer valid and need to be changed. Therefore, after discussions between myself and Elder Zhou Ming, it has been decided that the standard for elders will be raised to the Golden Core stage, and the standard for elders to the Purple Mansion stage. Foundation establishment stage members will be changed to core members. Late key refining stage cultivators, or those with excellent spiritual roots and exceptional talent in their skills, may be promoted to elite members at the discretion of the authorities. All other members will remain ordinary members. At this point, Zhou Chun ignored the drastically changed expressions of the Foundation establishment stage cultivators and continued, "Of course, although Foundation establishment stage members will no longer have elder status, their treatment cannot be entirely the same as that of core members. My suggestion is to reduce it by a quarter." Hearing that their treatment would only be reduced by a quarter, the Foundation establishment stage cultivators' expressions improved somewhat, but they still wore long faces. After all, Zhou Chun's plan had dealt them a heavy blow, both in appearance and substance. They had been enthusiastically discussing how to increase their spiritual currency income, but they probably never imagined that the first blow of cost-cutting would befall them. However, any knowledgeable Foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhou family knew that this was bound to happen sooner or later. After all, no Golden Core family has dozens of elders. The reduction in their welfare and stipends was something some of them hadn't anticipated. From Zhou Chun's perspective, most of these family Foundation establishment cultivators owed their success to their families. If the family hadn't facilitated their access to Foundation establishment pills and Foundation establishment fruits through various means, many of them wouldn't have been able to achieve Foundation establishment. Even their spirit pet's advancement to the second tier was achieved through relatively easy access to spiritual items from the family. Since their foundation establishment process benefited so much from the family, it was only right that their welfare and stipends be reduced to alleviate the family's financial burden. Moreover, even with a reduction, their welfare and stipends wouldn't be much worse than those of foundation establishment cultivators from other Golden Core families. And with their foundation establishment cultivation and the backing of the Zhou family, they could easily earn enough to cover the reduced welfare and stipends through other means if they put in a little effort. This is my initial plan. If you feel there's anything inappropriate, you can raise it now, Zhou Chun said, glancing calmly at everyone in the hall before falling silent. Chapter 510 Sacrifice is necessary. For or against, that's not the point. Within the Zhou family, Zhou Chun's prestige is arguably even higher than Zhou Ming's. Perhaps older cultivators like Zhou Daoquan and Zhou Zhengyang still hold Zhou Ming, the highly respected family patriarch, in high esteem and are deeply influenced by him. However, the younger generation of Zhou family cultivators only recognize Zhou Chun as the head of the family. They grew up hearing legends and stories about Zhou Chun, and witnessed firsthand how he led the Zhou family to become the #1 Golden Core family in the Jing Kingdom. Yes, the #1 Golden Core family in the Jing Kingdom. After Zhou Ming successfully formed his Golden Core, the Zhou family, with 3 Golden Core cultivators within the family, could, according to the common calculations of the cultivation world, be considered the #1 Golden Core family in the Jing Kingdom. After all, no other Golden Core family besides the Zhou family could simultaneously have 3 Golden Core cultivators residing within their ranks. The importance of a single Golden Core cultivator far surpasses that of 10 Purple Mansion cultivators, let alone a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Therefore, even though the Zhou family might not have completely surpassed some established Golden Core families in terms of the number of Purple Mansion and Foundation Establishment cultivators, they could still be considered the #1 Golden Core family in the Jing Kingdom. Under these circumstances, Zhou Chun, who single-handedly brought the Zhou family to this level, wielded immense prestige within the family. So, although he said that opinions could be raised, no Zhou family cultivator dared to voice them. Everyone knew that if their opinions were truly sought, a predetermined plan wouldn't be presented directly, they would be discussed first. Now, by simply presenting them with a predetermined plan and asking for their opinions, who would dare to offer any? This was suicidal. This junior has no objection. The patriarch's plan is very practical and suitable for the current state of the family. This junior fully agrees with the plan. Soon, Zhou Zenai, the trusted acting patriarch, preemptively expressed his approval, his words full of praise for Zhou Chun. Damn it, he beat me to it. That's sycophant. Some Zhou family cultivators secretly regretted being beaten to it, and then quickly followed suit, praising Zhou Chun's proposal. Compared to the reduced quarter of their welfare offerings, they cared more about the opinion of Zhou Chun, the pillar of the family. No one wanted to leave a bad impression on this pillar of the family. After all, if they wanted to open their Purple Mansion in the future, they would still have to find a way through the family. Zhou Chun, of course, had expected this outcome and was not surprised at all. As a Golden Core cultivator, sometimes he didn't need to explain his actions to others. So be it. At this point, he simply nodded slightly and said, "Very good. Since everyone has no objections, let's proceed with this plan. We'll discuss the criteria for evaluating elite clan members later." Then he brought up the matter of revising the clan rules. This revision mainly concerns some previous rules restricting Zhou family cultivators from going on adventures, as well as restrictions on marriage and joining sects. When the Zhou family first arrived and established themselves in Nine Peaks Ridge, they formulated some rather restrictive rules to avoid trouble and prevent the loss of clan members. Now, those rules are more harmful than beneficial to the Zhou family, and it's time to revise them. Therefore, at this clan meeting, Zhou Chun, on behalf of the family, proposed abolishing and revising these relevant rules, and discussed the formulation of new rules with other high-ranking members of the family. After some discussion, the new clan rules were finally agreed upon. According to the new clan rules, ordinary and elite clan members no longer need to report to the clan leader when going out during holidays. Only when going out for more than 3 days on non-personal holidays do they need to apply to the clan leader for a report. As for core clan members with cultivation levels above foundation establishment, they still need to submit a special report and application before they can leave the clan. Regarding clan marriages, the clan has completely relaxed its control over marriages, allowing all clan members to freely decide their own marriages, Whether it's marrying out or marrying into another family, the clan will not interfere. However, it's worth noting that marriage is not approved by the clan will no longer enjoy special dowry and bride price subsidies. In other words, the previous practice of marrying into another family and receiving a generous dowry from the clan is now unlikely. After all, the Zhou family is now a golden core clan and no longer needs to build a network of relationships through marriages between ordinary clan members. As for joining a sect, aside from the Kinglian temple, Zhou family members can freely choose whether to join any other normally existing sect in the heavenly spirit realm. However, if they join a sect, they should forget about receiving clan resources unless they can demonstrate value worthy of the clan's investment. Of course, if one joins the Moonwheel sect, the family will still provide some assistance, since the Zhou family is now a vassal family of the Moonwheel sect, and even if it's just for show, it has to be done properly. Finally, the subsidy measures that the Zhou family used to encourage births have now been officially abolished. The number of cultivators in the Zhou family is already quite large, and the number of mortals in the family has also increased significantly in the past 200 years. Now, every year, 7 or 8 children with spiritual root aptitude are detected among those mortal children, sometimes even more than 10. There is absolutely no need to continue the birth subsidy system. The modification and abolition of these rules not only gave Zhou family cultivators some freedom of choice, but also saved the family some expenses. It can be said that it won the hearts of the people and saved money. Therefore, when revising these new clan rules, the Zhou family cultivators present, especially the younger generation, were very supportive. After the rules were set, Zhou Chun then had everyone discuss the criteria for judging elite clan members. According to Zhou Chun's suggestion, the number of elite clansmen should ideally not exceed 1/5 of the total number of key refining stage cultivators in the clan, which is about 100 people. This number is not small, and many Zhou family cultivators have a chance to compete for it. After unanimous discussion, it was decided that a dual system of recommendation and assessment would be implemented for the recognition of elite clansmen. If a clansman's cultivation reaches the late key refining stage, and their character and achievements are highly praised and recognized by the clan elders, and 5 core clansmen or 1 elder are willing to recommend them as an elite clansman, then they can become an elite clansman. Each core clansman and elder can only use their right to recommend someone else to become a core clansman once every 3 years. The assessment system is simple. Zhou family cultivators who feel they are qualified to become elite clansmen can apply to the clan for assessment. The assessment is divided into practical combat assessment and a skills assessment. Passing the assessment will grant them elite clansman status. Once the number of elite clansmen reaches its limit, other ordinary clansmen can challenge elite clansmen to seize their elite status. Compared to ordinary clansmen, elite clansmen enjoy priority in exchanging for Foundation establishment spiritual items, the right to cultivate various precious secret techniques, and more holidays. Their overall treatment is also higher than that of ordinary clansmen. It's foreseeable that the key refining stage cultivators of the Zhou family will be vying fiercely for elite clansman status. After discussing all the important matters, Zhou Chun adjourned the meeting. Subsequently, the revision of clan rules and the rules for ranking clansman status were quickly announced to clansmen throughout the country in an official manner. In less than a month, even Zhou family cultivators traveling and adventuring outside, as long as they were still in Jing Kingdom, knew about these matters. As Zhou Chun expected, these revised clan rules quickly gained the support of the clansmen, who praised his wisdom. As for the subsequent re-ranking of the family's status, although some cultivators who had originally been designated as elite clansmen secretly complained, on the surface, everyone supported this fair and just selection method. However, the actual recommendation and assessment cannot proceed yet, as Zhou Ming's Golden Core ceremony is imminent. At dawn that day, 24 bells rang out in succession within 2 Yun Ridge. Having already experienced this once, the Zhou family cultivators immediately took their positions after the bells rang, welcoming the guests who had come to offer their congratulations. Holding 2 Golden Core ceremony in just 10 years had delighted many low-level rogue cultivators from Lingzhou, Lanzhou, Yunzhou, and Kangzhou. Because the Dragonfish banquet at the last Golden Core ceremony was so renowned, the number of rogue cultivators coming to freeload this time was even greater than before. Fortunately, the Zhou family had prepared extensively this time, making ample provisions for the food and drink of the low-level cultivators, so they didn't mind the small expenses incurred by them. Moreover, It was unclear whether it was because the Zhou family's influence had further expanded after Zhou Ming's golden core formation, or because they knew they didn't need to send lavish gifts this time, or simply out of curiosity about this golden core cultivator who had only achieved it at the age of 450 or 60. The number of golden core cultivators attending Zhou Ming's golden core ceremony was a staggering 16, several of whom were uninvited. Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming were delighted with this and welcomed them warmly. They didn't disappoint these distinguished guests. Although they couldn't provide the azure wave cleansing tea, they still served them meat from the 5-color dragonfish. The golden core ceremony lasted for several days before finally concluding with everyone enjoying themselves. After the ceremony, Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming had a deep conversation in Zhou Chun's cave. I have already achieved a fulfilling life by successfully forming my core. My personal cultivation is no longer important. Therefore, I plan to dedicate the rest of my life to the study of weapon crafting. Whether it's leaving more magical artifacts for the family as a foundation or using the golden core true fire to cultivate materials such as gold and iron essence for magical treasures, I can provide assistance to you, Zhangjin, and other golden core cultivators in the future. As for family affairs, if you are too busy to worry about them in the future, I can take care of them for you, so you don't need to expend any more energy on them. In short, even if the family can no longer provide any support for your cultivation path, it must never become a burden that hinders your cultivation. Inside Zhou Chun's cave, Zhou Ming stared at him with a serious expression, stating his thoughts after much consideration. As the current founder of the Zhou family, Zhou Ming also deeply understood one thing: for a family to continue to grow and develop, someone must sacrifice their own path. Understanding this, he hadn't dared to dream of forming his core before, focusing solely on strengthening the family, even at the cost of sacrificing his own cultivation time. Because of this, he earned the respect and admiration of his juniors like Zhou Daoyi, Zhou Daoquan, and Zhou Chun, and the love of his clan. However, he also knew that not everyone could sacrifice their own path for the family's growth and prosperity. This was especially true for cultivators with promising futures and the potential to advance further. Zhou Chun, who had successfully formed his core at just over 200 years old, was undoubtedly one such cultivator with a promising future and the potential to reach the nascent soul stage. If Zhou Chun were to continue to be distracted by family affairs and dedicate his energy to supporting the family's development, it would certainly be of considerable help to the family, and he probably wouldn't particularly care. But if 200 or 300 years passed, and Zhou Chun found that his cultivation progress was slower than expected due to his focus on the family, he might even lose hope of reaching the nascent soul stage. Even if Zhou Chun has deep feelings for his family, he might still harbor resentment, or even sever ties with the family to focus on pursuing the nascent soul stage. If that were to happen, the Zhou family's losses would far outweigh their current gains. Such examples are not uncommon in the cultivation world. If Zhou Ming hadn't successfully formed his core, even if you had seen this, there wouldn't have been a good solution. After all, as the only golden core cultivator in the Zhou family at that time, Zhou Chun would inevitably have to devote his energy to family affairs, including teaching and guiding younger generations and answering their cultivation questions. But now that he has successfully formed his core, his lifespan has been greatly extended, with at least another 500 years to live. In this way, he can completely take over the tasks that would have distracted Zhou Chun. In any case, given his current situation, there's absolutely no chance of him forming a nascent soul, so sacrificing some cultivation time is no problem at all. Therefore, after much deliberation, he chose this time to discuss these matters with Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun hadn't expected that Zhou Ming's request to discuss something with him would be about this. He was stunned after Zhou Ming finished speaking. Then, he looked at Zhou Ming with a complex expression, his throat tightening, unsure of what to say, deeply moved. After a long pause, he spoke with deep emotion. I have never felt that the family is a burden to me. I have always been grateful to you and the family for taking care of and helping me when my cultivation was low. I have always loved the atmosphere of mutual help among the family members, and I have always been proud to be a member of the Zhou family. Although the family can no longer provide me with much support in terms of cultivation resources, the help I receive in other aspects still exists. I have never thought of leaving the family. These were not words of modesty, but words from the bottom of his heart. Just as he said, although the Zhou family could no longer provide him with cultivation resources, he didn't have to pay rent for his cave dwelling within the family and still received a high amount of welfare and offerings from the Zhou family every year. Furthermore, Whatever materials he needs to gather or information he needs to investigate, hundreds of cultivators from the entire Zhou family will serve him. Even the food for his spirit pets is provided by the Zhou family. These conveniences are something a rogue cultivator can hardly enjoy. While joining a sect would also grant him these conveniences, wouldn't he then have to work for those sects? In that case, it's better to stay in the Zhou family and become a respected ancestor. Zhou Ming could naturally tell whether Zhou Chun's words were true or false, and he nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Yes, I believe that with your feelings for the family, you would never do anything to abandon it." He then changed the subject, saying, "However, the relationship between the family and its members should be one of mutual support. You have already brought the family to unprecedented prosperity, but the family's help to you is diminishing. Whether for your own path or for the long-term interests of the family, you should waste any more energy on trivial family matters." He had been so blunt. If Zhou Chun continued to refuse, it would seem rather unreasonable. Zhou Chun then bowed solemnly to him, saying, "I have learned my lesson. No matter what my future achievements are, you will always be the elder I respect most, and the Zhou family will always be my home." "Good, good, good. With your words, I am satisfied," Zhou Ming exclaimed, his face beaming as he helped Zhou Chun up. After their respective tasks were determined, Zhou Ming began to take over the family affairs from Zhou Chun. However, Zhou Chun still held the title of clan leader and did not relinquish it. 3 months after Zhou Ming's Golden Core ceremony, Zhou Xingyin, the most senior cultivator in the Zhang generation of the Zhou family, passed away peacefully. Although Zhou Xingyin had never fought for the family on the battlefield, he had served the family diligently in alchemy throughout his life, and his contributions were considerable. Therefore, his funeral was treated in the same way as Zhou Jiapeng, who had passed away earlier, with the entire clan observing 3 days of mourning to commemorate this deceased elder. With 6th brother gone, among our generation in the family, only you and 13th brother are left. At the Zhou family cemetery, Zhou's Hengayong and Zhou Chun stood together before Zhou Xingyin's newly buried grave. Looking at the newly mounded tomb, both of them felt a sense of melancholy. Then Zhou's Hengayong murmured, "Among so many of our generation, 13th brother, neither you nor I were the most talented. Who would have thought that we'd be the ones who went the furthest and survived to the end?" The generation he referred to clearly meant those born before the Zhou family arrived at Jifang Ridge. Clan members like Zhou Henking, though of the same generation, were actually 20 or 30 years older and couldn't be considered true peers. Hearing Zhou Hengayong's words, Zhou Chun sighed with emotion. "Yes, who could have imagined that the most successful among our generation would be you and me, brother Yuang?" As he spoke, names and faces flashed through Zhou Chun's mind. Zhou Zhenkeng, Zhou Zhentao, Zhou Zhengji. Back then, these peers competed with Zhou Chun, all hoping to gain the family's support and successfully establish their foundation. In the end, Zhou Chun had the last laugh, becoming the one unanimously favored and supported by his elders. Zhou Chun did not disappoint the elders' expectations, successfully leading the Zhou family to an unprecedented height, which was worthy of their efforts and expectations. "That's different. 13th brother, you were able to form your golden core entirely through your own abilities. I'm only alive today because of your good fortune." Zhou Hengayong shook his head slightly, speaking his mind with a deeply moved expression. He knew very well that his talent, which wasn't outstanding among his peers, had only allowed him to reach this point because of the good relationship he had built with Zhou Chun before Zhou Chun rose to prominence, and the support and care Zhou Chun had given him. Otherwise, he would probably have died young like his deceased peers, unable to achieve foundation establishment. Luck is also a kind of strength. Brother Yuang, your ability to get to where you are today is enough to prove many things, so why belittle yourself? Zhou Chun shook his head slightly, gently comforting Zhou Hengayong. Zhou Hengayong's lips moved, but he only sighed softly and remained silent. After paying their respects at Zhou Xingyin's grave, the two left together. Just 1 month after Zhou Jiapeng's passing, the second, mysterious heart-purple rejuvenation pill, that the Zhou family had exchanged was distributed. Since this elixir had already been promised to Zhou Zhenking, Zhou Chun personally handed it to him after it was distributed. Zhou Zhenking, already quite old, quickly went into seclusion after receiving the elixir. However, Zhou Chun did not stay in the family to await the results of Zhou Zhenking's seclusion. Instead, after making arrangements with Zhou Ming, he quietly traveled to the Great Zhou Kingdom. This time, Zhou Chun was determined to find Luo Qingyi to refine the ancient dust pill, and the Foundation Establishment Pill. He also needed to urge Sun Yuanjing to accelerate the collection of Tai Profound Gold Key, even if it meant paying extra. Furthermore, he needed to purchase materials for Zhou Ming to exchange for refining his natal magic weapon, and collect the remaining materials for his own natal magic weapon. To achieve these goals, Zhou Chun brought all the precious spiritual items he and the Zhou family had collected, along with a large amount of spirit coins. He was fully prepared, determined to complete the reforging of the Shattered Cauldron and the refining of his natal magic weapon in one fell swoop in the Great Zhou Kingdom, and then return to Jing Kingdom in his strongest condition to face the changes at Qinglian Temple. Chapter 511 The Mysterious Silver Mask. Xianyuan Immortal City. This was Zhou Chun's umpteenth visit to Xianyuan Immortal City. Yet, each time he entered, he was filled with awe at its grandeur. To construct such a magnificent immortal city amidst hundreds of miles of mountains, this was the power of cultivators in this world. He had traveled to various countries, and of all the immortal cities he had ever seen, this was the only one of its kind. Upon entering the city, the first place he went was Luo Qingni's Qingni residence. This time, after several years, Zhou Chun was finally not turned away. Qingni wasn't home last time, and I didn't receive you when you came to visit. Please forgive me, Luo Qingni apologized after welcoming Zhou Chun into her cave, mentioning the previous time he had come empty-handed. Seeing this, Zhou Chun shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Fellow Taoist Luo, you flatter me. I didn't present a formal invitation beforehand, and if the host wasn't home, I can only blame my bad luck. How can I blame anyone else?" He then smiled slightly and said, "However, seeing you this time has indeed relieved me." Hearing you say that, fellow Taoist Zhou, are you perhaps asking Qingni for help with alchemy again? Luo Qingni nodded thoughtfully, revealing the truth. Yes, I've come to ask you for your help in refining a few batches of pills. Zhou Chun nodded slightly and then stated his request. Through various means, he had already collected 10 of the 12,000-year-old spiritual herbs needed to refine the ancient dust pill. Only 2 remained to be collected. However, given Luo Qingni's network of connections, as long as she was willing to exchange them for spiritual items of equal value, gathering these 2 spiritual items wouldn't be too difficult. As expected, after hearing his request, Luo Qingni quickly nodded in agreement. Since fellow Taoist Zhou has already collected the 10 necessary 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, I can indeed help you find the remaining 2. The Foundation Establishment Pill you want to refine is also a minor matter. However, regarding another matter, Luo Qingni shook her head and said, "It's just that I am powerless to help you refine the pill that assists in opening the Purple Mansion using the Soul Heart Fruit, because I do not have a formula suitable for this kind of spiritual object." "Oh, even fellow Taoist Luo doesn't have such a formula." Zhou Chun looked at Luo Qingni with slight surprise, quite taken aback. Seeing his surprised expression, Luo Qingni couldn't help but sigh with a wry smile. Fellow Taoist Zhou may be overestimating Qingni. Qingni is, after all, a rogue cultivator. Although I've had some fortuitous encounters, receiving the alchemy inheritance of a senior master, and exchanging and collecting some pill formulas, most of the alchemy inheritance I've acquired only reaches the 3rd level, and the pills that assist in opening the Purple Mansion are no less valuable than many pills used by Golden Core cultivators. Their formulas are naturally closely guarded secrets of major powers, and it's impossible for them to be easily passed down to rogue cultivators. Her words were filled with helplessness at the end. The path of a rogue cultivator is indeed difficult, becoming increasingly challenging the higher one climbs. After successfully forming her golden core, Luo Qingni had received various offers, including from major sects with nascent soul cultivators. After all, she was a ready-made alchemy master, and her background was impeccable. If they were to recruit her into their sect, not only would they gain a golden core stage alchemy master for free, but her alchemy heritage would also belong to the sect upon her death, a win-win situation. Because of these numerous benefits, the conditions offered to Luo Qingni by the major sects were quite attractive, tempting her considerably. However, after careful consideration, she ultimately declined their offers, determined to continue on the path of a rogue cultivator. Although she chose this path, the various obstacles she would encounter always filled her with regret. Hearing her words, Zhou Chun fell silent. In truth, the difficulties and obstacles Luo Qingni faced were also the difficulties and obstacles the Zhou family would encounter in the future. Family cultivators naturally had many advantages over ordinary rogue cultivators. However, at the Golden Core stage, there was essentially no difference between the two. After all, every rogue cultivator who could form a golden core possessed a fortuitous inheritance. Many rogue cultivators at the golden core stage, in terms of certain foundations, are even superior to golden core family like the Zhou family. Take, for example, the heavenly mirror true person from back then. After a moment of silence, Zhou Chun looked at Luo Qingni and asked again, does fellow Taoist Luo know if any of the alchemy masters in Xianing Immortal City can refine the soul heart fruit into an auxiliary pill for opening the purple mansion? Hearing this, Luo Qingni immediately replied, I haven't looked into that either, but I can ask for fellow Taoist Zhou, then I'll trouble fellow Taoist Luo. Zhou Chun clasped his hands in thanks. After discussing alchemy, Zhou Chun then asked Luo Qingni about a puppet master, wanting her to act as a go-between and help him arrange a meeting. Upon hearing his request, Luo Qingni frowned and said, Master Qianji is currently the only master in the Yuan Kui sect capable of crafting mid-grade 4th order puppets. He is unlikely to leave the sect easily. If fellow Taoist Zhou wishes to see him, he will have to visit the sect in person. I can write a letter of introduction for you, is that so? Then I'll trouble fellow Taoist Luo to write a letter. Zhou Chun hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Luo Qingni then wrote a letter of introduction in front of him and handed it to him. After receiving the letter, Zhou Chun temporarily bid farewell to Luo Qingni and went to the Xianbei Pavilion to visit Sun Yuanjing. Fellow Taoist Zhang, this is the Taiyi Zuanjin key, collected in recent years. Please carefully count the quantity. In the private room, after exchanging pleasantries with Zhou Chun, Sun Yuanjing brought out the gold key collected over the years for him to count. If you think about it carefully, Zhou Chun has entrusted him to collect Taiyi profound gold key for more than 10 years, but the gold key he has collected so far is still less than half of what Zhou Chun needs. This is naturally not satisfactory to Zhou Chun. After examining the golden energy he had produced, Zhou Chun frowned and said, Manager Sun, it's been over 10 years since we made our contract. Yet the Taiyi profound golden energy you've collected isn't even half of what I need. Isn't that incredibly slow? Hearing this, Sun Yuanjing immediately complained, Fellow Taoist Zhang, you're wronging me. I've been doing my utmost to collect Taiyi profound golden energy for you all these years. It's just that 2 sword cultivators from the 9 Yuan sword sect have recently formed their golden cores and are collecting Taiyi profound golden energy extensively to forge their natal flying swords, which is why my shop has struggled to collect enough. He then looked at Zhou Chun with a serious expression and said, but fellow Taoist Zhang, rest assured, no matter how difficult it is, I will definitely collect enough golden energy for you within the agreed time. Zhou Chun didn't know if he was telling the truth. But having other plans, he stared straight at Sun Yuanjing and said, is there really no way to speed up the collection? To be honest, Manager Sun, these Taiyi Zuanjin key are indeed of great use to me. If we can collect them as soon as possible, I will not hesitate to pay more. Sun Yuanjing was slightly taken aback by his appearance and hesitated before saying this. He seemed to have some reservations and did not say anything. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately urged, Manager Sun, please speak freely. Hearing his urging, Sun Yuanjing hesitated for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and saying, the matter is like this. I know a fellow Taoist who has accumulated a considerable amount of Taiyi profound gold key, presumably for cultivating supernatural abilities. However, his cultivation seems to have encountered problems, damaging his foundation, and he has been seeking medical help to find a solution. If fellow Taoist Zhang can help him, perhaps he would be willing to transfer his Taiyi profound gold key to you. At this point, he also said to Zhou Chun seriously, this matter is that fellow Taoist's private affair. If fellow Taoist Zhang is not confident, then please pretend you never heard of it. Zhou Chun understood his meaning. Injuries during cultivation of supernatural abilities are not particularly strange for golden core cultivators. However, most golden core cultivators have enemies and rivals, so they certainly wouldn't publicize their injuries. Even seeking medical treatment should be done discreetly, with every effort made to prevent the news from spreading. Zhou Chun was not a spiritual healer and had no idea how to treat internal injuries caused by improper cultivation of supernatural powers. Logically, he should have given up at this point. However, the Taiyi Zuanjin key was too important to him, so he still asked, fellow Taoist Sun, could you briefly describe that fellow Taoist's condition? Although I don't understand the Dao of spiritual medicine, I am a cultivator of the metal element technique and know some ways to resolve injuries caused by metal key. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuanjing hesitated for a moment before replying in a low voice, "The specific details involve personal privacy, and I don't know them. I only know that the fellow Taoist injured his lung and liver meridians due to carelessness during his cultivation of the divine passage, making it difficult for him to meditate and cultivate normally or engage in combat. Injured lung and liver meridians," Zhou Chun muttered to himself, his mind racing. After a while, he looked at Sun Yuanjing and said, "Then Manager Sun, could you please pass on a message to that fellow Taoist, saying that I want to buy the Taizuanjin key from him? If he doesn't mind, I can diagnose him in person and see if I can help him recover completely." This request seemed to put Sun Yuanjing in a very difficult position, and he didn't reply for a long time. Just when Zhou Chun thought all hope was lost, Sun Yuanjing suddenly sighed and said, "Well then, I'll take the blame and pass on a message for fellow Taoist Zhang. I hope fellow Taoist Zhang can truly help that fellow Taoist heal his injuries." Hearing this, Zhou Chun was overjoyed and quickly clasped his hands in a salute, saying, "Thank you for your trouble, Manager Sun. If this matter is successful, I will certainly be grateful." After settling the matter, Zhou Chun didn't linger at the Xianbao Pavilion and quickly got up and left. But after leaving the Xianbao Pavilion, he went straight to the location of Xianxi Tower. "I want to know information about all the exchange meetings, underground treasure trading meetings, underground auctions, and auctions within the Great Zhou Kingdom that are worth attending for golden core cultivators in the past 5 years. The more detail the better." Inside Xianxi Tower, Zhou Chun entered and directly told the manager his purpose. The Great Zhou Kingdom was vast and rich in resources, with numerous markets. If you were to visit each market one by one, it would take an unknown amount of time. This is where Xianxi Tower's role becomes apparent. As a shop specializing in selling information, they naturally wouldn't overlook information about various exchange fairs and underground treasure selling events, updating relevant information monthly. This type of information is also their best selling. Many mid to high level cultivators like Zhou Chun, who want to save time, are willing to spend some spirit coins to purchase such information. Zhou Chun wasn't short of spirit coins, spending several thousand in one go to buy information on various exchange fairs and auctions. It's worth mentioning that Xianxi Tower also sells entry and exit tokens for some exchange fairs and underground treasure selling events, or provides methods for obtaining tokens. Zhou Chun browsed through the information he bought and quickly selected 3 events worth focusing on. One was an auction held in the Immortal Capital Market in 6 months, another was an underground treasure selling event held near Xianxi Immortal City in 2 years, and the last was an exchange fair held 3 years later at the cave dwelling of the nascent soul stage rogue cultivator Wang Yunxianrun. These 3 events are all high-end, and there will definitely be magical treasures, spiritual materials, and even magical treasures appearing. Zhou Chun had another matter to attend to during his trip to the Great Zhou Kingdom, to exchange the Azure Wood Divine Banner for a fire attribute magic weapon for Zhou Ming to refine. Having finalized 3 mandatory events, Zhou Chun decided to attend some less important ones. Since he couldn't cultivate now, a little travel wouldn't hurt. As for visiting the Master Thousand Machines, Zhou Chun decided to wait until he had refined his own natal magic weapon. The archer warrior puppet came from a secret island. If the Master Thousand Machines studied it, he would definitely want to know its origin, and Zhou Chun couldn't guarantee the other wouldn't resort to force. It was always better to be safe than sorry. For the next 3 or 4 months, Zhou Chun traveled extensively, attending one underground auction and exchange event after another. His golden core cultivation made these events easy. Most organizers were happy to have another golden core cultivator in their presence. After attending numerous auctions and exchange fairs, Zhou Chun acquired some useful 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. At one auction, he even purchased a magical artifact material called Flame Heart Iron, needed by Zhou Ming to refine his natal magic weapon, for 185,000 spirit coins. Just as Zhou Chun was about to participate in other auctions and exchange fairs, good news arrived from Luo Qingni. Upon receiving the news, he hurriedly returned to Xianxi Immortal City. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you're quite lucky. The owners of those 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs have already agreed to exchange them with you, and someone is also willing to sell the essence blood of a 4th-tier demon beast. The refining of the ancient dust pill should be able to proceed soon. Furthermore, Qingni has also inquired for you. Within Xianxi Immortal City, only Master Jie Yun is capable of refining the soul heart fruit into a spiritual pill to assist in opening the Purple Mansion. However, Master Jayun also told King Ni that he has an agreement with the major sects and will not accept commissions from others to refine this kind of spiritual pill. However, if fellow Taoist Zhou is willing to sell the soul heart fruit to him, he is willing to sell you 1 or 2 spiritual pills to assist in opening the Purple Mansion at a discounted price. Inside King Ni residence, looking at Zhou Chun, who had rushed back excitedly, Luo King Ni didn't keep him in suspense and quickly told him the results of the task he had entrusted to her. Hearing her words, Zhou Chun was both happy and worried, a mixture of joy and worry. After a moment of change in expression, he bowed to Luo King Ni and said, "I understand. Thank you, fellow Taoist Luo, for your trouble in helping me." Seeing his changing expression, Luo King Ni could roughly guess what he was thinking, and said softly, "If it's convenient for you, fellow Taoist Zhou, I will set up a furnace for you to refine pills in a few days. You are welcome to watch." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately shook his head and said, "There's no need to watch the pill refining. I trust fellow Taoist Luo's character." With that, he patted his storage pouch at his waist, took out a jade box, and handed it to Luo King Ni, saying, "This Azure Wave Cleansing Heart Tea is a fine spiritual tea that I obtained by chance some time ago. After brewing, it has a slight effect on enhancing the spiritual sense of us golden core cultivators. Consider this my reward for asking fellow Taoist Luo for help. Please accept it. Thank you for your trust, fellow Taoist Zhou. Then King Ni will not stand on ceremony with you." Luo King Ni smiled faintly, accepted the jade box without much concern, and casually put it away. After the two of them finished discussing the alchemy, Zhou Chun handed over the various spiritual herbs for refining the ancient dust pill, and the materials for refining the foundation establishment pill to Luo King Ni on the spot, and then left first. In 2 or 3 months, it would be the time for the grand auction in the Immortal Capital Market, and Zhou Chun had to rush there to participate in the auction. However, Zhou Chun had only been in the Immortal Capital Market for a few days, and had just settled in, when Sun Yuanjing of Xianbei Pavilion suddenly sent someone to contact him. Upon receiving Sun Yuanjing's message, Zhou Chun could only rush back to Xianyun Immortal City. Fortunately, he was now a golden core cultivator, and his travel speed was far superior to before, otherwise, he might have missed the grand auction. "Manager Sun, I've arrived. Where is the fellow Taoist you mentioned?" Inside the private room of Xianbei Pavilion, Zhou Chun frowned upon entering and seeing only Sun Yuanjing, immediately questioning him bluntly. Sun Yuanjing didn't take offense, smiling gently, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, don't worry. That fellow Taoist is already staying in the city. I'll take you to his temporary cave dwelling." He then rose and gave instructions to the other managers in the building before personally leading Zhou Chun to a cave dwelling in the city. After arriving at a cave dwelling within the city, Sun Yuanjing sent out a communication talisman. A short while later, the array restrictions on the cave dwelling were broken, and a voluptuous young woman emerged. This woman was beautiful, but her cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm, clearly not the main figure. She bowed respectfully to Zhou Chun and Sun Yuanjing, saying, "This humble servant greets you two seniors. My master is unwell and has specially ordered me to come out on his behalf to welcome you. Please forgive him." Seeing this, Sun Yuanjing explained to Zhou Chun, "Fellow Taoist Wei is fellow Taoist Zheng's concubine. Fellow Taoist Zheng is indeed currently unwell. Please forgive him. I don't care about such empty formalities, Manager Sun. There's no need to worry," Zhou Chun replied calmly, nodding slightly. Then, the woman led the two into the cave dwelling. Once inside, a short while later, they followed the woman to the main hall where guests were received. At this moment, a man wearing a silver mask sat at the head of the table in the main hall, while a young woman was brewing tea beside him. A mid-stage golden core cultivator. Upon seeing the masked man, Zhou Chun's mind raced, and he quickly discerned the man's true cultivation level. While Zhou Chun was observing the masked man, Sun Yuanjing greeted him first, "Fellow Taoist Zheng, this is Zhang Lang, whom I mentioned to you." Hearing this, Zhou Chun had no choice but to suppress his curiosity and bow to the masked man, saying, "I am Zhang Lang, greetings to fellow Taoist Zheng." Cough, cough. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, you are too kind. I am afflicted with a chronic illness and unable to personally greet you. Please forgive my rudeness." The masked man spoke with difficulty, his voice hoarse and unpleasant, like a broken gong. For a golden core cultivator, unless it was deliberate disguise, this indicated a truly severe injury. Zhou Chun immediately felt a sense of unease. But since he was already there, he had to take a look. He then said softly, "Since fellow Taoist Zheng is unwell, there's no need to speak. Let's communicate through telepathy." He then inquired about the details from the masked man through telepathy. The masked man, eager to heal himself, naturally didn't hide anything. Aside from the secret techniques he cultivated, he told Zhou Chun everything about his injuries, from how he was injured to their current state. Although he didn't hold out much hope, after explaining his injuries, the masked man solemnly transmitted his voice to Zhou Chun, saying, "These chronic ailments have prevented my cultivation from progressing for over a decade. If fellow Taoist Zheng can cure my ailments, not only will I give you all of my Taizuanjin Qi, but I can also do something for you within my power." Zhou Chun didn't take his promise seriously, knowing it was something he'd said to everyone. After carefully considering what he had said, Zhang looked at him and said, "May I use my divine sense to examine fellow Taoist Zheng's injuries?" The masked man hesitated, not immediately agreeing. For a golden core cultivator, allowing another cultivator's divine sense into their body could easily expose their cultivation techniques and supernatural abilities. If the other party harbored ill intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing his hesitation, Zhou Chun immediately spoke up, "I, Zhang, have never met fellow Taoist Zheng before. It was over a decade ago that I placed an order for the Taizuanjin Qi from Manager Sun. Surely it wouldn't take over a decade to plot against fellow Taoist Zheng. Besides, this is China, an immortal city. If I were to harm fellow Taoist Zheng here, how could the nascent soul cultivators guarding the city allow me to escape?" It seemed the last sentence swayed him. After a soft sigh, the masked man nodded and said, "All right, then I'll trouble fellow Taoist Zhang." He then proactively released his protective magic, guiding Zhou Chun's divine sense into his body to examine the injured areas of his lung and liver meridians. Zhou Chun, focused solely on assessing his injuries, didn't take the opportunity to probe his danshan or other areas to uncover the secrets of his cultivation techniques. This eased the masked man's mind somewhat. Through his divine sense, Zhou Chun discovered that the masked man's lung meridian contained a residual, violent fire attribute power, while his liver meridian contained a residual, destructive metal attribute power. This discovery secretly alarmed him. If he wasn't mistaken, the masked man's cultivation technique was likely one that required the simultaneous fusion of two conflicting forces, metal and fire. Such techniques were generally far more powerful than those based on a single attribute. Moreover, both metal and fire attributes were offensive. A technique fusing these two forces was truly terrifying. No wonder this man, with his mid-golden core cultivation, hadn't been able to heal his injuries for over a decade. Zhou Chun had reason to suspect that this man had already sought help from nascent soul cultivators, but either the nascent soul cultivators weren't confident they could heal him, or he wasn't willing to pay the price. After examining the masked man's injuries, Zhou Chun withdrew his divine sense and pondered deeply. After waiting for a while, seeing that he hadn't spoken, the masked man couldn't help but ask, "Well, fellow Taoist Zhang, do you have a way to help me get rid of this stubborn ailment?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately shook his head and said, "If you're talking about helping fellow Taoist Zhang completely get rid of this stubborn ailment, I'm powerless." Then, just as the masked man's eyes visibly dimmed, he spoke again, "However, regarding the metal elemental power in fellow Taoist Zhang's liver meridian, if I can refine a natal magic weapon, I'm quite confident that I can neutralize it with the profound mysteries of this weapon." "What? Fellow Taoist Zhang, is that true?" The masked man's eyes lit up with joy, looking at Zhou Chun with delight. To be honest, if Zhou Chun, a cultivator in the early golden core stage, told him that he had a way to completely cure his stubborn ailment, he probably wouldn't believe it. After all, over the years, he had consulted many late golden core cultivators, and even nascent soul cultivators, in order to get rid of this stubborn ailment. However, now that Zhou Chun said he had a way to dispel the metallic energy in his liver meridian, he was somewhat inclined to believe it. Yet, perhaps due to too many previous failures, he quickly looked at Zhou Chun with a tense expression and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhang may not know, but the metallic energy in my liver meridian isn't without source. It's a power generated from my failed cultivation of a divine ability, and it's already closely linked to my own magical power. Even if you can temporarily dispel it, if you can't cure the root cause, it will regenerate later." It was precisely because the situation was so troublesome that he hadn't been able to cure the stubborn ailment. Otherwise, he would have already asked a nascent soul cultivator to help him dispel the two energies in his lung and liver meridians. Hearing this, Zhou Chun frowned. It wasn't hard to tell from the masked man's words that even with his severe injuries, he was unwilling to give up on the divine ability he was cultivating. Otherwise, if he chose to give up and abandon his previous cultivation progress, this situation would be unlikely to occur again. Therefore, after frowning and pondering for a while, Zhou Chun said again, "If I, Zhang, can prevent this metal elemental power from growing in fellow Taoist Zhang's liver meridian for a month, is there any way for fellow Taoist Zhang to get rid of this stubborn ailment on his own? Well, perhaps we can try." After thinking for a while, the masked man nodded somewhat uncertainly. However, for Zhou Chun, as long as he was interested, that was enough. He looked at him and said, "If you want to try, fellow Taoist Zhang must first give me the Taizu Anjin key, so that I can refine my natal magic weapon and help fellow Taoist Zhang try this." Hearing this, the masked man narrowed his eyes and looked at him sharply, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, are you sure that after you refine your natal magic weapon, it will definitely help me resolve the metal elemental power in my liver meridian?" "I dare not say I am 100% sure, but I am 70% or 80% sure," Zhou Chun replied calmly, not caring about the man's sudden change in attitude. Upon seeing this, the masked man hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily and said, "All right, I can transfer the Taizu Anjin key. I have to you first, but you must first pledge something of equal value to me." "No problem," Zhou Chun agreed without hesitation. After this agreement was reached, the two asked Sun Yuanjing to act as a witness and began the exchange on the spot. The masked man's Taizu Anjin key was indeed considerable, almost as much as Zhou Chun's current quantity. After obtaining the Taizu Anjin key from him, Zhou Chun's order from Sun Yuanjing had reached 80%, which was actually enough for him to reforge the broken cauldron. However, to be on the safe side, Zhou Chun decided to wait a few more years until Sun Yuanjing helped him collect more Taizu Anjin key before attempting to reforge the broken cauldron. The treasure that Zhou Chun pledged to the masked man was a rare 1,000-year-old precious herb, Phoenix Blood Vine. If he fails to fulfill his promise to cure the masked man's incurable disease within 10 years, the 1,000-year-old precious medicine will belong to the other party. After witnessing the two men's actions, Sun Yuanjing suddenly laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, since you two fellow Daoists have been able to get what you need and reach a deal, I, Sun, have not worked in vain." Hearing his words, the two men immediately understood his meaning and expressed their gratitude to him, accepting his favor. Chapter 512 1 million spirit coins. The successful completion of the goal of collecting Taizu Anjin key brought Zhou Chun a sense of relief. Of all the things he had come to the Great Zhou Kingdom to do, this was the most urgent. Once this was accomplished, everything else would be much easier. To thank Sun Yuanjing for his help and to encourage him to work even harder in the future to collect Taizu Anjin key, Zhou Chun specially sold a batch of precious spiritual items he had brought to Xianbei Pavilion. These items included rare treasures such as the incense of Xiangling musk, aquatic gems from Lingyuans, and Zhou family specialties like honey flower tea pills. For shops like Xianbei Pavilion, doing high-end business with them wasn't as beneficial as some mid to low-end business. For example, the large quantity of spiritual items Zhou Chun was now selling were rare treasures that were hard to find in other shops, and suitable for all levels of cultivation, from key refining to foundation establishment to purple mansion. If Xianbei Pavilion could list these items and promote them widely, it would definitely attract a lot of customers, thereby boosting the sales of other items. As far as Zhou Chun knew, many large shops did this. They would launch new spiritual items every now and then to attract customers and maintain their reputation and industry standing. Otherwise, if they didn't keep innovating and weren't doing a monopolistic business, even the most famous shops would gradually decline. Sun Yuanjing was very satisfied with the spiritual items Zhou Chun sold and gladly accepted his reward, offering a fair price. He also confidently promised to collect all the remaining Taizu Anjin key for Zhou Chun within 3 years. After this mutually satisfactory transaction, Zhou Chun went to the Immortal Capital Market again to participate in the Grand Auction. The first time Zhou Chun came to the Great Zhou Kingdom, he went to the Immortal Capital Market to participate in a once-in-a-century Grand Auction. However, at that time, he was basically just an observer. Even with over 200,000 spirit coins, he didn't buy anything. Now, more than 100 years had passed since that Grand Auction, and the once-in-a-century Grand Auction at the Immortal Capital Market had begun again. This time, Zhou Chun came prepared, carrying $1 million sum, determined to make a name for himself at this Grand Auction. Unlike the last time he attended the auction, where several people were crammed into a small private room and had to spend 5,000 spirit coins for an admission ticket, this time, as a golden core cultivator, Zhou Chun was immediately given a private room for free. The room even had a foundation establishment stage maidservant to help him bid. However, one thing remained the same. This time, the auctioneer was also a female cultivator, equally alluring and possessing a captivating appearance that easily aroused male desire. Zhou Chun showed little interest in the treasures that appeared at the beginning of the auction, merely observing them indifferently. It wasn't until the auction entered its latter half that items worthy of the attention of golden core cultivators like himself were brought out. On the auction stage, the auctioneer opened a jade box, revealing a talisman emitting a hazy white light, and then began to explain its origin. A low-grade 4th-tier magic talisman, the Thousand Illusions Cloud Sea Talisman. A rare talisman hand-drawn by a 4th-tier talisman-making master. This talisman is a rare illusionary talisman for trapping enemies. Once used, it will bloom into 1,000 acres of cloud sea to surround the enemy. Even a golden core cultivator trapped in the cloud sea will need considerable time to escape. The starting bid for this talisman is 50,000 spirit coins, with each bid increment no less than 500 spirit coins. It was indeed a rare talisman for trapping enemies. Zhou Chun's eyes lit up, and he became interested. For golden core cultivators, offensive and defensive talismans were not particularly useful in battles against cultivators of the same level. This was because the spells released by talismans were inherently weaker than the 4th-tier spells cast by golden core cultivators themselves, making it difficult to break through the defenses of magical treasures of cultivators of the same level. However, auxiliary talismans such as those for trapping enemies and escape techniques were quite useful. Even if this Thousand Illusions Cloud Sea Talisman could only trap a golden core cultivator for a dozen breaths, it would still give him a significant advantage in battle. Zhou Chun, watching the bidding slowly rise, gave the maid in the private room the bidding command. Room 37 bids 71,000 spirit coins, any higher, okay. Room 24 bids 73,000 spirit coins, 75,000 spirit coins. Room 31 bids 75,000 spirit coins, any higher, On the auction stage, the auctioneer, all smiles, continuously announced higher and higher prices, breaking the bidding record for this item, his voice filled with passion. After bidding a few times, Zhou Chun gave up. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but he felt it unnecessary to pay such a high price for something he might never need. He was rich, that was true, but his money should be spent on things he urgently needed. In the end, the Thousand Illusions Cloud Sea Talisman was bought for a staggering 95,000 spirit coins. Then, one after another, powerful 4th-tier magic talismans were brought out for auction. Zhou Chun bid several times, but ultimately decided against them, deeming them unworthy of his investment. He had only recently successfully formed his core, and even with a fortune of millions, he couldn't afford to be extravagant, spending 80,000 or 90,000 spirit coins on a non-essential magic talisman. Like someone accustomed to frugality from childhood, even with a high salary far exceeding that of their peers, they wouldn't initially be used to spending lavishly. There always needs to be an adjustment period. A magic treasure material, fire essence copper, weighing 65 jin and 4 liang, starting bid 100,000 spirit coins, minimum increment 1,000 spirit coins. Suddenly, another treasure that Zhou Chun was interested in was brought out by the auctioneer. It was a foot-long, yellowish-red copper ingot, radiating pure fire attribute spiritual power. Compared to the flame heart iron Zhou Chun had previously purchased, this fire essence copper was more precious and more suitable as the core material for Zhou Ming's natal magic treasure. Therefore, he quickly developed a strong desire to acquire this item. 150,000 spirit coins. Room number 37 bids 150,000 spirit coins, any higher bids, another bid. Room number 37 bids 182,000 spirit coins, 235,000 spirit coins once, 235,000 spirit coins a second time. Sold. Congratulations to room number 37 for acquiring ownership of this fire crystal copper. When the auctioneer announced sold, Zhou Chun breathed a slight sigh of relief. Aside from special cases like his, most newly formed core formation cultivators wouldn't spend more than 1,000,000 spirit coins on refining their natal magic weapon. Generally, they would start refining their natal magic weapon after collecting several suitable materials. After all, The special nature of a natal magic weapon allows it to be gradually improved and enhanced later. Having a natal magic weapon first solidifies one's position as a core formation cultivator. Therefore, after buying 2 materials for Zhou Ming, he only needed to buy 1 or 2 more. Given Zhou Ming's situation, using too many high-grade materials to refine his natal magic weapon might not be a good thing. After the Fire Essence Copper, the auctioneer brought out several more magic weapon materials for auction. Since none of them were what he and Zhou Ming needed, Zhou Chun didn't bid. It wasn't until another item was brought out by the auctioneer that his attention was drawn. The next treasure is quite special. It's a fragment of a powerful magic weapon. According to our auction house's appraisal, the fragment contains a large amount of high-quality iron essence. If the iron essence can be extracted using the secret techniques of weapon refining, at least several kilograms of iron essence can be obtained. The starting price for this item is 50,000 spirit coins, and each bid must be at least 500 spirit coins. Interested fellow Daoists and seniors can place their bids. As the auctioneer spoke, he took out a fragment of a magic weapon resembling a sword or dagger and placed it in front of him for everyone to see. This fragment was only about 1/3 of its original size, and it was grayish-black in color. Even though it was just a fragment now, it still exuded a sharp and intimidating aura. If this item were intact, it would at least be a high-grade magic weapon, or even a top-grade one. Zhou Chun was secretly astonished and immediately had the maid join the bidding. Iron essence was also a very good magical weapon material. When incorporated into magic weapons like swords, it could increase their sharpness. When incorporated into other magic weapons, it could enhance their durability. The natal magic weapon Zhou Chun wanted to refine, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, was very special. It could melt various rare spiritual metal materials and extract their essence to enhance the magic weapon's power. Therefore, for him, materials like gold essence and iron essence were always better the more they were. As for how to extract the iron essence from the broken blade, it was actually quite simple. Once he refined the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, he could easily do so using the magical abilities of this natal magic weapon. However, there were obviously not many cultivators who could extract iron essence like him, so the competition for the broken blade wasn't particularly fierce. In the end, Zhou Chun only paid 167,000 spirit coins to win the bid. If he could really extract over 10 kilograms of iron essence by then, he would have hit the jackpot. With several such gains, Zhou Chun's anticipation for the remaining treasures grew even stronger. After a few more treasures were sold, the auctioneer quickly brought out another item that particularly appealed to Zhou Chun. A section of rare spiritual wood, soul-nourishing wood, 7 feet 6 inches long, can be used to make over 50 soul tablets, and can also be used to nourish a cultivator's soul, ensuring its preservation for 100 years. It can also be used to refine magical artifacts and treasures to defend against divine sense attacks. On the auction stage, the auctioneer reached into his storage pouch, revealing a long jade box. Opening the lid revealed a section of purplish-black wood over 7 feet long. The wood was black, its bark smooth like cinnamon bark, with rings of pale purple spiritual patterns. A section of soul-nourishing wood, starting bid 200,000 spirit coins, minimum increment 1,000 spirit coins. Just as Zhou Chun was carefully examining the section of soul-nourishing wood, the auctioneer launched the bidding with a loud voice. Clearly, many cultivators were interested in this soul-nourishing wood, and soon, one high bid after another came from the auctioneer's mouth. Zhou Chun was also very tempted by this item. Although the Zhou family could now be considered the #1 golden core family in Jing Kingdom, none of them, including the 3 golden core cultivators, had ever left a life soul tablet within the family. It wasn't that they were unwilling to do so, nor that they lacked the technology, but rather that they lacked the materials to refine life soul tablets. Now, if they could acquire this section of soul-nourishing wood, every golden core and purple mansion cultivator in the Zhou family would be able to leave a life soul tablet within the family, and even some important foundation establishment cultivators could possess one. As for the claim that soul-nourishing wood could be used to forge magical artifacts and treasures, that was merely the auctioneer's tactic to entice others to bid. In reality, the vast majority of master craftsmen lacked the ability to refine soul-nourishing wood into a magical artifact capable of defending against divine sense attacks, let alone a treasure. Otherwise, magical artifacts capable of defending against divine sense attacks wouldn't be so rare in the cultivation world, and Zhou Chun wouldn't have needed to painstakingly cultivate the secret technique. The Heart Lotus Orthodox method. With numerous cultivators vying for the bid, the price of soul-nourishing wood, sword, quickly doubling to over 400,000 spirit coins. 435,000 spirit coins. Is there anyone bidding higher than room number 37? 435,000 spirit coins. Second time, is there really no one bidding higher? 435,000 spirit coins. Third time, sold. Congratulations to room number 37 for acquiring this soul-nourishing wood. When the auctioneer finally announced a final price, Zhou Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the price had been any higher, he would have given up. After successfully bidding on 3 precious treasures, he had used up most of his spirit coins and had no further plans to bid. For the rest of the auction, Zhou Chun watched as each treasure was auctioned off for exorbitant prices, without making a move. When the final items were presented, Zhou Chun was somewhat surprised. The last 3 treasures at the auction included 2 magic weapons and a set of core formation spiritual items. Unfortunately, even the core formation set fetched a staggering 1 million spirit coins, leaving Zhou Chun to watch helplessly. After the auction ended, the fire essence copper, the broken magic weapon blade, and the soul-nourishing wood that Zhou Chun had bid on were all delivered to his private room by a golden core cultivator, who then took away the 837,000 spirit coins he had paid. Now, Zhou Chun only had a meager 330,000 spirit coins left. Sure enough, once you reach the golden core stage, spirit coins become even more scarce. Looking at his much dwindling storage bag, Zhou Chun shook his head with a wry smile, put away the 3 spirit items, and left the auction house. Golden core cultivators earn spirit coins easily, but spending them is obviously even faster. Zhou Chun wasn't a master alchemist like Luo Qingni, capable of continuously earning large amounts of spirit coins through superior skills. His $1 million fortune was purely earned from profiting from the war. Now, unless he becomes a tribulation cultivator, it will be quite difficult for him to restore his wealth to the $1 million level. After all, he had already disposed of almost all the low to mid-range spirit items he could handle. Although he still had quite a few treasures left, they were things he might need in the future and wouldn't easily exchange for spirit coins. It seemed that if he wanted to obtain a large amount of spirit coins in the future, he would have to start with his family. After attending the grand auction at the Immortal Capital Market, Zhou Chun didn't linger there and quickly returned to Xianyun Immortal City. Upon returning to Xianyun Immortal City, Zhou Chun sent a message to Luo Qingni, but received no response, indicating that she was likely still refining pills. After a brief hesitation, he rented a cave dwelling, paying 5 years' rent up front. The reforging of the cauldron was highly risky, especially as it couldn't withstand disturbance. While the Zhou family's mountain gate was considered a safe place, the Zhou family still had enemies. Therefore, Zhou Chun preferred to complete this step in Xianyun Immortal City. At least in Xianyun Immortal City, unless an nascent soul cultivator personally caused trouble, it wouldn't disturb those in seclusion. After cultivating in the cave dwelling for 2 months, Zhou Chun received a message from Luo Qingni, asking him to come and collect the refined pills. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you are wise. I haven't refined the ancient dust pill many times, and it's quite difficult. This time, only 6 pills were successfully refined, thanks to the alchemy furnace. As for the foundation establishment pills, they all performed well this time. The first 6 batches produced 55 pills, but the last 4 batches only produced 6 pills because the main ingredients were less effective, for a total of 61. Inside Qingni residence, facing Zhou Chun, Luo Qingni didn't exchange many pleasantries and directly told him the results of her secluded alchemy retreat. As she spoke, she took out all the pills and handed them to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun was somewhat stunned. Only after Luo Qingni took out the bottles containing the pills and handed them to him did he look at her with surprise and said, "Fellow Taoist Luo, you just said how many foundation establishment pills there were?" 61, right, yes, a total of 61 foundation establishment pills, all of them are here. Luo Qingni looked at Zhou Chun strangely and nodded in acknowledgement. As a rogue cultivator at the Golden Core stage, she naturally couldn't understand the thoughts of a family-based Golden Core cultivator like Zhou Chun. 61 foundation establishment pills, while a huge fortune in her eyes, were nothing special. After all, she had no use for them other than selling them for spirit coins. But for Zhou Chun, so many foundation establishment pills represented dozens of foundation establishment cultivators. Even if only 3 pills were needed to successfully establish one person, it would add 20 foundation establishment cultivators to the Zhou family. And not long ago, the Zhou family had to empty their coffers just to buy 1 or 2 foundation establishment pills. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun repeatedly thanked Luo Qingni. "Thank you so much, fellow Taoist Luo. It's my blessing, and the Zhou family's blessing, to know you. You are truly a great benefactor to me and the Zhou family," including the 25 foundation establishment pills he had previously asked Luo Qingni to refine. Luo Qingni had provided the Zhou family with 86 foundation establishment pills. Calling her a great benefactor of the Zhou family was no exaggeration. Luo Qingni was clearly confused by Zhou Chun's sudden thanks. After a long pause, she understood his meaning and shook her head, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you're too kind. I was merely fulfilling a request and doing my duty. I don't deserve to be called your great benefactor." She then couldn't help but sigh. "In fact, I should be thanking you more, fellow Taoist. That azure wave cleansing heart tea you gave me is extraordinary. In fact, I benefited from this transaction." She hadn't paid much attention to Zhou Chun's claim about increasing spiritual sense, as many types of spiritual teas had similar effects, but the increase in spiritual sense from those teas was minimal. However, the increase in spiritual sense from continuously consuming the azure wave cleansing heart tea was significantly greater. As a golden core cultivator, she knew very well how precious and rare such spiritual items that could increase spiritual sense were. "Haha, if fellow Taoist Luo likes it, I will definitely give you some more next time I have the opportunity to obtain this kind of spiritual tea." Zhou Chun recovered from his excitement and couldn't help but laugh, making a promise with a smile. The azure wave cleansing tea comes from the herb garden within the secret island, and the jade talisman for entering and exiting the island is currently in his possession. The Zhou family will surely be able to send people in again to collect this spiritual tea in the future. Luo Qingni was unaware of this, and upon hearing this, her eyes lit up. She immediately smiled and said, "Then Qingni won't stand on ceremony with fellow Taoist Zhou. Qingni will remember this." The two chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere immediately became much more relaxed. After a while of this conversation, Zhou Chun brought up the main matter again, regarding the matter of exchanging soul heart fruit for spiritual pills that fellow Taoist Luo mentioned last time. "I have considered it. I will trouble fellow Taoist Luo to help with the exchange. I will not personally intervene." Hearing this, Luo Qingni immediately nodded and replied, "This is a small matter. Qingni will certainly handle it for a fellow Taoist Zhou quickly." "Then I thank you in advance, fellow Taoist," Zhou Chun said, taking out 2 soul heart fruits and handing them to Luo Qingni. After exchanging some stories with Luo Qingni, he returned to his cave alone. Once back, Zhou Chun's first act was to summon the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle, Stone. Looking at his beloved pet, he said, "Stone, I'm fulfilling my promise to you today. You can try this ancient dust pill first and see how it works." Hearing this, Stone's eyes lit up with joy, and it eagerly rubbed its head against Zhou Chun's leg. Zhou Chun then emptied the pill bottle, revealing a fragrant, reddish-brown pill. Perhaps because it was for a demon beast, the pill was enormous, almost the size of an egg. The aroma alone made Stone open its mouth wide. "Here you go." Zhou Chun tossed it, and the pill arced into Stone's mouth. As the pill's effects began to release, Stone had to concentrate on digesting its medicinal properties and had no time to play with Zhou Chun. It took almost 3 months for Stone to fully digest the medicinal power of the ancient dust pill. Judging from its feedback, the medicinal power of one ancient dust pill was at least equivalent to 10 years of its cultivation. Under normal circumstances, Stone might have needed another 100 years to break through to the 3rd-tier high-grade demon beast level. After all, demon beasts like the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle have a much slower growth rate than demon beasts like the thunder flood dragon due to their long lifespan. However, if Zhou Chun gave it all 6 ancient dust pills, it could probably advance to the 3rd-tier high-grade level within 20 or 30 years. This shows just how powerful the ancient dust pill was. It seems that after I successfully refine my natal magic weapon, the most important thing is to collect all the materials needed to refine the ancient dust pill. Zhou Chun looked at Stone, who seemed to want more, and immediately made a decision about what he needed to do next. "Today I was busy writing extra chapters and forgot to update regularly. Fortunately, I finished writing it. The 2 chapters together total 14,000 words. For such a great effort, Please vote with a monthly pass to show your support. There will be another update on Monday night. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513 Finding a Bargain, Everything is Ready. Zhou Chun was very satisfied with the excellent effects of the ancient dust pill, and was therefore even more willing to invest resources and energy in searching for the spiritual herbs needed to refine it. It was fortunate that it was being refined in the Great Zhou Kingdom, making everything easier to collect. In a place like the Jing Kingdom, just obtaining a 4th-tier demon beast's essence blood would have been enough to give Zhou Chun a headache. After all, essence blood wasn't ordinary demon beast blood, it wasn't something he could simply find in the wilderness, fight a 4th-tier demon beast, and collect some of its wounds. But in the Great Zhou Kingdom, while 4th-tier demon beasts were rare, many powerful forces kept them, making it relatively easy to obtain their essence blood. Even sects like the Yuling sect, where Yu Jinghe was hiding, would sell or exchange this as a specialty spiritual item. If Zhou Chun could raise a demon beast to the 4th tier, he could make a fortune selling its essence blood. Of course, he certainly wouldn't do such a thing, because extracting essence blood would deplete the demon beast's vital energy, thus hindering its cultivation and growth. Of his spirit pets, except for the golden-winged tiger which was 1 level short, the other 3 all possessed the potential to become 5th-tier demon kings. To delay their growth and evolution for such short-term gains would be like picking up a sesame seed and losing a watermelon. Good things should naturally be shared. This time, Zhou Chun didn't concentrate resources on cultivating any one pet. Instead, he distributed the remaining 5 ancient dust pills to Shi Tao, the golden-armored mountain-bearing turtle, and to each to Bai Bai, the thunder-flood dragon, and the golden-winged tiger. As for Mu Sang, the wood spirit, it had already gained enough benefits within the secret island. Giving it ancient dust pills would be wasteful. While these spirit pets were consuming the pills and digesting their effects through slumber, Zhou Chun received a message from Luo Qingni and went to her Qingni residence. This is the spirit opening pill, refined by Master Jie Yun. Its effect in assisting in opening the purple mansion is comparable to elixirs like the purple dust pill. After the discount, it's only 20,000 spirit coins per pill. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please accept it. Inside the Azure Rainbow residence, after exchanging pleasantries with Zhou Chun, who had come to visit, Luo Qingni took out a jade bottle and handed it to him, explaining the purpose of her invitation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately accepted the jade bottle and thanked her, saying, "Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist Luo. Please keep these spirit coins." He then took out 40,000 spirit coins and gave them to Luo Qingni. Luo Qingni didn't stand on ceremony and readily accepted the spirit coins. She then looked at him and said, "Qingni will be in seclusion for a while. If you have nothing urgent, fellow Taoist Zhou, you can leave a message at the shop where Qingni is registered. Qingni will contact you after she emerges from seclusion." Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately understood and bowed, replying, "I understand. I wish fellow Taoist Luo a successful seclusion. I won't disturb you any longer." He then took his leave. Back in his cave, Zhou Chun focused on cultivating his secret techniques, patiently awaiting the underground treasure exchange meeting. About a year later, the underground treasure exchange meeting Zhou Chun had been waiting for finally began. This time, the underground treasure exchange meeting was held near Xianyun Immortal City, and Zhou Chun had obtained the token well in advance. Using various methods to conceal his identity, he entered the venue and saw many other cultivators who, like him, had concealed their identities. Some had even concealed their auras extremely well, making it difficult to discern their specific cultivation level. By the time the underground treasure exchange began, the number of cultivators in the venue had exceeded 200. Most of these cultivators were at the Purple Mansion stage, with some at the late Foundation Establishment stage. The number of Golden Core stage cultivators was relatively small. Zhou Chun could only identify 7, though he wasn't sure if any were deliberately concealing their cultivation levels. The cultivator presiding over the exchange was a mid-Golden Core stage cultivator, his figure shrouded in a hazy black mist. Whether from some kind of supernatural power or a magical artifact, it was unclear. After delivering an opening speech, he flicked his sleeve and took out all the items he had brought for exchange. He then introduced each item one by one, 1 piece of magical artifact material, Blackwater Mystic Crystal, 1 piece of magical artifact material, Millennial Cold Iron, a set of 4th grade low-level snake demon fangs, 134 snake scales, 5 stalks of millennial snake dragon grass. These items are only for exchanging for millennial precious herbs. Fellow Daoists willing to exchange can communicate with any via telepathy to discuss the trade. He had indeed come to the right place. Looking at the treasures this mid-golden core stage cultivator had brought out for exchange, Zhou Chun's heart warmed. He possessed many valuable items, but he hadn't been able to exchange them for what he wanted. If every golden core cultivator were like this, offering so many magical treasures and spiritual materials in exchange, he wouldn't have to worry about not getting what he wanted. However, while the items this mid-stage golden core cultivator offered were all good, what he needed was undoubtedly far more precious. For most golden core cultivators who had already crafted their own innate magical treasures and spiritual materials were essentially nothing special. Unless they had a way to find a master craftsman to help them forge a second or third magical treasure, these materials were merely bargaining chips for exchanging for rare treasures. But thousand-year-old precious herbs were different. At least Zhou Chun knew that some golden core cultivators would pool their resources to collect thousand-year-old precious herbs to refine elixirs that enhance their cultivation, then distribute the finished elixirs according to their contributions. So even if you only had 1 or 2 thousand-year-old precious herbs, as long as your network was wide enough, you could partner with others to refine elixirs and then share the results. In this situation, unless someone, like Zhou Chun, was exchanging these spiritual items for materials to refine their natal magic weapon or other essential items, no one would offer such valuables in exchange for things they didn't need. Therefore, even after a quarter of an hour, no one actually offered any thousand-year-old precious herbs to this person. In the end, he could only sigh in disappointment and put everything away. Then, he casually pointed to another early-stage golden core cultivator to take his place. This early-stage golden core cultivator, while not as extravagant as him, still offered 2 types of magic weapon materials and 7 or 8 rare thousand-year-old spiritual herbs. I want to exchange these for thousand-year-old fire yang ginseng, fire essence ganoderma, and other fire attribute spiritual herbs. Anyone with relevant spiritual herbs can contact me via telepathy. The price is negotiable. Sure enough, after lowering the demand to thousand-year-old spiritual herbs, this early-stage golden core cultivator quickly completed several transactions and seemed quite satisfied. After completing the transactions, he directly pointed to Zhou Chun, indicating that he should take his place. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately patted his storage bag and took out some items he had prepared beforehand. He immediately produced 17,000-year-old spiritual herbs and 5 kinds of magical treasure materials, saying, "I have quite a lot to exchange. This is a list. Fellow Daoists, if you have anything on this list, you can discuss it with me via telepathy." He then placed a piece of white paper filled with the names of various spiritual items in front of him. The paper listed over a dozen kinds of spiritual herbs, all needed to refine the ancient dust pill. It also listed magical treasure materials he and Zhou Ming needed to refine their natal magical treasure, and even a third-tier demon core that matched the attributes of their 3-headed spirit pet. With such a wide range of exchanges, Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't leave empty-handed. Soon, several cultivators began communicating with him via telepathy. After about 15 minutes of conversation, Zhou Chun finalized several transactions and exchanged items with several cultivators. Ultimately, he obtained 5 kinds of spiritual herbs needed to refine the ancient dust pill, and a magical treasure material, the earth fire mystic crystal stone. However, after completing these exchanges, Zhou Chun did not immediately designate the next cultivator to exchange with. Instead, he raised his hand and summoned the azure wood divine banner. He then shook the banner and said, "This magic weapon was acquired by chance. Its owner had refined it into a mid-grade magic weapon before his death, but it later fell back to low grade. Because its attributes don't suit me, I wish to exchange it for a low-grade magic weapon with fire or metal attributes." As he spoke, he looked at the golden core cultivators. However, they ignored his gaze, clearly showing no interest in exchanging magic weapons with him. Seeing this, Zhou Chun could only sigh softly and silently retrieve his magic weapon. The subsequent golden core cultivators also brought out many good items, but unfortunately, none of them were what Zhou Chun urgently needed. However, when it was the turn of the Purple Mansion cultivators, Zhou Chun took a fancy to something else. This broken sword is a treasure passed down from my ancestors. It was originally a powerful magic weapon. Although it's missing a small part, it can still unleash its power through blood sacrifice, displaying strength comparable to a pseudo-magic weapon. I wish to exchange this for a spiritual object that can regenerate limbs without leaving any future problems. A masked late-stage purple mansion cultivator held up a silver-white broken sword in one hand, stating his exchange request in a low voice. His other sleeve was empty, indicating he was missing an arm, clearly hoping to gain a chance for advancement. For cultivators below the nascent soul stage, limb loss is a serious matter. Once limbs are missing, even regular meditation and cultivation are affected, and breaking through to a higher realm becomes extremely dangerous, significantly reducing the chances of success. Therefore, if this late-stage purple mansion cultivator wanted to form his core, he absolutely needed to find a spiritual object that could regenerate his limbs and repair his physical defect before then. However, spiritual objects capable of regenerating severed limbs are extremely precious, and even golden core cultivators cannot casually use them. Therefore, upon hearing the words of this late-stage purple mansion cultivator, no one immediately spoke, but instead carefully examined the broken sword in his hand. The sword was largely intact, except for the part below the tip, which appeared to have been severed by an even sharper divine weapon. Even without any magical power infused into it, the sword still emitted a faint silver-white light, seemingly retaining much of its spiritual essence. May I test the power of this sword? A golden core early-stage cultivator, after staring at the silver-white broken sword for a while, suddenly looked at its owner and asked. The purple mansion cultivator seemed hesitant, his gaze involuntarily turning to the mid-stage golden core cultivator presiding over the underground treasure exchange. Let this fellow Taoist try it. It's just a broken sword. I doubt any fellow Taoist would break the rules of the treasure exchange meeting for something like that. The mid-stage golden core cultivator presiding over the treasure exchange meeting pondered for a moment before speaking calmly. As he spoke, he unabashedly released his powerful divine sense, locking onto the person who requested to test the sword. After a brief silence, the person chuckled strangely. Fellow Taoist is quite right. It's just a broken sword. I wouldn't risk offending so many fellow Taoists here for it. Then, with a wave of his hand, he forcibly snatched a broken sword from the late-stage purple mansion cultivator's hand. As soon as he channeled his magic power into the silver-white broken sword, the sword, which originally required a purple mansion cultivator to activate with a blood sacrifice technique, instantly shone with a bright silver light, radiating a sharp sword brilliance. But before Zhou Chun and the other golden core cultivators could rejoice, the silver light, after reaching a certain point, quickly stopped, as if a climax had been forcibly interrupted. The sword light, now halted, still appeared powerful, but it no longer held any appeal for a golden core cultivator. The early-stage golden core cultivator who had been wielding the broken sword quickly stopped channeling his mana, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. It can barely unleash half the power of a low-grade magic weapon, but the mana consumption is far higher than wielding a low-grade magic weapon itself. It's rather useless, he said, tossing the broken sword back to the late-stage purple mansion cultivator, seemingly having completely lost interest. The other golden core cultivators, seeing this, also shook their heads, equally uninterested. This sight caused the late-stage purple mansion cultivator to sway, as if he had suffered a great blow. Although his face was not visible, it must have been deathly pale. This broken sword was probably the best treasure he could muster. But for golden core cultivators, a magic weapon that wasn't truly intact held little appeal. They wouldn't waste their precious healing elixirs on such a damaged artifact. Esteemed seniors, you are all golden core cultivators. If you could find a way to repair this sword, you would receive a high-grade magic weapon. All I ask for is a healing elixir. The words, almost pleading, came from the late-stage purple mansion cultivator, as if he were still trying to make a last-ditch effort. However, the early-stage golden core cultivator who had tested the sword seemed displeased with his earlier behavior and immediately retorted with a cold laugh. You are truly ignorant, Junior. If magic weapons were so easy to repair, how long would this sword have remained in the hands of a mere purple mansion junior like you? To think you can exchange this broken sword for a holy healing elixir? You are certainly delusional. These words caused the late-stage purple mansion cultivator to tremble slightly, but he dared not say another word. He was merely a purple mansion cultivator. If he dared to argue with a golden core cultivator, his life would be in danger after leaving the underground treasure exchange. Therefore, Even though he felt extremely humiliated, he could only silently sheath his broken sword and retreat to the side. But just then, a voice suddenly rang in his mind, causing him to tremble slightly. He then lowered his head slightly, concealing the joy in his eyes. The treasure exchange continued, with one cultivator after another displaying the treasures they brought. Unfortunately, there was little left that could tempt Zhou Chun. This continued for several days before the treasure exchange finally ended. Then, under the arrangement of the host, the participants left the venue according to their cultivation level, with those of lower cultivation leaving first. Finally, Zhou Chun and a few other golden core cultivators left together. Back in Xianying Immortal City, Zhou Chun did not rush back to his cave dwelling. Instead, he went to a tea house in the city and booked a private room. He had just drunk a cup of tea when the restriction on the door of the private room was triggered. He casually picked up the token that controlled the restriction and waved it, opening the door. Then, he saw a burly man with a full beard, his left sleeve empty, standing outside the door with a nervous expression. At this moment, the burly man with a thick beard outside the door saw the door open, glanced at Zhou Chun, and then hurriedly bowed, saying, "Junior Yuchi Fei greets Senior Zhang, fellow Taoist Yuchi, no need to be so polite, come in and have a cup of tea." Zhou Chun smiled lightly, waved his hand to let him in, and closed the door again. But Yuchi Fei clearly had no interest in tea. As soon as the door closed, he looked at him impatiently and said, "Senior Zhang, is it true that you were willing to exchange my ancestral sword for a healing elixir?" His eyes were full of anticipation. Seeing his eagerness, Zhou Chun could only nod and say, "That's right. I have a rejuvenation pill, a healing elixir that can bring the dead back to life and heal flesh and bone. Regenerating severed limbs is a piece of cake." Speaking of which, this rejuvenation pill was a treasure he had looted from the Zhang family when he destroyed them. Because of its powerful healing properties, Zhou Ming gave it to Zhou Chun to carry with him for emergencies. However, although Zhou Chun had faced many life or death crises over the years, he had never actually used it, so it remained on his person. Now, his spirit pet, the wood sprite Wood Mulberry, is already a high-grade 3rd-tier demon beast, and it's only a matter of time before it breaks through to the 4th tier. Once it breaks through, the effectiveness of its healing abilities will undoubtedly increase dramatically, making it easy to help people regenerate severed limbs. At that time, this rejuvenation pill will be of little use. Therefore, exchanging it for treasures now is not inappropriate. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, Yu Chifei's eyes lit up with ecstatic joy. He hurriedly looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Senior Zhang, could you please take out the precious pill so that I may have a look?" But Zhou Chun waved his hand, saying, "That's not urgent." Then, looking at him, he said, "I've already seen it. While your broken sword has its merits, it's still inferior to my rejuvenation pill. Let me see the sword first." These words caused Yu Chifei's joyful expression to freeze. After a slight change in expression, he took out the silver-white broken sword and handed it to Zhou Chun, saying, "The sword is here, please take a look, Senior." Zhou Chun took the silver-white broken sword and slightly infused it with his own magical power. Instantly, the silver light on the sword surged, and one could even vaguely sense a joyful consciousness, like a child who had just eaten candy. Clearly, compared to the early-stage golden core cultivator who wasn't using the metal element technique, Zhou Chun's magical power pleased the remaining spiritual energy within the broken sword more. He also took the opportunity of infusing his magical power to carefully sense the sword's internal structure. The situation was similar to his expectations. The magical restrictions within the broken sword were mostly intact, only missing a portion, preventing it from unleashing its full power. Otherwise, how could a damaged magic weapon possess power comparable to a pseudo-magic weapon? It was a fine sword, but unfortunately, it's ruined. Zhou Chun withdrew his magical power, sighing with regret, and then returned the broken sword to Yuchi Fei. This greatly alarmed Yuchi Fei. He immediately grabbed the broken sword and looked at him, saying, "Senior, if you really like this sword, you can actually seek help from the sword-making master of the 9 Yuan Sword Sect to repair it. My ancestors left records that the sword-forging heavenly pool of the 9 Yuan Sword Sect has mysterious abilities that can repair some damaged swords. This sword is not very damaged, and there is a good chance that it can be repaired completely with the help of the power of the sword-forging heavenly pool. I've naturally heard of the 9 Yuan Sword Sect's renowned sword-forging heavenly pool, but you know how arrogant those sword cultivators are. Let alone someone from a humble background like myself. Even cultivators from powerful sects would likely face a price comparable to forging a magic weapon if they wanted their help repairing this sword. Zhou Chun shook his head repeatedly, clearly declining. Yu Chifei was well aware of this. If a broken sword were so easily repaired, his ancestor, a golden core cultivator, would have already sought out the 9 yuan sword sect for repair. Seeing that Zhou Chun wasn't taking the bait, he could only grit his teeth and add insult to injury. This junior also possesses a set of exquisite sword controlling techniques passed down from my ancestors, which I can exchange for along with this sword. What do you think, senior? Hearing him offer even his ancestral sword controlling techniques as a bargaining chip, Zhou Chun knew he probably had nothing more to extract. So he nodded slightly and said, very well, as the saying goes, helping others is helping yourself. I'll make this a good connection with you. Thank you, senior. I will always remember your kindness. Yu Chifei was overjoyed and hurriedly vowed to express his gratitude. Then, Zhou Chun took out the heaven-returning creation pill and handed it to him. He opened the bottle and just smelled the aroma. He felt his blood and ki surge intensely, and his severed left shoulder also showed a slight reaction. He immediately knew that Zhou Chun's previous words were not an exaggeration at all. This was definitely a top-grade healing medicine that could regrow flesh and bone. So he bowed to Zhou Chun again to express his gratitude, handed over the jade slip containing the ancestral sword controlling technique and the broken sword to Zhou Chun, and happily left the tea house with a heaven-returning creation pill, to go into seclusion to heal his injuries. After Yu Chifei left, Zhou Chun looked at the broken sword in his hand and smiled. He certainly wouldn't ask the 9 yuan sword sect for help repairing the sword. Even if they could, there was no need. From beginning to end, he hadn't considered repairing the sword. His focus was on the materials used to forge it. His previous appraisal confirmed that the main material for the sword was a rare spiritual metal, tied by silver star iron, a material he needed to forge his natal magic weapon, the myriad transformations golden cauldron. Since the sword was essentially forged from a single piece of tied by silver star iron, Zhou Chun only needed to melt it down, removing the other mixed materials, to use it as raw material for his natal magic weapon. Having obtained both starfall gold and tied by silver star iron, the materials for his complete myriad transformations golden cauldron were essentially complete. Next, he only needed to successfully reforge the cauldron before he could begin forging this long-awaited natal magic weapon. Chapter 514 Natal Beast Card. The deal with Yu Chifei was a huge surprise for Zhou Chun. He had thought he'd gotten a great bargain with a broken sword made of Tabe silver star iron, but Yu Chifei's so-called ancestral sword controlling technique was equally exquisite. Although Zhou Chun wasn't a sword cultivator and didn't practice swordsmanship, as a golden core cultivator, his judgment was naturally excellent. The Hanguang sword manual left behind by Yu Chifei not only contained methods for condensing sword energy but also methods for cultivating sword intent. The Zhou family had previously acquired some sword controlling techniques, but they generally only went up to the stage of condensing sword energy. Regarding the high-level power of sword intent, there were only some vague and speculative records. Now, this Hanguang sword manual actually contained methods for cultivating sword intent, instantly doubling its value, making it comparable to the Zhou family's ancestral beast-controlling technique. Of course, compared to beast-controlling techniques, sword-controlling techniques rely too heavily on talent and comprehension, making them unsuitable as a primary family inheritance. Their practical value is lower. Regardless, Zhou Chun had made a huge profit this time. At least with the existence of the Hanguang sword manual, if any cultivator in the Zhou family were particularly interested in sword control and possessed talent in this area, their talent wouldn't be wasted. Perhaps they could even cultivate a legendary sword cultivator for the family. After studying the Hanguang sword manual for a while, Zhou Chun got up and left the tea house, satisfied. When he went to pay the bill, he discovered that Yu Chifei had already paid it for him. This improved his impression of the man considerably. Back in his cave, Zhou Chun tallied up his gains over the past few years in the Great Zhou Kingdom and found them quite substantial. First, the ancient dust pill had been successfully refined, and its effects were very satisfactory. He had even obtained 61 foundation establishment pills in one go, exceeding his expectations. Although the soul heart fruit hadn't been refined into pills as expected, he had still managed to exchange it for 2 spirit opening pills, barely achieving his goal. At the same time, he had basically collected all the materials needed to refine Zhou Ming's natal magic weapon, and his own natal magic weapon was almost ready as well. So, aside from the three things, reforging the Shattered Cauldron, refining his natal magic weapon, and exchanging the Azure Wood Divine Banner for another magic weapon, he had already achieved most of his goals in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Now, the reforging of the Shattered Cauldron still required waiting for the Tai Profound Gold Key from Sun Yuanjing's side to arrive, and the latter two things weren't ready yet. In short, Zhou Chun didn't have anything urgent to do in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Therefore, after taking stock of his gains, Zhou Chun decided to return to his family first and hand over his possessions to Zhou Mingde. After waiting 2 months, until his spirit pets, which had consumed the ancient dust pill, had awakened, Zhou Chun took them and returned to the Zhou family. The journey was uneventful, and Zhou Chun returned to Tuyun Ridge in less than a month. However, he received bad news upon his return. Zhou Zhanking, who had gone into seclusion to open his purple mansion before he left, had also failed to do so, just like Zhou Zhanking. Moreover, perhaps due to excessive force, Zhou Zhanking's failure also damaged his soul, resulting in partial memory loss in a generally dazed state. This was undoubtedly the worst-case scenario, essentially rendering him useless. Upon learning of this, Zhou Chun immediately went to visit him personally. He found Zhou Zhanking, who had been in charge of intelligence work for the Zhou family for many years and was extremely shrewd and capable, now sitting blankly on the bed with a completely white head and disheveled hair, his eyes unfocused and lifeless, showing no reaction even to Zhou Chun's arrival. Seeing this, Zhou Chun could only subdue him first and then examine his soul. After the examination, Zhou Chun couldn't help but sigh. Alice, the path of cultivation is fraught with hardship. Given my 27th brother's current condition, I have no other choice. From now on, I will confine him to the back mountain, letting his descendants care for him until the end of his life. He had already examined him. Zhou Zhanking's sea of consciousness was severely damaged, and his soul was being eroded by external evil forces, his essence slowly draining away every day. In this situation, his condition would worsen, and his lifespan would deplete much faster. It was almost certain that he wouldn't have more than 10 years left to live. Furthermore, his amnesia and hysteria would become increasingly severe until he completely became an idiot. This was one of the worst possible outcomes after failing to establish his purple mansion, worse than death. Zhou Zhanking's greatest fortune was that he was a family cultivator and had his own bloodline. Therefore, he could slowly pass away under the care of his descendants. If it were a rogue cultivator or a sect cultivator, such an outcome would likely result in a swift death for various reasons. After arranging Zhou Zhanking's funeral, Zhou Chun and Zhou Mingde met in the cave and discussed Zhou Chun's gains in the Great Zhou Kingdom. As Zhou Chun expected, when he saw Zhou Chun directly produce 61 Foundation Establishment pills, Zhou Mingde was stunned and remained silent for a long time. This is truly, Zhou Mingde murmured to himself, staring at the dozen or so bottles of Foundation Establishment pills before him. His words were slurred, his excitement barely contained. After a long while, he finally let out a long sigh and exclaimed, "This is truly an eye-opener." Unable to hide his excitement, he continued, "Even back when the three absolute sect was refining Foundation Establishment pills together, my Zhou family would only get 7 or 8 at most, and that opportunity only came once every few decades. Who could have imagined that our Zhou family would now be producing dozens of Foundation Establishment pills at a time?" His face beamed with joy at the end. Only older cultivators like him, who had experienced the Zhou family's most difficult times, truly understood how impoverished and destitute the Zhou family had been. They understood what these 61 Foundation Establishment pills meant for the Zhou family today. Without exaggeration, for the next 100 years or so, the Zhou family wouldn't have to worry about Foundation Establishment pills anymore. In the next 100 years or so, the Zhou family will definitely have dozens more Foundation Establishment cultivators. Seeing his happy expression, Zhou Chun was also very pleased, but still cautioned, the matter of these Foundation Establishment pills must be kept strictly confidential. Otherwise, if outsiders find out, it might arouse suspicion from the upper sect. Hearing this, Zhou Mingde immediately nodded repeatedly and said, "Of course, I will personally safeguard these Foundation Establishment pills. Every few years, I will release 1 or 2 into the family treasury, saying that they were bought from outside at a high price. I naturally trust you to handle things well, sir." Zhou Chun smiled and flattered him, then took out several kinds of magical treasures and spiritual materials that he had collected for him. Seeing the various magical treasures and spiritual materials he took out, Zhou Ming's smile widened even more, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Good, good, good. With these magical treasures and spiritual materials, I can start refining my natal magic weapon." Then, with a smile on his face, he put everything away. Just when he thought it was over, Zhou Chun took out a piece of soul-nourishing wood he had bought at a high price. "This is soul-nourishing wood?" Such a large piece of soul-nourishing wood. Zhou Ming was a connoisseur and had seen soul-nourishing wood before, so he exclaimed with delight as soon as Zhou Chun took out this spiritual item. Zhou Chun then spoke up at the right moment. This piece of soul-nourishing wood was bought at a high price at a major auction. With its size, it is enough to refine dozens of life soul tablets. From now on, all cultivators in our Zhou family who are at the Purple Mansion stage or have high-grade spiritual root aptitude can leave a life soul tablet within the family. Hearing this, Zhou Ming nodded repeatedly and said, "That's right, life soul tablets should indeed be refined." With this piece of soul-nourishing wood, for the next few hundred years, all the elders of the family can leave a life soul tablet within the family. After saying that, she happily continued, "Moreover, this soul-nourishing wood has arrived at just the right time. Daoquan's blood flame dragon python has already reached the limit of a second-tier high-grade demon beast and needs to use the millennial dragon transformation grass you have. If it can successfully transform into a dragon, Daoquan can extract its demon soul essence to refine it into a life beast token, allowing it to serve the family in the future. Extracting the demon soul essence of high-level demon beasts to refine them into life beast tokens, which allow control over their life and death, is the key to how various sects and families can raise and command high-level demon beasts left behind by their predecessors. Otherwise, given the arrogance of high-level demon beasts, they would be unlikely to be enslaved and driven by human cultivators after their master's death. Sects like the Great Zhou Kingdom's Spirit Control Sect rely entirely on this method to retain fourth-tier demon beasts raised by their predecessors. However, only high-level demon beasts with long lifespans and considerable strength are worth such efforts by sects and families. For second-tier demonic beasts, given their limited lifespan and strength, it's simply not worth the effort. The Zhou family once possessed high-tier demonic beasts left by their ancestors. But even high-tier beasts mostly only live for 700 or 800 years. The last third-tier demonic beast left by the Zhou family's ancestors died over 200 years ago after exhausting its lifespan. If the blood flame dragon python could evolve into a third-tier blood flame flood dragon, its lifespan would reach 1,000 years, and it might even break through to the fourth tier. However, Zhou Daoquan's chances of forming his core are extremely slim. The same applies to Zhou Daoyi, whose situation remains unclear. Therefore, if they don't want to release or kill the Azure Flood Dragon and Blood Flame Flood Dragon they've painstakingly cultivated, using life beast tokens to enslave and force them to continue serving the Zhou family is the best option. Upon hearing Zhou Ming's words, Zhou Chun immediately replied, "I've been saving the millennial dragon transformation grass for the Grand Elder, but unfortunately, fellow Taoist Luo is currently in seclusion. If we're going to refine the dragon transformation pill, I'm afraid we'll have to wait a few more years." Hearing this, Zhou Ming immediately waved his hand and said, "It's all right, Daoquan has waited all these years, there's no rush." He then took the initiative to take over the task of refining the life-bound soul tablet. Zhou Ming had also learned some weapon refining techniques in his early years, and after successfully forming his core, he specialized in this art. Furthermore, his cultivation of fire elemental techniques facilitated weapon refining, so his weapon refining skills were now even better than Zhou Chun's. Refining the life-bound soul tablet basically only required a second-tier weapon refiner to be foolproof. The main problem was the scarcity of materials like soul-nourishing wood. Thus, while Zhou Ming focused entirely on refining the life-bound soul tablet, Zhou Chun temporarily took charge of clan affairs. Later, while handling clan affairs, Zhou Chun learned that Zhang Liang, the Zhou family son-in-law with whom he had formed a bond years ago, had actually successfully comprehended the array formation method of the 5 directions Miro array that the Yu family had presented to him at his Golden Core ceremony, propelling his array formation skills to just shy of the master level. Upon learning this, Zhou Chun immediately summoned Zhang Liang for a talk. Zhang Liang possessed superior spiritual root aptitude, and after joining the Zhou family, his resources were significantly better than those of independent cultivators. Especially after forming a bond with Zhou Xindi, the Zhou family's array master, and becoming her Taoist partner, he received even more cultivation resources. Therefore, although he was only over 180 years old, he had already advanced to the late foundation establishment stage for many years. Being summoned by Zhou Chun for a private audience, he was somewhat excited, knowing that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Upon entering Zhou Chun's cave, Zhang Liang glanced at Zhou Chun briefly before bowing deeply and saying, "Junior Zhang Liang greets clan chief, young friend Zhang, no need for such formalities. Please sit down and speak," Zhou Chun said with a smile, waving his hand amiably. This calmed Zhang Liang's somewhat excited and anxious heart, and he quickly bowed again, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, clan chief, but I'll remain standing." Zhou Chun appreciated his caution, but continued, "No need for such formality. Please sit down." His tone held a firmer, unyielding quality. This caused Zhang Liang's expression to change slightly, and he hurriedly replied, "Yes, Junior obeys." He then sat down on a nearby chair. After he sat down, Zhou Chun looked at him with a smile and said, "It's quite a coincidence. Your wife was brought back to the family from Fen Kingdom by me, and you met me in Shen Kingdom. Later, by chance, you joined the Zhou family and became Taoist partners with your wife." Hearing this, Zhang Liang immediately stood up and respectfully replied, "What the clan leader says is absolutely right. My wife, Zindai, and I have both received great kindness from the clan leader. We can never repay your kindness in this lifetime." His words were full of gratitude. In fact, this was one of the reasons why he and his wife met, and they were both very grateful to Zhou Chun for it. Zhou Chun had known this all along, and bringing it up now was just a prelude to what he was about to say. Seeing that the time was right, he waved his hand and said, "Sit down first. I summoned you here today not just to catch up, but also to discuss some important matters with you." "Yes, clan chief, please give your instructions." "This junior is all ears," Zhang Liang respectfully replied, then returned to his seat and listened attentively as Zhou Chun explained the true purpose of summoning him. Fourth update. Requesting monthly votes. The monthly votes are a bit lower than expected. I finally managed to get some support, so give me some motivation, brothers. Chapter 515 Three Yang True Firepot. Zhou Chun's intention in summoning Zhang Liang was naturally to win him over. After all, Zhang Liang was a near master of formations, a true strategic talent. The way Zhang Liang and his wife had befriended him also provided him with an opportunity to cultivate their relationship. Having already played the emotional card, he then played his trump card. Upon returning this time, I heard that young friend Zhang has completely mastered the formation method of the 5 directions Miro formation, and I am deeply gratified and pleased. Since the passing of our ancestor Changshan, the Zhou family's formation arts have suffered a decline in talent. Although Zindai single-handedly carried the torch, her talent was ultimately limited, making it difficult to reach the level of our ancestor. Fortunately, young friend Zhang possesses extraordinary talent and exceptional comprehension. The couple has worked together diligently to study the art of formations, ensuring that the Zhou family's formation arts have not fallen into decline. This is truly gratifying and, I'm overjoyed, Zhou Chun said, his eyes filled with satisfaction and expectation as he looked at Zhang Liang. Young friend Zhang has extraordinary talent in array formations, worthy of being a master. If you can open your purple mansion, you will surely surpass our ancestor Changshan in array formations and become the first array master since the Zhou family's reconstruction. It just so happens that I obtained 2 spirit opening pills during my recent trip. With young friend Zhang's talent and contributions, he deserves one. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Liang's face was filled with joy. Although he had a vague guess when Zhou Chun summoned him alone, knowing that he might receive support from the family, he hadn't expected Zhou Chun to be willing to bestow a spirit pill to assist in opening the purple mansion. Before this, as a son-in-law of the Zhou family, although his treatment was equal to that of other cultivators in the clan, he was clearly excluded from the competition for some key spiritual items. He knew perfectly well why this was the case. Therefore, over the years, he had become accustomed to this differential treatment. Many times, he simply couldn't be bothered to compete. However, after years of struggling to advance beyond the late foundation establishment stage, he finally grew impatient. So, upon discovering the Zhou family's increased emphasis on technical talent, he poured all his energy into studying the diagram of the 5 directions Miro formation, hoping to attract Zhou Chun's attention and gain special treatment through his outstanding performance in this area. Now it seems his gamble paid off. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhang Liang hurriedly stood up and knelt before Zhou Chun to express his gratitude. This junior thanks the clan leader for his kindness and generosity. I will never forget the clan leader's great kindness. Get up, there's no need for such formalities. Zhou Chun waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted him up. Then, looking at him with a serious expression, he said, "You must be aware of the Zhou family's situation. Because of the traitor Yu Jinghua, the entire Zhou family is worried about the emergence of a second Yu Jinghua. Therefore, the family has always been extremely cautious in cultivating relatives like you, and dares not easily invest resources. This time, I made this decision under considerable pressure. I hope you will not disappoint me and will live up to the Zhou family's expectations for you." Zhou Chun's words were somewhat exaggerated, but they were also true. If it weren't for the fear of another Yu Jinghua, a cultivator with Zhang Liang's superior spiritual root aptitude would have already been given various tasks by his family to accumulate merit points for exchanging for spiritual items that could help him open his purple mansion after reaching the late foundation establishment stage. Such things couldn't be hidden, and there was no need to conceal them. Zhou Chun didn't actually expect Zhang Liang to be loyal to the Zhou family out of a sense of gratitude. He believed more that as long as the Zhou family continued to demonstrate sufficient competitiveness and possessed the power to punish traitors, the example of Yu Jinghua wouldn't repeat itself. If the Zhou family had a second golden core cultivator back then, even if Yu Jinghua wanted to split the Zhou family, no one would listen to him. He was saying these things now simply to make Zhang Liang understand how hard won this spirit-opening pill was, and to encourage him to work even harder for the Zhou family in the future. Seeing Zhou Chun's sincerity, Zhang Liang was deeply moved and immediately replied firmly, "I understand. I will definitely prove my loyalty to the clan and to you, clan chief, with my actions. I will not let you down. I trust my judgment and hope I haven't misjudged you." Zhou Chun nodded, looking pleased. He then patted his storage pouch and took out a jade bottle containing a spirit-opening pill, handing it to Zhang Liang. After receiving the spirit-opening pill and leaving Zhou Chun's cave, Zhang Liang excitedly returned to his residence to share his joy with his Taoist partner, Zhou Zindi. Zhou Zindi was actually several decades older than Zhang Liang, now over 200 years old. However, women naturally love beauty and would purchase skincare and beauty-enhancing pills, so she still maintained a graceful appearance, looking like a middle-aged woman in her early 40s. Upon seeing the spirit-opening pill that Zhang Liang had brought back, Zhou Zindi's eyes lit up, and she congratulated him with a genuine smile, saying, "Congratulations, my husband, on finally achieving your wish. With a spirit-opening pill, opening your purple mansion should be no problem at all. Hey, this is all thanks to the clan leader's kindness in giving me this opportunity." Zhang Liang chuckled, his words full of confidence. However, he quickly noticed the fleeting sadness in his wife's eyes after her initial joy. This made his heart clench, and a struggle flashed in his eyes. Then, he suddenly handed the spirit-opening pill to Zhou Zindi and said softly, "Why don't you use this spirit-opening pill first, my wife? Anyway, I don't even have 200 years left to live, and there will be other opportunities to obtain such spiritual items in the future." Seemingly not expecting him to say this, Zhou Zindi was stunned. When she came to her senses, her eyes immediately filled with tears, and she shed tears of gratitude. She couldn't help but throw herself into her Taoist partner's arms, sobbing with emotion, "What virtue or ability do I possess to deserve such love from my husband?" Of course, she couldn't help but be moved. Only she knew how much effort and sweat her Taoist partner, Zhang Liang, had poured into obtaining this spirit-opening pill. Countless sleepless nights had passed, during which she could see him racking his brains and trying countless methods to comprehend the 5 directions Miro array diagram. Zhang Liang did indeed possess considerable talent in array formations, but his talent was far from being monstrous. His current mastery of array formations was not only due to talent, but also to countless hours of hard work and dedication. And now, he was willing to give away the spirit-opening pill, which he had obtained through countless hours of sweat and effort, to his Taoist partner. How could Zhou Zindi not be deeply moved to tears? She murmured emotionally, "To know and love you in this life is the blessing I have accumulated over many lifetimes. To receive such love from you, my husband, I have no regrets even in death." Hearing her heartfelt words, Zhang Liang's eyes welled up with tears, and he embraced her tightly, saying, "Dear, you," he seemed to want to say something, but then fell silent. Zhou Zindi shook her head slightly and said, "My husband, I appreciate your feelings, but I am already over 200 years old. Even if I take this spirit opening pill, the chance of successfully opening my purple mansion is less than 20%. If I fail, the consequences will be unimaginable." Saying this, she suddenly looked up at him and smiled gently. "For me, to see you successfully open your purple mansion in my lifetime, and to live a long and healthy life until the end of my life, is enough to make me have no regrets." She seemed to have already seen through everything, and she didn't feel much resentment or regret about her life ending at the foundation establishment stage. Seeing this, Zhang Liang's eyes dimmed, and he was speechless for a moment, only able to hug his Taoist partner tightly. Zhou Zindi let him hug her, but said softly, "Husband, spend more time with the children." The second wife of the third son recently gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl, whom you haven't seen yet. "Yes, I'll listen to you. Tomorrow we'll go to the third son's house to see our grandchildren," Zhang Liang replied softly, understanding his Taoist partner's meaning perfectly. It was simply that the examples of Zhou Zingyan and Zhou Zhangqing made her worried that something similar might happen to her. Therefore, she wanted him to spend more time with his family before he went into seclusion to open his purple mansion. The two of them had been Taoist partners for many years and had 3 sons and 1 daughter, but unfortunately, only 1 son and 1 daughter possessed spiritual root aptitude, and both were low-grade spiritual roots. Now, except for their daughter who was still unmarried, the other 3 sons were all married with children. In fact, Zhang Liang's eventual ability to gain Zhou Chun's favor and be granted the spirit opening pill was also related to the fact that he had already fathered children in the Zhou family and left behind his own bloodline. With the concern of his children and grandchildren, his sense of belonging to the Zhou family would deepen, and he would work even harder to serve the family so that his children and grandchildren could have a bright future. After investing in Zhang Liang, a promising talent, Zhou Chun didn't rush to release the remaining spirit opening pill. While the Zhou family wasn't lacking in foundation establishment pills, they were still extremely short of spiritual items that aided in opening the purple mansion. And it was foreseeable that this shortage would persist for a long time. Therefore, such an important strategic resource couldn't be freely offered for exchange like foundation establishment pills. Zhou Chun's plan was that most late-stage foundation establishment cultivators in the Zhou family who wanted to open their purple mansion would still have to follow the example of their ancestors and travel to seek opportunities. The family could provide them with a small amount of spiritual coins as a subsidy. Spiritual items like the spirit opening pill, which aided in opening the purple mansion, would only be given to those who had made outstanding contributions to the family or possessed special talents, and would be directly bestowed with such items by the family. This way, it saves those foundation establishment cultivators from having to scheme and plot, constantly calculating how to accumulate enough merit points to exchange for spiritual items to aid in opening their purple mansion. Relatively speaking, it's fairer. In fact, not only for the spirit opening pill, but Zhou Chun also plans to revise the exchange rules for foundation establishment pills. He had previously reviewed the clan affairs records and Zhou Zinai's reports and feedback, knowing that the Zhou family's foundation establishment pill exchange was currently rife with problems. Because the clan's supply of foundation establishment pills and spiritual items was always limited, and the clan currently had dozens of foundation establishment cultivators, some were lending their merit points to key refining cultivators they were befriending for various reasons, even resorting to usury. This forced Zhou Zinai to raise the exchange price of foundation establishment pills, which is now 12,000 clan merit points per pill. Even so, with the ability to borrow merit points for exchange, many late-stage key refining cultivators still meet the exchange requirements. These people are using all sorts of methods to gain the exchange qualification. Some people asked familiar foundation establishment elders to intercede on their behalf, putting pressure on Zhou Zinai. Others tried to bribe Zhou Zinai to favor them, and some female cultivators even went so far as to sell their bodies for this. Zhou Chun was utterly astonished by this chaotic situation. However, he also knew that with a foundation establishment pill that could change one's destiny, anything was indeed possible. Therefore, to resolve this matter, he specifically summoned several family elders and some core family members with foundation establishment cultivation to discuss solutions. This junior believes that perhaps we could prohibit foundation establishment cultivators from lending their merit points to key refining cultivators. This might improve the situation. Elder Zhou Xinlin was the first to offer his opinion and suggestion. Hearing this, Zhou Chun shook his head with a wry smile and said, "The elder's suggestion is good, but it's a bit troublesome to implement, and there will be considerable resistance. After all, Foundation establishment cultivators also have descendants. They can't be prevented from helping their own descendants, can they? Besides, even if they can't directly lend out merit points, they can transfer merit points through missions. Then how about we make a slight change, stipulating that each Foundation establishment cultivator can only exchange one Foundation establishment pill for their own descendant, and that we take a commission for issuing missions." Zhou Chun pondered for a moment and then offered his opinion. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, the first to object was his own father, Zhou Zhengyang. Zhou Zhengyang glared at his son with a cold expression and angrily rebuked him. "Foolish. We are a family of cultivators, not a sect. If we do as you say, it's tantamount to severing the family's roots. You'd better shut up." After scolding his son, he smiled bitterly and bowed to Zhou Chun and the other family cultivators present, saying, "Please forgive me, everyone. My son only knows how to cultivate and refine pills. He doesn't even have a Taoist partner and doesn't understand the feelings of being a parent. Please don't take offense at him." Hearing this, Zhou Chun was also somewhat stunned and stood there, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, Zhou Chun stepped in to help defuse the situation, saying, "Brother Yang, don't get agitated. Xinlin was just making a suggestion. I've already told the clansmen that they can speak freely at the family meeting and don't need to be afraid of saying the wrong thing." After saying that, he nodded to the others and said, "All right, everyone else, please continue with your opinions." Seeing this, everyone tacitly refrained from mentioning Zhou Xinlin's suggestion again and each shared their own views. Finally, Lin Wenner's words reminded Zhou Chun. According to Lin Wenner, since there were too many monks and not enough porridge, and they couldn't increase the quantity, they could only let everyone rely on their own abilities to get porridge. After some discussion, everyone unanimously agreed on a plan, except for those with superior spiritual roots. All other clan members under 60 years old with cultivation reaching the late key refining stage could participate in a clan competition every 3 years. Only the top 2 clan members in the competition would be eligible to exchange for Foundation establishment pills, while those who placed 3rd to 5th would be eligible to exchange for other Foundation establishment spiritual items. This exchange qualification was only valid for the current period and would expire afterward. This way, those cultivators who wanted to use connections could all give up. However, to appease those Foundation establishment cultivators with descendants, Zhou Chun still gave them a chance to benefit their offspring, exchanging Foundation establishment pills at the market price. At the current market price, a single Foundation establishment pill was being sold for 15,000 spirit coins, or even higher. After the reforms, the annual welfare allowance for early Foundation establishment cultivators in the Zhou family is only 400 merit points. This means that if they rely solely on basic welfare to exchange for Foundation establishment pills, they would need to accumulate enough for 30 to 40 years. Even without spending merit points themselves, they could only benefit their descendants 3 or 4 times in their lifetime. However, this is practically impossible, as Foundation establishment cultivators generally aim to open their purple mansion. Only if they realize they have no chance of opening their purple mansion will they turn to supporting and nurturing their descendants. After the upper echelons reached a consensus, the new rules for exchanging Foundation establishment pills were quickly publicized. Naturally, some of the lower and middle-level cultivators in the Zhou family agreed with the new rules, while others opposed them, simply due to their differing positions. However, Zhou Chun and the elders reached a consensus, and the core clan members with Foundation establishment cultivation were given the privilege of caring for their descendants, so the dissenting voices had no real impact. After handling this important family matter, Zhou Chun first left the wisp of his divine soul power in a life soul tablet crafted by Zhou Ming to activate the soul, and then returned to the Great Zhou Kingdom. Regarding the exchange meeting hosted by the nascent soul stage rogue cultivator Wang Yun's Henren, Zhou Chun still needed to find an introducer. Of course, he already had a target in mind. Upon returning to the Great Zhou Kingdom, Zhou Chun visited Sun Yuanjing of the Xianbao Pavilion, requesting that he act as his introducer. After hearing Zhou Chun's words, Sun Yuanjing did not refuse and immediately nodded, saying, "This is easy to arrange." Senior Wang Yun's Henren has always enjoyed making friends with fellow Daoists from all walks of life. This exchange meeting is specially organized to celebrate his 1500th birthday. Fellow Taoist Zhang only needs to prepare a congratulatory gift to attend, Unexpectedly, Zhou Chun looked troubled upon hearing this and said, I won't hide it from you, Manager Sun. Over the years, I've traveled throughout the great Zhou kingdom and made a few enemies. If I were to encounter them at the exchange meeting, I might lose my temper and offend the seniors and fellow Daoists present. I wonder if it's possible to attend the exchange meeting in disguise. Zhou Chun's current identity as Zhang Liang is disguised using the 100 Illusion Pearl. However, the 100 Illusion Pearl is only a third-tier magic artifact. It's already quite good if it can deceive the eyes of a golden core cultivator. It's impossible to deceive a nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, if you were to attend the exchange meeting hosted by Master Huogayan under this identity, it would be extremely unfortunate if this nascent soul cultivator exposed him on the spot. That's why we have this problem now. If fellow Taoist Zhang wants to conceal his true identity, it's not impossible. Senior Master Huogayan is a senior cultivator who has cultivated for thousands of years and will naturally understand these things. However, in that case, fellow Taoist Zhang can only attend the exchange meeting directly. After all, it would be too insincere and impolite to hide one's identity to offer birthday greetings, Sun Yuanjing added. Even if you only attend the exchange meeting, fellow Taoist Zhang should prepare a gift in advance and give it to Senior Master Huogayan's disciple, who will then lead you to the exchange meeting. I see, I understand. Thank you, Manager Sun, for clearing up my doubts. Zhou Chun nodded with a look of realization and immediately bowed to Sun Yuanjing in thanks. He then asked Sun Yuanjing for a letter of introduction and, with it, went to the cave dwelling of Wang Yun's Henren. As a rogue cultivator in the nascent soul stage, Wang Yun's Henren's cave dwelling was naturally located in a blessed land. This place was situated in a place called Wang Yunjian in the southeast of the great Zhou kingdom. Nearby was a market town called Tongshan Market Town, established by the family of one of Wang Yun's Henren's disciples. Because of the powerful name of Wang Yun's Henren, Tongshan Market Town was quite successful. Although not as famous as some of the larger markets, it was still the largest market town within 1,000 miles. Upon arriving at Tongshan Market Town, Zhou Chun, carrying the letter of introduction from Sun Yuanjing, directly paid his respects to the disciple of the true master. This is easy to arrange. Since it was Manager Sun who introduced you, fellow Taoist Zhang, you can leave this matter to me, Guo. I will present the gift to your master and explain the situation. Inside a cave in Tongshan Market, a middle-aged man with a mustache, after reading the letter of introduction brought by Zhou Chun and hearing his request, immediately agreed with a broad smile. Thank you for your understanding, fellow Taoist Guo. This is a birthday gift I prepared for Senior Wang Yun's Henren. Please pass it on. Also, this water-repelling pearl is a little trinket I obtained by chance, which I will give to you, fellow Taoist Guo. After Zhou Chun finished speaking, he handed a jade box with a sealing talisman and a water-repelling pearl to the middle-aged man with the mustache. Seeing how cooperative he was, the middle-aged man with the mustache smiled even more broadly. He carefully put away the jade box and said directly, fellow Taoist Zhang is very kind. When Master celebrates his birthday, you are welcome to come here and wait for me. Once the exchange meeting begins, I will have someone lead you there. In that case, I thank fellow Taoist Guo in advance. Zhou Chun clasped his hands in thanks and left without lingering. On his way back to Xian'an Immortal City, Zhou Chun shook his head repeatedly, thinking about the price he had paid to participate in the exchange meeting. He wondered why that Wang Yun's Henren would be so kind as to organize such an exchange meeting to make things convenient for outsiders like them. It turned out that he was using this as an excuse to receive benefits. Using birthday gifts as admission tickets to the exchange meeting, the gifts he received at this birthday celebration were more numerous and of higher quality than those he received at his Golden Core ceremony. For example, to participate in this exchange meeting, he presented a third-grade low-level magic weapon worth tens of thousands of spirit coins. Others might not have given birthday gifts of such high value, but they would at least have a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. After all, if one were to fall below this level, it would be an insult to a nascent soul stage cultivator. It must be said, nascent soul stage cultivators are truly formidable. Even a rogue cultivator without a sect or family has plenty of ways to earn resources, and people even come to them willingly. Several months later, the birthday celebration of Wang Yun's Henren was held on time, attracting a large gathering of cultivators. Dozens of Golden Core stage cultivators alone came from all over to offer their congratulations. After the lively celebration lasted for several days, Zhou Chun, who had been waiting at Tongshan Market, was finally taken to the location of Wang Yunjian by the clansmen of Guo Zian, the fifth disciple of Wang Yunzhenren, although the cave dwelling was called Wang Yunjian. It wasn't actually located in the mountain stream, but rather atop a majestic peak over 1,700 zang high. Wang Yunjian was simply a stream below this peak, perpetually shrouded in yellowish-brown mist, said to be a phenomenon created by Wang Yunzhenren during his cultivation practice. When Zhou Chun entered the majestic peak, he made a point of comparing it to the surrounding area and found that the spiritual energy concentration there was not much weaker than that of the main peak of the Qinglian temple. No wonder it had been chosen by a nascent soul cultivator to serve as his cave dwelling. After arriving at the peak, he was quickly led to a grand hall by Guo Zian, a middle-aged man with a mustache. At this time, Zhou Chun's face had been transformed into Zhou Henking's appearance through the 100 illusion pearl, and his name had also changed to Zhou Qing. When he followed Guo Zian into the hall, he saw that there were already 50 or 60 golden core cultivators gathered there, including many experts with late-stage golden core cultivation. After being led in by Guo Zian, many people cast glances at him, but under the watchful eyes of everyone, no one dared to use their spiritual abilities to observe him. After waiting in the hall for a while, Zhou Chun quickly realized that he was not an isolated case. 6 more golden core cultivators were subsequently led into the main hall by Guo Zian and 2 other disciples of Wang Yunzhenren, seemingly concealing their true identities. Finally, when the number of golden core cultivators in the hall reached 71, Wang Yunzhenren, a nascent soul cultivator, appeared. A flash of yellow light appeared in the hall, and a portly old man in a yellow robe sat on the throne at the head of the table. Outwardly, this nascent soul cultivator resembled a wealthy businessman, with a prosperous face and a constant smile, appearing to be a man in his 50s or 60s. His aura was not particularly strong, lacking the imposing presence Zhou Chun had imagined for a nascent soul cultivator. However, a person's name carries the weight of their reputation. At this moment, whether it was him or those late-stage golden core cultivators, upon seeing this portly old man, they all bowed respectfully and said, "Junior greets senior true person." The old man smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Fellow Daoists, no need for formalities. Let the exchange begin now." He didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Although this exchange was hosted by true person Wang Yun, he didn't seem to follow the rules by displaying his treasures first. Instead, he randomly pointed to a late-stage golden core cultivator to begin. Seeing this, the man wasn't intimidated. He immediately reached into his storage pouch and took out several treasures for exchange. This man was indeed a late-stage golden core cultivator. The treasures he brought out were all extremely precious and rare, including 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs over 3,000 years old, materials from 4th-tier demonic beasts sufficient for crafting magic weapons, and rare magic weapon materials of the Tabe Silver Star Iron level. But what he requested was something that made everyone shake their heads in disbelief. Qin would first exchange these items for spiritual objects or secret techniques that aid in nascent soul formation. And secondly, for a warm nature Ganoderma lucidum over 5,000 years old. His deep voice echoed through the hall, but no one responded for a long time. The cultivators in the hall were all at the golden core stage. Even if they possessed nascent soul formation spiritual objects and secret techniques, they wouldn't exchange them with this person. As for the warm nature Ganoderma lucidum over 5,000 years old, even if you had it, it was unlikely he would exchange it for spiritual objects of a mismatched quality. Even several items for one wouldn't make a difference. Therefore, the late-stage golden core cultivator quickly withdrew his spiritual objects with a somewhat unpleasant expression, watching Wang Yunzhenren point to another late-stage golden core cultivator. The second late-stage golden core cultivator brought out equally precious items, including a powerful low-grade water attribute magic weapon. This person sought some 1,000-year-old precious herbs and a rare water attribute spiritual object, successfully making 2 exchanges. Next, a third late-stage golden core cultivator appeared. The late-stage golden core cultivator immediately offered a fiery red demon core radiating powerful energy fluctuations, a 4th-tier demon core. 1 low-grade 4th-tier fire attribute demon core from a wolf demon, in exchange for 1 low-grade 4th-tier wind attribute demon core, preferably from a bird. If any fellow Taoist is willing to trade, Yen will also compensate you with a 1,000-year-old precious herb. It was actually a 4th-tier demon core. Zhou Chun looked at the demon core in the late-stage golden core cultivator's hand, a strange look flashing in his eyes. He also possessed a 4th-tier demon core, far more precious than this fire wolf demon core. Unfortunately, he dared not offer it up for exchange now, otherwise, after leaving Yellow Cloud Gorge, he couldn't guarantee that no one would attack him. To Zhou Chun's surprise, the late-stage golden core cultivator actually made the exchange, reaching an agreement with another mid-stage golden core cultivator. This gave him a glimpse into a new direction. Could he also exchange for 4th-tier demon cores at such events in the future to help his spirit pets quickly advance to the 4th tier? After all, with the talent and aptitude of Lei Jiao Bai Bai and Jin Jia Fu Shen Ji Ui Shi Tao, there were no longer any bloodline barriers between the 3rd and 4th tiers. As long as they could become high-grade 3rd-tier demon beasts and then consume 4th-tier demon cores that match their own attributes, they would have an almost 80% chance of advancing to the 4th tier. After 2 more mid-stage golden core cultivators had passed the turn, the 3rd mid-stage golden core cultivator's exchange item instantly piqued Zhou Chun's interest. A low-grade magic weapon, the 3 Yang True Fire Pot, which can condense and release 3 Yang True Fire, possessing great power. In exchange, I'll exchange it for a low-grade wood attribute magic weapon, preferably a defensive one. 8,000-word chapter. Please subscribe and vote. Chapter 516 Completion of the Natal Magic Treasure. The low-grade magic treasure, the 3 Yang True Fire Pot, like Zhou Chun's Azure Wood Divine Fiend banner, was once the natal magic treasure of a golden core cultivator. Its power is somewhat limited, condensing 3 Yang True Fire for combat. 3 Yang True Fire is itself a true fire divine power, with a resounding name and considerable power. To refine the 3 Yang True Fire Pot is tantamount to acquiring a powerful true fire divine power out of thin air. Generally, cultivators who use this type of magic treasure as their natal magic treasure are those who have also cultivated the 3 Yang True Fire divine power, using the natal magic treasure to amplify its power, pushing it to an extremely high level and making it their signature skill. For Zhou Chun, the 3 Yang True Fire Pot is not actually the type of magic treasure he most desires. This is because Zhou Ming would inevitably be unable to fully unleash its power. However, he knew even better that his choices were limited, and the Azure Wood Divine Fiend banner wasn't a particularly competitive magic weapon. Exchanging it for a higher quality one was unlikely. Now that he'd finally encountered someone who needed a wood attribute magic weapon, he couldn't let the opportunity pass. So, he immediately began a telepathic conversation with a mid-stage golden core cultivator. After their exchange, Zhou Chun took out the Azure Wood Divine Fiend banner and handed it to the other man for inspection, in return receiving the 3 Yang True Fire Pot magic weapon from him. Sure enough, after injecting his magic power to examine it, Zhou Chun discovered that while the 3 Yang True Fire Pot could condense 3 Yang True Fire for combat, if one hadn't cultivated the 3 Yang True Fire divine ability, they needed to condense enough 3 Yang True Fire beforehand and store it within. If one wanted to condense 3 Yang True Fire for combat, the effect would be far too poor. In short, it was a conversion container for condensing and storing 3 Yang True Fire. Before Zhou Chun could voice his dissatisfaction, the mid-stage golden core cultivator pointed out the flaws of the Azure Wood Divine Fiend banner. Fellow Taoists, Azure Wood Divine Fiend banner is too mediocre. Although it can both attack and defend, its offensive power is not outstanding, and its defensive power is also mediocre. It's not very useful to me. Hearing this, Zhou Chun calmly replied, fellow Taoist Hong is right, but compared to your 3 Yang True Fire Pot, which has a singular power and cannot provide sustained support in battle, I actually think the Azure Wood Divine Fiend banner is more valuable. If fellow Taoist Zhou thinks so, then I have nothing more to say. Please take back your magic weapon. The cultivator surnamed Hong shook his head, not arguing with Zhou Chun, but simply returning the magic weapon, unwilling to make the exchange. Seeing this, Zhou Chun did not insist further and directly put away the magic weapon. 2 golden core cultivators then presented wood attribute magic treasures to examine with the cultivator surnamed Hong. However, either the Hong cultivator was dissatisfied with the treasures, or the Hong cultivator felt the 3 Yang True Fire Pot had too many flaws and refused to exchange them. Ultimately, the Hong cultivator could only reluctantly withdraw his treasure and pass the exchange to the next cultivator. Following this, one golden core cultivator after another displayed various treasures and spiritual items, leaving Zhou Chun somewhat dazzled. Perhaps everyone cherished this rare exchange among cultivators of the same level, as the treasures they brought for exchange were all quite rare. Ordinary 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs weren't even qualified to appear. Zhou Chun encountered several natal magic treasures and spiritual materials he had previously collected, as well as some rare 1,000-year-old precious herbs. Unfortunately, he either already possessed those treasures and materials, or couldn't produce what the other party specifically requested, so he could only watch helplessly. At the same time, Zhou Chun also noticed that quite a few cultivators were exchanging magic treasures at this exchange. Unfortunately, very few were ultimately successful. Often, it's not that no one has the necessary magical treasure, but rather that both sides, after examining each other's treasures, find something to be dissatisfied with. If no one is willing to compromise, adding other persuasive bargaining chips will likely prevent the exchange from succeeding. After all, magical treasures are rare. Most golden core cultivators only handle a few in their lifetime. If they can't get a satisfactory treasure, they'd rather wait longer than easily lower their standards and compromise. After half the number of people exchanging treasures had passed, Zhou Chun encountered another tempting item. One egg of a high-level demonic beast, the phoenix-tailed flame sparrow, in exchange for a jade marrow Ganoderma lucidum over 3,000 years old. If you can provide two, you can also take a mid-grade third-tier demonic core. A man in blue robes waved his hand, and a crimson bird egg the size of an ostrich egg appeared before him. It's actually a phoenix-tailed flame sparrow egg. This is a high-level demonic beast with a bloodline of a fire phoenix. A golden core cultivator couldn't help but exclaim softly, seemingly tempted. However, some scoffed, saying, "So what if you possess the fire phoenix bloodline?" Breaking through to the fourth rank with a high-level demon beast bloodline is incredibly difficult, let alone starting from an egg. Even so, someone quickly spoke up, "I don't have a 3,000-year-old jade marrow Ganoderma, but I do have a crimson essence Ganoderma, also over 3,000 years old. Would you be willing to exchange it?" "Sorry, it must be a jade marrow Ganoderma over 3,000 years old." The man in blue shook his head slightly, stating his answer firmly. The cultivator with the crimson essence Ganoderma seemed unwilling to give up, immediately saying, "Doesn't the man in blue know that a jade marrow Ganoderma over 3,000 years old is a universal main ingredient for refining cultivation-enhancing elixirs? This item can only be cultivated within the medicinal gardens of major forces. It belongs to the common property of sects and families, and it's impossible for it to fall into anyone's hands for exchange. That's not something I should consider," the man in blue replied calmly, silencing the man with a single sentence. Zhou Chun, who had initially been eager to make the exchange, now hesitated. If you were to offer a jade marrow Ganoderma over 3,000 years old, he could certainly exchange it for the phoenix tail flame sparrow egg. But wouldn't that potentially expose his visit to hidden cave or secret realm? Just as Zhou Chun hesitated, the Wang Yun's Henren seated at the head of the table suddenly spoke up. "I happen to have a few 3,000-year-old jade marrow Ganoderma plants in my herb garden. Exchange this phoenix tail flame sparrow egg and the demon core you have for me." Hearing this, the man in blue was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed, saying, "It is my honor that Zhenren is willing to exchange." He then directly handed the demon bird egg in a jade box containing the demon core to Wang Yun's Zhenren. Seeing this, Zhou Chun could only sigh softly, completely abandoning his thoughts. He had always wanted a fire attribute demon beast pet, and if he could raise this phoenix tail flame sparrow well, it would be perfect. Unfortunately, a moment's hesitation led to his missed opportunity. He could only hope for another chance later. The exchange continued, and when only a third of the participants remained, it was Zhou Chun's turn to appear. He first presented the Azure Wood Divine Fiend banner, explaining, "This magic weapon, the Azure Wood Divine Fiend banner, was refined into a mid-grade magic weapon by its late owner, but later fell back to low-grade. Because its attributes don't suit me, I wish to exchange it for a low-grade magic weapon with fire or metal attributes." He added, "If any fellow Taoist presents a superior magic weapon, I can supplement it with some 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs or magic weapon materials." He then listed the items he could find to compensate. He took this exchange very seriously and had made ample preparations beforehand. Sure enough, several people presented their magic weapons for him to examine. However, the results of the examination weren't particularly ideal. Two of them presented magic weapons in the form of swords and blades, and Zhou Chun knew that Zhou Ming's natal magic weapon was already of this type. He didn't really want to exchange for it. Another person's magic weapon met the requirements, but it was a metal attribute magic weapon, not what he wanted most. Just as Zhou Chun hesitated about whether to simply choose the metal attribute magic weapon, the cultivator surnamed Hong, who was holding the 3 Yang True Firepot, suddenly spoke up. If fellow Taoist Zhou can attach that ink cloudstone, I, Hong, will trade with you. The ink cloudstone, he mentioned, was also a magic weapon material, a spoil of war that Zhou Chun had obtained in the previous war. However, Zhou Chun felt that he would be at a disadvantage by doing so, so he said, if you want me to attach the ink cloudstone, fellow Taoist Hong will need to give me an additional 50,000 spirit coins. Alright, I agree. The cultivator surnamed Hong only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. So, after some back and forth, the two completed the exchange of treasures. After successfully obtaining the 3 Yang True Firepot, Zhou Chun had achieved his minimum goal for this exchange meeting, and he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he didn't immediately end the exchange. He quickly took out 2 more 1,000-year-old precious herbs and some magical treasure materials, wanting to continue exchanging for some third-tier demon cores suitable for spirit pets, or magical treasure materials that could enhance the power of magical treasures. As a result, he actually managed to exchange 1,000-year-old precious herb for a third-tier mid-grade earth attribute demon core, and a magical treasure material for a third-tier low-grade metal attribute demon core. With these gains, Zhou Chun's participation in the exchange fair wasn't in vain. One after another, golden core cultivators took turns appearing, and finally, after the last early-stage golden core cultivator completed his exchange, all eyes fell on Wang Yun's Henren. Seeing everyone's attention focused on him, Wang Yun's Henren couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "This old man has prepared 3 treasures this time. Let's see if you have the ability to take them." With that, he waved his sleeve, and the 3 treasures he mentioned appeared before him. They were a pale gold ruler, a yellow talisman radiating a captivating spiritual pressure, and a white jade bottle. As everyone's attention was focused on the 3 treasures, Master Wang Yun took the initiative to introduce their origins and uses. This is the Golden Mountain Breaking Ruler, a mid-grade magic weapon, a masterpiece of the master craftsman. Its power alone can split mountains and shatter the earth. This secret talisman seals 30% of the power of one of my defensive divine abilities. Even a late-stage golden core cultivator would need at least half an hour to break through it. The jade bottle contains a portion of earth essence that I refined. Whether used for cultivating earth attribute divine abilities, enhancing the power of earth attribute magic weapons, or assisting in breaking through minor realms, its uses are endless. At this point, Master Wang Yun smiled faintly at the dozens of golden core cultivators below and said, "The old rule still applies. Whoever can offer something that impresses me can choose one of the 3 treasures." This old rule was already known to all the cultivators attending the exchange meeting. At each exchange event, Master Huangyan would bring out some treasures for the golden core cultivators to exchange. However, whether or not a treasure could be obtained from him depended on the resources of the golden core cultivators. Sometimes, it was not surprising that no treasure was exchanged at all. After all, any treasure that could impress a nascent soul cultivator was an absolute rare gem. But each time, some people would come prepared. For example, this time, after Master Huangyan finished speaking, golden core cultivators quickly stepped forward to pay their respects and communicate with him through divine sense. Zhou Chun was also very interested in those 3 treasures, especially the secret talisman. However, after counting the treasures he had that he could use for exchange, he found that apart from the 5-colored dragonfish demon core, the 5-leaf jade lingzi, and the Earth Mother Profound Gold, there was nothing else that could possibly impress Master Huangyan, but he was also reluctant and hesitant to give up these 3 treasures. What if he took out his treasure but failed to exchange it for the secret talisman? Would that expose his possession of such a treasure? And he was merely an early-stage golden core cultivator, yet he possessed such a treasure, and he wasn't a cultivator from any major power in the Great Zhou Kingdom. It was hard to say whether he would be attacked for revealing his possession of such a valuable item. Therefore, after much hesitation, Zhou Chun abandoned the idea of revealing his treasure and simply watched the actions of the other golden core cultivators. After more than 10 golden core cultivators stepped forward and communicated telepathically, Master Wang Yun waved his hand, handing the secret talisman and the golden light mountain breaking ruler to 2 mid-stage golden core cultivators. Subsequently, the 2 mid-stage golden core cultivators also took out jade boxes containing treasures from their storage bags and handed them to Master Wang Yun. After accepting the jade box, Master Huangyan casually put away the bottle of earth essence then waved his sleeve and said, "Alright, this exchange meeting is now over. I won't keep you any longer, fellow Daoists. Please return." With that, he transformed into yellow light and disappeared from the hall. Seeing this, Zhou Chun and the other Golden Core cultivators also set off and left Huangaian Gorge. Perhaps his performance at the exchange meeting wasn't enough to make anyone remember him, because Zhou Chun didn't encounter any pursuit or ambush on his way back to Xian'an Immortal City, and returned safely. He then fed the metal attribute demon core he obtained at the exchange meeting to the golden winged tiger, and the earth attribute demon core to the golden armored mountain carrying turtle stone, letting both spirit pets sleep in their caves to digest the demon core's power. As for the thunder flood dragon bye-bye, he could only promise to give it 2 more ancient dust pills, after the next ancient dust pill was successfully refined. After all, thunder attribute demon cores were extremely rare and difficult to obtain through exchange. After completing all this, Zhou Chun patiently cultivated his secret techniques in his cave, waiting for Sun Yuanjing to notify him to collect the Taiyi Zuanjin key. Days rose and fell, and 2 years quickly passed. During these 2 years, Zhou Chun's cultivation of several secret techniques yielded good results, and the golden winged tiger even advanced to a mid-tier 3rd order demon beast after consuming a demon core. The golden armored mountain carrying turtle stone hadn't yet broken through to the upper tier 3rd order, but it was estimated that it would only take 1 or 2 more ancient dust pills. Thus, the 3 spirit pets were now all on the same starting line again. On this day, Zhou Chun's figure reappeared in the private room on the 3rd floor of the Xianbao Pavilion. The Taiyi Profound Gold Key that fellow Taoist Zhang needed has now been fully collected. Since you traded a batch of Taiyi Profound Gold Key with fellow Taoist Zhang along the way, and the treasure you previously pawned still has excess value, I wonder if we should convert it into spirit coins, or continue collecting this item for you. In the private room, after Zhou Chun checked and confirmed that the quality and quantity of the collected Taiyi Profound Gold Key were correct, Sun Yuanjing brought up the matter of settling the bill. Zhou Chun, however, was currently excited and only wanted to return to prepare for his secluded cultivation of reforging the Shattered Cauldron, completely disregarding this matter. Upon hearing this, he immediately said, "Continue collecting Taiyi Profound Gold Key, as I still have a need for it later." His cultivation technique, Golden, also required absorbing high-quality gold key, so the more Taiyi Profound Gold Key, the better. He then hurriedly left the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Zhou Chun first extended the lease for a few more years, left a letter for Luo Qingni, and then completely sealed the cave. Inside the secluded meditation chamber, Zhou Chun sat cross-legged, surrounded by numerous small black bottles containing Taiyi Profound Gold Key. At this moment, the image flashing through Zhou Chun's mind was his previous experience of reforging the Shattered Cauldron. For cultivators of the Golden Cauldron Profound Art, each reforging was a test of life and death. Failure meant certain death, with no other possibility. However, after experiencing reforging the Shattered Cauldron, Zhou Chun had discovered some techniques. Based on his own experience, reforging the Shattered Cauldron demanded extremely high levels of spiritual sense from the cultivator. Those with stronger spiritual sense were less likely to make mistakes. It also placed high demands on the cultivator's physical body. The stronger the body, the easier it was to withstand the pressure of the gold key entering the body. And Zhou Chun's current spiritual sense was already stronger than that of an ordinary mid-stage golden core cultivator. Due to the dragon transformation secret technique, his physical body was stronger than most golden core cultivators. With these 2 major advantages, coupled with the extremely high-quality golden energy, Taiyi Profound Golden Key, he was quite confident in reforging the Shattered Cauldron. After half a month of reflection and meditation, Zhou Chun finally began his second reforging of the Shattered Cauldron. The process was similar to the first time. He first used the golden core true fire to burn the Dao Cauldron and his Danshan, then absorbed a large amount of Taiyi Profound Golden Key into his body, merging it with a golden liquid formed after the Dao Cauldron shattered, transforming it into the golden liquid for reforging the Dao Cauldron. During this process, Zhou Chun's meridians and blood vessels underwent a great test, enduring immense pressure. But as he expected, his physical body was strong enough, and his meridians were resilient enough, allowing him to withstand the pressure. When it came time to reforge the Dao Cauldron, under the control of his powerful divine sense, Zhou Chun strictly followed the pattern and dimensions recorded in the Golden Cauldron Profound technique, condensing the golden liquid within his body to recast a brand new Dao Cauldron. After an unknown amount of time, a golden Dao cauldron was reforged within Zhou Chun's danchan. The entire process was completed in one smooth motion. But it wasn't time to relax yet. Zhou Chun continued to silently circulate his profound energy, sending a golden core back into his danchan. A portion of the golden core's essence separated, transforming into golden flame that entered the Dao cauldron. Like the finishing touch on a painting, with the introduction of this golden flame, the golden Dao cauldron, which had seemed like an inanimate object, instantly came to life. The patterns on all four sides of the cauldron suddenly changed simultaneously. In a daze, Zhou Chun saw a golden deity chariot wielding a halberd, battling against demonic beasts and alien races. The golden halberd ripped through the beasts and creatures. Then, he seemed to see a golden mountain, its peak radiating countless rays of golden light that coalesced into a rosy glow. It felt like a long time had passed, yet also like only a moment. When Zhou Chun's consciousness returned to normal, the Dao cauldron had been reforged, and information about two divine abilities instantly appeared in his mind. However, he had no time to dwell on those things. After carefully inspecting the Dao cauldron and confirming it was without problems, Zhou Chun immediately began practicing the third chapter of the Golden Cauldron Profound Technique. He had studied this third chapter many times before, but had been unable to cultivate it due to the failure to complete the shattering and reforging step. Now that the Dao cauldron was reforged, cultivation flowed smoothly, and he quickly mastered it. His magical power, which had remained stagnant since his successful core formation, finally began to increase slightly again. After a period of cultivation, Zhou Chun slowly stopped, then carefully savored the gains from this shattering and reforging process. The biggest gain was undoubtedly the ability to continue cultivating, without worrying about his cultivation method holding him back until he reached the nascent soul stage. Secondly, there were the two innate divine abilities he awakened after reforging his Dao cauldron. Any cultivation method, once it reaches the golden core stage, will combine with the cultivator's own circumstances to form one or more innate divine abilities. The power and mystery of these innate divine abilities are primarily related to the cultivation method, but also to the cultivator's own circumstances. For example, the quality of the metal energy used in Zhou Chun's reforging of the cauldron, his own magical power, divine sense, and physical body, all these factors would influence the formation of his innate divine abilities. The two innate divine abilities Zhou Chun awakened this time were God-slaying golden spear, and genuine golden glow, one offensive and one defensive. These two innate divine abilities were incredibly powerful, consuming considerable energy to use, making them perfectly suitable as trump cards. After carefully studying the two divine abilities, Zhou Chun couldn't resist testing their power. Because the God-slaying golden spear was a destructive divine power, it wasn't convenient to test it within Xian'an Immortal City. So Zhou Chun first tested the power of the genuine golden glow. He channeled his magical power into the Dao cauldron within his body, and the side carved with golden mountains and rivers immediately shone brightly. A dense golden glow surged from Zhou Chun's body, protecting him within. At this moment, the Thunder Dragon Bai, who had already received his instructions, directly condensed a heavenly thunder slash and struck him. However, this attack, which could severely injure even a third-tier high-grade demon beast, didn't even break through the surface of the golden glow. Zhou Chun didn't even feel anything. He then had the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone cast golden magnetic glow on him. However, when the golden glow landed on the golden glow, it only caused the stone to sway slightly before losing its effect. Zhou Chun felt no pressure whatsoever. Even the gravity field cast behind the stone had no effect on him whatsoever. It was as if, once the golden glow was activated, he became invulnerable to all magic. As expected of my natal divine power, its power is truly extraordinary. Zhou Chun withdrew his divine power with a satisfied expression, unable to be more pleased with its strength. In his perception, even the defensive power of the low-grade defensive magic treasure, the Earth Vajra Shield, was only about the same as the genuine golden glow, not as comprehensive. The only advantage of the magic treasure is that it consumes relatively little energy and has relatively small backlash. Since the genuine golden glow's defensive power is so strong, then the God-slaying golden spear's offensive power must not be much worse, so Zhou Chun doesn't need to try it for the time being. He has more important things to do next, which is to refine his natal magic treasure, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron. The 4 outer chapters of the Golden Cauldron Profound Technique record various methods for refining natal magic treasures, but the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron is undoubtedly the most suitable magic treasure for this technique, and also the most profound one. Zhou Chun has long been full of anticipation for this magic treasure. Now that he could finally refine his natal magic weapon, he didn't hesitate and immediately entered the weapon refining room inside his cave to continue his secluded cultivation. Inside the room, one after another, precious magic weapon materials were taken out and arranged around him: Earth Mother Profound Gold, Gem Gold, Starfall Gold, Tabe Silver Star Iron, Heavenly Profound Gold Sand, Gold Starstone, Millennial Profound Iron, Gold Essence, Silver Essence, Iron Essence, and many other magic weapon materials, a dazzling array. The combined value of these materials was probably more than enough to exchange for a high-grade magic weapon. Yet now, they were all being used to refine a single natal magic weapon. If an outsider witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly be utterly astonished. Even Zhou Chun, their owner, felt a surge of emotion as he looked at these materials, gathered through various means. He had already thoroughly studied the refining method of the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, and his technical skills were more than sufficient. Now, he even had a certain success rate in refining second-tier high-grade magic weapons. Taking a deep breath, he first waved his hand to retrieve several large pieces of Millennial Profound Iron, using his own golden core true fire to smelt this magical material, removing impurities. It's worth mentioning that most magical materials shouldn't be quenched too long before being used to refine magic weapons. Because these materials are naturally formed, once smelted, their spiritual essence will be activated and slowly dissipate. Therefore, quenching these materials too long in advance will cause a significant loss of their spiritual energy. Zhou Chun needed a lot of magical materials, and many were very high quality, so quenching them alone took him a considerable amount of time. It took him a full 2 years to process all the materials. After processing them, he rested for a few days to recover, and then activated a pre-drawn refining array. This treasure refining array has no name, it's an essential array for refining the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, and it cannot be flawed in the slightest. Every Golden Core cultivator inscribes such a unique treasure refining array when refining their natal magic weapon. This is the key reason why refining natal magic weapons is so easy to succeed. At this moment, as the array was activated, beams of multicolored spiritual light rose, converging in mid-air to form a massive sphere of light. Zhou Chun then formed hand seals, using his divine sense to control the array, casting spells towards the massive sphere of light. Gradually, the sphere's color transformed into brilliant gold, then gradually differentiated into countless golden runes, finally forming a phantom of a golden cauldron with 2 handles and 4 legs under Zhou Chun's spell control. Once the phantom of the golden cauldron was formed and stable, Zhou Chun melted all the various types of spiritual metals that had been smelted into metal clumps back into liquid form and poured them into the phantom of the golden cauldron. At the same time, he exhaled a mouthful of golden pale fire, which landed beneath the cauldron, enveloping and burning it. As these various liquid spiritual metals were added to the illusory golden cauldron, the previously illusory cauldron gradually solidified into a liquid golden cauldron. Now, the true test for Zhou Chun had arrived. He first forced out a large mass of his life essence, tinged with gold, into the golden cauldron. Upon contact, this essence quickly disappeared into the cauldron. Zhou Chun, however, established a mental connection with the cauldron. Then, he released his powerful divine sense, highly condensed, and like a carving knife, inscribed countless miniature runes inside and outside the golden cauldron. He didn't understand the meaning of most of these runes, but they were essential elements of the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron refining method, and their quantity and placement were absolutely precise. Maintaining the stability of the pale fire while simultaneously consuming his divine sense to inscribe runes, coupled with the large mass of his life essence he had just forced out, resulted in a tremendous strain on Zhou Chun's magical power, spirit, and physical body. But he was completely absorbed in refining the treasure, oblivious to the energy expenditure. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he couldn't afford the slightest mistake. After an unknown amount of time, when Zhou Chun finally inscribed the last rune in its proper place, a change occurred. The golden cauldron in mid-air suddenly shone brightly, releasing a powerful suction force that drew in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius of Zhou Chun's cave was drawn in, converging entirely towards the golden cauldron. At this point, Zhou Chun didn't need to do anything more. He voluntarily extinguished his alchemical fire, becoming a spectator filled with anticipation. Another 8,000 words. This month's update has reached 180,000 words. Chapter 517, a small test. 3 months later, Zhou Chun finally emerged from the weapon refining room. His face was still somewhat pale and tired, but his eyes were bright, and his heart was filled with excitement. Although the refining of his natal magic weapon had significantly depleted his vital energy, the long-awaited success of his natal magic weapon still filled him with uncontrollable excitement. Before even forming his core, he had been searching far and wide for materials to refine this natal magic weapon, and after successfully forming his core, he had endured nearly 20 years of waiting. Now, he had finally succeeded in refining it. Although he hadn't yet tested its power, he anticipated that with the numerous rare materials he had incorporated into its refining, its power would definitely not disappoint. With proper nurturing in the future, its power would surely surpass that of most natal magic weapons possessed by early-stage golden core cultivators. Thinking of this, a smug smile appeared on Zhou Chun's face. He then returned to his bedroom, collapsed into bed, and slept soundly for a long time. He slept for 3 days and 3 nights. When he woke up, Zhou Chun's complexion was noticeably better, and the fatigue on his face had completely disappeared. Now, apart from forcing out his life essence and maintaining the vital energy lost from his elixir fire, his overall condition had returned to normal. As for the lost vital energy, he still had some pills that could restore it. After returning to his family, he could also accelerate the recovery through dual cultivation with his Taoist partner, Su Yazhen. He expected to be fully recovered in 3 to 5 years without any after effects. At this moment, Zhou Chun looked inward and saw 2 golden cauldrons standing opposite each other in his danshan, seemingly connected by some kind of mysterious resonance. The other magic treasures that had been refined, the moon-toed pearl, stood like a bright moon hanging high, occupying its own area, seemingly disdaining to be associated with the other treasures. The earth Vajra shield, and the blazing flame gloves, on the other hand, huddled in a corner, like neglected little wives. After nearly 20 years of nurturing by Zhou Chun, the cracks on the earth Vajra shield magic weapon have almost completely healed. With a few more years of nurturing, it should be restored to its original state. Now that Zhou Chun has refined the myriad transformations golden cauldron, and possesses the genuine golden glow, divine power, his need for this defensive magic weapon is not as great. He plans to hand it over to Zhou Ming after nurturing it to its original state. In that case, with the help of the 3 Yang True Fire Pot, and the Earth Vajra Shield, 1 offensive and 1 defensive magic weapon, Zhou Ming, even if his cultivation techniques and divine powers are inferior to those of early-stage golden core cultivators who have cultivated top-tier techniques, will be able to hold his own against them. Counting on my fingers, more than 4 years have passed since I left. Now that my natal magic weapon is refined, after curing that fellow Taoist Zheng's chronic illness, I can return to my family. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun left his cave and headed to the shop where Luo Qingni had booked a room. To his disappointment, Luo Qingni was still in seclusion, and the letters he had left behind were still at the shop. So, he left another letter and went to Xianxi Tower. Zhou Chun's purpose in going to Xianxi Tower was naturally to see Yu Jinghe. Having successfully refined his natal magic weapon, he was confident he could eliminate this traitor to the Zhou family. The centuries-old feud between the two sides was finally coming to an end. What pleased Zhou Chun was that, according to information from Xianxi Tower, Yu Jinghe seemed to have lowered his guard, having left the Yuling sect's mountain gate several times in recent years. Of course, this didn't rule out the possibility that he was deliberately fishing, using himself as bait to lure out those hostile to him. But regardless, the fact that Yu Jinghe had begun to emerge was a good sign. In a few more years, his vigilance would surely decrease. So, after happily paying the information purchase fee, Zhou Chun went to Xianbao Pavilion to inform Sun Yuanjing to summon the Zheng surname cultivator to come for treatment. Clearly, the Zheng surname cultivator was more concerned than anyone else about curing his own intractable ailment. After Zhou Chun communicated with Sun Yuanjing, he arrived in Xianyun Immortal City in less than half a month. This time, however, the Zheng surname cultivator not only brought 2 concubines but also a young man in red robes with a cultivation level of the early golden core stage. This is my junior brother, Yang Xiao. He will protect us while fellow Taoist Zheng treats me. Upon meeting, The Zheng surname cultivator introduced the young man in red robes and explained the purpose of bringing him. Zhou Chun knew that the so-called protector was nothing more than someone to monitor him. But he didn't say much, only nodding slightly to the young man in red robes, Yang Xiao, and said, "Greetings, fellow Taoist Yang. I am Zhang Liang." Upon seeing this, the young man in red robes, Yang Xiao, also politely returned the greeting, saying, "I, Yang, greet fellow Taoist Zhang. I entrust senior brother Zhang's intractable ailment to fellow Taoist Zhang." After the group met, the Zheng surname cultivator, eager for treatment, quickly led Zhou Chun to a cave dwelling within the city. Upon entering the cave, the two discussed the details of the treatment process again. The three golden core cultivators then entered the secluded cultivation chamber within the cave. Before the treatment, Zhou Chun solemnly looked at the Zheng surnamed cultivator and said, "I have already informed fellow Taoist Zheng of the matters requiring attention. Please remember my words and do not resist the divine power released by my magic weapon. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Zhang, I will fully cooperate with you." The Zheng surnamed cultivator replied hoarsely, a resolute glint in his eyes beneath his mask. Then, Zhou Chun slightly opened his mouth, and a beam of golden light shot out, transforming into a 7-foot-tall golden cauldron before him. The cauldron's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the Zheng surnamed cultivator and Yang Xiao. After staring at the golden cauldron for a while, surprise quickly appeared in their eyes, as if they had discerned something. However, both remained mindful of their status and did not rashly inquire about the golden cauldron from Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun then formed a hand seal, and a golden light rose from the cauldron, transforming into a golden pillar that surged towards a spot on the chest and abdomen of the Zheng cultivator. Upon seeing this, the Zheng cultivator tensed, but chose to trust Zhou Chun, refraining from using any protective magic. Instead, he focused all his energy on confining his magic within his danshan. The golden pillar struck the Zheng cultivator, yet it was as gentle as a breeze, causing no harm whatsoever, and as nourishing as water, flowing directly into his body through his pores. Then, something astonishing happened. The remaining metal elemental magic in his chest and abdomen was instantly melted away by the golden light, like snow meeting the scorching sun. Yes, melted away. It was as if the golden light wasn't metallic, but rather a highly corrosive water elemental force. Not only his magic, but even the destructive metallic elemental spiritual energy within his liver meridian rapidly dissipated under the melting of the golden light. The golden light then remained within Zheng's liver meridian under Zhou Chun's control, continuously dissolving the destructive metallic spiritual energy that was trying to absorb his mana and regenerate within it. Alright, the uncontrolled power within fellow Taoist Zheng's liver meridian has been subdued. I will maintain this state for another month. As for whether fellow Taoist Zheng can completely prevent that power from resurrecting after a month, that's beyond my control. Zhou Chun glanced at the shocked Zheng, stating the result in a low voice. Then I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Zheng. The Zheng nodded slightly, then sat cross-legged, his hands forming hand seals, seemingly practicing some kind of secret technique. Zhou Chun had no intention of prying into other secrets, so even though he had the opportunity to observe the changes in the other's mana, he didn't overstep his bounds, only carefully maintaining the power of the golden pillar to prevent it from spiraling out of control and harming the Zheng. Time passed day by day, and the agreed-upon month was quickly approaching. On this day, the cultivator surnamed Zheng, who had been diligently practicing a certain secret technique, suddenly took out a handful of silver-white needles and, with a peculiar technique, inserted them into several acupoints near his liver meridian. Once all the needles were in place, he suddenly hissed at Zhou Chun, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, you can withdraw your supernatural powers now." Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately withdrew all the power of his magical artifact from Zheng's body without hesitation. A short while later, the cultivator surnamed Zheng opened his eyes, a look of joy appearing within them. He quickly stood up and said in a hoarse voice to Zhou Chun, "Fellow Taoist Zhang's method is indeed effective. I have temporarily sealed the meridians around my lung meridian using a secret technique, preventing the metal attribute spiritual power from regenerating. Next, as long as I remove the fire attribute spiritual power within my lung meridian in the same way, I can find a way to completely cure this stubborn ailment." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately smiled and congratulated him. "Then I congratulate fellow Taoist Zheng in advance. I wish you a speedy recovery and good health." Hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Zheng also smiled and cupped his hands in thanks. "I must thank fellow Taoist Zheng for his treatment. This is the spiritual item that fellow Taoist Zheng pawned." Please keep it safe." After saying this, he took out the 1,000-year-old precious medicine phoenix blood vine that Zhou Chun had pawned and returned it to him. Seeing this, Zhou Chun accepted the spiritual item with a smile, then bowed in return, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zheng is indeed a trustworthy person. I won't disturb you any longer and will take my leave." Seeing him take his leave, the Zheng surnamed cultivator didn't try to stop him, but simply nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Zheng, please depart. I'll have junior brother Yang see you off." He then had the red-robed youth, Yang Xiao, escort Zhou Chun out of the cave. After Zhou Chun and his companion had both left the secret chamber, the Zheng surnamed cultivator's face darkened. What is this person's background? What kind of cultivation technique does he practice? The power of his magic weapon actually possesses the ability to subtly restrain other metal element magic weapons and supernatural powers, capable of directly dissolving other people's metal element magic power and spiritual power. It's unheard of. Thinking of how easily his own magic power had been dissolved, the Zheng surnamed cultivator felt a chill run down his spine. He was also from a major sect, and his cultivation technique was extraordinary, yet this was the first time he had ever heard of or witnessed such a strange and mysterious power. He was practically the nemesis of cultivators like himself who practiced metal element techniques. He had already made up his mind. He would immediately order the Sect's intelligence personnel and Xianzi Tower to investigate this guy named Zhang Liang thoroughly and find out his true origins. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, unaware that he was being targeted, only rested for a few days after returning to his cave before leaving and returning to his family. The journey was uneventful, and Zhou Chun quickly returned to Tuyin Ridge. Compared to the bad news he received upon his last return, that Zhou Sanking had failed to open his purple mansion, this time he learned the good news that Zhang Liang had successfully opened his purple mansion. This made him much happier, and he immediately summoned Zhang Liang to praise and encourage him, bestowing upon him several third-tier magic talismans and some array-setting materials. Only then did he share his gains with Zhou Mingde. Not bad at all. This 3-yang true fire pot is quite suitable for me. If I can condense enough 3-yang true fire in advance and store it inside, it will definitely become a killing move for me during battles. Inside the cave, Zhou Mingde nodded repeatedly in satisfaction after refining the 3-yang true fire pot, given to him by Zhou Chun. He was very fond of this treasure. This shows the difference between the two. Zhou Chun is full of treasures. His spirit pets are all rare breeds that are expected to reach the 4th rank, and he also has powerful innate divine abilities. He doesn't really care much for a magic weapon like the 3-yang true fire pot, with its single power. But for Zhou Mingde, having such a magic weapon would give him an extra powerful killing move, closing the gap with other top-tier golden core cultivators, which makes him very satisfied. "I'm glad you're satisfied, sir," Zhou Chun replied with a smile, and then talked about the information he had gathered about Yu Jinghu. As he expected, upon hearing that Yu Jinghu had dared to leave the Yuling Sect's mountain gate, Zhou Mingde's smile vanished, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. He immediately looked at him and asked, "Zhangjin, what do you plan to do?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied, "I recently damaged a lot of my vital energy while refining a magic weapon, and I need several years to recover. Moreover, it's not advisable to immediately engage in combat with a newly refined natal magic weapon, so I want to rest for a few years first. Furthermore, Yu Jinghu is right there now, and he can't escape. I think it's better for the family to wait until things at King Lian Temple are settled before considering eliminating the traitor." Hearing this answer, Zhou Mingde nodded and said, "Yes, Zhangjin, you're right. We've endured so much for so many years, there's no need to rush. Everything should be for the sake of the family." He then spoke of the changes at King Lian Temple. Although King Lian Temple was now closed off, with so many disciples inside, it was impossible for them to completely cut off from the outside world. Therefore, news from inside could still occasionally leak out. Over a year ago, the spiritual energy within the King Lian Temple began to fluctuate, with a large amount of spiritual energy converging towards the location of Taoist Qingshan's seclusion. This has continued for over a year now. Under these circumstances, many golden core cultivators in the King Lian Temple have temporarily stopped cultivating to avoid competing with Taoist Qingshan for spiritual energy and affecting their nascent soul formation. According to the records in the classics, this large-scale convergence of spiritual energy towards the location of a nascent soul cultivator indicates that they have officially embarked on the path of core formation and nascent soul formation. As long as they can successfully break through the core and emerge as a nascent soul, they will have successfully formed their nascent soul. After that, they only need to overcome the heart demon tribulation and the nascent soul thunder tribulation to become a true nascent soul cultivator, Zhou Ming said, his tone complicated as he lowered his voice. And today, the fluctuation of spiritual energy has been going on for over a year. I estimate that in 2 or 3 years at most, we will know the result. 2 or 3 years? Judging by the time, Elder Lin and the others should be back by now. Zhou Chun suddenly brought up the matter of Lin Hongyu and her husband. Hearing this, Zhou Ming seemed to understand something and immediately nodded slightly, saying, "The time is almost up. They sent a message last time saying they would return in the next 2 years, then this junior will first go to the Su family to recuperate, and then pay a visit to true person Beiyu." Zhou Chun pondered for a moment before stating his plan. Zhou Ming naturally had no objections. So Zhou Chun didn't stay in the family for long and quickly went to the Su family in Jiangzhou to recuperate. The Su family's mountain gate was rich in spiritual energy, which could barely support the cultivation of 3 golden core cultivators. While recuperating at the Su family, Zhou Chun also told the Su family patriarch about Yu Jinghui. After inquiring about the details, the Su family patriarch finally agreed to his request. While recuperating at the Su family, Zhou Chun even specially pulled the Su family patriarch out to spar with him, wanting to use him to test the power of his innate divine ability. God-slaying golden spear. In the sky above a deserted wilderness near the Su family's mountain gate, Zhou Chun and the Su family patriarch stood thousands of feet apart. Then, at Zhou Chun's suggestion, the Su family patriarch first formed a blue water curtain shield with his hands, and then summoned a cyan jade staff magic weapon, which conjured a patch of cyan light to protect himself. With this double layer of protection, the Su family patriarch nodded to Zhou Chun and said, "Come on, let me see just how strong your innate divine power is." "Alright, then be careful, patriarch," Zhou Chun replied, his inner power surging into the Dao cauldron, instantly activating his divine power. The image of a divine figure holding a halberd on the Dao cauldron suddenly shone brightly with golden light, and then golden light condensed in Zhou Chun's hand, quickly forming a golden halberd several meters long. He hurled the golden halberd at the Su family patriarch, and the golden halberd instantly transformed into golden light, shooting towards the Su family patriarch with lightning speed. When the golden halberd locked onto him, the Su family patriarch's face instantly turned pale, feeling a sharp, piercing intent that went straight to his mind. The divine ability slaying God's golden spear is not named arbitrarily. Once locked onto by this divine ability, the target's mind will be impacted by an extremely sharp will, just like being locked onto by a sword cultivator's sword intent. In this situation, the target will have to be distracted even before making a move. The golden light pierced through the sky and landed on the azure light transformed from the azure jade staff magic weapon in the blink of an eye. Then, this azure light was easily torn apart and pierced like tofu, and then landed on the blue water curtain shield behind it. At this time, the Su family patriarch had once again increased his output of magic power, and the blue water curtain shield shone brightly, instantly forming layers of inner and outer shields. But in front of the sharpness of the golden spear, those blue shields shattered one after another. Finally, seeing that the situation was not right, the Su family patriarch directly opened his mouth and spat out his natal magic weapon, an 8-sided treasure mace with a rich blue glow, which smashed onto the golden spear. With a full force strike from the octagonal mace, now a mid-grade magic weapon, the golden halberd was finally shattered into countless fragments of golden light. Phew! Seeing the golden halberd finally broken, the Su family patriarch breathed a sigh of relief. He then put away the 2 magic weapons and looked at Zhou Chun with astonishment, exclaiming repeatedly, "Incredible! Incredible! Zheng Chun, your innate divine ability is truly extraordinary. I, your patriarch, have fought against several golden core cultivators from the Moonwheel Sect. Even those among them who cultivated several of the Moonwheel Sect's true teachings still had innate divine abilities slightly inferior to yours. The technique you cultivate seems to be quite extraordinary." Hearing these words, Zhou Chun was greatly satisfied. The fact that he could surpass a golden core cultivator from a major sect solely through his innate divine ability fully demonstrates that his decision to cultivate the Golden Cauldron Profound technique was correct. Now, even disregarding magical treasures and spirit pets, his own divine abilities and age should be comparable to those golden core cultivators carefully nurtured by powerful forces. However, humility was one of his best qualities. Although he was inwardly very pleased and satisfied, he still smiled slightly and said, "Ancestor, you flatter me. This junior only benefited from the advantages of the technique's attributes. Moreover, while this innate divine ability is powerful, it also consumes a lot of energy, making it less useful than a magical treasure." Hearing this answer, the Zhou family patriarch couldn't help but roll his eyes. This was blatant lying. Based on the attack power of that last strike, even a low-grade magical treasure would find it difficult to unleash such a powerful attack. However, it was not appropriate to refute Zhou Chun's words at this moment, so he could only change the subject, saying, "Speaking of magic treasures, I haven't seen your natal magic treasure yet. Could you show it to me? If you want to see it, ancestor, I will gladly comply." Zhou Chun hesitated for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Then, he opened his mouth slightly, and a golden light shot out from his mouth, landing in midair and transforming into a golden cauldron about 7 feet tall. Although he didn't really activate the golden cauldron, as soon as it appeared in midair, it naturally exuded a deep and powerful aura. The Zhou family patriarch's gaze sharpened, and after staring intently at the golden cauldron for a while, he looked at Zhou Chun with a surprised expression and said, "Your natal magic treasure was only recently completed. Ancestor has good eyesight. This, myriad transformations golden cauldron, of mine was indeed completed less than a year ago." Zhou Chun glanced at the Zhou family patriarch with surprise, and then frankly admitted it. Then, looking curiously at the Zhou family patriarch, he asked, "How did you see that, ancestor?" Upon hearing this, the Zhou family patriarch immediately explained, "Although your magic weapon has an extraordinary aura, its energy is still fluctuating. This is unavoidable when a natal magic weapon is first forged. Only after a period of nurturing and cultivation can its energy be completely stabilized." After speaking, he looked at Zhou Chun with amazement and said, "However, your natal magic weapon is truly extraordinary. It has only been forged for a short time, yet it already possesses such a grandeur. I'm afraid you used many rare spiritual materials during its forging. This was easy to see, and there was no need to hide it." Therefore, Zhou Chun smiled and nodded, "Ancestor is right. I have spent more than 20 years forging this natal magic weapon." Hearing this, the Zhou family patriarch couldn't help but sigh. "It's a pity that your magic weapon was only recently forged, otherwise I would really like to witness its power." "Ha ha ha, I will let ancestor witness it then." Zhou Chun laughed and readily agreed. "I went to the hospital today because something was stuck in my nose, which is very uncomfortable. My nose has been running, which is affecting my writing efficiency. I only managed to write 6,000 words. Chapter 518 Minor Heavenly Tribulation. After testing the power of his supernatural abilities, Zhou Chun settled down to recuperate at the Zhou family's residence. During this time, he also visited the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate to pay his respects to the sect leader, Master Beiyu, attempting to subtly inquire about the master's opinion on Taoist Qingzhen's nascent soul formation. However, Master Beiyu remained tight-lipped, and Zhou Chun couldn't glean any useful information. Therefore, he could only focus on healing and await the outcome. During his recovery, besides nurturing his magical treasures, Zhou Chun also began to study the cultivation methods of several supernatural abilities and secret techniques. After completing his shattered cauldron reforging, he could now cultivate some powerful supernatural abilities recorded in the 4 outer chapters of the Golden Cauldron Profound Technique. For example, the Golden Escape Technique, which he had always longed for, contained its cultivation method. There was also a supernatural ability called Falling Treasure Golden Light, which, upon successful cultivation, could knock down magical treasures made of spirit gold, temporarily severing the owner's connection to the treasure, a power that greatly tempted and enticed him. It even records the renowned Golden Touch Technique, capable of turning stone into gold. At its highest level, it can even transform an enemy's supernatural abilities into gold. However, the more powerful these techniques are, the more difficult they are to cultivate. After Zhou Chun reached the Golden Core stage, his progress in comprehending and cultivating his previous secret techniques and supernatural abilities was rapid, and he easily gained something. But with the 3 techniques mentioned above, he struggled for half a year with almost no results. The only slight gain was a deeper understanding of his previously cultivated escape technique, Flowing Light Golden Rainbow, while comprehending the Golden Escape Technique, finding a direction to further refine it. According to Zhou Chun's estimation, the Flowing Light Golden Rainbow Escape Technique should be a secret technique derived from the Golden Escape Technique, and his cultivated, concentric Golden Lock, Secret technique also seems to have some connection with the falling treasure golden light supernatural ability. Zhou Chun also asked the Su family patriarch and Su Yuzhen about their experiences cultivating supernatural abilities like the water escape technique. The answer he received offered him some solace. Even a seasoned golden core cultivator like the Su family patriarch, who had been cultivating for hundreds of years, had successfully mastered the water escape technique, his speed in water comparable to that of an ordinary high-grade third-tier water demon. But this was the result of hundreds of years of persistent practice. Su Yuzhen, on the other hand, had only grasped a smattering of it. The effect of her water escape technique was comparable to that of an ordinary second-tier water demon. If even the relatively simple water escape technique was so difficult for these two golden core cultivators, it was perfectly normal that Zhou Chun was also struggling with a much more difficult golden escape technique. In fact, most supernatural abilities like the 5 elements escape technique are easy to learn but difficult to master. Learning only the basics, such as escaping into the earth, into water, or using wood for escape, isn't particularly difficult. A foundation establishment cultivator could achieve this with a period of dedicated study and practice, provided they obtain the method. However, to truly master it was extremely difficult. Taking the golden escape technique as an example, the cultivation method Zhou Chun obtained states that this technique is only considered truly mastered when cultivated to the point of being able to travel 1,000 miles in a single leap. If one can cultivate this technique to a minor mastery, even if pursued by a nascent soul cultivator, there's a considerable chance of escape. However, in reality, even for a nascent soul cultivator, cultivating the golden escape technique to a minor mastery is not easy. But if one can cultivate the golden escape technique to a major mastery, then unless one has no opportunity to use the technique at all, encounters a powerful enemy who has also cultivated a powerful escape technique, or accidentally enters a region where the use of escape techniques is restricted, then one can go anywhere in this vast world. These supernatural abilities seem ordinary, but they actually involve the laws of the Great Tao, and their upper limit is virtually limitless. Many cultivators dedicate their entire lives to one or two supernatural abilities, hoping to achieve something in them. Those cultivators who achieved proficiency in a certain supernatural power at the Golden Core stage were all renowned figures in their respective countries, even revered as minor true persons, commanding respect even from nascent soul stage cultivators. In fact, it was precisely because these supernatural powers were so difficult to cultivate that various secret techniques existed in the cultivation world. Compared to these directly attainable supernatural powers, secret techniques could often be achieved quickly by consuming certain spiritual resources, obtaining similar effects. Despite the difficulty of cultivating supernatural powers, Zhou Chun did not give up. He now extended his daily meditation practice to 8 hours, using the remaining 4 hours to comprehend the Golden Escape technique and cultivate the Beast Spirit Fusion Great Art secret technique, temporarily setting aside other secret techniques. This was the power of Golden Core stage cultivators. For them, sleep was only needed once a month or even every few months, or even not at all. If they wanted to restore their energy through sleep, they could sleep for days or even months at a time. In short, after reaching the Golden Core stage, cultivators were physiologically completely different from mortals. The recuperation period passed quickly, and more than a year went by in the blink of an eye. Through healing pills and dual cultivation, Zhou Chun recovered 50–60% of his previously depleted vital energy in just 1 year, even better than expected. At this time, Lin Hongyu and her husband returned to the Zhou family, so Zhou Chun went back to his clan. Zhengjin, you're back just in time. We heard you lost a lot of vital energy this time. Luckily, during our travels, we obtained some spirit peaches that greatly replenished vital energy. Take 2 back and consume them, Lin Hongyu and Zhou Daowei told Zhou Chun upon his return from Tu Yunling. Over the past 10 years, the couple had traveled to more than a dozen countries, covering millions of miles, each reaping considerable rewards. The spirit peaches Zhou Daowei offered to Zhou Chun to replenish his vital energy were from a third-tier spirit peach tree, obtained during their travels in a certain country. One such peach could be equivalent to 1 or 2 years of cultivation for a cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage. Even for a Golden Core cultivator like Zhou Chun, it could restore his vital essence. Seeing this, Zhou Chun didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the gift directly, then smiled and said, "A gift from an elder is too much to refuse, so this junior won't be polite. Haha, I love your personality, Zheng Chun, so sensible." Zhou Daowei smiled happily, quite pleased with Zhou Chun's unceremonious approach. Since Zhou Chun opened his purple mansion, it was almost always Zhou Chun who was giving gifts to them, the elders. Although it wasn't inappropriate for elders to accept gifts from juniors, always receiving gifts without reciprocating always made them feel a little guilty. Therefore, Zhou Daowei was very happy to receive a gift that could help Zhou Chun. Through conversation with the two, Zhou Chun learned that their travels to various countries over the years had mainly focused on broadening their horizons, occasionally participating in auctions, underground treasure exchanges, or exchanging experiences and cultivation insights with local cultivators. After their travels, neither of them had changed much in terms of cultivation level, but their horizons and mental cultivation had indeed improved significantly, and their relationship had also deepened considerably. Now that Zhou Daowei had returned, he was preparing to form his golden core. Zhou Chun, of course, fully supported this. Zhou Daowei was the first benefactor in his life, an elder who had helped and cared for him all along, and he sincerely hoped that this elder could form his golden core and accompany him for hundreds more years. It just so happened that several decades had passed since the Zhou family exchanged the golden core spiritual items, and those 3 golden core spiritual items should, in principle, be given to the Zhou family first. And as far as he knew, Lin Hongyu had previously prepared a golden core spiritual item for Zhou Daowei. So when Zhou Daowei wanted to form his golden core, it shouldn't be a problem to gather a set of auxiliary golden core spiritual items. After this exchange, Zhou Chun returned to his cave and ate the spiritual peaches given to him by Zhou Daowei and his wife. These spiritual peaches looked quite tempting, bright red, and each one was as big as 2 or 3 fists. When touched, it seemed like a crisp peach, but after Zhou Chun bit through the skin, the flesh inside instantly softened into juice, which he sucked up in one gulp, filling his mouth with the sweet aroma of peaches. The juice he inhaled quickly transformed into pure vital energy. Zhou Chun tossed aside the peel and immediately began meditating and cultivating. 2 months later, with the help of the 2 spiritual peaches, Zhou Chun successfully restored his depleted vital energy to its full potential, and his condition completely returned to normal. At this time, news arrived that made several high-ranking members of the Zhou family tense. Qinglian Temple has suddenly activated its protective array, prohibiting everyone from sending messages out or entering or leaving? Is this the final moment? Inside the cave, Zhou Chun, Zhou Mingde, and other family high-ranking members gathered together because of this news. Everyone present knew that if Qinglian Temple truly produced another nascent soul cultivator, the Zhou family's future would be bleak. At the very least, their 9 Peaks Ridge mountain gate within Lanzhou might be taken away. Even if Taoist Qingchen fails to achieve nascent soul cultivation, it's hard to say whether Qinglian Temple will launch an attack on the Zhou family. After all, 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. Without a nascent soul cultivator to oversee the sect, the Zhou family, with 3 golden core cultivators, is definitely a potential threat to Qinglian Temple. Several of Qinglian Temple's golden core cultivators are already over 800 years old, and they are currently the most powerful members of the sect. If this threatening force isn't eliminated while these people are still alive, the number of golden core cultivators in Qinglian Temple will drop to 7 or 8, and none of them will be late-stage golden core cultivators. At that point, the Zhou family, with 3 golden core cultivators and a 4th-tier thunder dragon, will have the ability to directly challenge Qinglian Temple. Other families that have submitted to Qinglian Temple will likely have their own ambitions and no longer be solely loyal. Therefore, Qinglian Temple will definitely take action, and it must. Qing Weixi and the other golden core cultivators of Qinglian Temple weren't all fools, lacking the capacity to tolerate the Zhou family. Rather, they were afraid to gamble, unwilling to stake the future of their sect on the Zhou family's character and morality. If they did nothing in the face of the rapidly rising Zhou family, allowing them to grow stronger, the Zhou family would inevitably seek more land and resources, just like Xianjing's Henrin had done. Resources are limited, the more the Zhou family acquired, the less Qinglian Temple would have. Therefore, upon discovering the Zhou family's rapid rise and immense future potential, Qing Weixi, who had previously treated the Zhou family and Zhou Chun fairly well, immediately decided to suppress them, preventing their continued rise and expansion. With the example of Xianjing's Henrin before them, how much heart and magnanimity must Qing Weixi and the other golden core cultivators of Qinglian Temple possess to continue to tolerate and watch the Zhou family grow stronger without taking any action? Often, it's like this: self-interest dictates one's perspective, and personal gain trumps everything. Those who think they have a clearer perspective from the sidelines often lose their clarity when they're actually involved. After some discussion, Zhou Chun decided to personally go to the Qinglian Mountains, even if it was just to observe from outside the Qinglian Temple's gate. He acted immediately. Soon after making his decision, Zhou Chun arrived outside the Qinglian Temple's gate. Of course, he wasn't arrogant enough to openly monitor the gate. Instead, he concealed his presence dozens of miles away from the edge of the Qinglian Temple's gate array, observing secretly. Zhou Chun guessed that he wasn't the only one keeping watch outside the Qinglian Temple's gate. The Moonwheel Sect, the Flame Sun Sect, and even the Heavenly Mirror Manor probably also had people stationed there. However, he didn't intend to search for those people. He simply monitored the movements of the Qinglian Temple's gate while pondering the Golden Escape technique. After about 3 months of surveillance, the sky above the Qinglian Temple suddenly changed dramatically. Large swaths of dark clouds appeared out of nowhere, with streaks of blue-white lightning darting about within them. Although the lightning hadn't struck yet, Zhou Chun, hundreds of miles away, already felt a chilling pressure. His expression, like the sky, instantly changed drastically. A nascent soul lightning tribulation. This must be the legendary nascent soul minor heavenly tribulation, he exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with astonishment. Golden core cultivators undergoing the nascent soul stage must pass through a lightning tribulation and a heart demon tribulation during their nascent soul transformation. Because the power of this nascent soul lightning tribulation is much weaker than the heavenly tribulation of breaking through from the nascent soul stage to the deity stage, it is called the minor heavenly tribulation by cultivators. Although it's a minor heavenly tribulation, its attack power is still at the nascent soul level. A golden core cultivator like Zhou Chun would certainly die if struck by it. The fact that he could trigger a tribulation of lightning clearly indicates that Taoist Qingjin has at least reached the stage of shattering the nascent soul and emerging from the nascent soul. Next, if he can overcome the inner demon tribulation and then the 9 heavenly lightning tribulations, he will truly achieve the great perfection of the nascent soul stage and become a genuine nascent soul cultivator. It is said that the inner demon tribulation is the most difficult to overcome, and those who succeed often have a degree of luck involved. Even if a nascent soul cultivator were to experience the inner demon tribulation again, they might not be able to pass. I wonder if Taoist Qingjin's mental cultivation is up to par. Zhou Chun's thoughts raced, naturally hoping that Taoist Qingjin would fail the tribulation and die under the inner demon tribulation. Otherwise, if Qinglian Temple had another nascent soul cultivator, and one who had just successfully formed his nascent soul and still had 1 or 2,000 years of lifespan ahead of him, the Zhou family would be in real trouble. Inside the Qinglian Temple, the previous abbot, Qing Huizi, and the current abbot, Yang Taoist, along with other golden core cultivators, watched the cave beneath the thunderclouds from afar. Their faces were tense, and they were all sweating for Qingjin Taoist, secretly praying for his success. He must succeed. At this moment, all the Qinglian Temple disciples who sincerely hoped that a nascent soul cultivator would emerge to suppress the sect were silently praying for Qingjin Taoist. But fate seemed to be playing a cruel joke on them. After more than 20 years of waiting in seclusion, finally witnessing Qingjin Taoist's nascent soul emerge and take that crucial step, what they ultimately received was a desperate roar. "No, I'm not reconciled," accompanied by a desperate roar that echoed throughout the entire Qinglian Temple. A gray-black flame suddenly appeared on Qingjin Taoist's newly formed nascent soul inside the cave. Then, the small nascent soul was instantly consumed by the gray-black flames and dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. Then, along with his physical body, it turned to ashes. Just as Taoist Qingjin's nascent soul and physical body vanished simultaneously, the heavenly tribulation clouds that had been gathering momentum in the sky suddenly appeared and then dissipated. The bright sunlight once again shone into the Qinglian Temple gates, but it couldn't bring Qing Huizi, Taoist Yang, and the others any warmth. At this moment, their hearts were filled with icy desolation, each one as if they had lost their parents, their eyes filled with loss and despair. How could this be? How could this be? Could this be? Could this be the end of heaven? A golden core cultivator from Qinglian Temple muttered to himself, his body swaying, his eyes filled with despair. It's no wonder they felt this way. Taoist Qingjin's formation of his nascent soul was no longer just a matter of his personal path and life, but also of the fate of Qinglian Temple. Moreover, the nascent soul pill he used to form his nascent soul was something the true person Qing Xiao obtained at the cost of his own life, carrying extraordinary significance. Furthermore, If Taoist Kingchen hadn't even overcome the hurdle of the nascent soul breaking through the chasm, it wouldn't have been so disheartening, though it would have been disappointing. The key point is that he had already crossed this crucial threshold, and it seemed that success was just a matter of overcoming the tribulation. But who would have thought that just when he gave everyone hope, he would suddenly perish under the heart demon tribulation? His demise pushed many of his fellow disciples in the Kinglian temple, who had just seen a glimmer of hope, directly into an abyss of despair, filling them with utter despair. At the same time, while wails of despair filled the Kinglian temple, Zhou Chun, who was watching the changes in the thunderclouds in the sky with a tense expression, quickly noticed the dissipation of the thunderclouds. Seeing that the thunder had dispersed before the tribulation even struck, he naturally understood what had happened. His expression immediately relaxed, and he couldn't help but exclaim with joy, "Ha ha ha, it really failed." The heart demon tribulation truly lives up to its name. He was even happier than during the new year. He certainly had reason to be happy. The failure of Taoist Kingchen to form his nascent soul and his demise under the heart demon tribulation not only proved that the decline of Kinglian Temple's fortune was inevitable, but also caused Kinglian Temple to lose a very powerful late-stage core formation cultivator. In this way, even if Kinglian Temple were to attack the Zhou family later, the Zhou family would face one less powerful enemy. Overjoyed, he couldn't help but take out a gourd of spirit wine from his storage bag, take a big gulp, and then leave Kinglian Mountain Range with a beaming smile. Now that the result was in, he and the Zhou family only needed to wait for Kinglian Temple to make its move. He believed that after Taoist Kingchen's failure to form his nascent soul and his death, the closure of Kinglian Temple would inevitably be impossible to maintain, and further news from the mountain would soon spread. When Zhou Chun returned to the Zhou family's two youngling, he immediately informed the family's higher-ups of the news of Taoist Kingchen's failed attempt to form his nascent soul. Like him, the Zhou family's elders were overjoyed upon hearing the news and immediately celebrated with spirit wine. Within a few days, news of Taoist Kingchen's failure to form his nascent soul and his demise under the heart demon tribulation spread rapidly throughout the Jing Kingdom. In an instant, this became the hottest topic in the Jing Kingdom's cultivation world. While the outside world was abuzz with discussions about Kingchen Taoist's failed attempt to form his nascent soul, inside the Kinglian Temple, the Golden Core cultivators had recovered from their grief and despair and convened a high-level meeting under the leadership of Abbot Yang Taoist. Yang Taoist first surveyed the assembled elders and said in a deep voice, as per his dying wish, "Senior brother Kingchen's failure to form his nascent soul, all his belongings will be donated to the sect as his final act of service. The sect will then erect a cenotaph for him and allow all cultivators to mourn him." He paused slightly before continuing, "Of course, these preparations have already been made. Now, let's discuss the main point of today's gathering. Now that senior brother Kingchen has failed to form his nascent soul, the prestige of our Kinglian Temple has undoubtedly suffered another blow. Various pessimistic discussions have arisen within the sect, and morale is low. I'm sure you elders have all noticed this in recent days. I have heard, if we do nothing to restore the sect's prestige and authority, then both the vassal forces outside and the disciples within the sect with wavering minds will inevitably question and neglect the sect, directly affecting the sect's interests and reputation. Moreover, more importantly, in the more than 20 years since the sect closed its doors, a force outside has emerged that can seriously threaten the sect's interests. If we give them the opportunity to continue developing steadily, once the 200-year safety protection period that Patriarch King Xiao secured for the sect expires, the sect's status will inevitably be challenged by this force." As Yang Taoist said this, his gaze suddenly turned to Qing Weizi. Then, in a calm tone, he asked, "Junior brother King Weizi, you were the previous abbot of our sect. Zhou Hengchen, the current patriarch of the Zhou family, was once your disciple. You should know him and his family best. Do you have anything to say now?" Upon hearing this, King Weizi immediately replied without hesitation, "If senior brother abbot wants to know my opinion, then my opinion is that we must strike the Zhou family hard. Even if we cannot destroy the family, we must ensure that they can no longer pose a threat to our Kinglian sect." Chapter 519 The Attitude of Kinglian Temple. After Taoist Kingchen's failed attempt to form his nascent soul and his subsequent death, Kinglian Temple now has a total of 11 Golden Core cultivators. Of these, only one remains at the late Golden Core stage, 4 at the mid-Golden Core stage, and the rest are at the early Golden Core stage. These Golden Core cultivators are, of course, not a monolithic group. In fact, A significant portion of high-ranking cultivators in many sects are ascetic practitioners, focusing solely on their own cultivation and barely caring about their disciples. Normally, if the sect needs them, as long as it complies with sect regulations and offers appropriate compensation, they will follow the sect's arrangements. They don't care about how the sect operates. Of course, that refers to normal times, when the sect is functioning smoothly, and when a nascent soul cultivator is suppressing everything. Now that there is no nascent soul cultivator suppressing Kinglian Temple, theoretically, the Temple Master and the Grand Elder have the highest status and the right to command the other Golden Core Elders. But in reality, everyone is a Golden Core cultivator, and I have no leverage over you. Whether you want me to obey your orders depends on my mood. Therefore, when Yiyang Taoist convened a meeting of elders and Qing Weizi proposed a resolute strike against the Zhou family, it did not immediately garner widespread approval. On the contrary, after they explained the potential threats posed by the Zhou family and clarified their situation, some Kinglian Temple elders, who usually focused on personal cultivation, immediately raised objections to striking such a powerful force. According to junior brother King Weizi, the Zhou family now has 3 Golden Core cultivators, a forbidden array protecting their mountain gate, a marriage alliance with 2 Golden Core cultivators, and is valued by the Moonwheel sect. Such power is not easily bullied. If we fail to strike and completely enrage them, and we can't eliminate all their Golden Core cultivators, the consequences will be dire, as I can attest. Furthermore, the Moonwheel sect and the Flame Sun sect only promised our ancestor that they would protect our Kinglian Temple's territory and mountain gate for 200 years. They didn't say they would allow us to attack their vassal forces. This Kinglian Temple elder who raised the objection was another mid-Golden Core cultivator besides Yiyang Taoist, King Weizi, and Shanaiangzi, named Qing Songzi. The remaining late Golden Core cultivator in Kinglian Temple was Qing Su Taoist, who had participated in the southern expedition against the Dragon Transformation sect. She was of the same generation as Qing Chen Taoist and now had less than 100 years left to live. Upon hearing Qing Songzi's words, Qing Weizi frowned, a hint of annoyance in her voice, and said, "Senior brother Qing Songzi, how can you be so short-sighted? Can't you see the Zhou family's potential for growth? If we don't eliminate or expel them now, 200 years later, they will have grown even stronger, and it will be difficult to eliminate them then." Hearing this accusation, Qing Songzi coldly chuckled, "Perhaps I am short-sighted, but I know very well that without a nascent soul cultivator to oversee things, our sect could never continue to occupy several states." She then added sarcastically, "Junior brother Qing Weizi, are you protecting the sect's interests and stability? Or are you creating powerful enemies for the sect? You know the answer in your hearts. In short, I will not actively create powerful enemies among cultivators of the same level. If you want to deal with the Zhou family, you can deal with them yourselves." She directly stated that she would not participate in dealing with the Zhou family. "Senior brother Qing Songzi, you?" Qing Weizi's expression changed, and she glared angrily at Qing Songzi, not expecting him to say such disrespectful words in public. Seeing the two suddenly at odds, Abbot Yiyang quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying, "Junior brother Qing Weizi, please calm down. We're all fellow disciples, we can discuss anything. There's no need to get angry." Yes, both senior brothers, please calm down and talk things out." The others also quickly tried to mediate, lest the two continue arguing and make things awkward for everyone. However, even after everyone's attempts to reconcile them, Qing Songzi showed no sign of changing his mind. "Anyway, I've made my point here. Unless the sect's assets or mountain gate are attacked, I will not proactively make enemies or engage in combat with cultivators of the same level." After saying this, he closed his eyes, pretending to rest, and stopped speaking. His attitude also influenced some of the other elders of Kinglian Temple. Soon, 2 more early-stage Golden Core cultivators echoed his sentiments, expressing their unwillingness to participate in the attack on the Zhou family. Seeing this, both Yiyang Taoist and Qing Weizi's expressions turned extremely unpleasant. Finally, Yiyang Taoist could only turn his gaze to Qing Su Taoist, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, and asked in a low voice, "Senior sister Qing Su, what is your opinion? What is your view on this matter?" Hearing his question, the other Golden Core elders couldn't help but look at Qing Su Taoist, a late-stage Golden Core cultivator. As the person with the highest cultivation level in the Kinglian Temple, Qing Su Taoist's opinion was undoubtedly extremely important. But then, Taoist King Su slightly raised her eyelids, glanced at the other cultivators, and slowly said in a hoarse voice, "At my age, I've long since become indifferent to personal life, death, honor, and disgrace. If the sect needs my help, I'd gladly give my life." She then sighed softly. "However, Junior Brother King Songzi's concerns are not without merit. If we cannot eliminate all the golden core cultivators of the Zhou family at once, and they were to harbor resentment for 100 years, causing trouble, I fear the sect will never have peace." Her answer was ambiguous, leaving everyone unable to discern her true allegiance. Taoist Yang and King Wheezy exchanged glances, both frowning. Just then, Qing Su Taoist spoke up again, saying, "Junior Brother Yang, why don't you ask the Moon Wheel sect first and see what their attitude is? Now that the Zhou family has submitted to them, even when beating a dog, you have to consider its owner. We need to find out what their master thinks first." Hearing this, Qing Wei immediately retorted, "Does our Kinglian temple need the Moon Wheel sect to decide what to do on our own territory? If the Moon Wheel sect doesn't allow us to deal with the Zhou family, are we just going to watch them grow stronger under their protection and eventually usurp our territory, unexpectedly?" Qing Su Taoist nodded in agreement as if it were a matter of course, saying, "Junior Brother Qing Wei, you're right. If the Moon Wheel sect doesn't allow us to deal with the Zhou family, then we really can't act openly." After saying that, she sighed deeply. "Alice, I know that you junior brothers are all eager to revitalize the sect, turn the tide, and prevent the foundation laid by our ancestors from declining in your hands, but the reality is that it's almost impossible. Without an ascent soul cultivator to oversee the sect, even with a large number of golden core cultivators, it's not enough to truly command the respect and obedience of those golden core families. Instead of waging war over things destined to be lost, it's better to seize this remaining 100-odd years of security to accumulate as many resources as possible for the sect, tighten our belts, and hope that another genius with an ascent soul potential will emerge to revitalize the sect." She seemed to have accepted the inevitable decline of Kinglian Temple, seeing through everything. However, both King Wheezy and Taoist Yang found her explanation somewhat unacceptable. Then Qing Wheezy spoke up, "Senior sister King Su, you flatter us. Although our sect doesn't have a nascent soul stage cultivator in charge, thanks to the foundation left by ancestor King Xiao, we are still the third largest power in Jin Kingdom. Currently, no one can challenge our position. Moreover, if we want to cultivate a nascent soul stage cultivator in the future, we need to continue to consolidate our current position and territory. Otherwise, where will we find enough resources to support the costs of cultivating a nascent soul stage cultivator?" Taoist Yang nodded repeatedly, saying, "Junior Brother King Wheezy is absolutely right. Even though our sect has declined slightly, we are still the third largest power in Jin Kingdom, and still the ruler of the southern cultivation world." Their words quickly drew agreement from many elders of Kinglian Temple, who strongly agreed with their statement. Because, in a sense, what they said was indeed true. Taoist King Sa understood this as well, and therefore did not try to persuade them. She simply shook her head slightly and said, "I'll say it again, I'm too old to interfere in the sect's affairs. Since you, Junior Brother Yang, are now the abbot, then you should make all the decisions." Hearing this, Taoist Yang pondered for a moment, then nodded without further modesty, saying, "Then I'll personally go to the Moon Wheel sect to see what they have to say, and also invite them to send someone to attend Senior Brother King Jin's memorial ceremony." Taoist King Su had no objections, and so the matter was quickly settled. On the other side, after returning to the Zhou family, Zhou Chun also made some arrangements for the family. Although he felt that the Kinglian Temple wouldn't be so crazy as to directly besiege the Zhou family's mountain gate, he still made the worst-case scenario plan, arranging in advance for some promising junior cultivators of the Zhou family to go to the wilderness and the enclave of the Yu Kingdom, Bamboo Leaf Island, to take refuge, just in case. At the same time, among the several Purple Mansion stage cultivators of the Zhou family, Zhou Daowei was also arranged to go to Bamboo Leaf Island in the Yu Kingdom, while Zhou Xinglin and Zhang Liang were arranged to go to the wilderness. As long as the three golden core cultivators of the Zhou family weren't wiped out, the Zhou family would still have the chance to rise again. Zhou Chun was quite confident in his current survival skills. Even a late-stage golden core cultivator personally taking action might not be able to save his life. To avoid causing panic, these mobilizations were all made using various plausible excuses. Therefore, even the several Purple Mansion stage elders only had vague guesses and didn't know the truth. After half a month of this tense waiting, Su Yunyang suddenly arrived at the Zhou family on behalf of the Moonwheel sect. We're all family, so I won't keep you in suspense, Zhengchen. I'm here on behalf of our sect leader to deliver a message. A few days ago, Abbot Yang of Kinglian Temple personally visited our sect's gate to inform our sect leader. I don't know what they discussed, but I know that our sect leader specifically sent me as an envoy to inform your Zhou family, Zhengchen, Su Yunyang said, her face grave. Either the Zhou family directly relinquishes the sacred land of Jilfang Ridge, or you send someone to Kinglian Temple for 3 duels to decide its ownership. Hearing this, Zhou Chun's expression changed drastically. He looked at her and exclaimed, why is this happening? Doesn't the sect leader know the importance and significance of Jilfang Ridge to my Zhou family? He was slightly angry. Since joining the Moonwheel sect, the Zhou family had been diligent and conscientious, fulfilling almost all of the sect's demands, much more subservient than they had been to Kinglian Temple. Who would have thought that Master Bai would make such a decision on behalf of the Zhou family without even consulting them? To put it bluntly, this completely disregarded the Zhou family and showed no respect for their several golden core cultivators. What? Are you angry already? Su Yunyang glanced at Zhou Chun, her tone slightly mocking. This was one of the unlikable aspects of her personality. She always liked to use her seniority to ridicule the younger generation. Zhou Chun was perhaps genuinely angry at this moment, and upon hearing her words, he didn't try to appease her as usual. He immediately said coldly, this junior wouldn't dare to be angry with the sect. After all, my Zhou family of several hundred people still depend on the sect for survival. Hearing this, Su Yunyang dared not act arrogantly anymore. She looked at him and said softly, don't be angry. After all, Kinglian Temple is the 3rd largest power in Jin Kingdom. Moreover, Senior King Xiao Zhenren sacrificed his life and made unparalleled contributions. All countries and sects owe him a favor. Now, the war has only ended a few decades ago, and Senior King Xiao Zhenren's achievements are still being spread in various countries. Since the abbot of Kinglian Temple, Taoist Yang, has personally come to our sect, even if our headmaster doesn't give him face, he should at least give Senior King Xiao Zhenren face and give him some face. Besides, your family's 9 Peaks Ridge spiritual land is also within the traditional sphere of influence of Kinglian Temple. Both morally and logically, Kinglian Temple has the right to take it back at any time. It would have been better if she hadn't mentioned this. As soon as she did, Zhou Chun became angry. He immediately retorted, what do you mean by compassionate and reasonable? When my Zhou family pledged allegiance to the Moonwheel sect, it was precisely to protect this family territory. This was something Senior Master Bai promised. If we ultimately cannot avoid losing our family territory, why should we and the Zhou family continue to serve the Moonwheel sect? Why not simply move out of Jin Kingdom? These words left Su Yunyang speechless. Finally, she could only say, Master Uncle might have other plans. Zhengchen, you should follow his instructions for now. Besides, if Master Uncle hadn't persuaded Master Xianjing to intervene, that Black Dragon Hall Master of the Dragon Transformation sect might have escaped. Her words were somewhat subtle, essentially telling Zhou Chun that the Moonwheel sect had already saved the Zhou family and him once before. Zhou Chun, upon hearing this, fell silent for a moment. After a flurry of thoughts, he could only nod and say, all right, Auntie, please tell me about the betting. How does Kinglian Temple want to proceed? This week has been incredibly unlucky. I didn't exercise a lot the first few days because I was rushing to finish my manuscript, then I went to the hospital, and today it seems like all of that has finally come to a head. My neck is incredibly sore, it hurts even when I sit. And today I only have 4,000 words to write. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520 The Foundation of a Great Sect. Actually, it shouldn't be said that Kinglian Temple wanted to gamble. In fact, Kinglian Temple didn't want to gamble at all. According to Yang Daoist's original intention, the Moonwheel sect should directly order the Zhou family to withdraw from Jilfang Ridge, forbidding them from developing any further influence within Lanzhou. He didn't expect the Moonwheel sect to completely ignore the Zhou family and let Kinglian Temple destroy them. However, Baiyu Zhenren evaded the issue, always citing the Zhou family's meritorious service and their centuries-long presence in Jilfang Ridge as reasons for refusing to issue a forced order for their withdrawal. After some back and forth, Yang Daoist understood Baiyu's Henren's bottom line and proactively proposed a contest as a solution, giving both sides a way out. Baiyu's Henren tacitly agreed. After further discussion, the details of the contest were quickly finalized. The contest would consist of 3 rounds, 2 for Golden Core cultivators and 1 for Purple Mansion cultivators. The side that won 2 rounds would be considered the victor. Originally, according to Daoist Yang, the duel should have been entirely between Golden Core cultivators. However, true person Baiyu knew that Zhou Mingde was a completely incompetent Golden Core cultivator, and letting him participate would be tantamount to handing points to King Lian Temple. Therefore, he firmly disagreed. In the end, Daoist Yang had no choice but to concede. After explaining the rules of the duel, Su Yunyang looked at Zhou Chun with a solemn expression and said, "Now that the date of the duel is set for 1 month from now, if your Zhou family wants to protect Jifang Ridge, you'd better plan carefully. Only 1 month to prepare." Zhou Chun's expression hardened, and he quickly understood the implications. Clearly, King Lian Temple was afraid that things might go wrong if they waited too long, and that the Zhou family might borrow powerful magic weapons or treasures to enhance the combat power of the dueling cultivators. With only 1 month, unless the Zhou family could borrow several powerful magic weapons within 10 days, even if they obtained them later, they wouldn't have enough time to refine and familiarize themselves with them. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but look at Su Yunyang and ask, "Didn't Senior Master Baiyu ask you to bring anything?" And Su Yunyang understood his meaning perfectly well. Upon hearing this, she shook her head and said, "The King Lian Temple is quite familiar with the powerful magic weapons of our sect. If we lend them to your Zhou family, it would be tantamount to helping you cheat, and the King Lian Temple will certainly not let it go." She then emphasized, "Moreover, this matter involves a feud between your 2 forces, and your opponent is a powerful force like the King Lian Temple. I'm afraid there aren't many families in Jing Kingdom willing to get involved and dare to lend you their magic weapons." Hearing her answer, Zhou Chun felt indescribably disappointed. But since she had already said so much, there was no point in complaining anymore. He could only nod with a grim expression and say, "This junior understands. Then this junior will inform the 2 elders to prepare for the competition. I won't keep Aunt any longer." He then took the initiative to see her out. This was the first time Su Yunyang had encountered such treatment at the Zhou family. She frowned, shook her head, and left without saying anything more. After seeing Su Yunyang off, Zhou Chun's face immediately turned extremely grim. Indeed, relying on heaven, earth, or people is not as good as relying on oneself. I thought the Moonwheel Church was a great tree that could shelter us from the wind and rain, but I never expected it to be a peacock that cherishes its feathers. When trouble comes, it's still unreliable, he muttered to himself, his heart heavy. A large ship is hard to turn around, and that was the current situation of the Zhou family. Even though Zhou Chun now knew that the Moonwheel Church was also unreliable, he couldn't steer the Zhou family's large ship to turn around and leave this region. The Zhou family now had 3 Golden Core cultivators, hundreds of cultivator clansmen, and many domesticated demonic beasts. How difficult it was for such a large force to relocate and find a suitable place to settle. Therefore, even though he knew the Moonwheel Church was unreliable, the Zhou family could only continue to stay in Jing Kingdom and continue to be a vassal of the Moonwheel Church. This is a problem faced by many mid-sized powers, unable to reach the top or the bottom, facing numerous difficulties and pressures in their upward development. They can only do their utmost to maintain the stability and inheritance of their power, waiting for the right time. If the opportunity arises, and with the help of others, they might leap into the limelight and become a great power that lasts for thousands of years. If they don't wait for that opportunity and instead embark on a path of decline, they will only end up like the 3 Absolutes sect, disintegrating, completely declining, or even disappearing. Not long after, Lin Hongyu, Zhou Mingde, Zhou Daoai, and others gathered at Zhou Chun's cave to discuss how to deal with the duel. Actually, there wasn't much to discuss. The Zhou family didn't have many options for their fighters. It could only be Lin Hongyu, Zhou Chun, and Zhou Daoai. Among them, Zhou Daoai had the assistance of the Azure Dragon, a mid-grade 3rd-tier demon beast, giving them a considerable chance of winning. However, the Azure Lotus Temple was also aware of this and would likely take appropriate countermeasures, so they should not be underestimated. As for Lin Hongyu and Zhou Chun was quite confident of winning, even though he knew the people sent by King Lian Temple would be equipped with numerous magical treasures. However, the situation was less certain for Lin Hongyu. While her strength was considerable, her magical treasures were far inferior to those of the Kinglian Temple's entourage. Even with Zhou Chun temporarily lending her the blazing flame gloves, she still held no advantage. It's a pity that once my 3 Yang True Fire pot changes hands, the 3 Yang True Fire stored within will dissipate first. Otherwise, this treasure could have become a killing move for fellow Taoist Lin. Zhou Ming sighed regretfully, unable to help her in this situation. After considering for a moment, Zhou Chun said in a deep voice, "Then I'll hand over the Earth Vajra shield to my great aunt for refinement. She's refined this defensive magic weapon before, so it will save her time getting used to it." Hearing this, Lin Hongyu immediately shook her head and said, "No, Zheng Chun, if you give this treasure to me, what will you do?" Then she looked at Zhou Chun solemnly and said, "The key to this battle is not me, but you and Dao Yi. As long as you both win, even if I lose because of a slight difference in skill, the final victor will still be the Zhou family." Zhou Ming nodded and advised, "Yes, fellow Taoist Lin is right. Zheng Chun, you still need to make sure you can win at least 1 point. Fellow Taoist Lin, we'll just do our best." After their persuasion, Zhou Chun didn't insist anymore, because he wasn't entirely confident of victory. If he could use the Moon Toad Pearl, he would definitely be very confident, since the Kinglian Temple wouldn't give a spiritual treasure to Golden Core Cultivator in the early stage for refinement. Moreover, even if Kinglian Temple were willing to do so, the spirit of the magical treasure might not be willing. However, the third-party witness to this contest was the Moonwheel Sect's leader, Master Bayu, along with many other Golden Core elders of the Moonwheel Sect. No matter how bold Zhou Chun was, he wouldn't dare to reveal the Moon Toad Pearl magical treasure in front of the Golden Core elders of the Moonwheel Sect. The Zhou family alone was not qualified to possess such a magical treasure. After such discussions, Zhou Chun ultimately only handed over the Blazing Flame Gloves magic weapon to Lin Hongyu for refinement, and then provided Zhou Daoyi with several talisman treasures and 4th-tier magic talismans. Afterwards, he went to the wilderness and brought back all the mature and adult Heavenly Frost bees on his person. A month passed quickly. On this day, Zhou Chun, Lin Hongyu, and Zhou Daoyi went to the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate together. After seeing the three of them off, Zhou Ming sat on Tuian Ridge with a worried expression, waiting for news. Zhou Chun and his 2 companions flew towards the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate on the golden-winged tigers, arriving at their destination shortly afterward. Su Yanyang was once again responsible for receiving them, and she led them directly to the Moonwheel Sect's special cave dwelling for honored guests. The duel wasn't until tomorrow, so the 3 Zhou family members had come today to prepare. However, after settling in, Zhou Chun still went to pay his respects to the moon-worshipping immortal. "I know you must have some grievances about this duel, but rest assured, even if your Zhou family loses this time, I and the Sect will certainly find and arrange a place for your Zhou family that is no less beautiful than Nine Peaks Ridge to serve as a separate residence." In the main hall, after Zhou Chun finished his greeting, the moon-worshipping immortal merely glanced at him before calmly making a promise. But to be honest, Zhou Chun didn't take this promise seriously at all. Only the Zhou family's higher-ups knew how important Nine Peaks Ridge was to the Zhou family. But since the moon-worshipping immortal had made his stance clear, Zhou Chun had to cooperate outwardly. Immediately, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes as he solemnly bowed and said, "On behalf of the Zhou family, this junior thanks the sect leader." Master Bayu waved his hand, then looked at him meaningfully and said, "Young friend Zhou, you are a clever person with considerable potential. If you can cultivate to the late Golden Core stage in the future, the Zhou family's position as the #1 Golden Core family in Jing Kingdom will truly be as solid as a rock. Therefore, you must not be too hasty in your actions." In recent years, the Zhou family has produced 2 Golden Core cultivators, several Purple Mansion cultivators, and numerous Foundation Establishment cultivators. We've become too prominent, attracting unwanted attention. After this, we must be careful to maintain a steady pace and avoid being too ostentatious. These pointed words made Zhou Chun's heart skip a beat. In fact, he himself had noticed this. However, whether he or Zhou Ming formed their Golden Cores, it was something that had to be done. And the same was true for Zhou Zhengyang and other newly promoted Purple Mansion cultivators. Looking back over the history of the cultivation world in Jingguo, spanning thousands of years, it's unlikely any other cultivation family has produced as many Golden Core and Purple Mansion stage cultivators in such a short span of decades as the Zhou family. Even though many know this is because the Zhou family profited from the war, knowing is one thing, but envy and jealousy are inevitable. This also makes forces like the Qinglian Temple feel threatened and uneasy. At this time, Master Beiyu's reminder, while called a reminder, is also a warning. If the Zhou family continues to expand and explode at this rate, even the Moon Wheel sect might not be able to sit still. Someone will definitely want to delve into the truth and find the real secret behind the Zhou family's explosive growth. At this moment, 1,000 thoughts raced through Zhou Chun's mind. He quickly replied with a respectful expression, "This junior understands. The Zhou family will certainly bide its time and cultivate its strength gradually, never causing the upper sect any more trouble. Good that you understand. I still have high hopes for you and the Zhou family." Beiyu's Henren nodded in satisfaction. After discussing some matters with Zhou Chun, he let him leave. The next day, the people from Qinglian Temple also arrived at the Moon Wheel Sect's mountain gate. This time, Qinglian Temple brought a total of 7 people. Apart from one late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, the remaining 6 were all Golden Core elders. Among them, Yang Dorn and Qing Wheezy were both mid-stage Golden Core cultivators, and the other 4 were early-stage Golden Core cultivators. Zhou Chun quickly learned the identities of the 3 Qinglian Temple cultivators who participated in the duel. The 2 Golden Core cultivators were named Yan Lingzi and Zhuan Shuangzi, respectively, and the late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator was named Honggang Doran. The Zhou family had gathered general information on the 2 Golden Core cultivators. Yan Lingzi had formed his Golden Core over 300 years ago, while Zhuan Shuangzi had done so over 200 years ago. One cultivated fire-based techniques, the other ice-based, seemingly to specifically counter Lin Hongyu and Zhou Chun. As for the Red Sun Taoist, the information the Zhou family had gathered indicated that he was a descendant of a deceased Golden Core cultivator from the Qinglian Temple, and likely possessed a pseudo-magic weapon. In short, none of them were easy targets. At this time, both sides, led by Moon Wheel Sect cultivators, arrived at a desolate mountain outside the Moon Wheel Sect's mountain gate. The Moon Wheel Sect leader, Beiyu's Henren, was already waiting there with Wei Yong and 7 or 8 other Golden Core elders. Once both sides had arrived, Master Beiyu addressed them in a deep voice. "Since both sides trust our sect and are willing to let me witness this contest, then I will explain the rules of this contest. First, when one side concedes defeat, the other side must not continue to attack. Violator of this rule will be declared the loser. Second, both sides are pillars of the Jing Kingdom, having rendered great service in the previous Immortal Demon War. Therefore, I hope you will stop short of killing each other during the contest. Third, after the contest concludes, everything will be conducted according to the winner. The loser must not retaliate against the winner under any pretext, otherwise, our sect will punish them severely." These 3 points had already been explained to both sides beforehand, their reiteration was merely a warning. Zhou Chun and Taoist Yang, the leaders of their respective forces, immediately expressed their agreement. Seeing this, Master Beiyu nodded in satisfaction and said, "All right, since both sides agree, let's begin the first duel between cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage." After speaking, Zhou Daowei and the Red Sun Taoist exchanged a glance, then flew away from the group, facing each other thousands of feet apart. Zhou Daowei didn't hesitate either. Before Master Beiyu announced the start of the battle, he summoned the Azure Dragon. However, to the surprise of the Zhou family, the Red Sun Taoist also patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing a 3rd-tier demon beast, a mid-grade 3rd-tier golden flame lion. What's going on? Where did this golden flame lion come from? Could it be a legacy spirit beast left behind by a senior cultivator from the Azure Lotus Temple? Zhou Chun's expression changed slightly, looking at the crimson gold fire lion with suspicion, his heart sinking. The golden flame lion was also a rare demon beast. Its actual combat power wouldn't be much weaker than his golden winged tiger, and it shouldn't be a problem for it to temporarily hold off the Azure Dragon. Without the Azure Dragon's help, Zhou Daowei would most likely be no match for that Red Sun Taoist. None of them expected that Zhou Daowei, who they thought had a high chance of winning, would now have the highest probability of losing. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun immediately bowed to Beiyu's Henren and said, "Senior Beiyu, Qinglian Temple is cheating. That golden flame lion is not Red Sun Taoist's contracted spirit beast at all. How can Qinglian Temple allow this spirit beast to fight alongside him?" Before Beiyu's Henren could respond, Yang Taoist confidently smiled and said, Who said that the golden flame lion is not Red Sun Taoist's contracted spirit beast? Fellow Taoist Zhou, your Zhou family is famous in Jingguo for your beast-taming skills. Now it seems that your reputation is not as good as it seems. Hearing his confident words, Zhou Chun's expression changed. Then, Master Be'er nodded slightly and said, Fellow Taoist Yang, there's no need for that. This golden flame lion has indeed signed a contract with young friend Hong Gang, and can now be considered young friend Hong Gang's spirit pet. Did you hear that? Master Be'er's words are law. How could they be false? Taoist Yang glanced at Zhou Chun with a smug look, and said with a tone full of sarcasm, don't think that just because your Zhou family has stumbled upon a few third-tier demonic beasts, you really think you're the best in Jingguo when it comes to beast taming. The true foundation of a major sect is not something your small family can compare to. Zhou Chun was speechless for a moment, filled with regret and resentment. Their Zhou family had considered many things beforehand, such as the possibility that Taoist Hong Gang might possess pseudo-magic treasures and fourth-tier magic talismans. But they hadn't really considered the possibility of third-tier demonic beasts. After all, only they themselves knew how difficult it was to cultivate third-tier demonic beasts. But who could have imagined that King Lian Temple would actually be able to make the inherited spirit beast left by their predecessors recognize Taoist Hong Gang as its master again? Generally speaking, these inherited spirit beasts passed down from previous generations have virtually no possibility of recognizing a new master. Firstly, they were raised by their original masters from a young age and have long regarded them as their closest relatives. After the original master's death, they cannot possibly recognize a new master. Secondly, as high-level demonic beasts, they already possess considerable intelligence. Even if they are bound by their natal beast tokens to become the inherited spirit beasts of a sect or family, they would not willingly have another master. After all, natal beast tokens have many inconveniences to use and do not significantly restrict their freedom. Once a contract is signed and they recognize a master, they are truly enslaved, with absolutely no room for negotiation. However, it's too late for Zhou Chun to regret it now. Even if he had known this beforehand, it would still be useless. He couldn't possibly transfer his Thunder Flood Dragon to Zhou Dai. For the Zhou family's beast-taming cultivators, who regard their spirit pets as family, such a thing is simply impossible. Let's begin. Master Be'er didn't pay much attention to Zhou Chun's changing expression. Once he confirmed that the golden flame lion was now Taoist Hong Gang's spirit pet, he quickly announced the start. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Dai immediately patted his storage pouch at his waist, and a purplish-blue spear transformed into a bolt of lightning, shooting towards Taoist Hong Gang. At the same time, a purplish-blue gourd appeared in his hand, and with a surge of magical power, a dark blue-black gust of wind transformed into countless wind blades that shot towards Taoist Hong Gang. Taoist Hong Gang attacked almost simultaneously. He tossed a black mountain-shaped magic weapon into the air, instantly transforming into a mountain several dozen feet high, crashing towards Zhou Dai. The purplish-blue spear struck the black mountain magic weapon, barely piercing the layer of black light emanating from its surface before being blasted away. The Zhou family members had guessed correctly. Taoist Hong Gang indeed possessed a fake magic weapon. After knocking away the purplish-blue spear, the black mountain-shaped magical artifact then smashed most of the oncoming whirlwind of wind blades, and still had enough power to continue smashing towards Zhou Dai. Seeing this, Zhou Dai could only immediately activate a mountain-stabilizing seal talisman, transforming it into a giant earthen yellow seal to withstand the attack of the black mountain peak. However, just as he blocked this pseudo-magic weapon, the Red Sun Taoist summoned a fiery red gourd talisman. The gourd's mouth spewed crimson flames, which instantly transformed into bolts of blazing divine lightning, striking him. Fortunately, Zhou Dai possessed an extremely fine third-tier high-grade defensive magic artifact, the Azure Cloud Umbrella. Opening the umbrella, a cloud of azure light protected him, blocking the bombardment of the blazing divine lightning. In short, with the full support of their respective powerful backers, it would be difficult for two late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators to defeat each other in a short time. They would likely have to exhaust their resources and trump cards, or one would have to run out of mana before a winner could be decided. While the two late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators were locked in fierce combat, a battle between two mid-tier third-tier demonic beasts also began. As a wind attribute dragon, the Azure Dragon possessed the art of wind escape, giving it a significant advantage in battle. It continuously unleashed various third-tier wind attribute spells to attack the Golden Flame Lion, while also occasionally escaping behind it to launch close-range ambushes. Many of the Golden Flame Lion's attacks failed to hide it. However, as a unique type of demonic beast, the Golden Flame Lion also possessed its own unique abilities. The golden flames it breathed were extremely hot, only slightly inferior to the inner fire of a golden core cultivator. Even a dragon like the Azure Dragon couldn't withstand the burning sensation on its scales after being touched by them. Furthermore, it could use these golden flames for defense and physical attacks. If the Azure Dragon's claws and tail struck it, they would inevitably be stained with these flames. Its own claws and fangs, when attacking targets, would also inflict a burning effect from the golden flames. In addition, it possessed a sonic attack ability. Its lion's roar could shake the very soul and could counter the Azure Dragon's wind escape techniques. Therefore, although the Azure Dragon held the initiative after engaging it, defeating it wasn't so easy. However, everyone present knew that Zhou Daoi's only chance of victory against the Red Sun Taoist, who possessed pseudo-magic treasures and numerous talismans and magical artifacts, lay with his spirit pet, the Azure Dragon. Only by joining forces with the Azure Dragon could they possibly defeat the Red Sun Taoist. Chapter 521 Zhou Daoi's Trump Card. Outside the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate, in the wilderness, Zhou Daoi and Hongyang Doran's fierce battle had lasted for half an hour. Because the battle was so intense, and the use of pseudo-magic weapons, talismans, and third-tier magic talismans was extremely taxing on their mana, both had begun consuming pills to restore their mana, and were constantly absorbing and refining the spiritual energy within spirit crystals. However, compared to Hongyang Doran, who possessed pseudo-magic weapons, Zhou Daoi's condition was undoubtedly worse. His Azure Mist Umbrella magic weapon had suffered some damage after and during the repeated bombardments of talismans and pseudo-magic weapons. The power of his talisman mountain stabilizing seal had also been greatly diminished, and his purplish-blue spear magic weapon had also developed cracks from the collisions. In contrast, Hongyang Doran, relying on the hard texture of his pseudo-magic weapon and his constant use of talismans to attack, suffered no real damage except for the depletion of the power of his gourd-shaped talisman. However, compared to the two masters who had fought for so long without sustaining any injuries, the two third-tier demonic beasts were in far worse shape. The battles between the demonic beasts were straightforward and unadorned, consisting mainly of magical attacks and hand-to-hand combat. Both beasts had fought to this point, their bodies bearing gruesome bloody marks and charred scars, neither seemingly gaining a significant advantage. This isn't good. That Red Sun Taoist possesses formidable magical power and a pseudo-magical treasure. The further this goes, the more disadvantaged your family elder will become. Beside Zhou Chun, Su Yunyang appeared at some point, speaking her opinion in a low voice. Zhou Chun listened without replying. It was so obvious, anyone could see it. Just look at the smiles on the faces of Yang Daoist and Qing Weizi. Don't panic. Dao you won't fail so easily. Lin Hongyu's voice suddenly rang out from the side, her tone heavy but without panic. Zhou Chun's heart stirred, and he glanced at her thoughtfully. Then, in a deep voice, he said, I also believe that Uncle Grandfather won't fail so easily. Hearing their words, Su Yunyang's eyes darted around, and she didn't say anything to dampen morale. The group continued to watch the battle. After another half hour of fierce fighting, Zhou Daoi seemed to finally give in and launched a counterattack by taking out a fourth-tier magic talisman. He activated a fourth-tier magic talisman that emitted a hazy blue light, instantly transforming it into a blue gale that swept towards Hongyang Doran. The gale howled like a tidal wave, and the Black Mountain pseudo-magic weapon was simply no match for it. Hongyang Doran could only take out a turquoise magic talisman and activate it, transforming it into a blue lotus phantom that protected him in the center. No matter how the blue gale blew, the lotus phantom firmly protected Hongyang Doran, leaving him unaffected. Zhou Daoi then added two more third-tier high-grade magic talismans, but they still couldn't break through the lotus phantom's protection. If it comes to competing on resources, your Zhou family and King Lian Temple are far behind. Su Yunyang spoke again, her words harsh but undeniably true, leaving no room for argument. A major sect like King Lian Temple would certainly possess not only fourth-tier magic talismans, but also secret talismans left behind by nascent soul cultivators. Of course, such items wouldn't appear in this kind of duel, they would only be used as a foundation to suppress the sect's fortune. Zhou Chun didn't want to argue with Su Yunyang, but instead focused intently on Zhou Daoi's actions on the battlefield. He believed his great-uncle wouldn't waste his efforts and held a glimmer of hope for Lin Hongayu's earlier words. Perhaps his previous travels had indeed yielded something extraordinary for Zhou Daoi. After some time, when Zhou Daoi finally managed to dispel the Lotus Phantom through various means, Zhou Chun finally understood the meaning behind Lin Hongayu's earlier words. Suddenly, Zhou Daoi patted his storage pouch at his waist, revealing 2 jade boxes in his hand. He tossed one of the jade boxes away, where it was swallowed whole by the azure dragon that had arrived using a wind escape technique. He then opened the remaining jade box, took out a purplish-red pill, and swallowed it. Zhou Chun was very familiar with that purplish-red pill, as it was something he had given to Zhou Daoi before, the special pill, the exploding yuan pill, given to him by Luo Qingni when he entered the secret island. This pill could increase a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator's mana by 30%, an incredibly powerful effect. However, once the effects wore off, the cultivator would be weak for a year, essentially confined to bed. Zhou Chun had given it to Zhou Daoi because he no longer needed it, and Zhou Ming was about to go into seclusion to form his collar. He never expected him to use it in this situation. At the same time, as Zhou Daoi consumed the exploding yuan pill, and his cultivation and magical power surged, the azure dragon that swallowed the jade box suddenly let out a roar mixed with excitement and pain. Immediately, its aura began to surge violently, instantly advancing it to high-grade 3rd-tier demonic beast. Not only that, but along with this surge in magical power, a dark red power overflowed from the azure dragon's body, forming a dark red protective aura on its surface. Zhou Chun's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but look at Lin Hongyu beside him. Feeling his gaze, Lin Hongyu sighed softly. This is a special pill we won at auction with over 10,000 spirit coins during our travels, the Blood Essence Reversal Pill. It's a pill only suitable for 3rd-tier demonic beasts. It can stimulate the bloodline power within a demonic beast, instantly raising its cultivation level by a small realm and granting it a Blood Essence Spirit Light equivalent to high-grade 3rd-tier defensive spell, she added with a heavy heart. However, the price of taking this pill is a direct drop in cultivation level of a small realm. If the demonic beast is only a low-grade 3rd tier at the time of consumption, it might even drop back to the 2nd tier, resulting in the pill shattering and the demonic beast dying. What? Zhou Chun's expression changed, and his gaze towards Zhou Daoi became extremely complex. Perhaps only a cultivator like him, who also possessed a 3rd-tier demonic beast, could understand Zhou Daoi's feelings when he chose to give the azure dragon the Blood Essence Reversal Pill. Even a powerful demonic beast like the 4-clawed thunder dragon experiences a significant slowdown in growth after reaching the 3rd tier. Aside from the absence of the minor realm barrier, its cultivation rate is no faster than that of a human Purple Mansion cultivator. Zhou Daoi's azure dragon advanced to the 3rd tier almost 200 years ago, but over 200 years later, it remains only a mid-tier 3rd-level demonic beast. Normally, in another 100 years or so, the azure dragon should have been able to advance to high-tier 3rd-level demonic beast. However, after consuming the Blood Essence Reversal Pill, its cultivation level immediately plummeted back to the low-tier 3rd tier. It's unknown how many more years it will take to cultivate back to the high-tier 3rd tier, or whether Zhou Daoi will even live to see that day. This price is undeniably heavy. It's estimated that only an older generation Zhou family cultivator like Zhou Daoi, who values the Nine Peaks Ridge spiritual land more than his own life, would be willing to pay such a price to protect this spiritual land. Meanwhile, upon seeing that Zhou Daoi and his servant had both experienced a surge in cultivation and magical power through the consumption of secret medicines, the smiles on the faces of Yang Dorn and Qing Wheezy gradually faded. It wasn't unexpected that Zhou Daoi would use a potential stimulating secret technique or consume pills like the exploding yuan pill to enhance his magical power. However, the sudden advancement of the 3rd tier mid-grade demonic beast, the azure dragon, to a 3rd tier high-grade demonic beast, and the acquisition of a protective blood essence spiritual light divine power that could be regenerated at will, was far beyond their expectations. Just looking at the numerous wounds that instantly appeared on the golden flame lion's body after the azure dragon's surge in cultivation, one could tell how powerful the azure dragon was now. The golden flame lion probably wouldn't last even a quarter of an hour. And once the golden flame lion was no longer able to hold back the azure dragon, Yang Dorn would definitely be no match for the Zhou Daoi and his servant, whose cultivation had surged. Thinking of this, Yang Dorn immediately coughed violently twice. This was a signal agreed upon with Yang Dorn beforehand. Once he sent this signal, Yang Dorn would also have to use a secret technique to stimulate his own potential. As expected, upon hearing Yang Daoist's cough, Yang Daoist's expression changed drastically. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes, and he immediately formed hand seals, unleashing a secret technique that consumed his essence and lifespan. After the technique was activated, his magical power surged, quickly surpassing Zhou Daoi's. With this explosive increase in magical power, the Black Mountain pseudo-magic weapon displayed even greater power in his hands. In a direct confrontation, it shattered Zhou Daoi's cyan purple spear magic weapon and continued its trajectory towards him without diminishing its momentum. Seeing this, Zhou Daoi immediately activated another talisman, transforming it into a large blue axe that cleaved the Black Mountain, barely blocking the weapon. However, a series of raging flames and lightning immediately struck in front of him, shattering most of his protective, azure mist umbrella, and blasting him away with a wave of fire, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood on the spot. However, he didn't concede defeat. Instead, he hurriedly activated another cyan green wooden ruler talisman, which emitted clusters of cyan green light to protect himself. HMPH, seeing his opponent still resisting, Daoist Hongyang snorted coldly and immediately activated another talisman, transforming it into a fiery red flying sword that slashed towards Zhou Daoi. The Kinglian Temple had many golden core cultivators and had a long history, so the number of talismans they had accumulated was naturally far greater than that of the Zhou family. If it weren't for the fact that powerful talismans consumed more mana, making it difficult for Daoist Hongyang, who already possessed a pseudo-magic weapon, to bear the cost, even a talisman crafted from a high-grade magic weapon wouldn't be out of the question. Therefore, in terms of treasures, Zhou Daoi could never surpass him. But just when Daoist Hongyang thought he would soon defeat Zhou Daoi, the Golden Flame Lion couldn't hold out any longer. The Blood Essence Reversal Pill not only raised the Azure Dragon's cultivation to the upper third rank, but the accompanying Blood Essence Spiritual Light Divine ability also greatly enhanced its defensive capabilities, significantly increasing its resistance to the Golden Flame Lion's golden flames. Under these circumstances, it first used the Wind Binding technique to trap the Golden Flame Lion on the ground, then used the elusive Wind Escape technique to randomly appear anywhere around the Golden Flame Lion, launching a fierce attack with its claws. In just 100 breaths, a long, bloody gash was torn open on the left side of the Golden Flame Lion's abdomen, even its intestines spilling out. Although demonic beasts are known for their tenacious vitality, this injury wouldn't kill a middle-rank third-rank demonic beast, but it was enough to greatly reduce its strength, making it even more vulnerable to the Azure Dragon's ferocity. "You beast!" Red Sun Daoist's expression changed slightly. He couldn't bear to see such a spirit pet as the Golden Flame Lion die here, so he hurriedly took out a high-rank third-rank defensive talisman and cast it to temporarily protect it. However, this moment of distraction instantly gave Zhou Daoi an opportunity. Zhou Daoi closed his eyes, and an invisible sort of divine consciousness burst forth from his body, piercing into Hongyang Daoist's purple mansion sea of consciousness in the blink of an eye. The divine consciousness attack technique, the great art of slaying gods. It turned out he had also mastered this secret technique. Zhou Chun had always been very generous to the elders of the Zhou family. After receiving the inheritance, he passed on the cultivation method to them. The elders all understood the power of this secret technique and had diligently practiced it. Now, except for Zhou Daoquan, whose cultivation was stuck at the late Purple Mansion barrier, Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daoi had both mastered the first level, condensing a sword of slaying gods. At this moment, the sword of slaying gods pierced into Hongyang Daoist's Purple Mansion sea of consciousness. Even though he had cultivated the Heart Lotus Orthodox method to the second level, his soul inevitably trembled, and he temporarily lost control of the pseudo-magic weapon and talisman. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon, who had the upper hand, suddenly used the Wind Escape technique to appear 100 feet behind him and spat out its demon core. At this moment, the Azure Dragon was already a high-grade third-tier demon beast, and the violent power contained in its demon core was even more terrifying than the attack of the talisman. When Daoist Hongyang recovered from the attack of the god-slaying sword, the Azure Demon Core was already several feet behind him. At such a short distance, he had no time to react and could only fully activate the fiery red bronze bell talisman he had previously used for protection. Boom! A violent explosion rang out, and Taoist Hong Yang's body was sent flying backward, instantly turning into a blood-soaked figure. The bronze bell talisman was directly blasted back into its original form. Several azure wind blades, however, arrived first, about to catch up and tear him to pieces. Just then, a phantom azure lotus flower descended from the sky, protecting him inside and easily blocking the wind blades. The Zhou family wins the first battle. In mid-air, Master Bei'er glanced at King Wheezy, who had made the move, and calmly announced the result. The Golden Core stage elders of the Azure Lotus clan were naturally extremely displeased and unwilling to accept this outcome. On the Zhou family's side, Zhou Chun and Lin Hongyu, while relieved, showed no joy. They had witnessed Zhou Daoi's victory. The price of this victory was undeniably heavy. Now that the outcome was decided, Zhou Chun hurriedly helped Zhou Daoi dissipate the power of the exploding yuan pill within him, then supported the extremely weak Zhou Daoi and entrusted him to Su Yanyang, saying, "Auntie, please take Uncle back to your cave to recuperate. We will handle the rest of the battle, that's easy. I will definitely escort fellow Taoist Zhou safely back to the sect." Su Yanyang nodded, solemnly accepting his request. Zhou Daoi knew there was no point in staying, so before leaving, he looked at Zhou Chun and whispered, "If things become unbearable, prioritize preserving your life and your path. Do not act like me, please rest assured and recover." "I understand." Zhou Chun nodded slightly, agreeing. On the other side, Qing Wheezy, after rescuing Hongyang Doran, was simultaneously healing him with spells and feeding him healing pills. Judging from Hongyang Doran's condition, his recovery time would likely be much longer than Zhou Daoi's, a heavy price to pay. Therefore, the Golden Core elders of King Lian Temple looked at the two Zhou family members with great hostility. Bei'er's Hunren, however, disregarded the thoughts of both sides and quickly announced the start of the second duel. Both sides may enter the arena for the second duel. Upon hearing this, Lin Hongyu immediately said to Zhou Chun, "I'll go for this one." She then flew forward. Sure enough, Zhuang Shuangzi, who cultivated the ice path technique, quickly flew out from the King Lian Temple team. These two Golden Core cultivators showed no mercy. As soon as Master Bei'er announced the start of the duel, they immediately activated their magical treasures and launched attacks on each other. Zhuang Shuangzi's natal magical treasure was a white pearl, seemingly crafted from thousand-year-old cold jade, capable of releasing extremely cold, freezing light and a protective ice shield. He had also refined a flying sword magical treasure perfectly suited to his own attributes, as well as a bottle-shaped magical treasure with water attributes, a mid-grade magical treasure. With these three magical treasures, and his own natal divine ability that could transform into an ice dragon to attack, Zhuang Shuangzi had firmly gained the upper hand after fighting Lin Hongyu for about half an hour. This is how battles between Golden Core cultivators work. Once one has the advantage in magical treasures and the advantage of elemental counterplay, it is very difficult for the one who falls behind to recover. Pills or secret techniques that can significantly enhance the mana of a Golden Core cultivator are all extremely rare and hard to find. Their consequences are far more severe than those of the exploding yuan pill, and they are generally only used in life or death battles. Moreover, given Lin Hongyu's condition, even if she used such pills and techniques, she might not be able to defeat Zhuang Shuangzi. She would simply be stalled until the effects of the techniques and pills wore off, allowing him to easily win. Lin Hongyu was well aware of this, so after the battle had lasted for over an hour, seeing that she had exhausted all her methods and was becoming increasingly exhausted, she simply conceded defeat to avoid further depleting her magic treasure's energy. The second battle, King Lian Temple wins. Bei'er's Henrin announced the result of the contest lightly. Then, his gaze turned to Zhou Chun, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, and he said calmly, "Now we begin the third match. The outcome of this match will determine the victor of both sides in this contest." Hearing this, Zhou Chun and Yan Lingzi exchanged a glance, their faces grim as they flew into the battlefield. Compared to the four who hadn't exchanged any words before, Yan Lingzi suddenly sneered as Zhou Chun and his companion entered the battlefield. "I've long heard of your name, Zhou Zhengchen. Today's battle will show you, a junior, that battles between Golden Core cultivators are not child's play like those between Purple Mansion cultivators. Your beasts can no longer provide you with any assistance, is that so? I hope you'll still be so stubborn after you lose." Zhou Chun replied calmly, a single sentence that ignited the other's anger. "Insolent junior," Yan Lingzi roared, and as soon as Bei'er's Henrin announced the start, He immediately unleashed a blazing halberd, slashing it towards Zhou Chun. Judging from the halberd's aura, it was still a mid-grade magic weapon, and Yan Lingzi's natal magic weapon at that. He had nurtured and refined his natal magic weapon into a mid-grade magic weapon at the early Golden Core stage. No wonder he was so arrogant earlier. Unfortunately, Zhou Chun was no longer the novice who had just formed his core. He wasn't in a hurry to activate the Earth Vajra Shield, a defensive magic treasure, but instead activated his own, genuine Golden Glow, protective divine power to directly block the flaming halberd that slashed towards him. The golden glow swayed, and sparks flew everywhere. After slicing through most of the golden light, the flaming halberd ultimately ran out of power and couldn't break through the powerful protective divine ability in one strike. What a powerful innate divine ability! Has he actually awakened a defensive divine ability? The expressions of the spectators changed slightly, their eyes widening in surprise as they looked at the young man on the field. Astonished by the strength of his innate divine ability, Yan Lingzi was naturally the most surprised of all. HMPH, even if your defensive divine ability is good, and you can withstand one of my attacks, can you withstand 3 or 10? He sneered inwardly and immediately urged the flaming halberd to strike at Zhou Chun again. But Zhou Chun had only wanted to test the defensive strength of the genuine golden light. How could he really rely on defensive divine abilities to fight him head-on? Now, seeing the flaming halberd slashing down again, he immediately activated the Wu-Tu Vajra Shield, which he had already repaired, to block the attack. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a golden light, which transformed into a golden cauldron. The golden cauldron flew to Zhou Chun's head, its golden light surging forth, instantly transforming into a golden sword rainbow that shot towards Yan Lingzi. The power of this golden sword rainbow was no less than that of a flying magic sword. Yan Lingzi dared not be careless, hastily activating an earth yellow umbrella-shaped magic weapon to block it, its dazzling yellow glow deflecting the golden sword rainbow. Judging from the aura of this earth yellow umbrella-shaped magic weapon, it was also a mid-grade magic weapon. Clearly, the Qinglian Temple knew that Zhou Chun was the toughest opponent, and therefore provided Yan Lingzi with even stronger equipment than Zhuan Shuangzi. After blocking the golden sword rainbow's attack, Yan Lingzi quickly summoned a purplish-red net-like magic weapon, transforming it into a large net of flames to capture Zhou Chun. This was another mid-grade magic weapon. Possessing 3 mid-grade magic weapons, Yan Lingzi was now confident that even against a mid-stage golden core cultivator, he could fight them to a standstill and not be at a significant disadvantage. Moreover, the 3 mid-grade magic treasures were just within his tolerance range, and the consumption of mana wouldn't be too great, more than enough to handle a normal battle. However, facing his opponent's ostentatious display of magic treasures, Zhou Chun showed no fear whatsoever. With a flick of his finger, another burst of golden light erupted from the golden cauldron, transforming into a golden ball of light that slammed into the fiery net. With a deafening explosion in mid-air, the fiery net was sent flying by the powerful blast. Zhou Chun then raised his hand again, pointing at Yan Lingzi, and 3 more beams of golden light erupted from the golden cauldron, transforming into 3 golden sword rainbows that slashed towards his opponent simultaneously. What kind of magic treasure is that? It doesn't seem to be even mid-grade, yet its attack techniques are so varied and its frequency so fast. A golden core elder of the Moonwheel Sect watching the battle exclaimed in surprise, finding the power of the golden cauldron unbelievable. But even the moon-worshipping true person couldn't answer this question, and could only continue watching the battle unfold. 206,000 words updated this month. Chapter 522 Zhou Chun's Strength. The Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron was crafted with immense effort by Zhou Chun, making it no ordinary magic weapon. Its profound mystery lies in the word myriad transformations. This treasure can generate and transform myriad transformations golden key, which possesses countless transformations and can be customized into various supernatural powers according to Zhou Chun's will. When used offensively, myriad transformations golden key can transform into sword rainbows to attack enemies, its power no less than that of flying swords of the same rank, equally sharp, and without the risk of damage to the flying sword itself. When used defensively, myriad transformations golden key can transform into shields, protective barriers, and even spiritual armor, its defensive capabilities comparable to magic weapons of the same rank. Except for its inability to heal injuries, this myriad transformations golden key is practically a panacea. Therefore, with this treasure in hand, Zhou Chun effectively possesses a magic weapon for attack, defense, and trapping enemies, a multi-purpose weapon. Furthermore, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron possesses a profound ability to aid cultivation. Its accompanying magical power, Myriad Transformations Golden Light, can dissolve golden energy and decompose materials. Zhou Chun needs to absorb a certain amount of golden energy during cultivation. Previously, when traveling, he would carry pre-collected golden energy to assist his cultivation. With a Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, he only needs to carry some spirit gold or even broken magical artifacts. Before cultivation, he can use Myriad Transformations Golden Light to decompose and dissolve these spirit gold ores, transforming them into primordial golden energy, which he can then absorb during cultivation. It is precisely because the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron possesses such profound power that Zhou Chun insisted on using it as his natal magical treasure after discovering the Earth Mother profound gold necessary for refining this treasure. At this moment, relying on the profound power of the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, he was able to fight on equal footing with Yan Lingzi, a veteran early-stage golden core cultivator who had been in the core formation stage for over 300 years, using only this natal magic weapon and the defensive Earth Vajra shield. This scene greatly surprised the golden core cultivators watching, giving them a new perspective on Zhou Chun, a newly promoted golden core cultivator from a cultivation family. Originally, everyone thought that even though Zhou Chun had made a name for himself during his Purple Mansion stage, it wasn't due to his own strength, but rather his several spirit pets. They assumed that after he formed his golden core, before raising his spirit pets to the 4th rank, his strength would be mediocre, perhaps even weaker than the average newly promoted golden core cultivators from these major forces. This was because, according to the rules of these major forces, newly promoted golden core cultivators could choose a magic weapon left behind by their predecessors from the ancestral hall for free, meaning they would have a suitable magic weapon immediately after successfully forming their golden core. Unexpectedly, the actual situation was completely opposite to what they had imagined. After Zhou Chun successfully formed his core, his strength was not only extraordinary, but also significantly stronger than the core disciples of these major sects who had been carefully nurtured. If he were to cultivate his own spirit beast to the 4th rank in the future, it was likely that most of the golden core cultivators from these major sects would be no match for him at the same cultivation level. Master Uncle, the cultivation technique that Zhou Chun is practicing seems to be extremely extraordinary. After this battle, we might as well ask the Zhou family to present this technique so that we can study it. A golden core elder of the Moon Wheel sect couldn't help but secretly send a telepathic message to true person Beiyu, offering his suggestion. At their level of cultivation, although they would no longer change their main cultivation technique, studying other techniques could still provide some insights. Moreover, if they obtained the cultivation technique that Zhou Chun was practicing, they could gain a better understanding of Zhou Chun's abilities, and if a conflict were to arise in the future, they would be better equipped to know their enemy. Perhaps they could even cultivate a Zhou Hengchen among their own sect's disciples using this technique. As for whether the Zhou family would be willing to offer the technique, that was not a problem at all. A vassal cultivation family daring to refuse the sect leader's demands was courting death. However, Master Beiyu did not give the elder a direct response at this time, only replying indifferently, "Let's see." Looking at the battlefield, seeing that the fight had dragged on for a long time without gaining any advantage, Yan Lingzi felt he was losing face and immediately took out his trump card. He patted his storage bag, and a crimson demonic tiger puppet appeared in midair. It was a 4th grade low-rank puppet. Puppets are magical artifacts, and this duel was an unrestricted battle. As long as it wasn't a demonic beast with whom one had no contractual control, all other methods could be used normally. Even the secret talismans left by nascent soul cultivators were no exception. Therefore, Yan Lingzi releasing a 4th grade low-rank puppet at this time was not against the rules, and Zhou Chun was not surprised. He himself had borrowed a low-grade 4th tier puppet from the Kinglian Temple, so he naturally anticipated and prepared for his opponent to possess such a trump card. Even during the previous battle between Zhou Daoyi and Honggang Doran, Zhou Chun had considered the possibility that Honggang Doran might be carrying a 4th tier puppet. However, when Honggang Doran revealed his pseudo-magic weapon, Zhou Chun knew that his opponent most likely wasn't carrying a 4th tier puppet. While a puppet doesn't consume much of its master's mana, to unleash the true power of a 4th tier puppet, the master still needs to expend a significant amount of divine sense to control it. Even with his powerful divine sense, When controlling a 4th-tier puppet, he could only use 2 or 3 3rd-tier magic weapons. Honggang Dorn's control of the pseudo-magic weapon would only consume more divine sense, making it difficult for him to focus on controlling the 4th-tier puppet in battle. Otherwise, the other members of the 7 Heroes of Heavenly Spirit wouldn't have refrained from using a 4th-tier puppet despite possessing a pseudo-magic weapon. At this moment, as soon as Yan Lingzi released the demonic tiger puppet, he immediately patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the golden-winged tiger and the thunder flood dragon. Seeing this, Yan Lingzi couldn't help but sneer, finally willing to release these beasts. Very well, then let you see how these beasts die firsthand. After saying that, he controlled the demonic tiger puppet to pounce on the golden-winged tiger. He probably knew that the thunder flood dragon, which possessed the thunder escape divine power, was not easy to kill, so he wanted to pick on the weakest target first. Facing the demonic tiger puppet that rushed towards him in a streak of fire, the golden-winged tiger was not afraid at all. It flapped its wings, and 2 azure light orbs flew towards the demonic tiger puppet, transforming into an azure hurricane to try to trap it. As a result, it was easily dispersed by the demonic tiger puppet. But before Yan Lingzi could feel happy, a large number of white demonic bees suddenly emerged around the golden-winged tiger, and then streaks of white cold air shot towards the demonic tiger puppet like a storm. The white chill made Yan Lingzi sense a faint danger, so he hurriedly activated the defensive divine power inherent in the demon tiger puppet, instantly raising a crimson flame shield around its body. But what happened next shocked him. The white chill arrows struck the flame shield, quickly connecting and forcibly freezing and extinguishing it. Then, the demon tiger puppet itself was frozen in mid-air, plummeting straight to the ground. Damn it, what kind of demonic insects are these? Why is their chill so powerful? Yan Lingzi stared at the white demonic bees in shock and anger, his eyes filled with rage. The Heavenly Frost Beast trump card was something Zhou Chun hadn't used much in the Immortal Demon battlefield, and therefore hadn't been taken seriously. The information about Zhou Chun collected by the Qinglian Temple only mentioned it briefly, and it wasn't given much attention. Only now, seeing the 4th-tier low-grade puppet helplessly frozen, did those who had overlooked this realize that Zhou Chun possessed such a powerful trump card. Meanwhile, having frozen the demonic tiger puppet with the prepared Heavenly Frost bees, Zhou Chun quickly had the thunder flood dragon manipulate the wind and clouds, beginning to gather power for his heavenly thunder guidance divine power, intending to cripple the demonic tiger puppet first, causing both Yan Lingzi and Qinglian Temple considerable pain. Seeing this, Yan Lingzi's face darkened instantly. He hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out more a ball of azure red true fire, which transformed into a firebird and flew towards the demonic tiger puppet, intending to help it thaw. This was a true fire divine power he cultivated, called Azure Yang True Fire, a type of alchemy fire highly favored by alchemists, and Yan Lingzi himself was a master alchemist. However, he seemed to have underestimated the power of Heavenly Frost Key. The azure red true fire landed on the solid ice, freezing the demonic tiger puppet, but did not melt the ice as easily as he had expected. Instead, the frost bees, under Zhou Chun's command, once again spewed icy breath at the demon tiger puppet, seemingly freezing even his Azure Yang True Fire. "How dare you, Junior!" Yan Lingzi roared angrily. Immediately activating his net-like magic weapon to trap the numerous frost bees, unexpectedly, Zhou Chun was waiting for him to do just that. Seeing the net-like magic weapon being diverted, Zhou Chun simply raised his hand, and a golden halberd instantly materialized in his hand, which he then forcefully hurled at Yan Lingzi. Immediately, he pointed, and a large ball of golden light suddenly erupted from the golden cauldron in the sky, instantly transforming into a golden spear that shot towards Yan Lingzi. Yan Lingzi's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly waved his hand to recall the flaming halberd attacking Zhou Chun, intercepting the golden halberd. Then, he fully activated his earth yellow umbrella magic weapon, unleashing a dense earth yellow light that protected him within. Just then, everything went black before his eyes. 2 swords of divine consciousness pierced his sea of consciousness. The fire lotus formed by the 3rd level of the heart lotus orthodox method, despite its desperate resistance, was quickly torn apart. His golden core and primordial spirit were instantly slashed twice by the 2 swords of divine consciousness. To outsiders, it looked like Yan Lingzi suddenly let out a scream and instinctively clutched his head. The magical treasures he controlled immediately lost their flexibility due to the loss of their master's control, only attacking in the directions their master had previously aimed. Fortunately, His earth yellow umbrella magical treasure had an automatic protective ability. Even without its master's control, the umbrella's sturdiness still blocked the golden spear's attack, protecting his life. However, the net magical treasure originally aimed at the heavenly frost bees missed its target due to the loss of its master's control, only catching a dozen or so adult demon bees that couldn't dodge in time. Boom! As the silver lightning struck, Yan Lingzi's consciousness finally returned. Despite his splitting headache, he swiftly activated his earth yellow umbrella to protect himself, simultaneously summoning his natal magic weapon, the blazing halberd, to prevent Zhou Chun from finding an opportunity to attack. However, he hadn't expected Zhou Chun to have no intention of taking advantage of the situation. Instead, after using the second layer of the god-slaying technique to attack him, Zhou Chun shifted his focus to the frozen demon tiger puppet. At that moment, as the lightning struck, a golden sword beam unleashed by Zhou Chun's myriad transformations golden cauldron also shot towards the demon tiger puppet's head. In a way, Yan Lingzi had brought this upon himself. His azure sun true fire had thawed much of the ice, allowing Zhou Chun's golden sword beam to easily pierce through the ice and strike the demon tiger puppet's head. Even though this puppet was a low-grade 4th-tier puppet, made from very high-grade materials, it wasn't like a magic weapon that could be entirely crafted from magic weapon materials, and it certainly couldn't be as hard as a true magic weapon. Therefore, after the golden sword light struck the demonic tiger puppet's head, it instantly pierced a hole in it. Then, a silver-white lightning ball boomed from the sky, striking the area near the hole. Boom! With a burst of blinding silver-white lightning, Yan Lingzi immediately realized that the divine sense imprint he had placed within the demonic tiger puppet had been severely impacted, and his connection with the puppet had become extremely weak. Moreover, the demonic tiger puppet's spirit crystal was located inside its head, and this attack had likely shattered it. "You dare to do this, Junior?" The spectator Yi Yang Taoist's face darkened, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Zhou Chun. 4th-tier puppets were strategic treasures for any sect. Even the Kinglian sect, after so many years of accumulation, only possessed a handful. The 4th-tier puppet previously lent to Zhou Chun had not yet been fully repaired. Now, with this demonic tiger puppet destroyed by Zhou Chun, the Kinglian sect's foundation in this area had been severely damaged. This made Yi Yang Taoist want to kill him. But since Zhou Chun had chosen to do this, why would he care about Yi Yang Taoist's opinion? To him, Kinglian Temple's attack this time had completely torn off the mask of civility between the two sides, and there would be more fighting in the future. So naturally, he had to seize the opportunity to destroy as much of the opponent's fighting force as possible. Therefore, he not only wanted to destroy the demon tiger puppet, but also planned to find an opportunity to severely injure Yan Lingzi, to let Kinglian Temple know that the Zhou family was not someone they could bully. And if you ask who was the most furious after the demon tiger puppet was destroyed, it would naturally be Yan Lingzi. When he found that he could no longer activate the demon tiger puppet, he felt a pain in his heart, and then looked at Zhou Chun and roared, "I will kill you." Before the roar was finished, the flaming halberd suddenly burst into flames, transforming into a flaming fire dragon that pounced on Zhou Chun. At the same time, he waved his hand, and 3 blazing earthly fiend fire thunder pearls followed and shot towards Zhou Chun. Faced with his desperate attack, Zhou Chun displayed a steadfast defense. With a thought, the golden cauldron cast a golden light, creating a golden screen around him. Inside this screen was the Earth Vajra shield, a defensive magic treasure, and further inside was his own defensive divine ability, Jinyuan Golden Glow. With such 3 layers of protection, even an attack from a late-stage golden core cultivator could be withstood for a while. The blazing fire dragon struck the golden screen, successfully shattering it, but was forced to reveal its true form as a flaming halberd, unable to break through the earth yellow shield's defense. 2 of the 3 earthly fiend fire thunder pearls were detonated 100 feet away by the 2 golden beams Zhou Chun unleashed, leaving only one that successfully landed on the earth yellow shield. However, these thunder pearls, condensed from the earth fire's fiery energy deep within the volcano, were indeed vicious, specifically designed to break through protective magic treasures and divine abilities. The combined damage from the simultaneous explosion of the 3 thunder pearls breached the protection of the Earth Vajra shield, and scattered much of the golden light protecting Zhou Chun. However, as long as the Jinyuan Golden Glow was not completely breached, Zhou Chun inside remained unharmed. The poisonous fire and evil energy could not harm him. After surviving Yan Lingzi's outburst, Zhou Chun's counterattack quickly unfolded. Lei Jiao Baibai launched the first attack, a heavenly gang divine thunder, directly striking Yan Lingzi, while simultaneously drawing upon the power of the thunder clouds in the sky to unleash bolts of lightning. Under Zhou Chun's control, the heavenly frost bees quickly combined into a giant demonic bee and flew towards him. Zhou Chun himself activated his natal magic weapon, and with a surge of golden light, another golden spear shot towards Yan Lingzi. After this barrage of attacks, Yan Lingzi could only fully activate his Earth Yellow Treasure Umbrella magic weapon to protect himself, and once again activated his net magic weapon to ensnare the giant demonic bee. He also realized that although the icy breath spewed by these demonic bees was extremely powerful, their bodies were not strong enough to withstand the attack of his purple flame heavenly net. However, after Zhou Chun's cultivation reached the golden core stage, his insect-repelling techniques had greatly improved. At this moment, the giant demonic bee formed by a large number of heavenly frost bees was not just a pretty face, but also possessed truly powerful strength. Under his control with the spirit fusion technique, the icy breath spewed by all the demonic bees was fused into an extremely cold aura. At this moment, under his control through the will of the demonic bees, that extremely cold aura directly transformed into an ice dragon of icy breath that crashed into the purple-red fire net. Instantly, ice and fire collided, and the fire net was quickly extinguished by the white frost power. The purple-red fire net also flew back to Yan Lingzi's hand with dim flames, its essence already damaged. Although this item was a mid-grade magic weapon, it was not originally Yan Lingzi's magic weapon, and due to hasty refinement, it could not truly unleash its full power. The total amount of cold energy within the more than 200 mature and adult frost bees was immense. Now, drawn out, how could this magic weapon possibly withstand it? Having rendered another magic weapon useless to Yan Lingzi, Zhou Chun didn't give him a chance to retaliate, immediately recalling the swarm whose cold energy was almost depleted. Then, together with Lei Jiao Baibai, he and his servant joined forces, bombarding Yan Lingzi relentlessly. Junior brother Qing Weizi, it seems we underestimated Zhou Chun's strength. We miscalculated this time. Outside the battlefield, Yang Daoren, watching Zhou Chun switch from defense to offense, couldn't help but sigh and transmit his voice to Qing Weizi with a grim expression. From his words, it was clear he no longer believed Yan Lingzi could win. As fellow disciples, he naturally knew Yan Lingzi's abilities. Now, having reached this point, Yan Lingzi had exhausted all his methods and had no more trump cards left. This duel was far from over. Even if it lasted for days and nights, a victor would inevitably emerge. Hearing Yang Daoist's words, Qing Weizi's face darkened as she whispered, "Yes, we miscalculated. No one expected that this boy, after forming his core, would possess such combat power without relying on his spirit pet." A cold glint flashed in her eyes, and she said in a chilling tone, "But in this case, we need to find a way to eliminate him even more. Otherwise, once his Thunder Dragon also advances to the 4th rank, with master and servant joining forces, even a late-stage Golden Core cultivator personally might find it difficult to subdue him. You want senior sister Qing Su to personally take action." Yang Daoist frowned, seemingly understanding the implication in Qing Weizi's words. But Qing Weizi gently shook her head, saying, "No, we can't let the people of Qinglian Temple take action. Otherwise, if the news leaks out, the Moonwheel Sect will have a perfectly legitimate reason to attack us." "So you mean?" Daoist Yang looked at Qing Weizi with a surprised and confused expression. Qing Weizi didn't keep him in suspense and quickly explained via telepathy, "When junior brother Xuan Shuangzi was traveling in the Eastern Ice Barbarian Kingdom, he accidentally came into contact with a special force there called the Ice Prison Gate. The cultivators of this force like to work as assassins to earn cultivation resources, but they only attack cultivators outside the Ice Barbarian Kingdom. The assassins of the Ice Prison Gate have a history of successfully assassinating late-stage Golden Core cultivators for hire. As long as we are willing to spend money to hire powerful assassins, Zhou Chun will definitely not escape death." Hearing this, Daoist Yang's eyes lit up. Then he nodded slightly and said, "This plan is excellent, but we must be careful when dealing with the Ice Prison Gate. We must not leave any evidence to implicate our sect." "Don't worry, senior brother, I will personally handle this matter and will definitely not leave any evidence," Qing Weizi solemnly assured him. The two were secretly plotting their scheme, unknown to outsiders. All that could be seen was that Yan Lingzi was gradually falling behind under Zhou Chun and his servant's onslaught, much like Lin Hongyu before him. unable to reverse the tide. However, if he continued, he could probably hold out for another hour or two. After all, that mid-grade defensive magic treasure was indeed very powerful, far more profound and effective than Zhou Chun's Earth Vajra shield. But Yu Yang Taoist, who already had a plan in mind, didn't want to see Yan Lingzi's confidence shattered by Zhou Chun. He immediately spoke up, saying, "Junior brother Yan Lingzi, let it go. You've done your best this time." He offered Yan Lingzi a way out, hoping he would concede defeat. However, Yan Lingzi was already somewhat carried away and couldn't bring himself to admit defeat. He immediately shouted angrily, his face flushed, "No, I haven't lost yet. I want to compete with him in magic power. I don't believe that a junior who has only recently achieved core formation can have more profound magic power than me." August 1st, requesting a guaranteed monthly vote. Chapter 523 Luring them out and killing them. Yan Lingzi wanted to compete in magical power, and Zhou Chun naturally granted his wish. In terms of profound magical power, Zhou Chun, who had only recently formed his core, was no match for Yan Lingzi. However, he consumed less magical power using 2 low-grade magic treasures than his opponent, not to mention the assistance of his spirit pet. He planned to unleash a powerful attack when Yan Lingzi's magical power was depleted. But Qing Huizi seemed to have seen through Zhou Chun's plan. Half an hour after Yu Yang Dorn's attempt to persuade him failed, he spoke up again, and had the others join in the persuasion. By then, Yan Lingzi's defeat was undeniable, and he was caught in a dilemma. After being persuaded by Qing Huizi and his fellow disciples, he finally accepted the offer and conceded defeat. This left Zhou Chun quite disappointed. In the third match, the Zhou family wins. The Zhou family is the victor in this contest. The Nine Peaks Ridge spiritual land will continue to belong to the Zhou family. King Lian Temple shall not forcibly reclaim this land for any reason. Master Bei'er glanced at Yan Lingzi, who had conceded defeat and returned to his team, then fixed his gaze on Taoist Yi'ang, announcing the result of the contest in a solemn tone. Taoist Yi'ang and the others were naturally dissatisfied with this outcome, but dared not say anything more. They could only say with grim faces, "This humble Taoist understands. Since the contest is over, this humble Taoist and my fellow disciples will take our leave." With that, they gave Master Bei'er a perfunctory bow and departed with the people of King Lian Temple. Seeing this, Zhou Chun bowed gratefully to Master Bei'er, saying, "Thank you, Master, for upholding justice for my Zhou family. My family and I are deeply grateful. Young friend Zhou, you are too kind. You earned all of this through your own abilities. I dare not take credit for it." Master Bei'er waved his hand and then said, "If you are not in a hurry to return, young friend Zhou, would you be interested in returning to our Sect's mountain gate with me for a chat? Since the master has invited me, I naturally cannot refuse." Zhou Chun replied without hesitation, readily agreeing. Thus, the group immediately set off back to the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate. After arriving at the mountain gate, Lin Honggai went to Su Yunyang's cave to take care of her Taoist partner Zhou Daoai, while Zhou Chun followed Master Bei'er to his cave. As the master of the Moonwheel Sect, Master Bei'er's cave, although not as grand as the 3 nascent soul stage elders' dojos, was still one of the top caves in the Moonwheel Sect. This was Zhou Chun's first time being invited to this place, and the rich spiritual energy within was even more abundant than that of the secret islands he had visited before. Of course, this was also related to the fact that he had never actually been to the core area of those secret islands. If I could meditate and cultivate here year-round, my cultivation speed should be more than 10% faster, he thought to himself, filled with envy. A 10% increase in cultivation speed might not seem like much, but combined with the lifespan of a golden core cultivator, it was equivalent to gaining nearly 100 years of cultivation time. Such a top-tier cave dwelling couldn't be rented outside, no matter how many spirit coins one had. However, even within the Moonwheel Sect, there were probably not many such top-tier cave dwellings. At least, the cave dwelling of Elder Su Yunyang, a golden core cultivator, was far inferior. As long as one was willing to spend spirit coins, renting a cultivation cave dwelling comparable to Su Yunyang's in Cheyenne Immortal City wouldn't be difficult. Just as Zhou Chun was thinking these things, true person Bei'er had already invited him to sit down. After he thanked him and sat down, he saw the other man looking at him with a face full of emotion and saying, "Today, young friend Zhou has displayed such supernatural abilities, truly opening my eyes to a whole new world. I never imagined that besides your skill in controlling beasts, you also possess such extraordinary abilities." Hearing this, Zhou Chun quickly showed a look of shame and bowed, replying, "Sect leader, you flatter me. How can my meager abilities be worthy of such praise? Everyone in Jing Kingdom knows that Sect leader is incredibly powerful, possessing strength comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. Whether Beiyu's Henren actually possessed strength comparable to a nascent soul cultivator, Zhou Chun didn't know, but he was just exaggerating. He actually had a rough idea of why Beiyu's Henren had invited him to the cave for a chat, and now he was just waiting for the other man to get to the point. As expected, Master Beiyu didn't engage in much banter with him. After a brief introduction, he quickly looked at him and said, "Young friend Zhou, are you aware of a rule within our sect? Any disciple who acquires a cultivation technique or secret art outside the sect can, upon offering it to the sect, choose any technique or secret art of equal level from the sect's library, depending on the quality of the inheritance, and receive corresponding merit rewards." This junior truly didn't know, Zhou Chun replied calmly. Of course, whether he knew or not wasn't important, what mattered was that he knew now. Master Beiyu then continued, "Today, observing young friend Zhou's duel, your cultivation techniques and treasures were truly unique and eye-opening. Therefore, an elder of our sect proposed exchanging techniques with you, to see if you can learn from each other and improve your own. If young friend Zhou is willing, our sect is willing to exchange with you according to the treatment given to disciples within the sect." This so-called exchange was merely a polite way of putting it. Both Zhou Chun and Master Beiyu understood perfectly well what was going on. So Zhou Chun quickly replied, "Since the sect is interested in my cultivation method, I am naturally willing to offer it to the sect. However, there is only one vessel for this cultivation method, so I can only offer a copy of the jade slip. The jade slip is sufficient." Young friend Zhou is indeed a sensible person, Beiyu's Henren replied with satisfaction, and also praised Zhou Chun. In fact, he didn't care much about Zhou Chun's cultivation method, because he knew that no matter how powerful the method was, it depended on who practiced it. What he cared more about was Zhou Chun's attitude towards this matter. And now Zhou Chun's attitude undoubtedly satisfied him. Right then and there, in front of Beiyu's Henren, Zhou Chun recorded all 4 cultivation methods of the Golden Cauldron Profound Art on the jade slip, and then handed it to him. Anyway, the first 2 chapters of this art had already been collected by the Kinglian Temple. And the Xianjing Manor probably had them too, and even the Yulin sect probably had them. What difference would it make if the Yulin sect had them as well? Zhou Chun wasn't afraid of anyone studying his cultivation method to target him, because his true strength didn't come from his cultivation technique or his natal magic weapon. Anyone who thought they could easily defeat him by exploiting the weaknesses in his technique and magic weapon would surely suffer a great defeat. Furthermore, after receiving the jade slip, Master Beiyu didn't try to hide it from Zhou Chun and immediately began examining its contents. With his late-stage golden core cultivation, a quick read-through wouldn't take much time. After only a quarter of an hour, he put down the jade slip, looking at Zhou Chun with a sigh, and exclaimed, "So that's how it is. I didn't expect that the cultivation method you, young friend Zhou, practiced was such a profound and mysterious technique that even in ancient times few dared to cultivate. No wonder your supernatural powers and magic weapons seem so formidable. A profound and mysterious technique?" Zhou Chun was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Zhou Chun looked at Master Beiyu with a puzzled expression and asked, "May I ask, Master, what is the Tongshan Zhuanguang?" The so-called Tongshan Zhuanguang is a term used by later cultivators to refer to some ancient cultivation techniques. Techniques like the Jinding Zhuanguang that young friend Zhou is cultivating are Tongshan Zhuanguang passed down by some descending immortals from ancient times. These techniques don't place much emphasis on spiritual root aptitude, but rather on the cultivator's comprehension and opportunity. If one has excellent comprehension and opportunity, cultivating this technique will be smooth sailing, often making it easier to form a core and transform into an infant, possessing immense supernatural powers. However, if one's comprehension and opportunity are ordinary, cultivating this technique will easily lead to death and calamity. Master Beiyu spoke eloquently, quickly answering Zhou Chun's questions. According to him, all ancient cultivation techniques belonging to the Tongshan Zhuanguang category require undergoing a life or death calamity similar to shattering the cauldron and reforging after successfully cultivating each chapter or level. Those cultivators who can overcome this tribulation will have a smooth path ahead, free from any hidden dangers in their cultivation techniques within that realm. Those who cannot will naturally perish. The reason Zhou Chun's Dao Cauldron needs to be reforged every time he breaks through a major realm is because without reforging, it simply cannot suppress the various hidden dangers that arise during cultivation. For example, other cultivators who practice top-tier metal elemental techniques are often easily affected by the techniques, either becoming cold and hard-hearted, or suffering various hidden injuries, or even metallization of their bodies due to the erosion of metal energy. To cope with this situation, they can only alleviate it by practicing other secret techniques or avoid it by taking special pills. However, although Zhou Chun absorbed a large amount of metal energy during his cultivation, his personality and body were not affected by the metal energy. On the contrary, his body was tempered. This is all because of the Dao Cauldron suppressing it. While such profound techniques offer immense benefits, they often require extremely high resource levels, becoming increasingly difficult to cultivate as one progresses. Take your technique, young friend Zhou, for example. If you were to reach the nascent soul stage, the quality of the golden energy required for rebuilding the cauldron would be virtually unparalleled. Furthermore, we cultivators have finally succeeded in breaking through to the nascent soul stage, barely surviving the heart demon tribulation and the lightning tribulation, and enjoying a lifespan of 2,000 or 3,000 years. Who would be willing to gamble their life and cultivation on the success rate of rebuilding the cauldron? Therefore, nowadays, almost no cultivator with outstanding talent and a desire to reach the nascent soul stage dares to cultivate such profound techniques. Master Baiyu shook his head, completely losing interest in the golden cauldron profound technique. However, he was also completely relieved. Since Zhou Chun was cultivating such a profound technique, he could forget about reaching the nascent soul stage in the future. Even if Zhou Chun were to eventually reach the nascent soul stage, a third shattered cauldron and reforged process would be virtually impossible, posing absolutely no threat to the Moon Wheel Sect. Furthermore, there was something he hadn't explained to Zhou Chun. Cultivators who cultivate the heavenly profound technique to form their nascent soul often face more severe tribulations than other cultivators. Considering these 2 points, Zhou Chun's greatest achievement would be limited to the late golden core stage. Without reaching the nascent soul stage, he would pose no threat to the Moon Wheel Sect, and there would be no need for them to be wary of Zhou Chun and the Zhou family. Thinking of this, Master Baiyu immediately said to Zhou Chun, "Our sect's scripture pavilion does indeed house several ancient and profound martial arts techniques, as well as some legendary and powerful cultivation methods. Since young friend Zhou has offered this golden cauldron profound art, you may enter and choose one to take away. Furthermore, I will exempt the Zhou family from paying tribute for the next 10 years as a reward for your contribution of the techniques." Hearing this, Zhou Chun quickly bowed and thanked him. This junior thanks the sect leader for the reward. He then took Master Baiyu's letter and went straight to the Moon Wheel Sect's scripture pavilion to make his selection. The person guarding the Moon Wheel Sect's scripture pavilion was also a golden core elder of the Moon Wheel Sect, who looked quite old and nearing the end of his life. After reading Master Baiyu's letter, he led Zhou Chun to a small, quiet room in the scripture pavilion and then casually brought out dozens of jade slips for Zhou Chun to choose from. Only 1/3 of the cultivation techniques and supernatural abilities within these jade slips are available for public viewing. If fellow Taoist Zhou chooses one, I will remove the restriction for you. After saying this, the old man closed his eyes to rest. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately began to examine each jade slip one by one. The mysterious pure heavenly thunder jade book draws the power of heavenly thunder into the body, condensing it into a heavenly thunder treasure scroll, allowing manipulation of heavenly thunder power. Each successful level requires drawing 10 times the power of heavenly thunder to condense a new heavenly thunder treasure scroll. The mysterious Yang heavenly fire scripture draws the power of heavenly fire into the body, forming a heavenly fire mystic pearl, capable of unleashing heavenly fire to incinerate enemies. Each successful chapter requires rebirth through fire, refining the heavenly fire mystic pearl. The ancient wood longevity technique requires sealing oneself within an ancient tree for 100 years. If one can merge with the wood after 100 years, forging a foundation for longevity, the technique is complete. Each successful level extends lifespan by 30%. Each level must be resealed within the ancient tree. Zhou Chun first examined the so-called heaven-reaching mystic techniques. These techniques were indeed as the moon-worshipping immortal had described, each seemingly incredibly powerful, promising longevity. However, many were actually far more dangerous and unpredictable than his golden cauldron mystic technique, clearly not intended for normal cultivation. If the Zhou family had offered Zhou Chun these cultivation methods to choose from, he probably wouldn't have dared to choose them. Now that he knew the drawbacks of the heaven-reaching profound technique, he naturally wouldn't want to take such a technique with him. So he quickly turned his attention to those supernatural abilities and secret techniques. These supernatural abilities and secret techniques were indeed all legendary cultivation methods. For example, Samadhi True Fire, Great Sun True Fire, and Primordial Yang Divine Thunder. However, while the methods of cultivating supernatural abilities were easy to obtain, the gateway to these abilities was difficult to enter. Zhou Chun had experience cultivating the Golden Escape technique and knew very well how difficult it was to master these supernatural abilities. Therefore, he didn't devote much energy to those legendary cultivation methods, but only focused on those supernatural abilities that he might still have the chance to successfully cultivate. After this selection, he finally chose the cultivation method of Zheng Metal Sky-Splitting Thunder. This Zheng Metal Sky-Splitting Thunder is a variant of the Zheng Metal Divine Thunder among the 5 elements Divine Thunder. Zhou Chun valued this technique because, once mastered, it could be combined with other materials to create thunder pearls for future use. In his previous duel with Yan Lingzi, the 3 earthly fiend fire thunder pearls used by Yan Lingzi were examples of this technique. If Zhou Chun could master this technique and create several thunder pearls to suppress within his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, using them simultaneously in combat would undoubtedly be extremely effective. I've made my choice. This is the method for cultivating this technique, Zhou Chun said, handing the jade slip to the old man guarding the scripture pavilion. Upon seeing this, the old man immediately formed hand seals and emitted a beam of spiritual light onto the jade slip, removing the restrictions. He then handed it back to Zhou Chun, saying, "Alright, fellow Taoist Zhou, you can take it now. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist." Zhou Chun cupped his hands in thanks and quickly left the scripture pavilion. Afterwards, he visited Zhou Daowei at Su Yunyang's cave dwelling before returning to his family with his 2 elders. As the Zhou family members returned to their clan, news of their victory in the bet against the Qinglian temple quickly spread. Those cultivators hearing the news for the first time were all astonished and inquired everywhere for details. However, because the Qinglian temple's reputation was at stake, although some deliberately spread the news, no one was willing to reveal the details. Thus, those who were curious fully unleashed their imaginations, engaging in various speculations and discussions. Even many Zhou family cultivators who had just heard about the matter were discussing it. Zhou Chun, however, ignored these discussions. After returning to his clan, he held a small meeting with several high-ranking family members. This meeting mainly discussed 3 things. First, how to continue concealing the strongholds in the wilderness. Second, when to ambush and kill Yu Jinghua. And third, the matter of Zhou Daowei's core formation. Reminded by Master Baiyu of the bet against the Qinglian temple, Zhou Chun realized that the Zhou family was now too conspicuous. And with the Qinglian temple losing the bet, the attention on the Zhou family would only increase further. Therefore, contact with the wilderness land must be reduced to a minimum, and all those in the know should be transferred there or placed in safe locations. Currently, quite a few Zhou family cultivators know about the wilderness land's stronghold. Many of the younger Foundation establishment cultivators have already gone there for training. Therefore, Zhou Chun decided to have these people secretly transferred to the wilderness land under the guise of training, staying there for 10 or 20 years until the situation calms down, at which point they could be recalled. Internally, they would be announced as missing, which would also mislead and lull those forces with ill intentions towards the Zhou family. The plan to ambush and kill Yu Jinghua was also decided upon as soon as possible after discussion. Currently, the Qinglian temple has just suffered a defeat, and even if they want to retaliate against the Zhou family, it's unlikely they can do so quickly. The Zhou family can take this opportunity to send their elite forces to the Great Zhou Kingdom to eliminate the traitor Yu Jinghua. Regarding Zhou Daowei's core formation, Zhou Chun had already discussed the core formation artifact with Master Baiyu, who promised to deliver a core formation artifact, the Extreme Yang Fire Spirit Liquid, to the Zhou family as soon as possible. Lin Hongyu also possessed a Extreme Cold Ice Marrow Liquid. Thus, acquiring just one more artifact to aid in core formation would complete the set. Having finalized this plan, Zhou Chun first traveled to the Great Zhou Kingdom to scout, gather intelligence, and devise a plan to ambush Yu Jinghua. Zhou Ming, on the other hand, arranged for family members to travel to the wilderness in batches, according to the plan, shine in Immortal City. When Zhou Chun returned, he, as usual, first went to the shop where Luo Qingni had registered to see if she had emerged from seclusion. The result was disappointing. Luo Qingni had not yet emerged. Therefore, he could only go to Xianxi Tower to learn about Yu Jinghe's latest movements. The information he obtained this time was quite satisfactory to Zhou Chun. According to the intelligence, Yu Jinghe had basically returned to his previous normal life and was no longer going out as frequently as before. This indicates that his vigilance has lowered considerably, and he is no longer suspicious. Now, for Zhou Chun, the key is to figure out a way to lure Yu Jinghe out of the Yuling Sect's mountain gate alone, and then gather reinforcements to ambush and kill him. He returned to his temporary residence with the information he had gathered, and then carefully studied the intelligence on Yu Jinghe's associates. More than 200 years have passed, and those who followed Yu Jinghe since the Three Absolute Sect era are now mostly deceased for various reasons, including Zhou Zhenken, a Purple Mansion stage cultivator from the Zhou family who initially joined him, and Xiao Lingyan, another Purple Mansion stage cultivator. Currently, this person has 3 trusted confidants: Wang Chen, a disciple he took in after joining the Yuling sect; Zhou Wei, a descendant of Zhou Zhenken; and Kei, a former disciple of the Sanju sect. Wang Chen and Zhou Wei are both Foundation establishment cultivators, while Kei is a Purple Mansion cultivator. All 3 are now Yu Jinghe's personal disciples. If Zhou Chun wants to lure Yu Jinghe out to kill him, he basically has to start with these disciples. Unfortunately, Xianxi Tower only has a general understanding of the information on these disciples of Yu Jinghe. Zhou Chun only knows their names, cultivation levels, and backgrounds. He knows nothing about their personalities. If you were to send Xianxi Tower to gather information on these 3 now, it might alert them again. Therefore, after some deliberation, Zhou Chun decided to personally contact these people. With a 100 Illusions Pearl in hand, as long as he doesn't encounter Golden Core cultivators, these juniors won't be able to discover his true identity. 2 months later, Zhou Chun, using the alias Su Yun and appearing as a middle-aged man with late-stage Foundation establishment cultivation, arrived at Zuanqing Market. As the closest large market to the Yuling sect, Zuanqing Market was a frequent haunt of Yuling sect disciples. It also housed shops specializing in spirit beast cubs, eggs, and various spirit beast foods and pills. Upon entering a shop called Yuling Pavilion, Zhou Chun easily spotted some of the Zhou family's unique spirit beast foods and pills for sale. Fortunately, he was prepared for this. After a brief pause, he pretended to be an ordinary customer, purchasing some spirit beast food and then using the pretext of seeking advice on raising and advancing demon beasts to strike up a conversation with the shopkeeper. As a newcomer, Zhou Chun's initial attempts to ingratiate himself were naturally ineffective. However, over the next few months, he frequented the Spirit Pavilion, purchasing numerous items and displaying a very sincere demeanor. He repeatedly pestered the shopkeeper for guidance, promising a generous reward if he could help his spirit pets successfully advance. Under his persistent entreaties, the shopkeeper finally agreed to take a look. The demonic beast Zhou Chun had deliberately prepared was a first-tier superior-grade demonic beast, the iron-horned rhinoceros, which he had contracted with his family. Its next advancement was the mid-grade demonic beast, the silver-horned rhinoceros. Chapter 524 Yu Jinghe takes the bait. Fellow Taoist Su's iron-horned rhinoceros is indeed very well trained. As far as I know, the best and most suitable path for this type of demonic beast to advance is the intermediate-level silver-horned rhinoceros. Our sect does have some successful examples of training this type of demonic beast into silver-horned rhinoceros, but I am currently not in the sect and cannot access the library to consult the information. I can only ask a friend within the sect to help fellow Taoist Su look up some relevant information, which may take some time before I can give you feedback. In the backyard of the Spirit Pavilion, the manager, Zhao Wentang, after examining the iron-horned rhinoceros that Zhou Chun had released, offered his suggestion. Although he was also a Foundation establishment cultivator of the Spirit Pavilion, with so many types of demonic beasts in the world, he naturally couldn't possibly know how to help every single one advance. Generally, the Spirit Pavilion's pet advancement plans were done in the way he described. However, most of the time, they only created such advancement plans for cultivators who purchased pets from their store to maintain the competitiveness of their goods. Zhou Chun knew he couldn't rush things. Seeing Zhao Wentang agree to help retrieve information from the Spirit Control Sect, he felt his goal was achieved. He immediately bowed gratefully, saying, "Then I'll leave this matter to Manager Zhao. Please put in a lot of effort. If the iron-horned rhino can successfully advance, I will certainly reward you handsomely." Of course, of course. With fellow Taoist Su's words, I will do my best, Zhao Wetang smiled, pleased with Zhou Chun's understanding. After exchanging some cultivation experiences and insights, Zhou Chun left. After leaving the Spirit Control Pavilion, Zhou Chun entered an inn in the market. His current identity was that of a cultivator from a small family who had traveled a long way to seek an opportunity for a spirit beast to advance, having heard of the Spirit Control Sect's reputation. His reason for helping the iron-horned rhino advance was that he feared his family would lack a strong protector after his death, and therefore wanted to cultivate this beast as a guardian spirit beast for his clan. Given this background, he spared no expense, renting a room in an inn in the market town for an extended period, attempting to befriend the disciples of the Unyielding sect. It's hard to say whether other Foundation establishment cultivators in the Unyielding sect have tamed silver-horned rhinoceroses, but the one famous for taming them is definitely Zhou Wei, a descendant of Zhou Chun. He must have inherited Zhou Chun's third-tier silver-horned rhinoceros, so, as long as Zhao Wetang is willing to help, and as long as I show an attitude of sparing no expense, I'll have a chance to meet Zhou Wei. Once I can meet Zhou Wei and gain his initial trust, I can bring out the wood demon. Inside the room, Zhou Chun carefully reviewed his plan, his eyes gleaming. He didn't have much time to slowly build relationships with Yu Jinghe and the other disciples. Therefore, he devised this plan to lure them out. Suyun, whom he disguised as, would inadvertently reveal information about the wood demon, attracting Zhou Wei to verify its authenticity. Once Zhou Wei confirmed the existence of the wood spirit, he realized he was no match for it and would inevitably report the news to Yu Jinghe. Faced with the allure of a wood spirit, even with some reservations, Yu Jinghe would certainly not share the information with the other golden core cultivators of the Unyielding sect. Then, Yu Jinghe could simply go and track the wood spirit alone, allowing it to lure him into an ambush and kill him. The plan was actually quite rudimentary, but fortunately, the wood spirit's allure was strong enough, and Zhou Chun was very optimistic about its success rate. After spending more than a month in Zuanqing Market, when Zhou Chun went to the Unyielding Pavilion again, the manager, Zhao Wetang, invited him to a quiet room. Inside the quiet room, after some polite greetings, Zhao Wetang spoke up, saying, "Fellow Taoist Su, I have completed the task you entrusted to me. I now have 3 different successful examples. Fellow Taoist Su only needs to follow the successful experiences of our sect's cultivators to nurture that iron-horned rhinoceros, and there is at least a 30% chance of successfully advancing its level." Hearing this, Zhou Chun didn't show any joy. Instead, he said in a low voice, "Only a 30% chance? Isn't that a bit too low?" His words seemed to have stepped on Zhao Wetang's Achilles heel, as Zhao Wetang immediately exclaimed excitedly, "A 30% chance is already very high." He then adopted a summer expression. Looking at Zhou Chun with an air of "you can't talk about ice with an insect," he loudly proclaimed, "Fellow Taoist Su, don't you know that for a low-level demon beast to break through its bloodline shackles and advance to a higher realm, the chances are far greater than for us cultivators breaking through major realms? Think about how difficult it is for us cultivators to establish our foundation. Even a foundation establishment pill can only increase the success rate by a few percent, not to boast. But without these successful examples in my possession as a reference, if you, fellow Taoist Su, were to try haphazardly, let alone a 30% chance, you wouldn't even have a 10% chance. And most likely, the iron-horned rhinoceros would die during the breakthrough." He became increasingly agitated, his spittle practically flying onto Zhou Chun's face. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Chun's expression changed slightly, revealing an embarrassed look. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, please calm down. I had no intention of belittling you. It's just that whether this iron-horned rhinoceros can successfully advance is of great significance to me and my family, which is why I want to do my best." Seeing his sincere apology, Zhao Wetang's expression softened considerably. He then shook his head slightly and said, "Fellow Taoist Su, I understand your meaning. However, even if we disciples of the Spirit Control Sect want to cultivate a second-tier demon beast, we still have to gamble on luck. There is no way to guarantee success." Zhou Chun nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, I understand. However, I have also heard a rumor that if a low-level demon beast consumes a large amount of the essence blood of a corresponding mid-level demon beast to evolve into a mid-level demon beast, the success rate can be increased. Is that true?" As he spoke, he looked at Zhao Wetang with a questioning expression. "This isn't just a rumor, such a situation does exist. However, what fellow Taoist Su means by this, Zhao Wetang looked at Zhou Chun hesitantly, seemingly understanding his meaning. That's right. If fellow Taoist Zhao could invite a fellow Taoist or senior from your sect who has tamed a silver-horned rhinoceros to provide their essence blood for me, I would certainly repay them handsomely. Zhou Chun nodded, solemnly stating his request. Hearing this, Zhao Wetang hesitated, saying, fellow Taoist Su's idea is good, but currently, our sect only has one disciple who has truly tamed a silver-horned rhinoceros, and that rhinoceros is only a third-tier demon beast. Wouldn't that be even better? If I could obtain the essence blood of a third-tier silver-horned rhinoceros, my iron-horned rhinoceros's advancement would certainly be much smoother, Zhou Chun exclaimed excitedly. Zhao Wetang replied with a wry smile, that makes sense, but as you know, fellow Taoist Su, that senior brother already has a third-tier demonic beast by his side. What ordinary cultivation resources would he lack? If you want to ask him for help, I'm afraid he might not agree. Since fellow Taoist Zhao calls him senior brother, does that mean that fellow Taoist is also a Foundation Establishment cultivator? Zhou Chun asked knowingly. Not only is he a Foundation Establishment cultivator, but his cultivation is currently still at the mid-Foundation Establishment stage? Zhao Wetang sighed, his face full of envy. It's just that he's lucky. He not only has a third-tier demonic beast inherited from his ancestors, but also a golden core cultivator as his master. This is truly something to be envious of. Zhou Chun couldn't help but smile wryly as well. After a slight hesitation, he said softly, in that case, let's set aside the matter of obtaining the silver-horned rhinoceros's blood essence for now. I'll go prepare the other advancement resources first. Hearing this, Zhao Wetang's eyes flashed, but he quickly composed himself and nodded with approval, saying, that's more like it, that's practical advice. He then took out the 3 prepared iron-horned rhinoceros advancement plans and exchanged them with Zhou Chun. After exchanging the plans for 2,000 spirit coins each, Zhou Chun also personally gifted Zhao Wetang a 600-year-old spirit herb, and then left under the pretext of needing to collect advancement resources. Zhou Chun then searched all over Zhuanqing Market for the resources from the iron-horned rhinoceros evolution plans, and then left Zhuanqing Market, seemingly intending to continue collecting resources elsewhere. But in reality, he returned to the Zhou family to call for reinforcements. Half a year later, with everything arranged, Zhou Chun returned to Zhuanqing Market and went to the Spirit Control Pavilion. Fellow Taoist Zhao, I have gathered all the evolution resources required for this plan. Now, all that's left is to obtain the essence blood of the silver-horned rhinoceros so that the iron-horned rhinoceros can begin its evolution. In the quiet room, Zhou Chun happily told Zhao Wetang his purpose. Seeing his expression, Zhao Wetang couldn't help but smile and praise. Fellow Taoist Su is indeed very efficient. Then he shook his head and said, but as for the essence blood of the silver-horned rhinoceros, didn't I tell you last time? This is really not something I can handle. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun said confidently, fellow Taoist Zhao, don't worry. I am very confident that I can persuade your senior brother this time. You just need to help me arrange to meet him. Oh. But I wonder how fellow Taoist Su plans to persuade senior brother Zhou? Zhao Wetang's curiosity seemed to have been piqued, and he looked at Zhou Chun with surprise. Zhou Chun, however, remained mysterious, shaking his head and saying, fellow Taoist Zhao, please forgive me, but what I have prepared is not some treasure, but important intelligence. This information is not convenient for a third party to know. Intelligence? Zhao Wetang frowned, then looked at Zhou Chun with a serious expression and said, fellow Taoist Su, please don't try to fool me. What kind of information could be worth senior brother Zhou giving you the essence blood of a third-tier silver-horned rhinoceros? If he makes a wasted trip, I will have offended someone greatly. Seeing this, Zhou Chun replied confidently, I will absolutely not let that fellow Taoist make a wasted trip. If he is not interested in this information, I will not only not take the essence blood of the silver-horned rhinoceros, but I am also willing to offer an 800-year-old spiritual herb as an apology. His words made Zhao Wetang even more curious, but judging from his appearance, he was clearly not going to give in easily. Well, if what he says is true, as long as this succeeds, I can also form a good relationship with that senior brother Zhou, Zhao Wetang muttered to himself, but his face showed hesitation. Only after Zhou Chun couldn't help but plead again did he reluctantly nod and say, alright, then I, Zhao, will try to write a letter to senior brother Zhou to inquire about the situation. Thank you, fellow Taoist Zhao. Zhou Chun's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly thanked him. About half a month later, Zhou Chun came to the Imperial Spirit Pavilion again. This time, in addition to Zhao Wentang, there was a burly young man in black in the quiet room. "Fellow Taoist Su, you've arrived. Let me introduce you. This is senior brother Zhou Wei, a true disciple of our sect," Zhao Wentang said, then bowed to the young man in black with a fawning expression. "Senior brother Zhou, this is fellow Taoist Su Yun." Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun also quickly bowed to the young man in black, saying, "Su Yun greets fellow Taoist Zhou. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, fellow Taoist Su, you're too kind. Junior brother Zhao said you want the essence blood of the silver-horned rhinoceros and are willing to exchange it for important intelligence. May I ask what this important intelligence is?" The young man in black waved his hand, not bothering with pleasantries with Zhou Chun, and went straight to the point. Little did he know that this was exactly what Zhou Chun wanted. He immediately transmitted his voice to him, saying, "To be honest, fellow Taoist Zhou, after returning to my clan, I received a report from my clansmen that they had discovered a spirit deer that resembled a wood spirit in a mountain range. Later, I went to search for it and indeed found a demon deer that knew the art of wood escape." He then added, "Although I cannot be certain that the demon deer is the legendary wood spirit, I think the whereabouts of a third-tier deer demon are enough to exchange for some silver-horned rhinoceros blood essence with you, fellow Taoist Zhou." "What? Fellow Taoist Su, are you sure that it really is a wood spirit?" Zhou Wei's expression changed, and he looked at Zhou Chun with surprise, his eyes revealing a hint of joy. Clearly, he also knew how valuable a wood spirit was. Zhou Chun cautiously replied, "I'm not entirely sure either. After all, I'm just a Foundation establishment cultivator. But judging from how easily the demonic deer used the wood escape technique and didn't actively harm anyone, it seems quite possible." Hearing this, Zhou Wei's expression changed, then he nodded and said, "All right, if what fellow Taoist Su says is true, then the essence blood of the silver-horned rhinoceros is naturally not a problem, but I need to see the demonic deer you mentioned with my own eyes first." "No problem, I can take fellow Taoist Zhou to the mountains where the demonic deer appeared at any time," Zhou Chun readily agreed. After the two of them reached an agreement, Zhou Wei quickly gave instructions to Zhao Wentang, and then eagerly urged Zhou Chun to take him to the scene. After thanking Zhao Wentang, Zhou Chun quickly led Zhou Wei to a mountain range 3 or 4,000 miles away from Zuanqing Market. Since he wanted to lure out Yu Jinghua, he naturally had to carefully select the ambush location. The chosen mountain range was indeed a playground for rogue cultivators in the Great Zhou Kingdom. For some reason, this mountain range, stretching for thousands of miles, didn't contain any particularly high-quality spiritual sites, thus failing to attract major sects or aristocratic families to establish their sects there. Only some small and medium-sized families and rogue cultivators sought out spiritual sites to establish sects and strongholds, sharing the resources of the mountains. After 2 days of travel, Zhou Chun, with Zhou Wei, arrived at a lush mountain range and began searching for traces of the wood spirit. After about 3 days of searching, Zhou Chun deliberately orchestrated an attack on him by the wood spirit. Boom! 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 A series of explosions suddenly rang out in the mountains. When Zhou Wei, who had separated from Zhou Chun to search for the wood spirit, arrived on his silver-horned rhinoceros, he saw Zhou Chun being knocked off a cliff by the wood spirit's magic, his fate unknown. The wood spirit, upon discovering the silver-horned rhinoceros, seemed frightened and hurriedly began to flee. Chase? Zhou Wei didn't have time to think and hurriedly urged the silver-horned rhinoceros to give chase. After chasing for a distance, he was quickly shaken off by the wood spirit using wood escape technique. After witnessing the wood spirit's wood escape technique, Zhou Wei had no more doubts about its identity. I'm rich. I'm rich. It really is a wood spirit." The figure of the green spirit deer had completely disappeared into the forest, but Zhou Wei was trembling with excitement, his eyes filled with joy. He had only been confirming the authenticity of the information and hadn't thought he could capture a third-tier wood spirit. Now that it was confirmed, he would surely receive a great reward when he presented the information to his master, Yu Jinghua. After his initial excitement subsided, Zhou Wei seemed to remember Su Yun and hurriedly returned to the place where Zhou Chun had fallen off the cliff to check the situation. But in the end, apart from finding a pool of blood on the ground, he didn't find anyone else. He's seriously injured and hiding? This person is cautious. Zhou Wei frowned slightly and thought to himself that it was a pity. He had originally intended to silence him. After all, the wood spirit was too valuable. and he didn't want anyone other than himself to know. Unexpectedly, he found nothing. However, since that person is seriously injured, he must be focused on recovering first, and he also wants the silver-horned rhinoceros blood I have. In that case, as long as Master acts quickly enough, there's no need to worry about the news leaking out. Thinking this, Zhou Wei immediately rushed back to the Imperial Spirit Sect. Meanwhile, in another valley about 100 miles away, after the wood sprite returned, Zhou Chun immediately smiled at the elders who had been lying in wait for a long time and said, "All right, the target has taken the bait. Now we just wait for that bastard Yu Jinghe to come over." Hearing this, the Su family patriarch, who had been waiting for a long time, looked at him and clicked his tongue, saying, "Tisk tisk tisk, Zheng Chun, you really know how to hide things. If it weren't for the need for this patriarch, I'm afraid Yu Zhen and I would still be in the dark. We didn't know you had such a rare spirit pet as the wood sprite, and a wood sprite that was about to advance to the 4th rank." These words were somewhat of a complaint that Zhou Chun treated him like an outsider. But it was the truth. Therefore, Zhou Chun was somewhat embarrassed and didn't know how to explain. Fortunately, Zhou Ming quickly came to his rescue. "Fellow Taoist Su, please don't blame him. The wood spirit is too important. If people find out that he has such a spirit as a pet in addition to the 4-clawed thunder dragon, it's hard to guarantee that it won't arouse envy and jealousy, and that the stronger will bully the weaker and attack him. Therefore, I specifically asked him to keep this matter a secret and not let more people know." He paused for a moment and then said, "Of course, in principle, this matter should not be kept from Yuzhen." Then he bowed to Su Yuzhen and said, "Yuzhen, it was I who did not allow Zhengjin to tell you about this matter. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I apologize to you here." Upon seeing this, Su Yuzhen hurriedly stepped aside and said, "Senior, you are too kind. I am not an unreasonable person. This is an understandable matter. How could I hold it against you?" After saying that, he gave the Su family patriarch a reproachful look. Seeing that the fire had spread to him, the Su family patriarch could only cough awkwardly twice and say, "Ahem, I was just saying it casually. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you don't need to take it seriously. Which of us cultivators doesn't have things we can't tell others?" He then dropped the matter to avoid making things awkward for everyone. Meanwhile, Zhou Wei, knowing the matter was of great importance, traveled with his pet at full speed, returning to the Yuling Sect's mountain gate in less than a day to report to Yu Jinghe about the wood spirit. "Huir, are you sure that really was a wood spirit?" "Don't be mistaken." Inside the cave, Yu Jinghe was both surprised and delighted after hearing Zhou Wei's report, then looked at his disciple again and again, still concerned. "Master, you are wise. I dare not say I'm 100% certain, but I'm at least 90% sure it was a wood spirit," Zhou Wei replied respectfully. He added, "Furthermore, even if it wasn't a legendary wood spirit, a 3rd-tier spirit ear proficient in wood escape techniques is still incredibly valuable, worthy of your personal intervention, Master." What you say makes sense," Yu Jinghe nodded, agreeing with his disciple's words. However, being cautious and suspicious, he didn't decide to set off immediately. Instead, he instructed Zhou Wei, "Go to the Yuling Pavilion in the market and call the shopkeeper over. I have some questions for him." "Yes." Disciple obeys, Zhou Wei replied and quickly left. Less than half a day later, Zhao Wetang was brought to Yu Jinghe's cave. "Uncle Master Yu, this is all I know." Inside the cave, Yu Jinghe recounted his entire encounter with Su Yun, then waited anxiously for Yu Jinghe to continue. He didn't know why Yu Jinghe, a golden core cultivator, would suddenly be so interested in a late Foundation establishment cultivator. He guessed it might be related to Zhou Wei's previous outing, but dared not ask further. After carefully considering Zhao Wetang's words, Yu Jinghe felt that Su Yun's personal information was still somewhat vague, but he couldn't find any loopholes. Time was of the essence, and he was also afraid that Su Yun, after recovering from his injuries, would leak information about the wood demon. After weighing his options, he nodded and said, "I understand. Junior nephew Zhao, you've come in a hurry, it must be tiring. Rest in my cave for a day. I'll have Chenner come and keep you company." This disciple obeys. Zhao Wetang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately dared not disobey the orders of a golden core cultivator, and could only agree with trepidation. After summoning another disciple, Wang Chen, to watch over Zhao Wetang, Yu Jinghe immediately made an excuse to tell the Grand Elder of the Yuling Sect that he needed to go out. He then left the Yuling Sect's mountain gate with Zhou Wei, heading straight for the place where the wood demon had appeared. With Yu Jinghua's current mid-golden core cultivation, traveling thousands of miles was only a matter of 1 or 2 hours. Soon, led by Zhou Wei, they arrived at a place where they had fought the wood demon. The master and disciple then separated to search for the wood demon's whereabouts. Chapter 525 The traitor is executed. Yu Jinghua was a mid-stage golden core cultivator with powerful divine sense and a wide search range. Zhou Chun was also afraid that he would discover their ambush prematurely. So when the wood spirit sent word that it had spotted Yu Jinghua, he quickly headed appear in the direction Zhou Wei was searching, leading Zhou Wei towards the ambush. Everything went smoothly. After spotting the wood spirit, Zhou Wei hurriedly notified Yu Jinghua and then chased after it at breakneck speed. Not long after, Yu Jinghua arrived. When he saw the greenish-blue spirit deer, he had no more doubts. It really is the wood spirit. This is truly a great fortune. A great fortune, Yu Jinghua was overjoyed. Only a high-level cultivator like him knew how much potential and use such a spirit as the wood spirit could have. If he could capture this wood spirit, whether to exchange it for treasures with a grand elder of the spirit control sect or to present it to a nascent soul cultivator, the benefits would be immense. Therefore, upon seeing Mu Mei use the wood escape technique to travel over 20 miles in an instant, he immediately unleashed his full divine sense, locking onto Mu Mei's figure and giving chase at full speed. After pursuing Mu Mei for a while, he followed her into the ambush area where Zhou Chun and the others were lying in wait. Trying to ambush a mid-stage golden core cultivator was highly unrealistic. Therefore, as soon as Yu Jinghua entered the ambush zone, Zhou Chun, the Su family patriarch, Lin Hongao, Su Yazan, and Zhou Ming, the 5 golden core cultivators, immediately appeared, surrounding him from all sides. Zhou Wenda, so it's you, in the sky? Yu Jinghua stared at Zhou Chun and the others with a grim expression, instantly understanding everything. Zhou Ming, however, looked at him coldly and said in a chilling voice, Yu Jinghua, this day has finally come. I finally waited for this day. Only Zhou Ming himself knew how long he had waited for this day to arrive. Perhaps he should even thank Yu Jinghua, because when he successfully formed his core, his greatest motivation was to personally eliminate this traitor for his family. Do you think you can kill me just because you outnumber me? Yu Jinghua stared at Zhou Ming with a grim expression, then turned his gaze to the Su family patriarch, saying, this must be fellow Taoist Su. Does your Su family also want to meddle in the Zhou family's affairs? Do you know what the consequences will be for your Su family if you fail to kill me today? Hearing his threatening words, the Su family patriarch smiled indifferently. If fellow Taoist you can escape today, then I will have no choice but to guard the family's gates when I return. Fine, very well, I'll remember fellow Taoist Su. Yu Jinghua gritted his teeth and uttered a harsh threat, then spat out several magical treasures, which flew out and manifested 3 magical treasures in midair. These 3 magical treasures were a cyan banner, an earthen yellow cauldron, and a silver-black flying sword. The cyan banner and flying sword were both mid-grade magic treasures. The cyan banner was Yu Jinghua's natal magic treasure, while the other 2 were passed down from the Zhou family ancestors. Zhou Ming had already informed Zhou Chun and the others about these 3 magic treasures. Aside from the cyan banner, the earthen yellow cauldron magic treasure was called the thick earth cauldron, specializing in defensive magic, and was a magic treasure obtained by one of the Zhou family's ancestors during an adventure. The silver-black flying sword was called the Tabe dragon-slaying sword, a magic treasure used by the Zhou family's ancestor who had slain a dragon, incomparably sharp and unparalleled in killing power. Besides these 2 magic treasures, Yu Jinghua should also possess a low-grade magic treasure, the Wind and Fire Universe Fan, and a low-grade magic treasure, the Azure Light Immortal Staff. However, even with more magic treasures, he couldn't possibly have as many as the 5 golden core cultivators, including Zhou Chun. Seeing him reveal his magic treasures, the group didn't waste any more words and immediately unleashed their own magic treasures to launch an attack. With a flick of her sleeve, Lin Hongao unleashed her natal magic weapon, the Flame Dragon Ring, which manifested as a fiery dragon and pounced towards Yu Jinghua. After years of refinement, this natal magic weapon was now a high-quality low-grade magic weapon, its power far exceeding its initial forging. The Su family patriarch, showing no mercy, unleashed his octagonal mace magic weapon, releasing a burst of blue lightning that hurtled towards Yu Jinghua. Su Yazhan's natal magic weapon was a blue and white jade ruai, a support-type magic weapon, But she had also refined another blue jade bead magic weapon, capable of conjuring a water dragon attack comparable to a 4th tier spell. Zhou Ming's natal magic weapon was a fiery red longsword called the Crimson Flame Heaven Burning Blade. Because of its superior materials, its power was extraordinary. He also summoned the 3 Yang True Firepot, which condensed into a fiber that pounced on Yu Jinghui. As for Zhou Chun, he first released the Thunder Dragon to deal with Zhou Wei, then summoned the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, unleashing golden sword rainbows that slashed towards Yu Jinghui with a flick of his finger. With all 5 attacking simultaneously, Yu Jinghui, facing them all, instantly felt unprecedented pressure. He fully activated his magic weapon, the Thick Earth Cauldron, causing it to emit brilliant yellow light to protect himself. At the same time, he also focused on activating the Tabe Dragon-slaying sword, transforming it into a silver-black sword light that slashed at the approaching fire dragon. Then, he waved the azure banner in his hand, and a burst of azure spiritual light exploded, instantly transforming into countless wind blades that slashed towards Zhou Ming. Zhou Chun's sword rainbows struck their target first, 3 sword rainbows landing on the yellow glow emanating from the Thick Earth Cauldron, instantly tearing a large section of it apart and vaguely revealing the earthen yellow cauldron body inside. Then, the blue lightning released by the Su family patriarch also bombarded the yellow glow, instantly annihilating a large portion of it. Immediately afterward, Zhou Ming's Crimson Flame Heaven Burning Blade, carrying raging flames, slashed at the earthen yellow cauldron, causing it to clang loudly. This shows that even though Yu Jinghui, as a mid-stage golden core cultivator, was already at his limit in dealing with the normal attacks of 3 early-stage golden core cultivators simultaneously, he was still a mid-stage core formation cultivator, and his centuries of cultivation had not been wasted. Seeing that the Thick Earth Cauldron was insufficient to defend against the enemy's offensive, he immediately flicked his sleeve, and in the blink of an eye, a barrier of azure and white wind rose before him. Su Yuzhen's condensed water dragon struck the gale barrier, instantly shattering into a shower of water droplets. Zhou Ming's 3 Yang True Fire, transformed into a firebird, was also blocked by the gale barrier, forcing him into a war of attrition. Conversely, Yu Jinghui's barrage of wind blades forced Zhou Ming to summon the Earth Vajra Shield, to protect himself and avoid becoming a weak point. In this first round of combat, Yu Jinghui managed to barely maintain his footing. But it was only a temporary respite. Soon, Zhou Chun and the Su family patriarch, among others, unleashed their own divine abilities, activating their innate powers. Lin Hongyu formed a hand seal, and crimson flames surged from her palms, quickly coalescing into a fiery dragon that lunged at Yu Jinghui. On the other side, the Su family patriarch spat out more a ball of deep blue true water, transforming into a blue streak that swept towards Yu Jinghui. Su Yuzhen shook the jade ruai in her hand, and a white spiritual light suddenly energized Zhou Chun. In an instant, Zhou Chun felt his mana become unprecedentedly active, and the mana consumed when using the god-slaying golden spear suddenly increased by a third. However, correspondingly, the power of the golden spear in his hand also increased by more than 30%. He raised his hand and threw it with all his might, and the golden spear transformed into golden light that shot through the air towards Yu Jinghui. Faced with such a fierce attack from everyone, the gale barrier that Yu Jinghui had previously set up with his divine power quickly shattered, and then even the Thick Earth Cauldron itself was knocked away by Zhou Chun's golden spear. He hurriedly waved a blue flag magic weapon in his hand to set up wind walls, but most of them were destroyed by Lin Hongyu's Crimson Flame Fire Dragon. Then, the true water of the Su family patriarch poured in, easily dispersing all the remaining wind walls. In the end, he could only activate a 4th-grade mid-level defensive talisman to block the subsequent impact of the true water. But as the saying goes, facing the combined attack of 5 early-stage golden core cultivators, even with all his skills, he could only hold them off temporarily, not withstand the relentless onslaught. Yu Jinghui knew this all too well. Therefore, after fending off several waves of attacks and roughly figuring out everyone's methods, he immediately chose to break through without hesitation. He first spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the cyan banner in his hand, then shook it. Instantly, a gale arose, the cyan wind obscuring the sky and surging towards Su Yuzhen's location like a tidal wave. This wind was sharp as a knife, continuous, and also had the effect of suppressing divine sense. As the primary target, Su Yuzhen instantly felt immense pressure. She dared not be careless and hurriedly activated the power of the blue orb magic treasure in front of her, creating a light blue protective shield around herself. Then, she activated her own golden core divine power, condensing a white mystic light to protect herself. Concerned for the safety of his descendants, the Zhou family patriarch swiftly unleashed his 8-sided mace at Yu Jinghe. Others, such as Zhou Chun and Lin Hongyu, reacted just as quickly. Unexpectedly, Yu Jinghe's true target wasn't Su Yuzhen, but Zhou Mingde. Just as Zhou Chun and the others knew Yu Jinghe's background, Yu Jinghe also knew Zhou Mingde's. He knew very well that Zhou Mingde's cultivation method wasn't top tier, so despite both being at the early golden core stage, Zhou Mingde's magical power and abilities were inferior to the others. Therefore, his true escape route was towards Zhou Mingde. Seeing everyone's attention drawn to Su Yuzhen, he made a hand seal, his figure instantly disappearing from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was thousands of feet away in another part of the sky, less than 1,000 feet from Zhou Mingde. Upon seeing this, Zhou Mingde immediately activated a 3-yang true fire pot, without hesitation, its flames flickering, instantly unleashing a ball of true fire that shot towards Yu Jinghe. At the same time, he formed hand seals, summoning back his natal magic weapon, the Crimson Flame Heaven Burning Blade, and unleashed its full power to slash at Yu Jinghe, determined not to give him another chance to use his wind escape technique. But Yu Jinghe didn't bother with him at all. He simply waved his hand and released a low-grade 4th-tier magic talisman, which transformed into a golden sword aura that dispersed a ball of true fire. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out more a ball of azure light, which transformed into an azure wind dragon that swept away the flaming longsword. Then, he formed hand seals, preparing to continue using his wind escape technique to escape. Although his wind escape technique was not yet fully mastered, it was already no less powerful than Zhou Daoyi's Azure Wind Dragon's wind escape technique. With his mid-stage golden core cultivation, once he used it repeatedly, his escape speed would not be underestimated. But just as he was about to use the technique to escape, suddenly everything went black before his eyes, and he cried out in pain as if struck by lightning. The escape technique he was about to use was forced to dissipate. It turned out that Zhou Chun had timely unleashed the god-slaying technique, striking him with his sword. Although Yu Jinghe was a mid-stage golden core cultivator, he had never cultivated a secret technique like the Heart Lotus Orthodox method to resist divine sense attacks. Therefore, Zhou Chun's strike was even more effective than the one that struck Yan Lingzi. Now that the sword strike had severed his escape route, Lin Hongyu and the Zhou family patriarch, having recovered, quickly caught up and launched a fierce attack on him again, activating their magic weapons. Under this relentless assault, Yu Jinghe had no chance to use his wind escape technique to create distance. Before long, a sword rainbow unleashed by Zhou Chun pierced his defenses, leaving a bloody hole in his shoulder. "Damn brat, if I don't die today, I'll make you pay." Yu Jinghe hurriedly circulated his magic power to seal the wound, suppressing the foreign magic power seeping into his body to prevent further damage. However, he understood even more clearly that if he didn't break through quickly, he would only suffer more injuries. So, after a brief hesitation, he quickly made a decision. He suddenly raised his hand and patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing his spirit pet, the wind demon spider. Years had passed, and his wind demon spider had been cultivated into a high-grade 3rd-tier demon beast, stuck at the 4th-tier bottleneck. Given the wind demon spider's potential, unless Yu Jinghe could find it a rare and precious treasure suitable for demon beast evolution, it was virtually impossible for it to break through to the 4th tier. However, after releasing it, Yu Jinghe swiftly flicked his finger and fed it a special pill, then used a secret technique of the spirit control sect to perform hand seals. Under the dual stimulation of the secret pill and the secret technique, the wind demon spider, originally only a high-grade 3rd-tier demon beast, rapidly expanded in size, its aura soaring, breaking through its bloodline shackles and advancing to a 4th-tier demon beast in just a dozen breaths. Is this the method of the spirit taming sect? It can actually ignore the shackles of bloodline and forcibly accelerate the advancement of demonic beasts. Zhou Chun's expression shifted slightly, quite surprised by the effect of such a secret technique. But he quickly seemed to realize something, shaking his head inwardly. However, such a method must greatly deplete the lifespan and essence of the demonic beast. After the effects of the secret technique and the medicine wear off, even if this wind demon spider doesn't die immediately, its cultivation will definitely regress, turning it into a cripple. For beast-taming cultivators, demonic beasts and spirit pets are not only means of fighting enemies, but also their companions and family members. At least, that's how the Zhou family has always taught its members. And if it were to do things like Yu Jinghua, it would be tantamount to sacrificing the lives and futures of companions and family members to save oneself. Zhou Chun could not agree with such a method. However, Yu Jinghua is extremely selfish and self-serving, so it's not surprising that he would do such a thing. After forcibly elevating the wind demon spider to the 4th tier, he sent the spirit pet charging towards the Su family patriarch, attempting to restrain a key member of the Zhou family's forces. He then spat out a cyan bamboo staff magic weapon, the Zhou family's inherited magic weapon, the Azure Light Immortal Staff. This weapon, also capable of both offense and defense, was being used by Yu Jinghua to strengthen his own defense. He disregarded the magic weapon's inherent power, directly activating it in the most violent way, burning its inherent power to enhance its might. Under these circumstances, Zhou Chun and the others' attacks were once again thwarted, unable to break through the layers of protection to injure him. Having confirmed his temporary safety, Yu Jinghua quickly reached into his storage pouch and retrieved a talisman radiating black spiritual light. Judging from the powerful aura emanating from the talisman, it was clearly a high-grade 4th-tier magic talisman. The power of these talismans is equivalent to a strike from a late-stage golden core cultivator. Although it's not a full-force attack, it's still something an ordinary early-stage golden core cultivator couldn't withstand. Yu Jinghua gripped the talisman, a flicker of pain in his eyes, but he quickly activated it. The talisman instantly transformed into a vast black cloud, obscuring the sky for thousands of feet. Zhou Chun and Ling Hongyu, who were nearby, were directly pulled into the black cloud. Within the black cloud, their divine senses were severely suppressed and interfered with, only able to extend a distance of 100 or 200 feet, and they couldn't even lock onto Yu Jinghua anymore. At the same time, the black cloud began to compress them, making them feel as if they were in the depths of a bottomless ocean, their bodies suffocated and uncomfortable, forcing them to exert all their magical power to cast protective spells to resist this compression. Zhou Chun was even more worried about the safety of Su Yuzhen and Zhou Ming. Therefore, after discovering the powerful encirclement effect of the black clouds, he activated the Jinyuan Golden Glow, divine power to protect himself while simultaneously unleashing the power of the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, to break through the encirclement. Golden light burst forth from within the black clouds, and the originally gleaming golden cauldron, under Zhou Chun's incantation, rapidly transformed into a giant golden sword several meters long. This was yet another application of the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron. Under the activation of his unique control technique, it could change shape and transform into other magical treasure forms. This ability relied entirely on the properties of Earth Mother Profound Gold, a spiritual metal, thus requiring a large quantity of Earth Mother Profound Gold as the main material for crafting this treasure. Now, the golden cauldron, transformed into a giant sword, instantly gained indestructible sharpness. With Zhou Chun pushing his limits, the golden giant sword instantly swept 3,000 feet horizontally, cleaving through 9 layers of heaven and tearing a passage through the dark clouds, leading directly to the outer sky. Following the passage cleaved by the golden giant sword, Zhou Chun quickly appeared under the blue sky. Then he saw Yu Jinghua's figure flashing and flying away rapidly. Looking at Zhou Ming and the other two outside, the Su family patriarch was still unable to deal with the already crazed wind demon spider. Zhou Ming had fallen to the ground with a pale face, and Su Yuzhen had blood at the corner of her mouth. It seemed that in the short dozen or so breaths he had been trapped in the dark clouds, they had engaged in a fierce battle with Yu Jinghua. Seeing this, Zhou Chun didn't bother to ask them what was wrong. He hurriedly summoned the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai, who had already dealt with Zhou Wei and was now swimming around, and then used the secret technique of Beast Spirit Fusion technique with it. After years of practice and refinement, Zhou Chun's mastery of the Beast Spirit Fusion technique had become much more refined, and his fusion with the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai was now even more harmonious. As soon as he transformed into a human-faced Thunder Flood Dragon, he swiftly activated his Thunder Escape technique to chase after the fleeing figure. As a 4-clawed Thunder Flood Dragon, Bai's Thunder Escape technique was far more profound than that of ordinary bloodline Thunder Flood Dragons. After merging with it, Zhou Chun's powerful magic was sufficient to support it in continuously using the escape technique many times over. Therefore, after chasing for less than a quarter of an hour, Zhou Chun caught up with Yu Jinghua again. At this moment, he also noticed that Yu Jinghua's face was deathly pale, as if he had suffered a severe depletion of vital energy. This made him vaguely understand why Zhou Ming and Su Yuzhan were injured. Upon seeing the approaching human-faced thunder dragon, Yu Jinghe instantly understood what kind of secret technique Zhou Chun had used. He was both shocked and furious, shouting at him, "You brat, how dare you chase after me alone, Yu Jinghe, you treacherous, three-surname slave, today I, Zhou, will take your life." Zhou Chun, using the thunder dragon's voice, roared like thunder. At the same time, he unleashed his lightning powers, striking Yu Jinghe. However, his lightning strike was far less damaging than the insult three-surname slave. "I'll kill you first, you little brat." With a furious shout, he immediately activated the tamer dragon-slaying sword, slashing at the human-faced thunder dragon that Zhou Chun had transformed into. Simultaneously, he activated the azure banner in his hand, unleashing a burst of azure light that transformed into a 10-foot-long azure wind blade that slashed towards Zhou Chun. How could Zhou Chun fear him? He immediately activated the golden sword formed from the myriad transformations golden cauldron, to clash with the silver-black flying sword in the air, while easily dodging the attack of the azure wind blade using lightning escape techniques. Then, relying on the strength of his dragon body, he pounced on Yu Jinghe and launched a close-quarters attack. Seeing this, Yu Jinghe was secretly delighted, exclaiming, "This junior is arrogant." If Zhou Chun had only focused on dodging with lightning escape techniques, he wouldn't have been able to deal with him for a while. Now that he dared to rely on the power of his dragon body to attack him at close range, he was determined to show this junior his strength. He first feigned weakness, seemingly completely unskilled in close combat, and roared repeatedly as Zhou Chun tore at him with claws and slapped him with its tail. When he felt the time was right, he activated the azure banner in his hand, and instantly a beam of azure light flew out like a rope, binding the human-faced lightning dragon that had ambushed him from behind. "Ha ha ha, arrogant brat, today is your death day." Seeing his target bound, Yu Jinghe laughed gleefully, then suddenly recalled the tamer dragon-slaying sword, and slashed at the human-faced thunder dragon whose body was bound and unable to use its lightning escape technique. But as he laughed, he noticed something was wrong, seeing the mocking look on the human-faced thunder dragon's face. Before Yu Jinghe could understand its meaning, a white, chilling light that made his heart tremble erupted from the human-faced thunder dragon's mouth, striking him directly at close range. In an instant, the azure barrier he had erected seemed like paper, easily frozen and pierced by the white light, and then his consciousness sank, feeling as if even the workings of his mind had slowed down considerably. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.